I had to, you had to use 2 handcuffs because she's so fat. And then she started kicking at us as she's getting dragged to the car. She's like dropping on the ground and kicking out at us and shit like that. We had to fucking handcuff her ankles and pretty much hog tie her. That was great. And the entire time, she's bitching about white people. The entire fucking time. She's calling us pigs, pig whiteys, and crackers and shit like that. And I'm just like, yo, I'm just doing my fucking. You were driving the wrong way on the highway. Like, you're gonna fucking kill somebody. And she's just like, I'm fucking pigs, fucking, you're a bunch of pig whiteys, fucking crackers and shit like that. Like, yeah, get in the back of the car. You're fucking done.
Make sure you talk just like this in court.
Maybe.
Yeah, tell him you came and cried to 2 perfect strangers about it after it happened.
I don't give a fuck.
Go get some. Put your hand in some. Daytime or nighttime?
1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, you have a few pops, and it's hard to see the signage on the road. And sounds like they were a terrible driver. Isn't it funny that a lot of drivers on the road don't have to take any instruction? They just have to pass a test.
Mm-hmm. But my best friend's girlfriend's family, her father, her mother, and her sister died on that same road from somebody going the wrong way on that same highway, the New York State Thruway.
Yeah, shit happens.
Same situation in the same area.
Shit happens.
Yeah, that shit happens. I try to stop it.
Well, I had a friend who died because a wheel fell off of an 18-wheeler, crossed the median, and went right through his driver's side windshield. You know, it's just shit happens, and then you have bad drivers. And yeah, do you think people will get better at driving in the future?
No.
Because most of the cops I see, they're driving with their face to their lap on their cell phone.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, well, stop.
All right, I'll see you in New York.
Yeah, can you just watch the road while you're driving around? You're bitching about someone driving the wrong way. Well, hell, you don't even know which way you're driving when your face is playing Candy Crush.
No, it's more I'm texting my wife.
Donut Crush. Yeah, okay, yeah. Go to work and don't text your buddies. Don't talk about your tattoos. Don't talk about how your hand hurts and you need some ice. Just drive.
I don't have.
Do your job. I'm sure your buddy does. It sounds like your hand is tattooed.
No.
Oh, swollen, just broken. But anyways, dude, yeah, stop texting and driving. It's played out.
Why don't you do the same thing? Do you have a license?
I don't. I don't text and drive. I do not do it.
Good. You shouldn't.
Well, take your own advice.
Okay.
You guys are the worst offenders of all. It's sick how bad you guys have become at driving. It's weird.
Dude, I'm not just sitting there looking at my phone.
Yeah, you're texting your buddy, bro. You're at work. You're on the taxpayer's dole, so just do your job.
Yes, I do.
Maybe if the citizens saw that you were a good driver, maybe they wouldn't say, "Huh, maybe I can text and drive too. Maybe I can go on the wrong way on the on-ramp." This cop just did a U-ey in the middle of the road with cutting off people, so maybe I can do the same.
Maybe.
Yeah, lead by example.
Okay. I don't do it often, but I do text and drive. Do you
Don't do
not?
it. No. Did you not hear what I said?
You never text and drive.
No, I do not.
Good for you.
If I ever have to make a text while I'm driving, I'll pull off into a gas station or off the road. No, I don't do it.
I want to say I don't believe you, but that's okay. Good for you.
Well, that's fine.
I don't stare at my phone.
Just because you can't compose yourself while driving at work. On top of that, you're at work and you're texting and driving. Wow. At least that lady had the excuse of being drunk.
Going the wrong way on the highway is nuts.
Well, you don't even know. Listen, when your face is in your lap playing Candy Crush, talking to your buddy, you don't even know which way you're going.
I mean, you can yell at me for texting and driving.
I'm not yelling at you, bro.
I
We
don't
both agreed
text
that
and
it was a
drive
bad idea.
I don't text and drive often, but every now and again I do send text. I don't stare at my phone.
No, that's
as I'm
great.
driving.
Hopefully, this doesn't get presented into evidence when you run someone over when you're sending your buddy a text. LOL. Krispy Kreme lights on. LOL.
That's not gonna happen.
Now you have this record of, well, I don't always do it, but when I got a text and drive, I just do it. You know.
And not only that, we don't have Krispy Kremes up here. They're only in the city. I don't work in the city.
Okay.
But that bitch was drunk,
Okay, so
driving
you
the wrong
tell
way
the
on the
guy,
highway
listen.
at 90 miles an hour. And
Yeah. Well, you don't.
and then
You
pulled
like I
a
said,
knife.
your face is in your lap. You don't know where you're driving.
No, it's not.
Well, how would you know?
Do you
Are
think
you watching the road?
You think chasing people makes it like better? Like if you chase them down the highway, 57 cop cars running over medians, hitting each other, smacking into shit to chase one old lady that was probably going to get home and stop anyway. Like,
Going
Well, she
the
was going the
wrong
wrong
way down the
road.
highway.
Yeah, she
yeah,
was driving poorly. But yeah, Boss Hog didn't text and drive. He's
no,
chasing those Duke boys all over the county.
I don't know who that is or what that is.
Okay. Boss Hog, he was a big fat man he was Roscoe Pico Train's boss, and him and Roscoe and his hound dog, they used to chase the Duke boys all over Hazard County. They didn't text and drive.
You're talking about the Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah. Was anyone texting and driving during that? They're using their CB radios. Yee-hoo!
Okay, well, there was no cell phones then.
Yeah, bring back the CB radios so you guys can keep your eye on the road. God, you and your buddy are gossiping while you're at work on the taxpayer's dole. Come on, bro.
Not only do I not look at my phone often as I drive, I don't like listening to music as I drive. I drive in silence. So, like, I'm not looking at my...
Hey, dude, I came late to the whole thing. So I'm gathering. Okay, so are you in the U.S.? I don't mean to dox you, but are you in the USA?
My name's Dan. I live in New York. What do you want?
Okay, my question is, why does it seem like it's okay nowadays for people to drive around with their headphones and earbuds in? Because back in the day, that was because you have to use your senses to drive. And now it seems like I see people all the time driving around with their earbuds. I saw some lady riding a bike on the road with big old headphones on the other day and almost got run over by a truck. So what gives? Is that still a crime?
I can pull them over for distracted driving. Yes.
Well, it isn't. Don't you? I mean, that is like the height of distracted driving, in my opinion.
Well, you don't know. Are they on the phone? If they're on the phone, and that's doing it legally. They don't have the phone up to their ear with their hand. They have
No, I'm just talking about
headphones.
the ear pods. I'm talking about
Yeah.
like when people have actual things in their ears or covering their ears.
Mhm. And for some reason, and this is not a racist, this is just an outward observation.
Listen, I see all makes and creeds, and I see all types of people doing that. But yeah, I get it. You want to?
Black women up here drive with ear pods in all the time. I don't know why, but for some reason, like I'll be driving past somebody on the highway, and there'll be a black woman with ear pods in,
Yeah.
which is fine. Which is like
There's also young dudes with perms who do it too. So yeah, it's all over the spectrum of people.
all over the spectrum, but the majority that I see is black women who drive with the ear pods in. And I'm not a texter and driver and shit like that. I do.
Yeah,
But
hold on.
I'm
Yeah,
not
you
like
said you
a
did.
cop. Yeah, but I'm not a typical cop that just sits there and looks at his phone as they drive. I know a
Yeah,
couple people.
you should write yourself a ticket the next time you do that.
Okay, come to New York and I'll write you one when you look at your phone.
I don't do it. See that's the problem. I
I don't
don't do
like
it,
grown men to
bro.
do that.
Yeah, I don't do it either, but every now and again I do. It's so
Yeah,
I'm not standing.
write yourself
I
some tickets and stack them up at the end of the year, and say, "Wow, I guess I do this."
maybe.
But yeah, anyways, I'm kind of joking. But yeah, I think it would be a much better world if people would concentrate on the road when they're driving. Public service announcement.
I gave this one dude a ticket. He was merging onto the New York State Thruway at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's rush hour, and it's very busy. He's merging onto the highway, and I'm passing him as he's merging onto the highway, and he's eating a cheeseburger and swerving all over the place. So I fucking pull him over. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you swerving all over the place? And he's like finishing up his cheeseburger. And I was like, well, that's a ticket for distracted driving. Like that dude was possibly gonna hurt people. He's eating a cheeseburger, merging onto the New York State Thruway at 90 miles, not 90, at like 80 miles an hour. Like,
Let me
if you
guess,
weren't,
he was driving a Mercedes.
close, it was a BMW, but and he's merging on the highway, eating a cheeseburger, swerving all over the place, just not paying attention at all. And I thought he was drunk. I have to pull him up. You're drunk. What are you doing, swerving like that? Getting onto the fucking highway that everybody's doing fucking 80 miles an hour. And I pull him over and he's just fucking eating a cheeseburger. I go, what the fuck? And I gave him a.
He said, "You're not going to eat lunch on my watch, buddy. Put that fucking cheeseburger in my hand. I'm hungry." No, I'm just like,
That's kind of fucked up, man. If you, especially like, all right, if you're eating a cheeseburger and not swerving all over the place, that's fine. But if you're eating a cheeseburger, merging onto the highway and swerving all over the place, I'm gonna pull you over. Like,
yeah,
I'm
ate
gonna assume
cheeseburgers
you're
before.
drunk. I'm either assume you're drunk or something's wrong. And he wasn't drunk. He wasn't on drugs. He's just eating a fucking cheeseburger. And I gave him a distracted driving ticket. Good for him. And he could have easily been a druggo and fucking got way more fucking charges because I was expecting to search his car for drugs and open containers and shit like that because of how much he was swerving. But
You boys are good at peeking in cars, ain't you?
oh yeah,
Oh, yeah. You get close to that window and you're like, lift that right eye and you get that peripheral going. I'm like, son of a bitch.
oh yeah,
I don't,
oh
I
yeah.
don't got nothing illegal anyway, but I know you motherfuckers be like peeking, like, hey.
Well, we
I
have
don't
to
usually get no
guns,
tickets.
guns and shit.
Nah, I'm legal. I'm legal. If I got a gun, I got a card for it. It's legal. I mean, what the fuck?
I don't own a gun personally. I keep my gun at the station. I don't like having guns around because I got
I
children
don't
and I got a family. I don't like keeping my gun in my house. I keep my gun at the
Well,
station.
I don't like. I mean, anything can happen with a damn gun, you know. You can go to shoot somebody and shoot yourself accidentally and fucking it backfire. Who the fuck knows? This world's weird, man.
I keep that shit at the station. I don't fucking bring that shit home.
You know how 50 Cent has that song? He said the 9 might jam, and you know, but but then he'll have to use the issue with it because it won't go off. It's like you can pray and it probably won't go off, and you'd be right. That's crazy shit just to put that right in your song because you know for a fact that's happened in real life to a lot of people. Like a dude with a gun thought they was going to go shoot somebody and they went to pull the trigger and the gun didn't work for them. And they were like, what the fuck? So yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, that happens. That happens surprisingly a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, you're gun jamming. Yeah, it happens a lot. Alright, and that's kind of scary as a cop because it hasn't happened to me yet. Because I've been like a town cop most of my career, like just a local town cop, a nice sleepy upstate New York town cop. But now I just got into I just got the position of state trooper, and on the highways around New York City and shit like that. And I work with all these other people, and they're like, "Yo, I pulled this dude over, and he had a fucking gun on him, and he pulled it out on me and started shooting at me." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" He's like, "Yeah." You fuck? I'm like, "Oh my god, Jesus Christ!" And like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to pulling over fucking drunk rich white women. And I'm like, "All right, well, we'll bring you in and we'll book you and you're gonna go to court." And I don't gotta go to trial or any of that shit. But
yeah, well, if you thought that lady that you had to punch in the face was a bad driver, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I don't fucking know. Not a bad. She's driving the wrong way on the New York State Thruway.
I know. What I'm just saying, you're going to see some of the most creative driving you've ever seen as a state trooper or whatever the hell you are.
Well, I only started it like what 9 months ago. I started it. Yeah, it was about 9, and less than a year ago I started it. But it's better money than a town cop, and it's better benefits for my fledgling family that I'm starting. Like, I got this one girl pregnant, unfortunately, which I'm kind of upset about, but I'm here now, and that's what
fledgling family. Does that mean you're with them or not?
No, I'm not going to leave them. I would never do that. Fledgling family means they're okay. My girlfriend's pregnant with twins. Great.
Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise. Relax, bro.
Jordan Peterson? Is that you in the VC? Jordan Peterson? Is that you in the VC?
That's him, Ishmael.
I'm Israel.
Clean your own room.
By the way, what are your thoughts? Is the Earth flat or not?
What do you know about water?
Water is something we drink. It can be changed into different forms.
You can bathe in water too, right?
Sorry? It's 8 pounds a gallon.
I said you can bathe in water.
Wait,
water's 8 pounds a
I
gallon.
heard Israel is committing a genocide. Is that correct? Hold on.
Dude, bro. Listen, your Jordan Peterson fandom is noted. You're going to have to cope about the unraveled outer space water ball. So just next time, if you're ever ready to acknowledge, listen, if you're ever acknowledged,
oh my god, can we get an F in the chat? Oh my god, can we get an F in the chat?
Are noted.
Can we get an F in the chat, please?
Yeah, your prayers are noted, but Rick and Morty guy, next time you're wanting to answer to your question, just fill up a bathtub and see what the surface of the water does. And just try and figure out at what point does the water start to bend. Good luck.
Can I ask you a quick question, sir?
Right. Did you hear the answer? Did you hear the answer to your last question?
Yeah, yeah, babes. So what I wanted to
Okay.
ask, can we have penetration?
Mental patients. Too many cartoons.
Imagine a cartoon as science today. You just put in the word Google. That's half the science done right there. And then you read the page and look at the cartoon, and then your science is done today. So crazy. You just know everything.
Yep. Back to Rick and Morty. You find it strange, Emperor, that people have such a they have to come here and spiral because of the topic. You deal
What do
with
you
a lot
want?
of people.
What? What you said, Emperor? What do you need? Money or something? What do you want?
No, I don't need money. Thank you. Save it for your family. But do you find it interesting that people have to enter in here and spiral because the topic hurts their feelings?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. No need to apologize. Did you hear the last guy come in here and spiral, Emperor?
No, I may have had
Yeah.
muted.
Oh, yeah.
What does spiral mean? I'm
Freak
old.
out. Freak out.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Throw a hissy fit. He was driving the wrong way, and then he threw a hissy fit when we said, "Hey, dude, wrong way."
What?
I said he was driving the wrong way, and when we pointed out to him that he was driving the wrong way, he threw a hissy fit.
Who is that
That's
now?
what the last guy you didn't hear.
Hmm. What do you mean driving the wrong way on the highway like that bitch I punched in
No,
the face?
figuratively speaking.
Oh, well. I tone a lot of shit out, like when I'm not listening to that shit.
That's
He
fine.
was getting ready to punch him out. He was like, "Where's he at? I'll punch him in his face."
Yeah, you're breaking the law. I'm gonna bring you to justice.
With a good punch in the face.
No.
That's that's always good. I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. You see a lady with a knife stabbing at everybody, you just run and punch her with your hand. You know how many times you could have got stabbed by trying to punch a lady with a blade? Like that's not
Nah,
smart.
I punched her right in the. I knocked her right the fuck out. Yeah. She was on
Well,
top.
no.
She big fat black woman on top of my partner with a knife in
Oh,
her hand. Yeah.
she was giving him the business.
Yeah, she's giving the business. He had to go to the hospital, only for minor cuts, but
Yeah, I get those every day at work. Damn it! But that is crazy, man. That lady almost like whooped his ass. What's he tell his family when he gets home? Man, I pulled this lady over and she got out and beat the shit out of me, threw me on the ground, was fucking me up. Then another cop had to come pull her off and save me.
it wasn't pull her up and shit. It was me running up and punching her
No, I
directly
know.
in the nose.
I know, but then you picture those fights where they have a lady and a guy, and the lady just can't win. Like the lady's like, "Come on, guy, I'll fight you in this professional ring," and like the lady just like lasts one half a round. They're so crazy.
I
It's
guess,
I don't know,
yeah,
just
women are the worst. Yeah, they're terrible.
reality, man. Well, just people are crazy, all people in general.
Dealing with women is way worse than dealing with men, because women are like, I'm suing you, like fucking screaming at you, like, yo, I'm arresting you because you're drunk. And like, you got a bunch of cocaine on you. Like, I'm arresting you. What do you want? You're fucking assaulting me. Like, oh my God. Women are the worst to deal with. Absolute worst.
They don't care that they got cocaine all over their nose and face, and it looks like they're eating powdered donuts, and you're like, "Look, lady."
Yeah. Yes, exactly. That's happened a couple times. Similar things have happened to me a couple times. But the women, like the dudes, will be like, "All right, I got caught. That's it. I'm gonna go to jail. All right, sorry about it. My bad." But the women will be like, "I'm suing you." Yeah, it happens. Unfortunately, it happens very often with the women. Like they're very combative too. They hate some women, especially in New York. New York's a very liberal state. We got a shitload of liberals up here, and the New York women will just all of a sudden be like, "That's it. I'm suing you." I'm like, "Yo, I'm pulling you over for drinking and driving." Blow into the tube. What did you blow? You blow a fucking .23. That's aggravated drinking and driving. Like you're going to go to fucking jail at least for a year. And they just fucking scream at you. I don't have to deal with anything else. Sometimes I need to go to court though and testify what I saw. I pulled her over. She blew in the tube. She got a .23. That's aggravated drinking and driving. That's all I know. I'm sorry, judge. Okay. And then the lawyer's like, "Well, that's not correct because she wasn't a .23." And the lawyers ruin this fucking country. Lawyers and women ruin this country. I'm telling you. Fucking I'm not doing anything but upholding the law. I'm not lying. I'm not joking. She had a .23 when she blew into that tube. She was driving the wrong way down the fucking highway, drunk as fuck. And then she tried to stab my partner. And then the lawyers in court, when you actually have to I'm gonna have to fucking do. Was that next week? I have to fucking go to court and testify and be like, "Yo, I rolled up to the fucking problem that was happening that my partner was dealing with, and this big fat black bitch got out of the car and started stabbing at my partner with a big fucking butcher knife." I'm gonna have to say something to the effect of that in front of a judge in a professional manner. And what I want to say is like, yeah, I saw this big fat black bitch
Hey, dude.
stabbing my
It's
partner.
kind of lost its steam after the first 35 times that you've used those describers. But yeah, what usually happens is you'll go sit up there and the lawyer will ask you questions. So, how is it you entered into this channel? Are you interested in the topic, or you've got a sore hand from your day at work?
Let me look what channel I'm in. What's this channel called? Hold on.
Well, it's definitely not It's not the complaining about work channel. That's for sure.
How did I enter into this channel? This is the politics channel.
I don't know. You're the emperor.
I don't fucking know. Somebody invited me to it. I don't know.
Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth inside the Politics Channel server.
Alright. Well.
Yeah, that's what the last guy was freaking out about. He couldn't handle the topic.
Who's the last guy?
The guy you didn't hear. Somehow.
No.
Was it that Rick and Morty weirdo?
Correct.
What is it, 10:30? I'm gonna go to the gym. Maybe I'll see some of you guys later in life. Maybe I won't. I don't know, but I just wanted to give you a little.
Stop texting and driving, bro. Stop breaking the law.
I just wanted to give you a little snippet of what it's like being a fucking state trooper up here.
I don't know, man. My last run-in with a cop was terrible. Man, dude fucking threw my fucking collarbone out of socket and fucking everything. Threw me down on the ground for fucking nothing, man. Fucking nothing. Didn't even read me my fucking rights. Torture cuffed me. Fucking. It was bad. He was bad. And then I got to the jail, and then they were like, "Who's the arresting officer?" And I told them his name, and they were like, "Oh fuck." So they all know that he's a dickbag, right? And then I get fucking let out. Right? I sat in fucking jail for 9 goddamn days Never saw a judge within the first 48 to 72 fucking hours, right? Another girl was arrested by my same fucking arresting officer. Torture cuffed her, did the same shit to her. Her wrists were fucking black and blue too. Fucking, so I was sitting there for 9 goddamn days and shit, and then I get let out and talk to the fucking bounty hunter, right? And he's like, since you've been bonded out, blah, 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 you gotta pay your shit. Giving me the whole spiel. And he was like, and who was your arresting officer? I told him the fucking guy's name. And even the fucking bounty hunter was like, oh, shit. That guy. Yeah, that guy's a
There you go.
fucking asshole. And I was like, so wait a minute. Everybody inside the fucking jail knows that this guy's a dick. And the bounty hunter knows that this guy's a dick. They all know that he's acting under the fucking color of law. And, he still has a fucking job? It's bad. The story gets even fucking worse. Like, I gotta go back for my court date. I'm sitting in the courtroom, right? I go through my shit. They're like, guilty on everything. Pay the money. Okay, you're a poor ass town and you want your fucking money. I get it. But a guy comes following me out of the courtroom. Hey, I've had this same arresting officer before. He's an absolute dick. He's killed people's dogs. Like, all this shit, right? And I'm like, damn. And before I'd even gotten to court, I sat down at the diner, and the waitress at the diner knows who he is because her daughter is best friends with the cop's wife. And she's like, yeah, he was bullied in school. Like, he was, it's a small town. Everybody fucking knows him. He was bullied in school. So this guy, and he brags. The guy that came chasing me out of court, his sister works in the fucking gas station just like a mile from where I got pulled over. And so the dude that followed me out of court, he's like telling me all the stuff that his sister tells him. That cop is always in there talking to her, bragging about all the shit that he does, bragging about beating people up, bragging about kicking doors in and shit like that. No knock, fucking no warrant having bullshit. And then this guy wants to go and be a fucking. He knows that the town is after him. That's the fucked up thing because it's such a small town, and he knows these motherfuckers are about to hang from the highest fucking tree. So he's running to fucking Georgia to go be a fucking hypo in Georgia. Fucking dick. But I got people in Georgia that are looking out for him. They're looking out, watching him, waiting. This guy's gonna get got.
Jeez.
Yeah, this guy's gonna get fucking got. I travel every fucking where. I have people everywhere. So it's fucked up. I still have a nice scar on my knee from where he threw me down, like judo tossed me to the ground. Like, I'm completely fucking unarmed. I'm a single woman on the road in the middle of the goddamn night. And it was all fucked up. He starts patting me down, is violating all kinds of fucking amendments here. And I'm asking for a female officer. I'm like, if you're gonna pat me down, I want a female officer. And he just starts getting fucking aggressive. And it was fucking crazy. Fucking wrenched my arm behind my back. I had my phone in my hand. And that's what he was afraid of. I had my phone on me. He was afraid of being like recorded. And so, but it was too late. I got a recording of his voice. Because I messaged my husband and I was like, fucking get my mom. This cop's got me on the ground. And you in this message, right? And you can hear the cop. He knows that he's being recorded, so he changes up his fucking tone and he's like, ma'am, come on, ma'am, please, ma'am. And you can hear that in the recording because he's a dick, dude. 6'3", right? I'm 5'8", right? And this dude's 6'3", strapped to the fucking teeth, fucking ex-Air Force, whatever, and has me on the fucking ground, dude. I'm like, shit. This in the middle of the night. Like, I feared for my fucking life that night, and I don't know. I could have really hurt him if I wanted to. The way he tossed me. Oh my god. I was like, don't fight. I had to like stop my brain from fighting because that's the natural response when a cop comes at you like that. Like, I felt like if I didn't roll my window down a little bit more, he was going to break it out. Right? If I didn't step out of the car, he was going to rip me out. Right? If I didn't fucking do everything he fucking told me to do, he was going to fuck me up. That's the vibe that I got off.
Why'd
It
you
was
get
bad.
pulled over?
What?
Why'd you get pulled over?
Because he didn't see my tag. I didn't have a license plate on the back, but I had just gotten the vehicle, and I have a 3-day grace period between the states that I was traveling to. But he didn't care. Wouldn't let me talk to him. You know, he's like, I'm doing the talking, I give the orders, that kind of, he's just a fucking dick. Gave him all my paperwork. I'm like, this is a private vehicle. I'm like, do you know the travel laws?
He didn't want to hear that from you.
You know?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm like, I have the right to travel. You need to look it up. I have the right to travel. This is not a for hire vehicle. This is my private vehicle. Here is the proof that I own this vehicle. It is mine. It is fully paid for. I own it. Here's my bill of sale and everything. And he didn't give a fuck. He didn't even want to look at it. Didn't care. None of that. Just was looking for the quota. And he charged me with interference with law enforcement, which apparently he charges everybody with that because it brings in a $750 fucking ticket. So everybody I talk to that's been arrested by that guy, they all get charged with a fucking interference with the LEO.
Not guilty.
Yeah. Oh, I pled not guilty, and then no contest to another charge, but they didn't care. The clerk and the judge were like, guilty, 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 pay all the shit, bye, get out of my courtroom. So they don't give a fuck. They run a racket. They run a fucking racket. That's all it is. It's racketeering. Yeah. How the fuck was I in jail for 9 goddamn days? And I didn't see a judge within the first 48 to 72 hours? You gotta be fucking shitting. So yeah, forgive me for not trusting cops. He was like reaching into the breast pockets of my vest that I was wearing, like just without warning. And I was like, whoa, dude, you didn't even ask. I told him, I was like, you didn't ask. Can I get a female officer? And yeah. And I had my phone and brought my phone up. And then he was like, oh, I'm going to wrench your arm behind your back and like squat you down to the floor. I had to like enter the passcode in my phone with my nose. Yeah, it was fucking nuts. I was in a panic. I'd never been that scared in my fucking life.
Did you get plates?
Yeah, I'm all plated. Fucking, I got my insurance and shit up to date and all that bullshit. But it's like, God, these people need to not fuck with me. They like to fuck with people. That's all it is. Like, it was so traumatizing. I think I was probably shaken from it for a good, like, 3 fucking weeks. I was just so shaken from that experience. I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, I thought this guy was gonna fucking beat the shit out of me or something.
Wait, are you still a flat earther?
What?
Are you still a flat earther?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Why would I? Once you go flat, you never go back. Come on.
Because I actually used to be a flat earther.
I don't believe that. I believe that is something that a lot of globies have started saying to try to pull people away from flat Earth.
No, I'm actually being genuine.
Oh, what have you've returned to drag us back to the Outer Space Church?
No, I used to be a flat earther, but then I realized
we heard you. That doesn't really sound very legit. When?
Well, it doesn't sound legit to you.
When did you realize that the globe was a myth?
Back when it was popular, back in I think it was 20.
So you're just kind of going with the current, with the stream. You didn't actually realize that it was a myth. You just said, "Hey, look at this shiny thing. This looks fun."
No, it was a couple years ago, and it was like
Okay, what led you to realize that the globe was a myth?
I'll tell you how I know about the flat Earth community.
No, that's not the question. You said that you used to be a quote unquote flat earther. So when did you realize that the globe was a myth?
When I looked into flat Earth.
No, the globe. What was the thing about the globe that that it clicked and you said, "Oh wow, this whole thing is a mythology"? What was that moment?
Oh yeah. So it was a video about a guy. Basically, he was at the beach and he zoomed into the horizon and he captured the boat. It looked like the boat went over the horizon, but then he zoomed in and you could see the boat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But that was obviously
that's still happening. Yeah, go down to the harbor. That's still occurring. You sit down on the ground at the harbor, and all the boats surrounding you within the like couple few hundred yards. If you sit down, you can't see the bottom of the boat where it meets the water. Then you can stand up and you can see more.
Yeah, but then I realized it eventually does disappear. So.
Well, yeah, the boat gets too small.
That's what
it's not that it disappears.
Yeah, so you're still dude. So that's not a good reason for a globe.
No, that's
You're
what's
wishy-washy. Listen, your wishy-washiness is ad nauseum.
No,
yeah,
listen,
that's
just
though.
Look, this is just a Latin word that I like, and it's not what I'm doing.
What?
Do you know what optical limitations are?
Huh?
There's optical limits to things. There's optical limits to how far your eyes can see. There's optical limits to how far a Nikon P900 or P9000 or fucking telescope can see. There are optical limits. Not only that, you have a lot of atmosphere between you and whatever, object you might want to try to look at in a far distance. You've got fog, you've got haze, you might have rain. You got all this stuff going on, right? Dust and all that. You're not going to see through that, right? And you're not going to exceed your optical limit of your eyes or with a camera or anything like that. So
if I have
if you stop seeing it, right? Just because you stop seeing it at a certain point doesn't mean that it's going down a curve or anything like that, right? Because then you'd actually have to claim that Earth is an even bigger globe, right? You can't prove that.
Or a smaller globe.
Have you been on a hill before?
Oh my god. Dude, you
Yeah,
can't see
no,
forever.
let's go with
Dude,
that.
you can't see forever. Do you get it?
Okay, so have you ever seen people go up and down a hill?
Oh wow.
I've been on a hill before. What was the second question?
So you've seen people go up and down a hill, right?
Yep. I go up and down hills all the time. I travel the country.
Okay, so
this isn't going to end well ad nauseum for your globe proof, because that doesn't occur in reality. People aren't going over a hill.
Right. I mean, I'm going up hills and down hills, and I'm going flat, and I'm going, straight. I'm going in like a left curve or a right curve.
The problem with your argumentation is it's been debunked. So there's something called angle.
Oh, what?
Okay, so there's something called angular.
You don't even know the argument. You're going to try to bring up angular resolution.
Even know it.
You're going to improperly invoke it. So I want to stop you before you get too far ahead of yourself, because you're going to improperly invoke angular resolution.
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean?
Well, what I mean is I'm talking about when objects are far, right?
Your LARP failed, bro.
let
Yeah,
me finish.
okay,
So
finish.
when objects go further away from you, what happens?
When objects are further away from you, they appear to they go into your vanishing point of perspective and your pyramidal field of view. Your LARP is over.
What about something called angular size?
Yeah, it's this the object itself is not actually shrinking, it just appears to be shrinking, right? That's the angular resolution of things. Yeah, I get it just fine.
Yeah,
You're
so it's
still
not
not.
disappearing because it's going over a curve.
So,
You just
Yeah,
flat smacked
there's still
yourself
no
ad
curve.
nauseum.
You're yep,
so,
you're just
so
flat
do you
smack.
agree that there's an angular size to things, right?
It doesn't prove a curvature.
Listen, bro. When did I say curvature?
Well, I
When
mean,
did
Dude,
I
if
ever
you
say
said
curvature?
that you said
flat
that
Earth
was
or
your reasoning as
When
to
did I
why
say
the
that?
Earth is a
I'm
globe,
literally
because things
talking about.
disappear eventually, bro.
I'm talking
Your
about
LARP
angular
isn't very well thought
size.
out.
I'm talking about angular size. I'm talking about
My
angular
goodness, dude.
size.
Listen to this. Yeah, you really sound like someone who realized that the globe was a
Okay,
myth.
now listen to me. Do you agree with angular
Oh, I'm
sizes?
listening.
Do
okay,
you
nobody
agree with
disagrees
angular
that
size? Yes or
nobody here is going to disagree that angular resolution or
I
thing.
never said angular resolution.
It's what that is,
And I
though.
don't think you
It's
Yeah,
know.
you
size,
said
right? No,
books
no, it is
disappear
the same thing,
eventually.
dude. Angular resolution, the size of
No,
what
it's
you're fucking
not.
seeing, how you resolve it, bro.
No,
Stop
it's
your
not.
LARP.
Angular resolution is not the same as angular size.
Stop your
Okay.
LARP. So you used to think the Earth was flat. So you used to be a glober, then you were a
So let
flat
me
earther,
ask
and now
you this,
you're
right? Hold
and
on.
now you're a glober again, right? So now you're back to
How
having to try to
Hold
prove the
on, ad
globe.
nauseum, ad nauseum, dude. I don't know what you've attempted to do, but it's failed.
let
So
me I wasn't
listen,
even
look, can
finished.
you listen for 3 seconds,
Oh
bro?
my god.
Your prayers to God are noted. So if something disappears in the distance, is the only reason because it went over a curve?
I wasn't even finished with my
I'm
argument.
asking, you're mumbling. So if something disappears in the distance, is the only reason that could occur is because it went over a curve?
Yes. Yes.
No. A boat can
Yeah.
go into the fog 100 yards from you and disappear.
Okay, that's obviously fallacious.
No, it's not fallacious.
Because it's a false
A
equivalence
boat
fallacy.
can disappear into the fog within 100 yards from you. Hell, it could do 100 feet from you.
Yeah, that's fallacious.
So there's more than one
No, it's not
reason. Listen,
fallacious.
there's
I
more
have an
than one
example.
reason why something could disappear in the distance.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm gonna
I've
destroy you
heard
if
you,
you let me
bro.
finish. If you
Now
let me
that's your
finish, I
problem.
will.
Everybody to listen to you, but you
If I
don't listen
let the time
to
you
else.
finish, you destroy it, right? So we can all agree here that things that are further away get
Here
smaller.
comes
Yeah?
the spiral.
Yeah? Can we all agree with that?
Yeah, things that as they're further away from your field of view, yeah, they appear to be smaller. What's the point? Get
Okay.
to your point.
So when I look at the moon, right?
No,
The moon.
you're already wrong.
Wait,
Nope,
hold on. Let me finish.
Nope, back
Can't
down.
finish, dude. You're looking up at the fucking
No,
moon. You're not going to
no,
finish that
you
one.
can't keep your fucking feet on the ground. You can't keep your fucking feet on the
You
ground.
have to look up
You
at the
can't
moon,
do it.
dude.
You can't
Yeah,
fucking
you've
do
gone
it. You
away
gotta
from
point
your.
away
Yeah,
from the
you've
ground.
run.
Look at you
You've
go. You
run
gotta
from
point
your.
away from
Listen,
the
bro.
fucking
You've
ground.
run from your original globe proof. You've run from that.
Hold on, because you agree that things that are further away, they're smaller.
You're okay. So you're making a straw man of trying to figure out if the ground beneath you is curving or not. Hello, duh. That's counterintuitive.
I'm asking you if things are smaller as they go further away from us, and the moon, it looks pretty big in the sky. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty big. So that means if I got closer to it, it must be really massive, right?
This is an if hypothetical bullshit. So you want to jump to hypotheticals now? Show where's the
No,
curvature of
you
Earth?
agreed. You agreed.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the curvature of Earth and boats disappearing and how things look small as you're looking out at the horizon. You want to look up. Well, let's look away from the fucking what's going on the ground and on the water.
Listen to me, lady. Listen to me. You
Don't fucking
agree?
listen to me, lady. Don't listen to me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Listen to me.
I will mute your ass.
Okay, because you're a coward. I understand.
Yeah. No, you're disrespectful.
Listen, I'm being respectful. Listen to me. So we can all agree here right now.
You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest ad nauseum. Do you think that's respectful?
I'm gonna be. Well, what did I say that's dishonest?
Oh my lord! I'm telling you right now. I'm informing you right now. You're talking at both sides of your mouth. You've run from your original globe Earth claim. You said, "Well, I realized a boat disappears eventually, so it must be a globe." And then I say, "Hey,
Yep.
a boat can disappear into the fog." You're like, "That's not happening. That is untrue, sir."
And then I posted an example of power lines, power line towers disappearing into the fog off a flat ass highway.
Can we stick to the moon? Can we stick to the moon? Is that okay?
Can we stick to the Earth? Can we do that? Is that possible? Can we do that? Huh?
Hey, can you get real? Can you get real, ad nauseum? Get real, bro. You're wasting your own time.
I'm trying to show you.
You're appealing to smarmy little pseudo intellectuals who are equally as confused as you are.
Can I finish my point or not?
All right, Ross,
I mean,
bro.
You've been given plenty of opportunity to get to your point, and then you gish gallop onto something fucking else that's not relevant.
You changed your point, bro. Do you acknowledge now that you changed your original point?
No, I haven't actually. You're just not letting me finish. That's the problem. You're just a bunch of bullies. Don't let people finish something.
Okay, get your feelings out of it, okay? Not a bunch of bullies, all right? Calm down, right? If we were a bunch of bullies, we wouldn't give a shit. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't care, right? But we actually have pretty big fucking hearts. We do care. We care about the truth. We care about teaching people. We care about you, even though you're not being honest, right? Like, we don't hate you. There's no hate, okay? You need to get back to your original point, your original claim, which is that the boat disappears eventually, right? The boat disappears eventually, so Earth must be a globe, which you would have to be claiming that it's an even bigger globe. It has an even bigger radius than 3959 miles, right? That's where you're at. That's where your claim sits. Just to clarify your claim for you.
Do you want me to finish my point or not?
No, I want you to get back to your original points.
Right.
The original claim.
These people are tough.
You never made your
talking. They keep interrupting. They keep on doing these things.
Made your point.
I'm trying to make my point, but they keep interrupting. It's just so hard.
Okay.
So hard.
I'll tell you what. I promise that I won't interrupt you. I promise. I'm going to mute myself in just a second. I promise I won't interrupt you if you can stick to your original claim that the boats disappear eventually, so it must
Tell me what my original claim is. Yeah, that's.
Apparently I have to, because you came in claiming it. Does anybody have it recorded? This is
just so dishonest.
Holy shit. We can clip it and play it back, I'm sure.
Well, it's not what you said. You didn't say boats go over the curve. It's a mod asking you, hey, so we can speed this up. Boats go over the curve or no?
Is that what he's denying now?
Yes.
Oh my lord.
Can I actually finish my point, or are you going to keep interrupting?
I asked you to finish. I asked you a question and you wouldn't answer me.
Sorry, I was unmuted, so I don't know what
you guys are getting confused. Ad nauseum wanted to speak to the girl, to the pretty girl, and then he said he was a flat earther because somebody zoomed in on the camera. But now he's a glober. He hasn't said why.
Yeah, no, he did say why, because he realized that boats eventually disappear.
Oh, is that right?
That was his original little. Yeah, he goes, but then I realized that a boat eventually does disappear. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That was his numero uno.
Right, and I'm trying to explain why, okay, but you keep interrupting.
So you did
Okay.
say that.
Yes, I
Okay, so
did say
go ahead
it.
and
Yes.
explain. Yeah, explain. And looking at the moon isn't going to help you with a
Okay.
boat. Do you understand that?
I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. So we all agree there's angular size. We all agree that things get smaller, right? The moon is an example of that because the moon pretty big, right? So according to your own logic, the moon would have to be about a quarter of the size of the Earth sky.
Okay. Pause.
And the reason why I say that is because we can look at the moon.
You are all over the place, bro.
I'm trying
I need
to
to stop you.
get my point. So on a flat Earth, right, the horizon would be much further away, and it would appear at eye level, regardless of your height.
Wait,
However,
are your eyes above your feet?
however, on a globe Earth, the horizon
answer you.
drops. I wasn't finished my point, bro.
Well, he wants
The
to know if your
horizon.
feet are below your eyes.
I'm not finished. What I told you said you won't interrupt.
I didn't say that. We're just trying to get you to clarify your shit.
Let me
Yeah,
finish
what
my
you're
point.
saying is empty. We're just cutting to the chase.
However, on a globe Earth, the horizon drops as you gain altitude, which is consistent with the angular size of the horizon changing due to the curvature. Okay?
What?
Wow,
Do you
he's got his own
understand that?
globe he lives on now.
No,
Word salad.
that was so circular. That was so circular, and it was just like you just told me a story. You didn't even do anything.
Okay, what you want me to re-explain it to you? I'm
No, okay.
saying, a flat Earth, the horizon would be further away. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that the horizon is optical and not physical?
Yeah, further away
and
from what?
yeah, I agree. And what I'm saying
Further
is
away
the
from what?
optical illusion would be further away. Do you understand?
Further away from what?
Oh my God.
You're praying to
Didn't
God a lot, bro.
I? See, you said. See, that's the funny thing is I said that it's optical, and he says optical illusion. Now, I didn't say it's an optical illusion. I said that it's optical. Sometimes you're going to see further out to it than you would other days, right? That's all it is. Sometimes you can see 5 miles, 10 miles,
He
20
said
miles,
something
30
really,
miles.
guys. The guy said something really incredibly ingenious. He said that
No,
from
you.
what? Well, of course, we all know from what? From the observer, you donkey. So this guy is incredibly smart, guys. He's so smart.
Yeah, further away in relation to what? What distance are you seeing further? What are you even talking about?
To the observer, you Donkey Kong. Okay.
Okay, well, listen, if you go outside, your long distance observations of reality will show to you that there is no evidence of this 3959 mile radius water ball curving away from you.
No,
You
there is
say
actually.
you do see beyond the limitations of the 3959 ball. You donkey.
Yeah, because some areas have a more flatter local area than
Donkey,
others.
stop
Oh my
singing!
lord, dude.
Stop singing! Donkey! Donkey, stop singing! Just stop! Just fucking stop singing, Donkey! Jeez Louise, dude. All you're doing is singing us a song and telling us a fucking story.
No, but don't you think that
Nobody,
if
nobody.
something was flat, hold on, if something was flat and was moving away from you, do you think it would drop?
Dude, okay, did you not see what I posted in the chat?
No, but I'm asking you, do you think it would drop?
It doesn't actually fucking drop. It just appears to do that. It appears to go down within your field, your pyramidal view, your pyramidal field of view. Do you understand pyramidal field of view, or am I, or like
Okay. So
linguistically beyond you?
if I
Is that,
created
hold
a
on,
camera,
no, answer my question. Answer my question. Do you understand
if I
what I mean when I say pyramidal field of view?
no, I don't really care.
Well,
Listen,
then I can't talk to you. Go learn what
listen to me,
pyramidal field of view
lady,
is,
listen to me.
and then you'll understand why things appear to drop
Can I finish my
in your
point now?
vision.
If I
No,
if I showed you a
I've
camera,
obliterated your
that if
point.
I
I
showed
just
you a
obliterated.
camera,
You
if I
have
showed
no
you a
point.
camera,
I've
if I showed you a
dislocated you.
camera,
If
if
you
I
keep
showed you
doing this,
if
it's
I
not going
showed
to
you a
matter.
camera,
If you do this,
if I
it doesn't
showed
matter.
you a camera that doesn't have the limitations of the human eye, right?
A camera has
That could actually zoom in very, very close to things that are very, very far away. And
yeah.
what we
I already
find, hold on, can I
I already
Yeah,
finish?
told
welcome to
you.
Flat Earth.
Can I finish my point?
Welcome to Flat once
Can I
Yeah,
finish?
again.
Can I,
You
flat Earth.
welcome.
can I actually finish my point without getting interrupted?
Okay,
So the
You're
sure.
flat
camera
smacking. You're
is
flat smacking yourself, dude.
the camera can zoom in very, very close to things that are very far away. And if I showed you that the camera does the same thing that we do, which is that it goes over something, it goes over something, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay,
It
thank you.
doesn't actually
Welcome to
come
Flat
back
Earth.
to you. The ship
That's a
doesn't come
yeah,
back.
dude.
Welcome to
The
Flat
ship
Earth. We've been
the
saying
sh-
that these
listen
things
to lady,
over the
listen to
surface.
me.
Yes, yes, we
Listen to
do.
me. Lady, listen to me. The
I'm
ship
tired of listening.
doesn't. The
Spiraling.
ship.
Sir, no need to
The
spiral,
ship doesn't.
sir.
The ship doesn't come back to view. It's disappeared.
Linda,
It's
Linda,
gone. It's
His actions. Listen
gone.
to his
Linda,
act.
listen.
The wheels are
Linda.
falling off.
Yeah, so I just destroyed you already, right, on a few things because you don't understand what your pyramidal field of
Oh
view
my
is,
god, you're
and you don't
incredibly dumb.
understand how that would work over a flat earth. But you did tell shut the fuck up. But you did tell us that, yeah, these things move over a surface. Yep, welcome to flat earth. Yep, we're right at the center, and everything moves over the surface of earth, the face of earth.
Are you done?
Right. Welcome to
Okay, cool.
reality,
I'm gonna
bro. How
respond to
long
that.
you been
I'm gonna
sleeping?
respond to that, right? We have cameras that can zoom in
I heard that,
all the
and
way to all the way to the moon and show the surface of the moon.
This guy.
Okay.
That's
So
lunacy,
what I'm
bro.
saying
okay,
to
but
you is, what I'm saying
right.
to you is,
That's your
we
misconception.
have cameras
Bro,
that can zoom
you're
into
thinking that
these
the moon.
boats.
You're thinking that the moon. You're
Can I
thinking that the.
finish?
You're thinking that. You're
Can I
thinking that.
actually
You're
finish
thinking
my
Let him
that.
point?
You're
expose him. Let him expose
Can I
his
finish my
desperation.
point?
Yeah,
all right.
he's doing a
We
great
have
job.
cameras so powerful that don't have the limitations of our eyes, can zoom in, and you know what we find? We don't find the boats. The boats disappeared. Where did it go, guys? It went over the horizon. That's what.
That's all he's
This
got.
was so non sequitur.
This
That
is
was
it.
so non sequitur, and it was so painful. Listen
Look at
to
the
I
that.
had all
moon.
that
The
time for that.
towers. Yeah.
He
It,
said we have cameras that zoom into the moon, and basically this is how we know if boats go over the horizon. What? Bro, do you
yeah,
hear
your
yourself?
act might be better in a poetry slam channel ad nauseum.
Surely you hear yourself, right? Okay, so you're thinking that the moon is like 300,000 miles away, right? That's your first mistake, is you're thinking that the moon is further away than it actually is, right? That's your problem. And you're not understanding that these cameras that we have an optical limitation, right? But they still exceed and I'm agreeing with you, right? They exceed our optical limitation. So that's good for us, right? That's good for flat Earth. That means that we can exceed, right, 3 miles from 6 feet. That means we can exceed 5 miles from 2 feet. We can exceed 10 miles from 1 foot, right, across water. We keep exceeding that limit of vision with this optical technology. And all we're learning is that we see farther and farther and farther and farther with no curve to be found. Up high, down low, you're too slow, you don't get it.
So wait, so you've never seen?
Well,
So hold on,
listen, dude. You ad nauseum. Your story is you were a flat earther, then you started getting ideas from the moon, which is lunacy, and now you're here.
We're all globe earthers. Nobody can run away from globe Earth. Right?
You're highlighting the religiosity and the cultish nature of this outer space mythology, bro.
No, all I'm highlighting is the fact that if we want, listen, everyone on this planet agrees 1 + 1 = 2. There is nobody.
Yeah, listen, you're presupposing that Earth is a planet, so you're making lots of leaps of logic.
There's nobody debating 1 + 1 = 3. You know why? Because everybody has a cultish consensus. Do you understand that?
He sounds like he's about to almost. He's in tears.
Are
It
you
almost
showing
sounds.
one person? Because who is debating 1 + 1 = 3? So your idea, this idea that I'm part of a cult, is stupid. Because if you are truthful and you want to seek the truth, then you will side with the people that are truthful, and not the people who say 1 + 1 is 3. You guys are the people that are saying 1 + 1 is 3, and that is ridiculous.
No, 1 + 1 is fucking 2. We know 1 + 1 is fucking 2. What the hell? Hold up. This is how we do one. This is how we do 1 + 1 is 2, right? We take the radius of a globe Earth, 3959 miles, right? And we do the math from that. We do the geometry, okay? And we figure, okay, at 6 feet, right, standing at the beach, if I have an eye level of 6 feet and I look out across the water, according to the globe Earth geometry, I should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts. I don't even see left to right curvature. No, it's like, what am I, standing on a fucking rolling pin? Okay, and then it gets worse from there, right? So we drop our observation height, our eye level, right? We drop the eye level down to 1 fucking foot, and guess what? We can see. Shut up. We can see farther than 3 miles, right? We can see 10 fucking miles out to the optical horizon. Okay, so your curvature is nowhere to be found. You'd have to claim that you live on an even bigger globe that you can't prove, or just concede that it's flat. Okay, if you used to be a flat earther, it makes no damn sense how you even went back to the globe. You're done. You're cooked. Your wig is snatched. Thank you. Next contestant.
Lady, you're part of the 1 + 1 = 3 club.
You tried, bro.
I know it's hard. I get it.
Yeah, for you, maybe.
Yeah, it's difficult for you, kid.
I know it's tough being part of a stupid cult.
It is tough for you being part of a stupid cult.
Yep, you need to stop projecting.
Wait, so are you saying it's bad to be part of a cult?
Globe is a cult, that's correct.
So are you saying it's be part of a cult?
I'm saying you're projecting.
Part of a cult.
No, but I'm asking, is it bad?
Repeat it one more time. Take the wax out of your ears.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is it bad to
you're,
be part
you're wrapped up. You're wrapped up in a mythology.
So is it bad to be part of a cult?
Well, it's bad to try to drag someone back to the cult.
Wait, hold on. No, are you saying that cults are bad?
Do what you want, player.
Answer my question, donkey.
Well, if you want to be a religious zealot, that sounds like something right up your alley. Yeah.
Sounds like something that a person decides if it's good or bad. I'm not in a cult. I don't know if they're good or bad. So I wouldn't know if a cult is good or bad. Only you know that.
Yeah, cults are good for religious zealots.
Okay, are you saying Flat Earth is not a cult?
Correct. Is the nature of water cultish?
Okay, listen, buddy.
Okay, let me ask you this. When I look at the moon, I see towers.
Physically, ocean, Physics is a cult now. Shut the fuck up.
Don't you think you guys are a little bit embarrassing? Like, because there are literally
Embarrassing
like
you.
there
Yes.
are
You're
children in
embarrassing.
there are children in school who are
We're
much younger than
embarrassing
you
you.
that
Yep.
understand that the
Embarrassing
Earth is
you.
round, and
Do they?
they are.
Do they?
Do you, do
Really?
you guys?
Because
Do
I
you
remember
guys?
being taught in school, and I guess the globe never really stuck anyway, because I was taught that liquids seek their level, right? And I was never taught that level curves, right? Level has never meant curve. Not until 2014 did level mean curve, right? It's only in one fucking dictionary. One in recent history, right? Because they're trying to mind fuck you guys. They're trying to mind fuck the kids, right? That's what they
You
do.
do realize
They teach you, shut
that
up.
that's
They're going to teach you that water seeks its level, right?
it
And
does.
then, but that 70% of the earth is covered in fucking water. But then they're going to tell you that.
Why?
So
Why can't it be both, lady? I'm asking you, why can't it be both?
a flat globe? Oh, I'm done with you.
Flat
Somebody.
globe, dude.
I'm asking, why can't it be flat, alright, the water sea level, and at the same time curve?
Flat globe.
Yeah, I'm asking you, why is that wrong?
That's not the way balls work, bro.
Dude, you have cognitive
Are you
dissonance.
saying?
You want it to be a ball and
Can
flat
I
at the
finish?
same time. That's
Can I
cognitive
finish?
dissonance, dude.
Can I finish? Are you saying that every single point on a ball is curved?
Yes.
Well then, my friend, you don't know anything about the ball.
Point is a location on that curve. So no, the points aren't curved, they're points.
No, I'm saying, is every single section of a ball, is it curved?
Yeah.
Okay, then
That's
you're
how they're
just an
made.
idiot.
And it's not a ball if it's not like that. What's wrong with you?
What I'm saying is you have something called local flatness.
No, that's something you made up.
Yeah, it's everywhere. The local flatness is
Wow.
everywhere, bro. Wow. It's frightening ad nauseum that someone ever told you that you were clever. That frightens
Do
me.
you know what do you know about local flatness?
Yes, you guys have made that up recently. We know. Everybody's told us the story about it, and we laugh at them. We laugh and laugh and laugh.
Okay, so the idea is this, right?
Wow.
You can, if you zoom into a basketball.
Nope, it's curved too. We got the photos of that too, zoomed in.
Okay, show us the photo.
Somebody can post it. You don't have
Because
it.
I
You're just
guarantee.
talking about it.
Yeah, show your zoomed in. Show the zoomed in basketball that you're bringing up, pal. You people have bad eyes.
I can show you a video if you want.
Oh, I've seen the image, and it's curved.
It's flat. When you zoom
No,
into
bro,
it, it's
you have
flat.
bad eyes. They run a line over it. They run a little line over it at the most zoomed in point, and it's still curved. And what are you
It's
talking about? There's
flat.
dimples on the basketball as well. If you want to be a pedantic little concrete thinking, splitting hairs that aren't there, you know what? Then I'll play the game. You know, there's dimples on the basketball. It's not
There's hills and
flat.
valleys now.
Yeah, there's ridges too.
Sit on a ball.
There's an NBA logo on it that embossed. That sure as shit ain't flat.
No. Those lines
I'm asking
too.
you, can you sit on a ball?
Wow.
Yes, people can
Down is
build
sitting on a ball.
walls.
Okay,
Humpty Dumpty.
how can you sit on a ball? How can you sit on something that isn't flat?
I can't sit on a ball. That's why chairs are
You
flat
can?
usually. No.
So you can't. You've never seen
No,
anyone
it's
sit
very
on a ball.
uncomfortable to sit on a ball, or everything would be ball shaped to sit on.
So wait, hold on. You've never seen anyone sit on a ball.
That's called yoga.
Oh, you mean sitting there at basketball practice waiting? Yeah, because they don't want to sit on the ground or stand.
Okay,
It's
have
not
you ever been
comfortable.
to
You can't can't do that for hours on end. You can't work in an office sitting on a ball. You're fucking crazy, dude.
Have you ever
And the
been
ball
to a
gets, hey,
circus?
dude, the ball gets flat on the bottom when they sit on it.
Okay. Have you ever been to a circus?
I'm listening to one right now.
Okay. I've been to a circus, okay? And they have these gigantic inflated balls. Okay? And
Clip it.
I
Is
actually
the YouTube
put
bot
my
in here?
I
Yes. Okay, go ahead, ad nauseum.
I put my hand on the side of it. Guess what happened? My hand did not curve. My hand was flat.
It was a
You
flat ball.
understand?
Yeah, it was a flat
No, it
ball.
was
I understand.
no, it was a curved ball. So the point that I'm trying to make is this. You can have local flatness on a globe. It's possible, yes,
No, I
absolutely.
would be able to measure that curve. Easy.
So
My measuring devices are
I
that
want
sensitive. I'd be able to pick that up.
Okay, ad
I
nauseum. Ad nauseum. Let me bring you back to reality here a little bit. You sound exasperated. So the Suez Canal, that's 120 miles of local flatness. So how many 120-mile flat slabs make up a ball? Or is that
we
locality
don't
too big for you? Too big for
we
your
don't really
example? You are
live on a
really.
ball.
I was once a flat earther. See.
I used to be I used to be a flat earther.
All right,
But
Ozzy.
but
I.
Sound like you're full of shit.
but
He's capping.
I just want you to find some big gigantic ball and I want you to put your hand on it and see if your hand curves.
Here
That's all I
comes the
want you to do.
spiral.
I have two.
No, I'm asking you to go do that. Okay, do you understand?
The beach ball is not the big ball is not the earth. You can't compare it.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is I actually put my hand against a massive ball. Okay, a big, huge sphere.
Okay, do you
I put my
understand his 100 miles? Do you
okay.
understand his
Hold on.
100 mile
Can
difference?
I finish? Can
Yeah,
I
we
finish?
heard it 3 times. I just got here and I heard it 3 times.
I put my hand, and guess what? My hand did not curve. It was flat. My hand
That
was
ball is
flat on
not
the
the
ball.
earth. That ball is not the earth. How do you explain that for
It
120 miles of
demonstrates that
flatness?
there are
Dude,
flat
you didn't measure
sections of
your
the
hand. You
ball.
didn't measure your hand. You're just saying things. You're dumb.
I'm dumb,
Yes, you are.
Yes.
but
That's
I
two
just
people that
told you.
agree.
I put my look. The way I felt it was like as if I was putting my hand against a wall.
So it
That's
appeared
how.
that way.
That's the.
Did you measure it?
No, I put my hand
Of
on
course,
it.
it
You
appeared that
hide.
way. Yes, it appeared that way. Did you measure it?
No, I can look. If I put my hand against a
Simple.
wall, if I put my hand against the wall, it's
Dude,
flat,
dude, you're
right?
not going to make it in this world if you
Yeah,
think
he's not
When
construction
gonna.
I
workers use their hands to make sure something is flat.
no, you're not
Now
listening,
do
bro.
that with the earth. Now do that with the earth.
No, you're not
What you talking
listening.
about?
I put my hand against a
You should
flat
have put a
object.
square on it. You should have put a
You can
square on the
you
surface and you would have seen the difference.
no. What I'm saying is, you know.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you're just making up shit and you're just nothing you say makes sense. I can debunk you in a
You're
second.
not winning this
Actually,
argument. You're not winning this
wait a
argument.
minute. You actually inspired me right now. You
Okay.
actually gave me a really good idea. Actually, if you look at the tangent line of
Oh
a
my
ball,
God.
There's no such thing. It's called a tangent point. Hold on. I have to
On the
correct you. You're going
wall?
to
What are
talk
you
through
talking
me.
about?
I have to hold on. I have to correct him. It's called a tangent point.
No, because you
Tangent
actually
point.
inspired me. What you can
Yeah,
do
it's a
this with the
point.
You
It's
don't
a
understand
point.
what
Can
you're
I
talking
finish?
about.
Can I finish, bro?
No, we don't want to hear you finish.
Can I finish, bro?
Finish.
If you get a basketball and you get like a book that's flat, right? It's completely flat, and you put the flat book. If you put the flat book on top of the basketball, and you look at the gap, you will find a section of the flat book touching the basketball. Yeah.
This guy might be There might be something wrong with him.
There is.
No, but
That's
no,
not
hold
that's
on.
not
Just
Earth reality. You're talking about balls and books. What are you talking about? He asked you about 120 miles of
what I'm
flat
saying.
lake. What are you talking about?
What I'm
I
saying
think
is when you
Nazem,
what I'm saying.
the room IQ is too low for this conversation. Like, why are you even
100%.
trying?
100%.
Why are you even trying, bro?
It's funny to him, but he's the one not
But do you
getting it.
understand what I'm saying, bro? Do you understand what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying?
Oh, yeah,
understand. You're
I
talking
am,
about
but
balls and books. He's talking about 100 miles of land. What are you talking about?
yeah, and you can't see the correlation because you have low IQ. That's what I'm saying.
Low IQ. And it's funny to you that you have a low IQ.
I'm
That's
so
hilarious.
happy. I'm so happy somebody understands because like these people are just so like unbelievably stupid.
Nah, man, they're
No, he's
just
talking about
gaslighting you.
you.
They know what you're talking about. They're just gaslighting you on purpose.
Because yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you put a book
Are
on
you
top of a
serious?
basketball, you can see that the section of the flat book is meeting with the ball. Like
Okay, now
it's
do
like
100 miles. Now do 100 miles.
A flat section of the ball.
no. What I'm saying is a
Okay, so
section.
the ball
What I'm
isn't
saying is
curved. Do you hear that, Vanek? This guy's talking at both sides of his mouth.
what I'm saying
Vanek,
is
this
a
guy's so lost
section.
in the weeds. Vanek,
What
hold
I'm
on, ad
saying.
nauseum. You told us a moment ago that the ball was flat. Now it's
No,
curved in relation to the flat table.
what I'm
You're
saying
talking out of both
is
sides of your mouth.
listen to you're not
100%.
listening. You're not listening. I'm saying the book is flat. A section of the
Well, what's
flat
the
book.
ball?
Oh
Let
my
me
God.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
We
finish.
heard
You
you
are
a couple of
finished.
times.
A
You
section
goofus.
of the. Let me finish. Let me finish,
All
man.
right, finish.
A section of the flat book is meeting with the ball.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
That's awesome. Now do the
Okay.
100 miles of land that he asked you about. Okay?
No, listen to
Okay?
me. I debunked
Okay?
you. I debunked
You
you.
are
I
mental.
debunked you, bro.
You have mental
I've
issues.
debunked you.
You have
You
mental
said there's no
issues.
local. You said there's no local flatness. I debunked you. I debunked you,
We're
bro.
talking about the earth. You're talking about balls and books. Are
No,
you
you
mental?
said.
Are you
You
mental?
said.
He's
Are you
freaking out.
Are
You
mental?
we
said.
talking about shapes?
Short
Regardless
circuiting.
of what
They.
objects, we're just talking about shapes, and you
They
can't.
No, you're
said
short
there's no.
circuiting. We're
They
talking
said
about the
there's
earth.
no local flatness on a curve. They said there's no local flatness. I demonstrated local flatness, and now you're saying you're trying
Yeah,
to
dude. But
gaslight
Yeah,
me.
we
listen,
were talking about the
You're
earth. You're
trying
the
to
talking
curve
about
gaslight
only.
shapes
me.
and balls.
Yeah,
What?
the curve.
Why?
Ad nauseum. Listen, you're talking about a curve that only exists in your head. You've seen it on TV, and and you're pointing around in reality to local flatness.
I
It's
literally
embedded in
just.
your psyche, you half-wit.
I just demonstrated it. You
Your IQ is
No,
donkey.
so
bro.
low. Your
You
IQ is
are
so
a
low. It's sad.
donkey.
Yeah,
You are a
yeah,
donkey.
your
You're not
mask fell
mental.
off.
Look at him. He's short circuiting. He
Yeah,
don't
he's
even.
No,
crying
you're
now.
a
Yeah,
donkey.
how do you know
It
the
sounds like
basketball?
laughter.
Listen, how do you know the basketball is equivalent to the earth?
Dummy. That's what I said 3 times. He doesn't
You
get it.
donkey.
He doesn't get it.
You are a donkey.
Yeah,
You
the,
are a
the 21st, he's a 21st
donkey.
century simpleton. Here he
Okay,
goes.
so
Bro, you're a medieval simpleton.
there's no moderation going on. What's up
You
with this
are
guy?
a donkey.
You done? Now do the
That's
earth.
hilarious. You just got.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely not done spiraling. He can do it. Vanek, his cheerleader, is here, so maybe he can get
Why
it
you on
together.
my dick for no reason, man? What the heck?
Hey,
With this on his
oh,
dick. What are you talking about? He's talking about balls and books, and we're talking about the earth. He's trying to equivalate balls and books to the earth. What say you?
I told you again, if you can't see the connection, there is a problem in the cerebellum.
What connection? Balls and books don't equate earth. What do you mean? Elaborate.
He's talking about shapes.
We're not concerned about what he's talking about. He's equating balls and books to the earth. What say you?
He's talking about shapes.
Okay, never
You're
mind.
fixated on balls and
You have a low
books.
IQ too, I see.
Nah, it seems like you're projecting right now.
yeah, flat isn't a shape, Vanek.
Dumbass.
Well, I bet a sphere is a shape. And guess what? A ball
And
has a
flat
sphere.
isn't.
Oh my.
And the surface of a book should be flat, rectangular.
You shut up.
Maybe
Let him start talking to you.
you guys have
Maybe.
different books. Like
Maybe.
they build them differently. Like I don't know.
They build the books,
Yeah,
or they
maybe in
write the
your
books.
country or whatever you're from, they make books differently in that the rest of the world, so they might have a different
Yeah,
shape.
Also appeals
mostly
to
curved.
consensus.
Mostly curved
Mostly
books
curved.
in our country. I don't know if you know. Do you have any page what is flat, or is all of them are curved? Are page leveled, or you didn't still measure it?
He didn't measure anything, I'm sure.
Shall we measure the page if it's leveled? Maybe it's leveled, but it's not flat. Jesus Christ.
They don't get it.
Yeah, sea level. Why we give name the sea level? Because it's curved. But if it's curved, and sea level it's curved. For God's sake, what is flat?
Oh, if only there wasn't a force holding everything down.
Can you tell me the answer? Can you tell me the answer? If curved is curved and level is curved, what is flat?
He doesn't want to hear that. He tried to change the subject.
I think there is no possibility for flat. That's the point. If you don't have possibility for flat, that means nothing can be flat.
I can definitely see a possibility for flat brain in here.
You've
heard the stories that it's the Earth is concave at the poles. Right? Like it's a little concave at the poles. I mean, they say it's flat, but if the Earth's a globe, then it would be concave at the poles.
When somebody says flat brain, does it mean the brain is literally pressed down and flat?
Look at him. He's still short circuited. He doesn't want to engage in a conversation. He wants to insult people.
No, I'm asking you.
No, we get it. We get it.
When somebody say black swan, we are observing the birds on the sea level. You understand? When somebody say black swan, because the bird it's a black, and if you see the black swan flying over the horizon, that means that you see the black swan. If you see the white pelican, then you call that white pelican.
Hey guys, the Earth is flat. I can see the pyramids from Paris.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just need a P90 camera, Canon, or whatever you guys
okay,
use.
why then Guinness record is
Mr. Fallacy.
I just need to keep zooming, man.
Mr. Fallacy. Mr. Fallacy. Yeah, we hear you.
What fallacy? This is literally what you guys do.
Okay, Mr. Fallacy.
Fallacy is your favorite word, man. You wake up, the first thing
I mean,
you say
it's your
fallacy.
favorite
You didn't even
tactic.
say mama or papa.
It's your favorite tactic.
Fallacy.
Are you saying that we describing flat surface like a flat?
He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about how he has superpowers to see Mount Everest or wherever from wherever. He doesn't want to talk about
I'm
reality.
saying that you're using the word flat in the wrong meaning.
Oh, wrong meaning. Can you tell me what is flat? What for you would be flat surface?
I'm not here to teach you English, bro.
Of course not.
Teach me English. Can you tell me in another language what for you will be the flat surface? Can you tell me that in Italian? Can you tell me that in Italian because I understand Italian? And can you tell me that in Croatian because I understand Croatian? Because English is my third language, please.
No, non te lo dico in italiano. Non sono qua a insegnarti.
Io parlo italiano, non ti preoccupare.
Non me ne frega un cazzo se parli italiano,
Sì,
sinceramente.
puoi spiegarmi come c'era una... Cioè,
non me ne frega niente.
Sì, va benissimo. Cioè,
stai balbettando.
Vuoi impararmi inglese? Vuoi imparare inglese?
Non lo sai parlare bene.
No.
Vuoi dirmi in inglese?
Sei un po' balbuziente quando parli in italiano.
Sì, va benissimo. Italiano è seconda lingua, croato è prima. Scusami per quello.
No, ma tranquillo.
Cioè, va benissimo, sì. Però non dire stronzate di inglese, perché inglese è inglese, hai capito?
Ma inglese è una parola, vuol dire tante cose, come in italiano.
Come livello? Cioè, il livello è curvato o è
quando ti
dritto?
dicono che lo spazio-tempo è piatto, cosa vuol dire? Che veramente lo spazio 3D è piatto? No, vuol dire qualcos'altro.
Sì, puoi definirmi perché noi chiamiamo il livello di mare?
Il livello di mare è giusto una percezione
Sì.
Per rendere le cose più semplici, per spiegare le cose più semplicemente, si dice che è piatto.
tipo
Lo sappiamo
elevazione,
benissimo.
tipo elevazione.
Tipo che?
Tipo che... Scusa per la lingua, io ho dimenticato, ne ho parlato con
Yeah, no,
10
take
anni.
your time, man. Don't worry.
Sì. I want to ask you, how you can have the elevation comparing to the sea level in the middle of the Italy?
How do you what?
How you have the mountain of 1 kilometer height in the middle of Italy?
How do you have a mountain that is 1 kilometer high
Yeah.
in Italy?
How do you know that it's 1 kilometer high?
Oh, you take a point of reference, I guess.
And where is the point of reference?
Uh-oh.
We go to the coast. Closest coast
Okay,
to the sea.
but mountain is 500 kilometers from that point.
Like what do you mean?
What's
I
the
mean,
reference?
the mountain distance to the sea level, it's 500 kilometers.
Yes, you're just gonna go down and then walk towards the beach.
Yeah,
and
how
get the
much of
distance.
drop? And how much drop over distance is on the sphere on that distance?
Fuck, I know, man. You have to calculate depending on the distances.
Are you calculating that when you're changing elevation with the distance?
Are you asking me if I'm doing the calculations now? No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't
when
even
you
know
drive the car, when you drive the car, when you take a car from let's say the Veneto and you go and you change the elevation, does your elevation change? It's because of the curvature or because of only elevation change?
The elevation change, is it due to the curvature or how's the curvature bringing like a
does Earth
elevation?
curving on 300 kilometers distance?
Yes.
That means when you take whatever you take from point A to point B, let's say Trieste to Milano, that means that down Earth is curving. You are counting on that when you're traveling, or you are only accounting on elevation and your base is 0. What is that? Can you tell
if
me
you were
that?
flying and there was nothing in between,
No,
yes,
if
you
you're
would
flying,
take into account that.
if you're
No, but if you're in the car,
car,
you have roads. Like, what are you asking for?
yeah, and roads they're changing elevation during how to say
They could depending on the terrain as well.
Okay, are you calculating for the elevation changes, or are you calculating at zero elevation, sea
You
level?
take into account all of them, like
Oh, you're a liar.
Yes.
You're a
What do you mean?
liar. No, you calculate from sea level only. You don't factor in those elevation changes.
I don't think you understood what is he talking about, by the way.
Oh my god! I don't.
Let me continue with him. Let me continue with him.
No. He understood properly
He
what I'm
doesn't
talking
understand.
about. Because every 10 miles, let's say, on the curved surface, the surface down will curve. On the flat surface,
Yeah, but
the
you're
base
curving
will
with
be
it while you're going. So why do you need to?
Do you
No, you're not
factor it
curving
in?
anywhere. You're changing only your elevation and counting on that. In reality,
You're changing it. It depends on the terrain as well, as I said. If you're going towards the mountains, of course you're gonna go higher.
Like, elevation to the sea level, nothing else. You're changing the height, nothing else.
I don't think he understands.
I don't think you understand me.
Okay.
Right.
Look to all elevation profiles of Giro d'Italia, okay?
Okay.
And then look the base when they are making they all even making that digital. You can see that profile on the screen. You can go on YouTube and you will see they will change the elevation every time they go from valleys to the mountains up and down, but the base is 0 all the time.
Sea level.
Yeah, which is the reference that we were speaking about.
Yeah,
at the very
exactly.
beginning.
That means flat, 0.
No, that doesn't mean flat. It's just the reference.
Is it that 0 curved base?
So you see, that's where you're wrong. You keep claiming that has to be flat. No, it's just a point of reference.
Man, that's the sea level point of reference. What is there? Who knows where?
It's like you're fixated in the word level. Is that your problem?
You think? Because it's the reference point.
Dude,
Is that the problem? Like the wording, the word level. Is that the problem?
Dude, it's called mean sea level, which means it's the average. It's the 0 point where you start.
I've had this conversation with different people on the server before, and they don't understand what a tangent to a curve is, so they won't understand the idea.
Yeah,
being able to measure a height on a curve.
It's pointless if it's
what a tangent point is. What a
You don't
tangent
measure a
point
height on a
is.
curve.
Is it point taken from the center?
No.
No, a tangent is not even in the center. A tangent. Do you know what's a tangent?
What angle is a tangent point?
From
90?
what? I mean, it's not even a tangent point. A tangent is not a point.
It's a line. guys.
It's not a point.
It's a line. There's a point at which the tangent meets the circle.
Yeah, maybe you need to
That's
speak
what you
for him.
mean. So that's what you mean.
And where
Tangent
the
point.
tangent meet the circle?
What's the angle that the tangent
Where
meets
does
the
the
circle?
tangent meet the circle? You just fucking
Maybe
draw
we
it.
need a drawing of a tangent.
Drawing.
Give me that angle.
Yeah,
If you make a
diagram.
draw,
Asking for angles.
of course, if you make a drawing of the circle and you make it from the center of that circle, you can
How do you
get
measure it in reality then?
Yeah, no reality required.
Yeah, of
Hilarious.
course that you can do that on the paper. Yeah, I agree with you.
You guys understand that when people draw diagrams, right, you can use a diagram to represent something real.
Yeah, but you
really?
have to
Do you
measure
know
it
that when you have
first.
something? Do you know when you have something real, then you can
There's
represent
no
that
need for
it's
it.
real on the paper.
Exactly. There's no need for the diagram when you're representing reality. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know what a
do you know that
representation?
you cannot? Do you know that you cannot make a model before original? You need to have
you know
original to make a model.
Do you know what
You know.
a representation is? Do you know what that even means?
The real world, the reality.
No,
If you want
exactly.
to,
It doesn't.
okay. For example, if you want to present me an example of the sea, you will not show me the sea with the diagram. You will bring me to the sea and say, "Sasha, look, this is the sea."
Yeah, that's not a representation, then, is it?
What is that?
Yeah, I thought so. Jesus
If
Christ!
you show me the sea on the computer and see in reality,
Hold on,
what
I
is
got
different?
something for him. I got something for him, Sasha. Go ahead and look in text, and you're going to give me the angle of that tangent.
The angle is 0.
Oh, so you can't use tangent.
Yeah, you can. You don't understand what I'm saying. That's fine.
No, I don't. You need to explain
Nah, you
it.
don't understand. That's hilarious.
I just
You don't
busted
understand.
you, kid.
You don't understand what I'm
Busted
saying.
you.
So that
You just denied tangents.
So that tangent, if you're talking about sea level, right, and you wanna kind of, so I had this argument with someone the other day about how it is that you can measure angles on a curved Earth. My prayers to Jesus are noted. Yeah, no, yeah, thanks, man.
Which part of that is that?
Anytime.
So if
Which
you wanna
part of that?
This guy.
you wanna do something like measure sea level, right? So you see this bit of the so you see it's shown a segment of a circle, right? So if I'm representing the Earth as a sphere, I can very easily tell you what sea level is because it's just the distance between the center and the point on the edge that I'm looking at. If I want to measure the angle between
Center of what?
the Earth, if I want to measure the angle between
How we measure to the center of the Earth?
geologists.
Center of Earth first.
Geologists measure center of the Earth. Can you post that?
No, they don't.
Well, you actually
No,
you actually don't need to measure it because you set
No,
it.
they
you can
do
set
not
it at
measure
0.
to the center of the Earth. Stop
Is
saying
it
dumb shit in
is
here.
it center on three? Is it center of 3,959 miles or 700,000
You actually
miles?
don't. To be fair, when you're doing these sorts
Is
of
it the
heights,
center? I'm asking you this question. Is it center of
It's irrelevant.
3,959?
It's irrelevant.
No,
The answer's
it is irrelevant because that's the radius of the center. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not relevant. So the
How we get to the center?
it's not relevant.
Geology.
So
It's not
It's irrelevant.
relevant. That's where your tangent comes
How
from.
geologists came to the center?
it's not relevant. So
It's relevant. You said how the geologists came to the center. Please,
it's not relevant.
it's relevant. You
He's
claim
got
it.
to keep saying it's not relevant. That's all he has.
Sasha, he gave up. He's no longer can put any relevancy to this.
You've changed the topic. You've just changed the topic.
Okay, it's not relevant. Can you mute him because he has nothing to offer? Okay?
You guys are mute happy.
But can I ask you? I'm sorry, but
No
you've been
mute
jumping from
button.
one topic
Okay, no
to the
mute
other.
button.
For real.
Can you tell me who is geologist who proved the center? Please go on.
It's just not relevant to what I was talking about.
You
We can
claim it.
talk about it if you want.
It's not irrelevant. Why did you say
Stop. I asked you how you got the center of a ball, and you said geologist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're talking about elevation, right?
Can you go back to?
Now you said geologist. How did they get to the center of a ball to make that measurement, to make a radius?
Not relevant.
He said, I didn't say.
Well, there's a few different ways you can do it. So you can either use like
No. Let's say this way. What these geologists did. That you took that way.
To your claim.
Yeah, sure, man. I'm aware that it's my
Not
claim.
not other ways. That way, what geologists did. I want that way.
piece of.
Maybe the Earth has
parallel
a
two ways.
radius of
Now
8 miles.
I'm gonna
Now
guess your
we
stomach hurts right now.
have more ways now. Go with that first one. We will take the second one later.
Second what?
Which was geologist. It would be the name also of geologist. It will be the year of the discovering. It will be everything's written. I hope so.
I don't understand what you're saying to me right now.
If you say geologist discovered, I think it would be the name of geologist, because if is it geologist human?
What?
Is it geologist?
Maybe-
Is it geologist
Did you dig a
human?
tunnel to China?
Does human have names?
Here you go.
Is it penicillin of Tom Sawyer?
There you go. There's an engineering website. It gives you 10 different methods people have used to measure the size of the Earth.
Pick your favorite one.
Well, my favorite one, probably because it's the simplest, is the ancient method used by Aristophanes.
Aristophanes, he didn't measure the center of the Earth. He measured the shadows, man.
Yes, he measured.
He didn't measure the center of the Earth. He measured the shadows of the
You can
sun.
measure the height of a building by its shadow. By the way,
That doesn't sound like geology.
That doesn't sound like the center of
sounds
the
like
Earth.
physics.
Yeah.
Right.
Not all of them. Not
Segways.
all of them are methods used by geologists. Just some of them. He asked me
So
for my
your
favorite.
favorite's geology, and you gave us a method that's not geology.
I didn't say my favorite one was geology, because those are way more
Oh
complicated.
my
This is a dead
God!
simple
Are
one.
you listening to any question, or are you just responding spitball bullshit?
No one asked me. No one asked me. They just said.
No,
I
he
gave the
mentioned
website.
he mentioned
Yeah, I went
Aristophanes.
ahead and posted your
Listeners?
experiment for you. You need parallel sun rays. It's over for you. Now, what's your
Done.
next
It's not
favorite
over.
one?
That's not over for me. It's not over. Just because that.
All right, show me a picture of parallel sun rays.
Why
bro.
you? Whoever posted that picture, like you never seen rail tracks?
Yeah, they are approximately parallel the sun's rays.
Oh my God! Show me a picture.
Approximately.
Okay,
Do you
for
know
real
that
life picture.
Do you know there is no such a thing like approximately parallel? That is not such a thing in mathematics.
Yeah, of course it is.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
Can you put life on that?
Can I put what on that?
No, he can
Life.
say that. He can say that. It's actually a true statement. He can say that, but it's not parallel at that point. You can say approximately parallel,
Yeah,
but it's
nearly
not
parallel.
parallel. You just mean not
There
parallel.
is not
So it's a
such a
bullshit
thing
statement.
like approximately parallel. Do
course
you
there is.
understand? For everybody, not for him only.
It's a fucking weasel statement.
There is such a thing as approximately
Man, there is
parallel.
no such a thing like approximately parallel. Listen this. If you have two lines, if
It's
they're
not
going,
parallel.
listen this really carefully.
Might be
If
a
they are
language
going,
barrier, honestly. Plain
if they-
parallel approximations are done all the time.
okay,
Yeah, all the
if
time.
you have
All the
two
time.
Doesn't
lines,
prove
and then,
anything.
man,
He doesn't know what
they're-
approximately
Can I
means.
say something? Only something. If you have two lines, and if they're approximately going by 0 point and put now million zeros, and that is the how much they are parallel. They are not approximately parallel.
I don't understand what you just said. They are what? What was the zero thing?
You don't have to think approximately parallel. You have things parallel or not parallel.
Mate,
Just one or the other.
Mate, look, whatever. They're fucking very, very nearly parallel. Is that what you want me to say?
There is no such a thing.
He's just like he want to invent like new. Like, he doesn't like the new definition of approximately parallel. Like just go along with it.
Like a curved angle.
Well, the fuck
Yeah,
am I
just say
even meant
parallel.
to say?
If something is approximately parallel, with the distance will approximately go away. Do you understand that?
The distance would approximately go away. What does that mean?
That means it will not be anymore approximately parallel.
Just parallel or not parallel.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Just parallel or not
Might be a
parallel.
language
is what he's
barrier.
saying.
Language barrier thing. I think. I don't know.
Just parallel
Language
or not
barrier, man. There is no language barrier. In the mathematics, you have two things. There is parallel lines and no parallel lines. Okay?
Yes, but so the idea
There
of
is no but.
So the
Okay?
idea of an
There is no but and no language barrier.
So if I said to someone, right, like I'm approximately 1.5 meters
irrelevant.
tall.
Irrelevant.
Not irrelevant because
Irrelevant.
everyone knows what I would be.
I'm doing a you. Irrelevant. No, you're trying to change the
Everyone
subject
knows what I
again.
would mean by that.
It's just parallel or not parallel. No need to change the subject again. No need.
So I'm not. It's an example, right? Pertinent to the subject at hand. If someone was 1.49 meters tall, they would be approximately 1.5 meters tall.
Irrelevant. Not even.
Not irrelevant. It's just not irrelevant.
Not even the same
Totally
concept. You're talking about
totally. Now
height
you're
parallel or
comparing that
not
with the height.
parallel.
You guys have literally never ever studied any mathematics or geometry in your life. I can tell. So,
Never. I don't know why I got all that A's in school. I don't know what the fuck it was in the teachers. You know, especially without angles, because angles that and parallel. Parallel, that is not nuclear science. You know that.
Okay, can we stop the like chicken rambling?
Study parallel lines at least.
That the lines were parallel or not. Like, what's the reference that you use to make sure their sun rays were
Einstein.
The flat Earth.
Is that right?
What?
The guy who's really good at math and geometry. He said that he got the approximation of the light rays.
Mm-hmm.
What was it that you referenced to make sure that they were, straight, nearly parallel?
Oops.
What was it that you measured it against?
Measured it against. You can just tell if two lines are parallel. You can measure them against anything. I don't understand what you mean.
There's only one thing you can measure it against, Weasel.
Drawing?
Like what straight line did you hold up to be like, well, this deviates just a little bit from the straight line?
So I mean, so in the Aristophanes experiment, you could, for example, have you know the way he used a rod in Sinai, and it cast no shadow, right? You could put a rod just a little bit to the left of it, and that would also cast no shadow, because the light rays are hitting directly above, coming directly from above down onto those two rods. And if the rods themselves are parallel, approximately, that means so are the sun rays.
Okay, so you measured the sun against the rod on the ground.
Yeah.
The rays. Okay.
The two rods.
And then when you found no shadow, you said they are parallel or they're not parallel?
Say it again, sorry. Are you outside or something? You're breaking up a little bit.
No. Not really.
It was someone else. It was someone else.
How would you determine the rods are perfectly parallel? And what is the margin of error you need? Yeah, how'd you determine the rods are parallel? And what's the margin of error that you require to differentiate flat from non-flat?
I don't know exactly what the margin of error you need to be. So I mean, when you don't know. So when Eratosthenes originally did this experiment, he got it to within about 300 miles, the circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
So that's the margin of error, roughly. I mean, with modern technique, you can actually do it much better.
And what is the final result? What is the final result of his experiment?
He got a value of the circumference of the Earth to about 21,000 miles, which is almost exactly correct.
Okay.
Which
that means
in turn used to calculate the radius.
That means if you get that radius of 3,950 miles, you are saying.
Yeah, you could calculate the radius from the circumference.
And that means that he got that when you have the height of the man of 6 foot height, you can see the only 3 miles. He got that radius.
Why would I don't know?
I mean, how do you know he got within a specific value? What is that value measurement from?
No, just a second. I want to lead him to that. He got that radius. Okay. That means that he got that, but the 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles. That is the math.
I don't. That's not what he was trying to calculate. I don't know.
No. That is the one. You can type it on the Google. That is the radius, 3,959 miles. That is with this height. It's about how much you can see.
That radius you're talking about. You're not talking about the radius of the Earth. You asked me about the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. I'm asking you, what is the final result of the Eratosthenes for the size of the Earth?
So the final result he got for the circumference of the Earth, which you can then use to calculate the radius, is he got.
What his result for?
Well, I just googled it. I cited it wrong a second ago. He got about 26,000 miles, or 20.
Right, how do you know that's true? Hey, how do you know that's true? Based off of what standard?
What standard? What do you mean? What standard?
Okay,
you claimed it's within 26,000 miles. You claimed it's within a certain error tolerance. How do you know that's true?
He wrote it in.
But how do you know that it's true, though? How do you know that he got within that specific value? You have to have another measurement to validate that. How'd you do that?
What? How do I know how he got into that value? He wrote it down. We have the documents. Like historians.
How did he know that he got within a certain value, dude?
He didn't. He didn't know. He didn't know what his error was. He didn't know what his error was.
I'm asking you, sir. I'm asking you how you know that value, that standard, is true.
I posted it. People were asking me this earlier. I posted a link with like 10 different methods people have used.
Okay, that's circular reasoning, dipshit.
No, it isn't. There's 9 other methods in that link.
Is it
Yeah,
that?
because this one didn't work out for you, did it, dipshit?
Dude, chill. You're an angry person. You need to calm down.
Okay, he got that radius, and now we have in the books with that radius written like this in the Google. You can type it with the 6 foot height with that given radius. We can see 3 and maybe 3.5 miles. That is with that radius. What Aristotle you are saying. Okay, correct.
No,
but
no.
with one, yeah,
you're talking about a
no,
different thing.
man. No, it's not different. It's the same radius, man.
It's not. It's not. No, it isn't.
Man, what is the radius of the Earth? What we are studying today in the school?
Yeah, so you're talking. It sounds
Can you
like.
tell me? Can you tell me what we are studying in every books today in 2024?
Lots of people study lots of different things. What the fuck are you talking
Okay,
about?
can you tell me what's the radius of the Earth, like a mainstream version? What we are learning, every one of us.
It's about 6,300 kilometers.
Okay, great. With that, okay, I will tell you now. 1 meter and 80 centimeter height with that radius of 6,000, 6,000 doesn't matter. It gives you like this, the distance on that radius. You can see like for 5 kilometers. Do you understand me? That formula is telling you that. In reality, when we put the camera on the 30 centimeters height, not 180, 30, we see 18 kilometers.
Okay. Says who?
Says the reality.
Says who? But have you gone and done that? Have you gone and seen that yourself?
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't believe you.
I see myself on an Adriatic Sea.
On what?
Adriatic Sea. It's a coast. It's a sea between the Italy and Croatia.
Yeah, sure.
I saw there. But this one, what I'm telling you, it's in Santa Barbara. It's in America.
Okay, you saw 18 miles, and you accounted for any possible effects of you got your elevation correct.
Yeah,
you at sea level.
I see the sea on the 10 miles with the 1 foot observer height. Yes.
And 1 foot, so you went down on the ground a bit.
Not me. Yeah, it was a guy who recorded.
Oh, right, it was someone else, was it? Right. What? How do you know they did
it was another. Okay, you know why?
How do you know they did it correctly?
Sea level.
You know why? The Santa Barbara and Croatia and Hungarian plain and all these flat surface on the earth, they don't exist. If you don't personally go there and check that, you didn't do it. But I will tell you, there is in Croatia.
You said someone else did it.
I did it in Croatia. I will tell you now.
Okay.
Okay, great. It's called from Cres. I saw the island from the 30 kilometers. Okay. Now,
30 kilometers.
30 kilometers. Yeah. Now, do you want to go on the sea level on the beach?
Okay, you saw it with what?
With my eyes, not even with the
sea level. You say sea level then? Sorry, yeah.
I see with my eyes. I even use
the word level.
Man, I will tell you something. That was 2010 when I was not in this argument. When I was not thinking about the Earth. Do you hear me? That was 2010 when I was not thinking, when I was a glober. That was 2010. That was 2010 when I was a glober. When I was not thinking about the shape of the Earth. When I
don't care. Yeah, you probably hit your head or something since. What does that?
Yeah. Did you ever check the surface in reality?
Have I ever checked the surface in reality?
Yeah. What I did. But you asked for me. Did you do it? And I said yes. Did you do it?
Well, I asked for you to say if you did it.
Okay, I did. Did you do it?
Well done.
Did you do it? Did you do it?
Not
did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
You can let me answer.
Yes or no?
Yes or no. That's it.
Yes or no?
I have looked at far distances before. Yes.
Yeah. Did you look at? And what did you find out?
Nothing that proves that the Earth's flat.
Oh, really? That means that you find out that.
I have observed with the naked eye. In fact, I've observed with the naked eye ships disappearing bottom up.
Okay, with what distance?
What distance? I can't remember.
Oh, you can remember. You think that
probably about 3 miles, right? Because that's the distance.
Oh, really? You don't know? Is it the same? The ships are going over the horizon on the ball with the 3,959 miles. radius or with the 10,000 miles radius? Isn't that the
You
same?
do understand that regardless of how distant far away it is, if they disappear bottom up, that means the Earth's not flat.
Is it ball 3,959 miles radius or 10,000 miles radius or 20,000 miles
But you understand that no matter what number it is,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That means whichever flat surface you show doesn't matter. It's always curving. Is that correct?
Whatever flat surface you show. What did you just
That's
say?
illogic, Fimo. You're doing the same bullshit that Ad Nauseum was doing.
Who's Ad Nauseum?
If a boat eventually disappears, then the Earth must be a globe. Man, you're spazzing. You're spazzing, dude.
If both disappear, it must be a distance where they disappear. They cannot disappear. It must be that distance somewhere.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's hard to speak to you because of the language barrier.
Oh, is it hard to speak with me? Does both disappear with 10 meters, 1 mile, 20 miles, or 100 miles?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, man.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Dude, if the Earth's flat, you should be able to see him the whole time.
That means that doesn't matter which size is the ball also. That means it could curve somewhere behind 100 million miles, but it could disappear also behind 1 mile. Is that correct?
It obviously doesn't disappear 100 million miles.
But what happens if it doesn't disappear 10 miles?
What happens?
Yeah.
You would see the boat still forever.
Yeah.
So you can't zoom back. So you can't zoom in back on it ever.
You might be able to. I mean, it depends on the viewing conditions, right? You might be able to zoom back in on it and see it without better than the naked eye on a camera.
Listen,
but
mate,
it will still eventually disappear.
A boat disappearing's got nothing to do with the measurements of Earth.
It obviously does.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's just an observation. But latitude does have an implication of a flat Earth measurement, mate.
What about latitude? The concept of latitude?
Yeah, it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, mate. It doesn't happen on a globe.
100%.
You don't understand how latitude is. What latitude is, do you?
Yeah, I do, mate. It's an elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris. It's nothing to do with a globe.
Right.
Fact. Right. So that.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with anything?
It proves that the Earth's flat. It's not a globe, mate. That's what it's
How
to
does
do
it
with.
prove how does it prove the Earth is flat?
Because it's an elevation angle at sea level to and from Polaris. It gives you your latitude.
Right. You don't think it's possible to measure an angle from on a curved surface?
No, it's not, mate. You're incorrect.
Yeah, it is.
Show us how that's done, please.
Yeah, sure thing.
Citation.
Yeah. Let me just
elevation angle.
Yeah.
Definition of elevation angle.
Let me just show you.
So now, guys, just while he's finding that, he's going to show us a curved angle.
A curved angle.
I bet.
That's what he's going to be showing us. This is going to be funny.
There you go. I'll pop it in the chat. Can I post pictures here? Am I? No, I can't. I can't post pictures here. I'll have to post a link.
Yeah. So just to confirm, just tell us what the definition of an elevation angle is. Make sure you mention curvature.
Yeah, well, the diagram actually defines it.
Oh no, but just say it. Just read it. You can.
Yeah, so it's the angle between the surface you're standing on and Polaris, and the line
what's that got to do with the curve? Where'd you get the curve from?
That doesn't. You're the one saying it proves that the Earth is flat. I'm not saying it proves anything. It's just a measurement.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement, mate, because it's two straight lines, two angles, elevation angle.
There you go. Yeah. Look. Radwin just put it in the chat. There you go. That's how you get it on a curved Earth. There's Polaris there. Look.
Yeah, that's not an angle, mate. That's not an angle.
It is an angle. It is an angle.
It's a curved baseline. It can't
so
be an
you're measuring through the Earth, not on the Earth?
It's an angle. It's not through the Earth. It's an angle on the tangent line between you and the star, the reference object.
So a tangent line's not curved, mate.
Yeah, no, it's not. But it's a tangent to a curve.
Yeah, so a tangent line is level. Yeah, like an elevation angle is level. You need to start mentioning curvature and how that's measured.
No, not really. No, not really. You
Well,
can
you do
measure
if you live on it.
measure it. So to measure an angle, right, on a curved surface, you take the angle. You can. I've just shown you how. This the diagram shows you how you do it.
That's incorrect. That's the cartoon.
No, it isn't.
An angle is 2 straight lines.
Yeah. So when you're measuring an angle on a curve, you
can't measure an angle from a curve, mate.
A straight line that is tangent to that curve. You can.
Very
basic geometry. Very basic geometry. Really basic.
Is the surface of Earth a tangent line?
No, but the tangent so because the Earth is so large, in small areas, it is approximately flat, right?
So it's so big. So
it's big,
so
yeah.
big
Well,
it's flat.
big.
Yeah. So you're going to use the flat. You're going to use the flat bit of the curved Earth to get your elevation angle. Is that correct?
That's approximately correct. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So when you take
So you're cutting out a bit there, sorry.
You will be making a flat Earth measurement then, won't you? You've just
No,
said
you
that.
won't.
Sorry, I am in a bad area. So basically, you're saying you will be used. You will. Sorry, mate, I'm cutting out a little bit.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You're cutting out quite a lot now.
You're all the way out one day.
Yeah, that was. I couldn't really hear any of that. Either way, you're the one that claimed that this measurement proves the Earth is flat, and it just doesn't, because I just showed you the diagram of how it works.
I just showed you the diagram, and you're going to tell me what that angle is that you can start measuring from.
Yeah, so you measure between the tangent.
Driving. Someone will have to just take me up. I'm driving. Yeah, tangent. Yeah, when you're using the surface of Earth, you're not using a tangent. You're using sea level.
We actually are.
There's a distance between the GP. Yeah.
So I mean, if you're measuring an angle between like the surface of the Earth and something else, what you're measuring the angle is between the tangent to the surface and something else. It's just that's what the angle means. It's the meaning of an angle on a curved surface.
So
is not a tangent.
Okay.
We're not measuring a tangent because it has ground positions.
It's 2 straight lines,
so it's not a tangent.
Sorry, mate.
It is a tangent. It is a tangent.
You don't have ground positions on a tangent.
Do you know what a tangent line is?
It only meets at one point.
Yeah,
on
so
the surface.
that point is the point that you're going to be standing at if you're calculating an elevation angle.
Elevation angle has ground positions on it, not just one meeting on one point.
The ground
so we're not measuring tangents.
Yeah. So
with
the
elevation
ground
angles.
point. That's the definition of an angle on a curved surface. Is that point that you're measuring from is the point at which the tangent line meets the surface.
No, because the elevation angle, we're trying to get the ground position of the celestial object or whatever is in the hypotenuse of that triangle. So you need 2 ground positions so you can get a distance. That's how elevation angles work. We're not using tangents. That is a claim. That is a baseless claim. That is not.
You're using a tangent and you're using the ground position, right? So if you look at the diagram again, it has the satellite altitude. Right, so the satellite is like an object. It doesn't matter. It could be a star or something, very far away. But in this case, it's a satellite. That's the ground position, right? You're drawing a line straight down through to the center of the Earth, and wherever that meets the surface of the Earth, that's the ground position of the object in the sky. Then you go to your ground position, you put a tangent to it, and you measure the angle between the tangent line and the line of the and the line from you to the object you're trying to measure the elevation angle of. The diagram explains it pretty bloody perfectly.
There's no one measuring angles from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you don't understand. You don't get the geometry. You don't get geometry.
Yes, because you have an R value that you don't have any measurements for in your diagram.
So
do you understand
the original claim was that this measurement, the capacity to do this measurement proves the Earth is flat. I've been trying to explain that it doesn't, and I think I've successfully done that.
No, you did not. Question on the tangent.
Why are so many?
Affirming the consequence fallacy.
It's not a straw man. It's exactly what you said.
It's affirming the consequence fallacy.
Are on the same baseline. Too many people talking.
What the fuck do you think affirming the consequent is? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're begging the question with the tangent.
No, I'm not, because I'm not.
Yeah, because you're using it to prove what is in contention in the first place.
No. He's trying to disprove.
I'm not using it to prove the round Earth. I'm using it to show that you can't use it to prove flat Earth.
We are using it to I understand what you just said. I do. I do understand that it's not begging the question because you're using it as a rebuttal to a flat Earth claim. I'm with you there.
Nice one.
I'm with you there. Well, the problem with your rebuttal is that we're getting ground positions, and the ground positions have to be on the same baseline. When you brought up your diagram, there is no baseline with ground positions on it to get you a distance or a elevation measurement.
Dude, I'm sorry. The diagram shows you how you fucking do it. I don't know what to tell you.
They don't do it that way. That's what is false about your diagram. No one does it that way. Yeah, that's complete imagination. There is nobody going out there and then calculating the radius of the Earth so they can put the measurements they take from the surface of the Earth and bring it down to the center point.
Well, they wouldn't have to
There's
calculate
nobody
it.
doing
They wouldn't
that.
have to calculate because they could just fucking Google it.
No, there's nobody Googling in the middle of the ocean where they are in the middle of some globe. No one does that.
Right? I mean, like if they're in the middle, I don't know why you're assuming they're in the middle of the ocean, but if they really needed to, they could probably just have those
That's
numbers.
where you perform the process.
That's where it's done.
It doesn't prove flat Earth. Sorry, it just doesn't.
He doesn't understand. That's what it is. He doesn't.
Your
understand.
rebuttal doesn't disprove celestial navigation and how it's done and how it's measured.
I'm not trying to disprove celestial navigation. You don't understand. This dude,
No,
this
understand.
British guy on one deck claimed this shit proves the Earth's flat. It doesn't.
Celestial navigation, yes, it does.
It doesn't.
It's required.
I might be back now.
You're
Right,
good
so
to
there's a
wonder-
problem with your diagram.
Sure.
He's already said it to you. The guys have already brought it up. You're going to be in denial. When you're out on the surface of Earth at sea level, it's got nothing to do with your claim that it goes to the sensor inside
Big
Earth. That
black
doesn't happen.
niggers.
That's incorrect.
I don't know how that relates back to your original claim, which is that this thing proves the flat Earth. Sorry.
Because you're not understanding. You're not even listening to him speak. It's like
I'm
it's
trying,
just
I'm
going over
trying.
your head
I am
because you have a
listening,
lot of globe apologetics. You don't let anyone finish his complete sentence. You're ready to talk before he even finish.
I didn't interrupt him. So what is
so
it?
your drawing's incorrect. Your drawing's incorrect because you don't have. Because I've just said it. When
Say
you're
it again.
navigating on the surface of Earth at sea level, you are on the surface of Earth. You're not inside Earth. Your diagram shows inside Earth measurements. That's not happening.
Why does that matter?
Because you're measuring the surface of Earth. Are you thick?
He's not listening. He's just flying right over his head.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The thing you said doesn't matter at all.
Well, it
Not
does
even a
matter
little
if you try.
No, not really.
Let me respond then. It does matter because if you're trying to get a distance on 2 points on the sea level, you will need a distance between them 2 points at sea level. Your diagram doesn't show that.
You don't need it. That's what I'm saying, right? So your original claim was this thing proves flat Earth, and I'm showing how you can do it on a curved surface.
No, you're not.
I am.
Just
No,
an
because you're saying
imagination
you've
land. with
You don't
pictures.
you don't like how it's being done, right? Because it assumes around Earth, but you can do it.
So when you've got the GP of the star, 5,000 miles away from the observer on sea level, that's
Your
the horizontal base. That's
your
the
ground
horizontal. So the ground position, the distance between the GP, that's the ground position of the sun we'll use, and the observer at sea level, that is a horizontal line at sea level.
Yeah. It shows that. That's H. That's H in this diagram.
I can't look at the diagram. I'm driving. Sorry.
Oh, so it's not even looked at it.
No, I have looked at it, but I can't look at it
Okay.
constantly.
All right. Well, it does show that. It does show that then. Is what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't show a straight line on sea level. No, it doesn't.
It does. H. It does. It says it's called 8. They label it H. Satellite altitude. That's what that means. It's the distance straight up. And from
altitude. Altitude is a height above sea level.
Yes. What are you talking about then?
Well, you mentioned.
I thought that's what you were talking about just now.
You just asked him a question and you're still speaking.
I'm just pointing out that to mention altitude, you will be using a level reference plane, not curved.
Yeah. So that's the point, right? Is it's the line. So the line that you measure is the line going straight down towards the center of the Earth. But the bit that you measure He laughed because he doesn't understand what this conversation.
No. It's funny because we're measuring from the center of the earth. That's what you just said. It's fucking stupid. It's dumb.
We're not in the center. We're not in the
Yeah,
center.
I see now. So yeah, so in practice, all you actually have to do is again, you imagine a tangent. You take a tangent, right?
So you have to imagination land again. You have to imagination land. Okay.
A tangent is a straight line.
Idiot.
It's only attached to one point of a sphere or a circle. You're going to want two GPs. That's a ground position. The tangent doesn't have a ground position at one side of it.
It does. It does. The quote unquote position of a tangent line is just the point at which it meets the surface.
Yeah. So the GP 5,000 miles away won't be on the ground, will it? Then the ground position won't be on the ground.
The ground position 5,000 miles. You mean of the other object?
Oh, let him answer.
Dude, it'll be on your tangent line out in outer space, 5,000 miles away.
You don't understand that. I can't. I'm not going to continue because you just need to look at the diagram and see and just understand what it means.
Yeah, we understand totally, mate.
Imagination land is what we keep saying.
You don't understand it. You clearly don't. You don't understand
Yeah, that's your rebut to him saying 5,000 mile GP point. That's your rebuttal, bro.
You don't understand geometry.
We don't understand.
Go on fucking YouTube and search up like elementary school geometry.
YouTube. That's your source now. Are you Globy?
Like go and learn some elementary school geometry.
That's what they say about now we have to YouTube
Geometry is Earth measurement, yeah, and we're measuring 2 points on Earth, yeah, using the surface of Earth. A tangent line is only referencing the point where it touches the sphere or the circle, not 2 points on the surface of Earth.
Yeah, you have two different tangent lines.
You won't have two GPs, will you?
You will if you use two different tangent lines.
No, you're not using
two different tangent lines.
So you're going to be in two places at once at the same time.
Well, so wherever you're measuring the angle from will be in one place. And then the ground position of the object that's in the sky that you're trying to measure the angle to.
It's a ground position, not a sky. It's a sky.
Yeah,
sky
I know. But it's in the sky, right? And it's got a ground position because that's like the point that it's above, right?
Yeah.
That will be a different point to where you're measuring the angle from, right? So you have two tangent lines.
Yeah, so it'll be a ground position, won't it? Not a tangent line position.
You just
So the thing is, this would be much easier if you were looking at the diagram, right? I understand I get why you're misunderstanding now, right? So
your tangent line is going out into space. It's not a ground position at one end of it.
And let me tell you how you misunderstand
what you do is you get a line from the object to the surface of the Earth, and you find what point on Earth does that line meet the tangent to the point at 90 degrees.
No,
then you know it's directly above. Then you know it's directly above.
Can you at least concede that we're measuring from the surface of the Earth?
Say that again, sorry?
Can you at least concede that we're measuring from the surface of the Earth?
Yeah,
the measurement is taken on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it can be done from the surface, yes.
No, it can only be done from the surface.
Well, in your opinion, but that's not the point.
No, you can't be in the center of the Earth to measure the angles.
Yeah, so
your diagram has an angle measurement in the
the original
center
conversation. Again, the original claim that what was his name? One deck made was this thing proves that the Earth is flat, and it does not.
Yes, it does definitely.
Okay, but can you concede that the measurement angle is taken from the center of the Earth? I'm sorry, it's not taken from the center of the Earth.
He left.
He left.
Yeah.
See, I just want to make him. If you can make him concede that we're doing this on the surface. And then the rest of it that he's adding on is just imagination.
Yeah, 100% wanted to do that, but he left before anybody.
He left. But once you get him on the latitude, explain what a tangent line is. It hasn't got two ground positions. It's a line going into space, and you don't have a tangent mirror on the Mariner's section. You have a horizon mirror, which you're using to get horizontal. So they get, you just keep on them points, and that's what they do. They run away. They don't like the idea.
Not only that, he didn't even understand that the process was being done at sea. He didn't even understand. He didn't even know that. So he was just speaking out of it nonsense.
Yeah. Then he wanted two tangent lines, so he could get two angles at the same time at two places on Earth simultaneously. I mean, the guy was just talking. This is how he gets. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. They'll say anything.
He knows that he needs two lines. But he had to get them from the center of the Earth and call them tangent lines. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. Another one bites the dust.
Daily. Lunchtime, break fast.
Good job, One Deck, by the way.
Thanks,
Every time.
bro.
Every time, One Deck. Every time. Hey, Fizz.
If you don't like it, just get straight into latitude, elevation angles. You don't need to talk about looking boats disappearing and sunsets and observations and optical illusions. We just need to get down to the brass facts that Earth's measured flat, and latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That's how all mapping's done, all charting, all grid systems to get around the place. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Polaris. There's no getting out of it.
Yep. Also keep in mind that nautical miles is a linear measurement. So a lot of times I'll say that is some type of arc measurement from the center of the Earth. It was a linear measurement.
Well, it's an angle measurement, and it's 60 nautical miles per degree of an angle measurement. It's done at sea level. There's no curvature involved. There's no mention of curvature when you research how latitude's measured and the tools that are used and were used. They're all angle measuring tools that are used. Now, you don't measure a curve using an angle measuring tool. You measure an angle, which is two straight lines.
Outside. What's okay?
We've been hearing it for years, haven't we? But the boat disappearing story. I mean, I can't believe people are still sort of using that garbage as that's their proof of Earth curvature. It's absolutely pathetic.
First heard it from Bill Nye, so I guess still around.
It was funny though the other day when Nathan had it a few times the other day. They're saying it's so biggy. You just use a local flatness of the globe because it's so biggy to get your elevation angle, and he just did exactly the same thing. That guy. Well, the globe's massive, but just use the local flatness to get the flat Earth measurement.
So measured flat then.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, so it's measured flat then.
Yeah, exactly. So they're telling you it's measured flat.
Yeah. Local flatness, it's flat.
Every example they give you of a measurement of a globe will include a horizontal. They'll refer to either horizontal. They'll mention a tangent line. I mean, that's not got 2 GP points on it, but it's still, even if they're going to use a tangent line, it's not a curve, it's a line. They'll mention altitude, which is a reference of a height above sea level, which has got nothing to do with curvature. They never mention curvature when you ask them to describe how Earth curvature is measured. It will all be referring to elevation angles, horizontals, altitude above sea level, reference planes, latitude, altitude. It's all to do with this. Well, it's nothing to do with curvature. And then you'll ask them what tools are they using. I mean, it gets me when you start talking about celestial navigation and they start mentioning theodolites. I mean, I don't know any navigator who took a theodolite out in his boat. And it's an angle measuring tool, isn't it? Anyway, nothing to do with curvature.
Or just a plumb bob.
Yeah.
So you got a plumb bob on a boat and you're trying to get vertical.
So can I ask you a question then?
You're trying to get an angle, measure an angle with just a plumb bob on a boat. You're going to end up lost at sea.
They're still trying to get, bro. They're still trying to get an angle. They're still trying to get an angle.
It's hard to moderate in this room sometimes. Somebody with a question who's trying to get in, guys. Did somebody say they can ask a question?
Yeah, I was trying to ask a question real quick. So like, and I've never really gotten a satisfactory answer for this. So maybe you guys will change my mind on this. But assuming you are correct about the flat Earth, what's the point of lying about the flat Earth?
Who's lying?
It's fun.
Well, I mean, so like the U.S., like most major world governments, the U.S. government, Great Britain, Russia.
The duper's delight.
It's
you
fun,
ever ask
dude.
a liar why they lied?
I'm asking why. Like, what do they get out of lying about the?
I'll go first, then quick, and then everybody can say my view on it is I'm not really. It doesn't. Once I know about the how Earth is measured, because it's really understandable about elevation angles, sea level, altitude above sea level, horizontal baselines for the angle, and latitude is measured like that. Once I know that, and it's very simple to understand, I know Earth's measured flat. Now, you might say, well, at that point, I'm not really bothered about why somebody's lying, to tell you the truth, because I've got evidence now that it's measured flat. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can speculate and make things up and try and say they might be hiding the creator or it's for control, but I don't know. All I know is I'm not bothered about that because I know it's measured flat, and I can explain how that's the measurement that we use for all mapping. That is me out of here. Somebody else can have a go.
Yep, I can go with that one. So to go off one deck, that once you know that it's flat, and that's a knowledge, not a belief, the people who are propagating, let's say the globe Earth conspiracy theory, to say that they're all lying about it would mean something. It's beyond claims that we can make, because let's say the astronauts, you pick the astronauts can be under the belief and misconception that it is round, and the only thing that they're lying about is being in the ISS. So everything can be compartmentalized between what exactly they're lying. I'll give you just a small.
I'm not talking about the size of the conspiracy. I'm just talking about we can get to the size of the conspiracy, but like as of right now, every single major world government thinks that or claims to that the Earth is round, right? So again, this is like, what are they getting out of this? What are they getting out of lying to you
Well, for
about
one,
the shape of
NASA
the Earth?
gets a couple of $1 million a day of taxpayer money. So your money, you're paying for the lie. Number one,
That's
and for
nothing
other countries
compared
to be
to
doing
like
that.
Yeah,
other
dude, if you're
parts
going
of
to
the
hand wave
military.
everything,
Yeah,
why ask?
Literally,
If you're going to
It's not
hand
a
wave
hand
everything,
wave.
maybe,
no, I just
hold
wanted
on,
to finish
maybe
my
you
point.
don't, listen, maybe you don't get an answer because you just nuh-uh. Well, listen, all the governments can collectively cry about global warming, and then they can issue all kinds of edicts to the citizens in the name of saving the planet. They've got your
So
mind in a
again,
vice, bro.
this is a
All
little
they
bit
want is your mind.
unconnected.
All they want is your mind in a vice, and they got it.
It's for the
Okay,
greater
sure, but
good.
like
The greater good,
so
dude.
you say
Yeah, they lie
that
for the
they
greater good. They lie for the greater good, dude.
okay, what do you mean by the greater good? Like, why not just lie about something
It's the
else?
people on
Why
TV that
lie
claim it.
about you're
Why were
talking about
people
the
running
like
around
the shape of the
people were
earth.
running around 6 feet away from each other a couple of years ago for the greater good.
Okay, so again, I like if we're like going on a bunch of different tangents. I just want to talk about the shape of the earth. Okay,
yeah.
so
All right,
the
now you can
shape of
We
the
just no.
wait,
You
hold on,
handed.
have more.
I was answering that, and
oh
you
God.
just wave.
But you're
Hand
over
wave
talking me. I'm just like let me. I'm not.
because
I'm
you
not like.
interrupted me when I was
I'm
trying to
not
give
hand.
you that
No, I'm
that
not.
understanding.
You interrupted me. I like let you guys finish. So
I
I'm not
did not
hand waving
finish.
away.
I did
Wait, I'm
not
not
finish
hand.
that. Yes, you
I'm not
are.
hand. What?
That everybody's lying about the shape of the earth. Do you understand that?
I
That's not something
mean,
we're
Okay,
saying.
so I already acknowledged that. Like
let's have turns
I
each, guys.
granted you that in this
Let the guy
discussion.
finish. Let the guy finish, and then
So
just take it easy.
if you're talking about NASA's budget, it's like minuscule compared to
Nobody
almost
cares about that. You
everything.
said shape of the earth, not
Oh my
NASA's
God.
budget.
Wait,
You
I know,
said
but
the
let
so
shape of the
somebody
earth.
made the claim. So somebody was like talking about NASA's budget and how it was like millions of
Yeah, I
dollars
said
per
that. You've
day.
heard a couple. You can pick
Okay,
one.
so like let
You've
me
hand
finish.
waved
Holy
every
shit.
one. You've
Let
hand
me
waved every
finish.
one. You can pick one
I'm
for
not
yourself.
hand waving it away. Let me
Relax,
finish.
Linda. It is millions every day. It's more than a million
I
a day for
know.
each state. And what's the budget?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish my point?
Yeah, so,
Like, if
sorry,
you let
bird
me
guy.
finish my point,
Sorry,
I'll
bird
explain
guy.
it as I'm
Excuse me.
finishing my point.
Yeah, I've started muting people so you can let yourself finish. Guys, I'll unmute you when Bird Lie's finished making his fucking point. The fuck?
Okay.
Carry on, Bird Lie.
Yes. So NASA's budget is minuscule compared to the rest of the government. If you're talking about like the military industrial complex or like education spending or any of these other things, dwarf the budget of NASA. So I don't think it's really proper to like look at NASA's comparatively small budget and be like, oh, this millions of dollars that is being funneled into NASA is the reason like they're doing this.
Okay, we understand. Now, can I respond just
Well,
simply? We're going to keep it on logic. I already started speaking. We're just keeping on logic. Okay, the budget is minuscule, right? There's been talk of things like hotels on moons, you know, and that's just one example. Now, let's keep it in reality. Now we have the school budget. How schools gotten better? Not too much. Where's that money going? You know what I mean? They make this money every day, taxpayer money. Where's it going? How's it getting better? What's your answer to that?
What I don't know what I'm even supposed to
Everyone has
respond
a
to
big
there.
budget, and
Most of our
you can say
budget
it's
goes.
minuscule. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's minuscule compared to the other like things that we spend our money on, that America spends its money on.
All right, so where's the progress in anywhere? Where's the progress in anywhere? That you have a pothole in your neighborhood that hasn't been fixed in 20 years. Where's the progress anywhere?
I don't think that's relevant to what I just said.
Yeah, what is relevant to what you say is you think that everybody, including the military, is lying about it? Do you think everybody's in it? Like, you think like billions and billions of people is in it? Or do you think they believe this sincerely?
Billions of people don't have to
That
be
the Earth is round. I think that most people just like don't really think about it, and they're just like repeating what they heard and like.
Right, but with that budget,
Okay.
I've been hearing since I was a kid that there was going to be a hotel on the moon, and I'm still hearing it every 20 years.
Hotel on the moon? What are you talking about? What
we have the big,
like honestly?
No. Listen, just hear me out. That's the big budget. That's where it's going. It still hasn't happened. Where is the money going?
Who? What? No.
You're not understanding.
Has NASA ever put like out plans for a moon?
Yes, they did. In 1969, after they put a man on the moon, the newspaper's headline said, "Moon bases on the moon by 1978."
He doesn't know any of this.
Well, excuse me, I'm still explaining. We're now 2024, and Mr. Elon Musk, your hero, founded SpaceX in 2002. It's 22 years later. He still hasn't put anything or anyone in space. Thank you.
Well, I mean, SpaceX has launched like rockets. So
Into the water.
If you're saying that like nothing has gone into space,
Nothing's gone into space through him and his billions of dollars.
that's okay. Well, that's simply not true. So I don't like Elon Musk. That's fine.
Yeah, but listen, mate. Excuse me, mate. When you talk about the space, what they claim, like 10 to the minus 17 tour, yeah, directly after the Kármán invisible line, where there's gas pressure, that's a violation of nature. That can't be happening. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to claim here. So somebody posted a clip in chat and added me. NASA sees colonies on the moon. Okay, so they made a projection, and that projection was wrong. I don't like. Okay.
Yeah, well, you missed my point,
They
mate.
went there six times. They went there 6 times. How come they can't go in 1978 and put bases up there since they keep going up there and then they stopped?
I don't know why they don't want to go to the moon anymore. It's not really my business.
Yeah, but he is missing the point, right, mate? Listen, mate.
Did you just suggest they missed their projected date of 1978? They missed it by decades, mate. They're not doing it. It's a lie.
Well, I don't think that they were ever like. Again, people like give out these grandiose ideas every single time, and then they don't follow through on them. That's not like evidence of conspiracy. I'm like asking you, what are they gaining from this conspiracy?
You're missing the point, mate. You're missing the point, right? There is no area that they claim called space, right? Because if there was, the gas pressure that we're breathing on Earth would fill it. Yeah. Because you can't have gas. You can't. I'm not finished the sentence. I'm not. Yeah. Well, you're mentioning going to the moon. What I'm saying is, if men can fly in rockets through the so-called, I don't like using this word, atmosphere, the pressurized system that we live in, and go into a vacuum and go to the moon, apparently, what's stopping the gas doing the same thing?
Okay, so I've already granted you in this discussion that the Earth is flat. Like, I've already granted you all of that. I'm simply asking, what do they gain out of like continuing this conspiracy?
Money.
And you don't seem to be able to answer
money.
that.
They gain money.
No, you just missed it.
Why?
Why would they?
Linda, you're not grasping the fact we just told you. Over $1 million a day is taken from each state in the states alone. Millions and millions of dollars from every other country that's involved in that space lie.
Let's ask the guy.
They could have just taken that money anyway. Like, why would they need to lie about
going to keep apologizing for every point?
I'm still speaking. Ignoring the homelessness, ignoring unnecessary wars. It's BS. It's a big lie. We're not here to destroy each other. Continue.
Listen, mate, why do you think they're lying? You tell us why you think they're lying.
Well, I don't think that they're lying, but I'm asking you why you think that they are lying about
As we
this.
prove that they're lying and give you examples, and you still don't get it, I don't understand.
Well, okay, but
how old are you?
like,
how old are you?
I'm 29.
I'm not trying to
Yeah,
insult
that's
you.
relevant.
I'm not trying to insult you. All right, that's all I was asking because you're not getting it. We've explained it multiple times. We've given you
You
multiple
are old
examples,
enough
Kind
to
of
and you
understand.
vaguely
either hand
gestured
wave
at a
or
Hold on.
spoken
conspiracy.
over
Stop.
everyone.
Stop.
One at a
Stop.
time.
Stop. You are old enough to understand what we're saying to you, but yet you just don't understand why. Still.
Well, you're just kind of vaguely gesturing at a conspiracy and
Money,
saying,
I
well,
said.
hold
You get
on,
money every day
wait,
for pretending to go to
hold on.
space. Every day they
Okay,
get
but
money to pretend to be going to space. That's the
okay,
reason.
but they're the government, right? If they just wanted to take money, why would they have to lie about a flat Earth to take that money? They could just
Because
take the
every
money.
program needs
How can they
justification.
tell
It
the
needs.
public? How can they tell the public? Listen, we're going to print, $500 billion to fight this proxy war over here, and the public's not going to be like, okay, let's do it. So what do? They say, hey, we're going to fund a space mission, and then they funnel that money into the secret proxy war that the public doesn't want or
No,
even know
okay.
about.
Okay, hold on. Can I add on to
U.S.
this?
defense budgeting is again, U.S. defense budget dwarfs the size of NASA. Like
No,
if you
look.
added all of NASA's budget to the military-industrial complex, like from its entire lifetime, it would barely make a dent in the U.S. defense
So you're
budget.
just gonna
It doesn't
apologize for every
it doesn't
point.
make any
No,
sense. That
no.
doesn't
Do you
You're gonna
it
understand?
apologize for every
follow.
Hold on. You don't understand that the government is not a single entity, right? You understand that it's made up of agencies, complete different agencies that
Yeah.
don't correlate with each other. Okay, so
Well,
when you go to talk about
they
the
do
government,
correlate with each other.
no. When you're talking about the government, it is a conglomerate of
You
agencies
know nothing.
that separate, and they all have their separate budgets. They'll have their own reasons for existing. You understand that they're not collaborating with each other. You don't have the AAC collaborating with the NOAA. You understand that they don't work. I'm giving you acronyms of agencies. They don't collaborate. They are not in the lie. The whole government is not
collaborate.
within the lie. You
But they
understand
do
that the whole
collaborate. That's
government.
the
Do you
thing.
understand my point that the whole government is not in the lie?
What do you mean not in the lie?
Okay,
doesn't
so the
Doesn't
agency of
understand you at all.
accountability, the agency of accountability is one of these agencies. They're not in the lie. They're not lying to you.
Sure, they don't need to be like those individual people in the agency.
The Department of Interior is not lying to you. They're not in the lie. They're not within the know. Do you understand how compartmentalized information works? You understand that?
Okay, so those agencies don't need to be quote unquote a part of the lie, right?
Okay, so when you're talking about the entire military, they're
dude,
not in the lie.
you talk for like 2 minutes, and then I talk for like 2 seconds, and then
You're
you
not
just
answering
interrupt
any of
me.
the questions. I'm asking.
Well, because I'm trying to I'm going on. I'm saying more
yes
things
or no?
than just
Do
the
you
thing
know
that
that
I'm
the
saying,
government,
but you
all the
interrupt
governments
me.
are not in it, right? You understand that all the governments are not in lie. They're not lying to you about this.
I don't have to acknowowledge that. That's not my point.
That is what you said. You said that their budget,
it's
is so much
not.
bigger than you. You said that the military's budget is so big compared to NASA. What I'm trying to tell you is that the whole military is not lying to you in regards to the shape
I'm not
of the earth.
saying that it's lying to you.
Then why does it matter how much money and a budget that they have?
Okay, really quick. I'll explain it to you if you give me more than 5 seconds to talk. Ready? Okay, here we go. You're saying, or somebody in here is saying, that NASA's budget is being redirected towards defense budget spending. I'm saying that doesn't make any sense because the defense budget of the United States is dwarfs the size of NASA's budget. So it doesn't make any sense to. That's literally what he said. He said that they are using this money to fund proxy wars. If we're using it to fund proxy wars, why would we just use the U.S. defense budget to use the proxy war?
He said it could. He said it could.
Okay, so what else are we using that money for?
We're not using the money. There's no we. that money's not going to us. It's if it's
Okay, the
NASA
U.S.
budget,
government.
It's
Sorry.
coming from
not the
us.
U.S. government. I just made that point that the U.S. government works in agencies and has budgets. They're separate from everyone else. You can add it all up, it becomes some trillions of dollars.
Okay.
But they're not working as one agency that is all lying to you.
Grasp 1 point, please. Just one.
So
You
I'm asking
understand that they're not all lying to you.
Okay, I know that they're not all lying to me. I am saying we have the U.S. government, and they allocate a certain amount of money to NASA. Where does that money go at the end of the day? Where do you think it goes?
It goes into the pockets of the people who are in charge.
Not to
That's
the
what it goes to.
engineers who work at NASA. That's where it goes. Not to the engineers that work at NASA. My
No,
dad
this is
retired
So none of the people at NASA are getting paid. There's millions of people. Well, not millions. There's thousands of people that work at NASA. None of them are getting
salary.
paid.
They just get their regular salary. They don't get an increase every time the budget goes up.
Listen, mate, the money's not going into space travel, right? Because that is a violation of nature and gas law.
That's fine. I already agreed to that. Okay, so it's not going into that.
I know,
Where
but
is it going?
You're complaining that you can't get 5 seconds of words out, and you've just done exactly the same to me. Yeah. So we don't know. We don't know where it goes, right? We can only speculate. Yeah, that's what we're saying. But what we do know is that there's not an area called space at 10 to the minus 17 tour, because that's a violation of gas law and nature, right? We know we don't live on a globe because there's no actual proof of Earth curvature measurement, and we can demonstrate how Earth is measured flat. So there's definitely a lie going on. The reason for the lie, we can't be 100% sure on, but it's definitely a lie because there's no proof of. There's no proof of the globe. I've finished. Your turn.
Okay, so you're just again vaguely gesturing at some sort of conspiracy and the fact that there's people around here that are doing things with the money, sort of. I guess.
No.
Because it's irrelevant. There's no
this is
need
not
to
really a very
apologize for it.
satisfactory
It's
answer.
just irrelevant.
Sorry, let me come back. Let me come back because I made a statement. I said 2 sentences. I didn't mention any conspiracy, and I didn't mention finances. What I said was
so you don't think it's a conspiracy.
So you're doing it again. What you're complaining people do to you. You're not letting me finish my sentence 5 seconds in. So what I said to you was, there's definitely a lie because we know the Earth's flat and we can explain how it's measured like that. And we know there's not an area called space where people go to the moon and in 10 to the minus 17 tour, because that's a violation of nature and gas law and entropy.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, I already granted you all of this.
Yeah, so we know we don't live in a globe, so you totally understand that, yeah? You totally realize that you don't live on a globe. So your question is, you can't understand
why.
This
discussion,
I'll nearly finish. So you can't understand. Your issue is, right, your own issue in your own mind is why they're lying. And we're saying we're not 100% sure. We don't know, mate. But what we do know.
Really a satisfactory answer, now, is it?
2 seconds. Yeah. So I'll just finish in a second. What we do know is that they are lying.
Okay, but that's not a very satisfactory. Okay, that's not a very satisfactory answer. You're just kind of like saying, "Oh, they're lying." About
So
what?
money,
we
power,
don't know.
right?
It doesn't. That does again.
Okay,
it's so much easier to lie about so many other things.
Wow.
Why not lie about something else that is smaller and easier or harder to disprove? Like, why lie about the shape of the?
School is ruined logic. Oh my god.
Okay, so money, power, and control are all unsatisfactory answers for you, right?
Everyone.
No. That's a satisfactory answer, but you're not like, okay.
But you just don't want to believe
that. That's
if
all
I
you
was
need.
trying to start a global conspiracy, flattle conspiracy, right? If I was trying to start a flattle conspiracy, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to lie about the shape of the Earth, or am I trying to lie about something smaller that's harder to disprove?
You're making a hypothetical for absolutely
happening?
no reason to your question. Money, power, and control, are these reason enough to lie?
Sure. Yeah, I
That's all
agree
you
with that.
need. That's all you need. You don't need to ponder
Okay,
anymore and figure
why
out
lie about the shape of the
like
earth?
what
That's
the
what I'm
fuck.
getting at.
I
That's
just
all
said
you need.
money, power, and control.
That's
I
it.
don't understand why
Okay,
that's
but
not
why
exactly
not lie about something smaller?
So you're gonna keep
You're talking about
apologizing
the
for it
shape
after
of
you
the earth.
understand it?
No,
What
that's a
the fuck is
different
happening?
question. You just asked why would they lie, and I say money, power, and control, and you agree that these are good reasons for you because none of this was good for me, but this is good enough for you to understand why would they lie about this, right? Money, power, and control.
Okay, but like again, I'm telling you that if I was lying about the shape of the earth, right? Okay,
Why would you lie?
or if I wanted to make a conspiracy that spanned countries, both past and present, and probably future as well, and all of these countries agree on this fact that the Earth is like a sphere, right? And none of them have come forward and said, actually, we are lying the entire time. It's flat, right? So you have to have all of these countries with completely different values, with completely different worldviews, all come together and say, hey, the Earth
Yeah.
is round.
Yeah. Have you ever heard
Or
of the Antarctic Treaty?
if you could just lie
Have
about
you heard of
something
the
else.
Antarctic Treaty? Have you heard of
Okay,
it?
so is your original question answered? Money, power, and control. Is that good enough for them to lie about
I
to
already
have a
said
global lie?
yes, but I'm
Okay, so
going
now
beyond that.
you're asking said why is nobody coming out with
No, I'm saying
yeah, you're
I'm
asking why
saying
all these why no, because you're treating governments and countries like in a single entity. You're
not.
You're asking now, the question that's on the table now is why hasn't anybody come out and
No,
expose this
that's not what
conspiracy?
I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I am asking a very simple question. You have a massive conspiracy that spans the entirety of the world, with every single world government saying exactly one thing, that the earth is round. You don't think that's true. You think the earth is flat. Why would they lie about something
Oh my
that is
god.
so grandiose
Are
when they
you
can
just
lie
repeating
about
yourself?
something that is so much more simple and
Well,
achieve the same effect?
do I have to answer this now? Everyone else is giving you the speculations and money, power, and control. What does the globe Earth paradigm give us, apart from somewhere
Nothing,
to?
like literally nothing. Like
Okay,
if you lie
Now
about the
listen,
flat earth, it gives you
Bird,
nothing.
Bird, 2 seconds, dude. So the global idea gives us a creation story, doesn't it? The universe came from a big bang. Nature created everything. That's the creation story for the globe, right?
No, you don't have
No,
to
that's
believe in the big Bang to believe in a global earth.
dude. I'm just trying to point something out to you. You can follow along, or you can try and trip me up the whole way. It's up to you. But at least I'm trying to give you a fucking answer. So the global idea. Just listen. So the global idea gives us a creation story, doesn't it? It gives us a narrative about how everything got here, how the universe came into existence, and by consequence, how you and I came into existence because of evolution on this earth. Now, when you come to understand that the earth is not what they've told us, that the earth is not a ball spinning in a vacuum, then you understand that the creation narrative that they've given us cannot be true. When you ask the question how something is created, you've got a dichotomy. You've only got two choices. It was either intelligently created or it created itself. Nature springs into existence and creates itself. You've only got those two choices. So when we point out this false dichotomy, we've only got one choice left. Intelligence creates.
Okay, so real quick, I don't know why you went on that whole rambling thing. You don't
You
have to
didn't even
believe
listen
in the
to it.
Big Bang. Wait. You don't have to believe in the Big Bang or in evolution to believe in a global Earth. There are people that do not believe in evolution and believe that God created the Earth and believe in a So those things aren't connected to each other.
Yes, they are. You're just hoping that
No, they're not.
they
I
are,
just
dude.
proved that they're not, and you just agreed with me.
Dude, you didn't prove that they're not. I agreed with you that yes, you can have some people who say that God started this creation idea, as in God put the Big Bang into existence, and God started the evolution process. If you want,
No. You can believe in creationism. You can believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, created by God. You can believe in the Adam and Eve creation story and still believe in global Earth. That was like the position of the Vatican Church
And
for
what he's
thousands
saying
of
is
years
that's
now.
the individual person in their mind. You, in reality, you only have the two choices that he spoke of.
What?
Whatever
No, you
else is
don't.
not is
No, you
irrelevant.
don't.
Oh,
You don't. There's
so you
plenty of
enlighten
Christians
us.
that believe
Enlighten.
that.
seconds,
That
2
is
seconds.
sure.
Lawyer.
The Vatican Church has held that the
Hello,
Earth is a
Lawyer.
globe, and they have also held the idea that the world was created by man for over 1,000 years now.
Dumbass. You said that this wasn't a true dichotomy. Can you give me the third option, please?
Yes, you
Go on
can
then.
believe that the Earth is a globe, and also believe that the
No.
Earth was created by God
You're not
in 7
answering
days.
the question. Now I understand why everybody else was getting frustrated with you, because it's like you didn't listen to what I said.
And he doesn't understand it.
When we're talking about creation, you've got two choices. You said that you don't have two choices. There's a third. This is not a true dichotomy. So when answering the question how something was created, what's the third option?
Okay, so you're saying that there's two things, right? That there's a flat Earth that is
No.
created by God. Okay,
No.
so what is the point that you're trying to bring forward?
Are you even listening, bro? Or are you just gonna keep holding
No,
your
I'm
beliefs in your
confused.
mind? Have an
It
open
shows the
mind, listen to
sincerity
him
of the
speak, and then
conversation, by the way.
respond, bro. Because you're not listening to anybody speak. Your ears are just closed on your beliefs, bro. Open your ears,
Okay,
listen to him, absorb it, and then respond.
so
You got two
he
ears and one
said,
mouth for a reason.
he said, right, that the globe Earth is intrinsically tied to the Big Bang Theory. Yes or no?
And that's the creation of the globe Earth, yes.
That is not intrinsically tied to the globe Earth theory. That is what I am saying. You can believe in God and that God created the Earth in 7
Now give a
days
citation
and
for that
still
other than
believe in
your
the
own
globe.
understanding. Now cite that other than your own understanding. Give me a citation for that.
What do you mean? The Vatican Church. The doctrines of the Vatican Church
Okay,
is
cite it.
that
Cite it. Give me a
the
citation.
Earth is a globe.
You're
What do
just
you mean
saying
cite
that.
it?
Give me a citation. You're just saying that. Give me
What
a
do you mean
citation.
cite that? That's the position of the
Okay,
Vatican
send me
Church
the
for thousands of
citation.
years.
Send me the citation.
What is
Post it
that?
in the chat.
What am I supposed to cite? Just Vatican teachings?
Okay, you just don't understand anything. I get it now. You don't understand anything.
Okay, all right. I guess I don't. I guess I'm just out here. I'm on a whim, floating in space.
A million percent.
Sorry, I find it interesting that Globers have enough intellect to realize that if you spin a ball fast enough, things will fly off of them. But yet
He
they're
flew out of this room really fast. He's gone.
Yep. As soon as I asked for a citation, that's when he disappeared.
Sorry, Gregory. I was just going to finish that statement up with they're intellectually dishonest enough to come up with gravity as a solution for things flying off of the spinning ball.
But then you would have had him going in a whole different conversation, so it's probably best that you didn't.
Come on, people. Why would the grifters and the sociopaths lie to us?
Exactly. Like, who cares? It's been proven that they're lying. That's all you need.
He's mad now that you took away God created a ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, that was probably the only leg he was trying to stand or trying to make a theory around that. He snapped and he ran.
Oh, on to the next contestant, I guess, guys. We've got a packed room of people. We've got somebody called, is it Blizzard Son, who's joined us right at the top underneath the bot. I see Crit is in the house. What's up, Crit? Daz Studios has joined us. Demok is in the house. What's up, Demok? Ego Slave is with us, Nephew Batman. Five is deafened. Flat Earth Ranger is here. Good to see you, buddy. Flatman Can also good to see you. Highway Hermit, brilliant. Nice to see you, my friend. Kathos has joined us. Mark is in the house. Mark J is in the house. What's up, Mark? Obvious B, Old Hoss Radborn, Q. Hello, Q. Radwin, of course. What's up, Radwin? Rayleigh Criterion and Rekinor. Big shout out to Rekinor. Subdued, the Honourable Slow-Mo. Zeno is in the house. What's up, Zeno? And Amir at the bottom, who's now deafened. So there's lots of people in the chat, guys. You can either continue a conversation and talk about Bird Lawyer, who's an absolute idiot, or we can move on to another question or point of topic. It's up to you guys. But those who are just new to the server, you can unmute yourself and ask any questions if you want to do so, guys. That'd be awesome. If not, just carry on.
But NASA's budget is so small, except when you
Why would they lie?
cumulative and adjust for inflation, NASA's budget, and they've wasted over $1 trillion.
Stock market went down $1 trillion since last week.
That's $2 trillion, I believe, now.
Don't you guys owe like about $35 trillion or something?
Fake debt, you mean?
And why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie to us about the can't have lawful debt without lawful money?
They always sell that story that financially NASA is the underdog of the budget.
Yeah, there was 4% of the government's budget during the Apollo years. Still 4% too high.
That's because the people dishing out the money know what NASA's actually doing. Need that money. Don't even need what they get, you know?
Well, during the 60s, when you're running a badly run war in Vietnam and you need people's distraction to something else, create a space program.
Yeah, the government solemnly swears never to lie, manipulate, or abuse its people. MJ12.
I told you, dude, only Russia lies, man.
How can you be that naive, though?
It's quite telling, though, when you get a guy like that asking that question, just how he deals with this one. The Globers really don't understand like philosophical implications of being.
Oh, we hear it all the time. I don't understand. I just don't understand. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand.
Yeah, the programming's blocking them, right? The cog diff.
Like 404. Killed.
Well, that's why they can't come to this conversation with any seriousness, because they don't actually understand what's actually on the line, you know?
Well, they probably know nothing about Jesuit programming, so how would you understand something that you don't understand?
Too much of a threat to the base foundation of what they call reality. I call it over-pampering. Yeah, I'd rather be told what is what than actually have a critical mindset and do a little bit of thinking for myself, because it might require some effort.
He kept saying, why lie about such a big thing? Why not lie about something simpler? This is the simplest thing to lie about, you know? As I said, the public's personal incredulity towards it will maintain the lie.
I mean, the government has enough incentive to lie to its populace if it has a goal. Like we're at the lower echelon of our civilization, I guess. I mean, we work. That's what we contribute. There's upper layers there as well. I'm not gonna put on a tinfoil hat, but look up the company called DARPA. Look at the technology they have and when it was made available to us. That's only what is known as is. It's crazy. Of course, the government
Yeah,
wouldn't lie
yeah.
to us, of course. It's in their best interest to have us all as critical thinkers who challenge everything, especially authority. Unreasonable
Yeah,
authority.
exactly. They want a population that calls them on their bullshit, surely.
Of course. As long as we pay our taxes, do our 9 to 5, and worry about trivial things, they get what they want. That's why I love this channel, man. It kind of forces you to critically think. And make baseless claims, and if you do, be prepared to back them up, or at least have the sincerity to back them up, and not run with your tail between your legs like the other guy did. It only makes yourself look bad in the long run.
I don't think I've ever had to ask that question in my life. Like seriously, like it stumped me. Like I'll ask it of myself about various topics for curiosity, play with ideas, you know. But not like a point of skepticism. Like I'm not going to move forward until I can fully answer this, you know. It's such a cool.
You need it. Think about it. Like in our civilization, you need people to critically think, because if everybody agrees with it, there will be no progress. There will be no challenging the status quo. We will just take everything as is. The critical thinkers push society to move forward. Think about it. Critically think about that.
And the NPCs hold us back.
Well, I mean, you can be an NPC all you want, right? I don't care if it doesn't affect me in the long run. But if you have an argument or a debate with somebody and they try to make claims, and this is, I mean, we're shifting baseless claim Friday to Monday, I guess. The majority of people just come in, make a baseless claim, and that's it. Eventually, they get called out and they run with the tail between the legs. You don't know it. At least have the decency to admit that you don't know it so we can move the conversation up. Don't put your foot down and are ready to die on that hill, because you will. You put that on yourself. It's not the guys being harsh on you. That's just another baseless claim. The millions thus far. Imagine trying to have the patience for that. What you're trying to do is have a sincere conversation about the topic, right? Enlighten people to critically think. That's the goal. That's why we keep saying, go outside, do the measurements yourself, look it all up, and whatever you put on the table, it's going to be looked at with a loupe. And that's the thing, right? In science, if you make a claim, it's supposed to be able to handle all kinds of claims or whatnot, and any type of ridicule, it should be able to handle that and still stand firm. How was a diamond created, man? Pressure.
So if I put a rock in a closet, put a light on, and start asking it a bunch of questions, it'll turn into a diamond.
Yeah, like a big spotlight, and you have to have a firm tone. Make sure you smoke a cigar on the backdrop so it really knows you means business.
Out, you know.
That's funny.
None of these globbers wake up and say, I'm going to join the Flat Earth channel today, and I'm absolutely ready and willing to have my entire paradigm upended, you know.
It's all about having an honest debate. That's all it is.
They always wonder, like, what? Oh, why is there no more? It's a bit messed up. So
All these people in here and nobody's saying nothing? Where's the Globers at?
Man, there's silence in here. Where's the globies at?
Well, there was one in here not but like an hour or so ago, and I snatched his wig and ate his lunch. What was his name? Negator. Was it Negator? I think it was Negator.
Ad nauseum.
Yeah, ad nauseum. That's right.
Yeah, that guy's a little turd coming here every day, every time,
I think that the Globe side has
declaring victory of
made
debate.
yep, and they've decided to make up this thing about. Oh, I used to be a flat earther. Like, that's their troll, right? That is their fucking troll. Like, none of them used to be flat earthers and are not flat earthers anymore.
So far, the only thing left now then when they come in is pictures from space. That's it. They don't say anything else now.
Yeah, a bunch of Globe cartoons.
Such strong evidence pictures, eh?
Yeah, what's that one they really like? Just look at the pictures from the ISS. The fuck?
Can I go up there and take my own photo?
Nah, you gotta wait for SpaceX to send people out there first. If that ever happens.
Yeah, only private companies.
And I don't want to hitch a ride on a Boeing capsule, though.
You guys know the smell of fresh cut grass is a distress pheromone. Vegans hate to do that.
Don't they like saying in the movies, like, I love the smell of fear?
Yeah. Vegans don't know, but vegetables have feelings. Plants have feelings. Plants communicate. Plants respond differently to different music. Plants are living things. They're like, I'm going to eat these vegetables because they're not living things. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, vegans think that mushrooms are plants.
You know how many chipmunks and squirrels and rabbits and shit have to be killed in order to keep a garden sustainable? Fucking vegans. All kinds of cute little furry animals got to be trapped and killed to keep the garden sustainable.
Did you ever hear about how well, I don't know about yours, but my grandparents, they used to paint rocks to look like strawberries, and they'd put them on the ground underneath the strawberry bush, so the birds would pick up the rocks, so that they would stop eating the strawberries.
That's pretty smart. I've never heard of that. Don't you think that after a certain point, the birds would get smart enough to figure it out?
Yeah.
You gotta coat
Like,
the rocks in strawberry flavor.
I was gonna say it's like a scarecrow. You ever seen a bunch of fucking crows just sitting up on a scarecrow? Like, yeah, that fucking worked.
Get modern and put a motion sensor on it, rig it to make the arms swing around.
See, that's an idea. That's functional. Is that aspirin? Oh, aspirin left. What about Reckoner? Reckoner. I just want to say high five, high five. Radwin's on it. What brings you here, Five? What's wrong with your mic, Five? Five, 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 five.
Why are you telling everybody my phone number?
Was that you just trying to talk? Whoever just tried to talk, you sounded like a robot.
Yeah, I said, why are you telling everyone my phone?
Five, 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 five.
Good afternoon.
Hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Peter the Gold Loser is deafened. Why did he deafen himself? That's pretty funny. Imagine changing your strategy 100 times and still being wrong. That's Peter.
Hey guys, that's me.
Hey,
Hey,
Peter.
Peter. Good afternoon, Peter.
How much? Another day on the globe.
Cooking up a hot pot of old globe stew for us.
You got a dedication
I'm
for
a
a
dedicated
paycheck.
glober.
A dedicated glober, you get paid.
I do get paid, yes.
Did you get those Soros checks in yet, Peter? I got mine last week.
They bounced. I gotta call George and say, what's up, man?
Not today.
They were all written in Hungarian and
today.
my bank wouldn't accept them.
It's weird. Mine were written in Hebrew. I just.
Hebrew, Hungarian, same thing.
But Earth isn't a globe. Like, where did you get the idea that Earth is a globe?
Oh, me or Cooper?
You, Peter.
Originally from my mother, and more recently from measurements.
Yeah. What kind of measurements? What'd you do?
Just a standard curvature measurement.
Curvature
You know,
measurement. How did you do
here's
that?
the Yoda. Just missing
By
the
measuring
Yoda
the
part.
spatial relationship between 2 points of known elevation and known distance on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. What'd you use?
How else would you measure curvature?
Well, I mean, when I ask how, I'm saying, what method did you use? What tools did you use?
The primary tool that I used was a Euclidean triangle, and the physical tool that I used to obtain one of the measurements was a theodolite.
Can you show me the curve on a triangle? A triangle?
Not on a triangle, no, that would be absurd.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth yet again.
Is Earth a triangle?
No, but you can't get you're not going to be able to use those triangles on a curved surface.
I
You're not going to
absolutely
use
agree.
it.
That would be absurd, yes.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, Peter.
Well, if I had done it, then I would welcome myself to Flat Earth, but I didn't do that, so unfortunately I cannot accept your invitation to Flat Earth.
So, what's your aversion to it?
What? Sorry.
What is your aversion to the Flat Earth?
Idea?
What reasons are Flat Earth what reasons would Flat Earth be wrong?
Well, I don't think it correctly describes reality. That's my only aversion to it. Otherwise, it's kind of a cool idea.
That's very vague. What do you mean?
It does not describe the shape of the Earth accurately in any way. It doesn't even approximate it.
Well, it sounds like you're asserting that Earth has to be a shape.
That's a good question. If we go a step back and we say we cannot assert that the Earth has a physical shape, then you got me there. It's as good as any other statement regarding its shape. Yeah.
You can't assert that the Earth is any shape. Can you draw me a flat?
No, but that's a good point. I give you the point. If I lobotomize myself and convince myself that things have no shape, then I can embrace flat Earth with no reservations.
Don't try to straw man what I said, right? I said the Earth, right? I didn't say that things on Earth don't have shape and form. I didn't say
Just
that.
the Earth doesn't. Okay.
But the Earth itself as a whole, right? It's not. Nobody can prove it's a shape. How come it has to be a shape? Like you're asserting that it be a shape, a three-dimensional shape.
I agree with you. That's That's a reasonable thing to say. I am asserting that the Earth has a shape, and you could question that assertion, and then we could both become shapeless Earthers.
But why would you say you're a flat earther? I mean, horizontal, topographical plane, it's just easier to say flat, okay? It's not that
Want
there
to
aren't.
start a new VC called Shapeless Earth?
That'd be cool. Something like that. But we know that the Earth is flat, right? So everything's in a horizontal position to each other. If it's curving, then it's not in a horizontal position.
I agree with you. That's exactly the point I'm making and the measurement I'm making to show that it's not in the horizontal position. You got to the core of my globe measurement with one sentence. Well done.
Except it is in a horizontal position, and the horizontal doesn't curve.
Yeah, but it's not. Like my measurement shows that it's not. That you ask me why I believe in the globe or have a problem with flat Earth. That's exactly the reason.
What was your distance?
The distance was 34 kilometers. 34.12.
Was it across water?
It was, yeah.
It's pretty substantial. Could you see things at the other side of the bay, or inlet, water inlet, or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
The problem with your globe, Peter, is that it's allegedly got a 39-59 mile radius, right? When we take that geometry and we apply it to the real world that we can physically test and see and observe and all that, we're finding that this isn't correct. If that radius value were correct, then
Did you do it?
if that radius value were correct, how come we can see a lot farther, right?
Who is we? You said we. Who is we?
I mean, we can. You can. I can. Do your eyes not work?
I did, and I'm telling you that's the reason why I cannot accept your invitation to the Flat Earth community. Exactly because I did.
Peter, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying here, okay? Is that when we take the math and apply it to physical reality, something is wrong. Something doesn't add up. Each and every time we do this, it's not adding up. That drop over distance is not there. There's no drop. There's no dip. There's no dip to correct for.
Well, for me it does add up, so maybe that's where we differ.
For you, I mean, this just sounds like you're just dedicated, so you can go ahead
I am
and have
dedicated to Euclidean geometry, yes.
You're dedicated to curvy triangles?
No, just regular ones.
Well, you can't have regular ones on the surface of.
Oh yeah, I don't need it to be on the surface.
Well, yeah, you do. You walk on the surface, you breathe on the surface, you talk on the surface. Everything you do is on the surface of frickin' Earth. So yeah, everything we do in practical reality happens on the surface of Earth. Nobody's pulling a 90 out of their butt, out of the center of the frickin' Earth, man. Come on.
That's true. Another true statement. You're on the roll.
You don't do that in practical application.
Absolutely
You
not.
walk, talk, and chew bubble gum on the surface of the Earth, man.
I like to deploy a plumb bob every now and then. I don't know about you, but that's my fetish.
Look, you're not getting a triangle on a globe. You're arguing with yourself at that point.
Another true statement. I don't know. Soon enough, we're going to be one community.
Can you repeat that? There was a tractor driving down the road. It got loud.
You've made a series of statements with which I do agree, and I made a joke that soon enough we will become one community. There's just one last hurdle left. We need to agree on the shape of the Earth.
So a shapeless Earth.
Or fall back onto shapeless Earth, yes. And then we're all in agreement. No triangles, no Euclidean triangles can exist on the surface of a sphere. Agreed.
Here's the thing,
Can't
Peter.
take an angle to a curve. Also agreed. We're on the
Peter.
roll here.
Peter, is flat a shape, sir?
Is flat a shape?
No.
I think flat is more of a, what did they say in geometry? Topology? The topology is flat?
It's a description.
Geometry.
It's geometry and it's a description. Flat is it's
I
description.
agree,
So
yes.
if flat is not a shape, then that means that it would be shapeless. Welcome
It's a
to flat.
topology. Yeah, it's
Welcome.
a topology.
Yeah,
Not a topology,
welcome.
it's a geometry.
Yep. Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to shapeless flat Earth, because flat is not a shape. It is shapeless.
Okay, let's read
Welcome
here.
to flat Earth. So you agree with
Yeah,
me?
okay.
You agree
Euclidean
with me?
spaces, and more generally metric spaces, are examples of topological spaces as any distance or metric defines a topology.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
a
form-
so a topology is a kind of broader category of a mathematical space, and then a subspace of that is a geometrical space or a metric space, as you said. Something that's flat has a specific kind of metric, so it isn't. So the surface of the Earth is like a
I
metric.
need to drop off. I'll come back in a few minutes.
I was talking about maths, and his fucking brain melted, so he had to leave.
Cooked.
Literally.
Cooked.
Literally.
Ate his lunch. He had to deafen. He's like, I can't hear this. I can't
Yeah, this
stand
is
to hear
too
this.
much. I'm gonna shit my pants. Yeah.
Too much. He's gonna go cry for a second. Go finish his Star Wars Lego ship.
Oh, 90 degrees to the surface of a ball. Just remind him of that.
Yeah, it's very much possible to measure an angle at a surface.
Oh
to
no,
the-
it's not.
Of course it is.
No.
So fucking dumb. The thing is, Radwin. See that picture you posted, the one with the Chat GPT text. The look at the picture itself. Do you think? So you see those little squares, and then on the right there's a square with the 90 in it, and on the left there's like the weird kind of bendy shape with the question mark. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. A
Yeah,
Glober
yeah.
drew that.
Yeah. Do you think that's what an angle is? It's that little shape.
If you look down farther, I posted what your angle is on a ball. You can look at.
No, look at the diagram I'm talking about. Look at the diagram I'm talking about. Do you think that's what an angle is? That little shape?
No, you do.
No, I don't. It's not what an angle is.
What is that? What's that called?
That is something that they draw for like basically fucking children to have a look and see and get an idea for what an angle means.
No, stop. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm really good at geometry. I've built lots of things, decking, houses. I put roofs on, and I can tell you right now that is the angle. Play with a speed square or a Johnson square leveler enough, and you're gonna understand that that is your angle, a 45-degree angle, right? And you draw that right there in that corner, okay? 45.
You draw it there.
90,
You draw it there because it's a useful way of labeling it when you're building something. But that's not what an angle is. It's just a way of writing a place to write a number.
No, it's your pitch in degrees. Your angle is the direction those lines are going.
No, I get that. I know. He's got this diagram here. He's taken from, I don't know. He claims some Globe Earth believer guy drew it. He thinks that. So, do you see what do you see which diagram I'm talking about? By the way, who was the lady that was just speaking?
Yeah. It's the no perpendicular on a globe. Look at the picture and tell me it's 90 degrees.
Yeah. So that little bit on the left with the question mark in it. The implication here is that this diagram, like the fact that you can't draw like you can't draw like a square on this corner here like you can with the diagram on the right, and then it's got to be kind of bendy and kind of squished looking. The implication is this somehow proves that you can't have an angle in this corner, but you can have a fucking angle in this corner. You just can do it. Because an angle is defined, so an angle between two lines is defined at the point at which the lines meet, right? It's not extended.
So
it's
at the tangent point where earlier you said it's 0, so 0 is the angle.
No, 0 is not the angle. You don't understand
You
what
said
tangent
it was
point
0
is. You don't-
before.
No, I didn't.
And so did your other friends that come in here.
I don't know who you're talking about, so don't accuse me of saying what they said.
What's the angle of a tangent point?
The angle between a tangent point. You mean the tangent line? Because an angle is something that exists with is a relationship between two lines.
You got to have two straight lines if you're going to use a line like that. I said point, the tangent point where they meet.
An angle. What two lines? What are you talking about? What's that? What the fuck are you even asking?
Your brain is melting.
Got him.
Jenna, I'm sure, as someone who knows lots about geometry, realizes that an angle is not at a point on its own. There are two lines. You need an angle between
you only
two
have one
lines.
straight line. And a curved line, so you're kind of screwed, aren't you?
Yeah, you don't need two straight lines. You can have two of any line.
Oh my
any kind of line.
goodness.
Any kind of line you want. You can have an angle between them. Yes.
So a line is not a straight line?
Doesn't have to be. No.
What is it then?
A triangle only requires one straight line and a curved
A line is a point?
A line is a set. A line is a set of points.
Does a triangle consist of two straight lines and a curved line on the bottom?
Can do, yeah.
You must be retarded, dude. Look up the definition of a triangle.
No, you can have triangle. You can have non-Euclidean triangles, but that's not even what this is. I'm not saying it's a triangle.
Yeah, we're talking about celestial navigation. So you lost.
So who uses non-Euclidean geometry in reality? Anyone does?
Who is?
In which field out there? Like a surveyor? Do they do that? No.
No.
If I get a basketball and I draw a dot.
No, not drawing. I'm talking about in reality. Measuring, surveying, any kind of field, working field.
You understand
People working
what
with that.
you understand what a non-Euclidean geometry is, don't you?
Yeah, it doesn't apply in reality. So gone.
You don't understand what it is, do you? You don't know what it means.
Dude, you need the center of a ball to make your basketball.
He's so
and be able to
dumb. He
place
doesn't
it-
understand what that
to be able
means.
to
What an
place your
idiot.
dots on the ball. Jesus.
He doesn't understand what a non-Euclidean geometry is. He actually doesn't.
Yeah, but I asked you a question. You didn't answer.
You would know that the question was dumb if you knew what the
Okay, so tell me which field uses a non-Euclidean geometry?
which field
Yeah, in the working field. Are you retarded?
in the working field.
Oh my lord.
Mathematicians
Yes.
study non-Euclidean geometries.
Another
When you go
math.
outside in the field, when you go outside, it's called working in the field. When you go to the job, that's working in the field. Which one uses that?
You understand that there's a non-Euclidean geometry on the surface of any curved object.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
He's
Yeah, because you know the center,
asking-
the radius of it, which means you know the center of a radius.
Say it again.
You need to know the center line of your radius, so you know what, your radius.
What
is.
radius? Why are you saying my radius?
Any curve. Any curve. Draw.
But the thing is,
something.
right? If you
can
didn't
pick
know,
any kind of curve on a spline, and it'll give you the radius that's making that.
if you didn't know who I was, and we had a conversation earlier, you wouldn't know I was even. I could be a flat earther for all you know.
You're not.
I know I'm not.
Yeah, we do too.
Well, that's it then. That could be a flat earther, is what you said.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't understand. Right? We're
That's the
talking about
end.
something.
That's
Talking about
it.
something else.
That's all
Talking
we
about-
expect from people. We
We're
just
talking about
expect
something
you guys
else.
to
We're
become
talking about
flat
some, we're talking about some very
earthers, and you
basic
are.
geometry.
You
We're talking
have
about very
become a
basic
flat
geometry,
earther.
and you're just changing the subject. Right? Is my point.
I've got
Oh,
a
no.
question
You
in
become
the
a
face
flat
of basic
earther.
geometry.
You
I
don't even
read
talk
it.
about the geometry anymore. You gave up.
No,
No, I got a question on the geometry aspect, right? So, like, resting bodies of water, they got a slope of 0, man. Like, they don't curve in any direction, any which way. It's level.
Right. So you say?
No, it's not what I say. It's what the science says. That Water seeks its
No,
level
it doesn't.
No,
at
it
rest
doesn't.
level.
No,
Calm
it
sea
doesn't.
level. Calm sea level is level.
No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, you're saying yuh, so yeah, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. No, you're going nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Yes,
Nuh-uh
nuh-uh.
to your nuh-uh.
You
Nuh-uh
just
to your
fucking
nuh-uh.
you just make some random bollocks claim and I deny it, and you go, nah.
Listen, no,
Why
that's
don't you go
exactly
research
what
it? Why don't you go research it, kid? Why don't you go look it up?
Oh, fucking hell. Go do your own research, man.
Who's Rick? Rick, you said, I swear we debunked this in 2014. Oh, you mean when fucking new Merriam-Webster decided to mind fuck you guys and change up the definition to make it contradictory in new Merriam-Webster 2014 edition, even though it's never meant that any other time in any dictionary ever in history? Are you okay?
Talking about what definition of what?
Yeah, I think this is the problem with flat earthers, though.
The definition
There's so
of
much
what?
other stuff happening in your heads that you're
Level.
arguing
Well,
over
fucking
the
Level,
word level.
water level. How much of this fucking earth is covered with water?
Do you know how much is covered with water?
Sir, have you been to the ice wall?
Allegedly, over 70% of this earth is covered with freaking water. Allegedly, right? I don't know. I haven't.
Why allegedly? Why
Because I
allegedly?
haven't sailed the seven seas. It could be more than that. It could be more than that. Okay.
She won't believe it until she's gone out with a fucking liter jug and fucking scooped up every liter of ocean and measured it. Okay.
No, that's
She's
you're-
got to
you're-
measure that.
Guys,
You've got to
calm
measure
down.
it.
Hey, Femo, calm down. Can
You've
you
got to
tell
measure
us
that
more-
shit.
Dude,
Calm
can you
down.
tell us more
It
about
measures
that
zero.
geometry?
It measures zero. Slope of
If you want to talk about more geometry, I'll talk about more geometry with you. But she's just like going off.
I know, but like, stop yelling. I had to drop off to take a phone call, but you were explaining, and I suck at geometry. So, let me ask you a question. What term in geometry do we use to describe the fact that a surface has curvature, such as the surface of a sphere, versus a surface that's Euclidean plane, for example, that does not have curvature? What's the word for the technical word for lack of curvature or not?
Oh, look, the technical word is just flat. Geometers aren't that. They're not that creative.
Right. So I've heard them say, curvature of zero is Euclidean, right? And then you can have negative curvature or positive curvature.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a difficulty, right? Is that the word Euclidean is used in a lot of different ways. So that you can have like a Euclidean geometry, but you can also have a like fucking Euclidean topology.
Right.
And also, even in geometry, it can mean a few different things. So it can mean that, well, I mean, the definition is quite technical, but it can mean, roughly speaking, flat in the sense of lacking curvature.
Word salad is what I heard.
You don't understand what I'm saying, so yes, of course.
Yeah, one way that it's described is that, triangles add up
Bring
to
the sauce.
180, and you have zero
Yeah.
curvature, right?
Yeah, so there's this object called the Riemannian curvature tensor.
Nobody gives a shit.
If you calculate that for a certain metric, which is like a special kind of function that defines the distance between points,
yes,
and that object, the Riemannian curvature tensor, is equal to 0, then it's flat, and it's Euclidean in that sense.
Euclidean plane, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not really a shape, but a property of that.
Of the space, yeah.
The space, right? Yeah.
Space,
Property
yeah.
of that space, yeah. So when we ask about to Jana's point, when we ask about the Earth, we're kind of implying, I think, that the Earth is some sort of space, some sort of baseline, right? And does that baseline have a positive, negative, or zero curvature?
You guys
Right?
are overthinking this. Yeah, hold on, man. You guys are overthinking this shit. Like too much.
I mean,
like
that's why we're here, man.
All these technical words that you're trying to figure out, these mathematical constructs, it's just a bunch of bloviating. You guys really don't know if the Earth is curving or not. If there's any way that they've measured it in the past, then you would know by now. You wouldn't have to come up with some.
Chill out. Look,
chill out, my ass, dude. No, we're not gonna chill out,
dude.
Don't tell Mickey
this
to
isn't a
chill out.
fucking chill out server. This is either you got the evidence that the Earth is curving or not, or just go sit down. Don't give us some fucking tensor equations about
Came in
something
earlier today. Listen, he came in
Who is
earlier
this guy?
today and
Mickey, I
spiraled
think you're
out
missing
here,
some
rage
context,
quit.
respectfully.
Peter, shut up. He rage quit earlier, and now he's back.
Yeah, I hate it when these guys come in with these convoluted explanations and thinking they have a better way to explain to these guys, and it's not.
Dude,
anything
he just
nuanced.
asked
There's
me
nothing
about
new under the
geometry.
sun, dude.
He just asked me a question about
Yeah,
geometry.
what
like,
does that have to or what does that
Mute
have
this
to do?
guy.
Hold on, guys. What does that have to do with measuring any distance from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth? What the? Come on, I need somebody to tell me. What does it have
It
to
does
do
not.
with that?
It does not.
Actually, I mean, it kind of does.
Miggy,
'cause
hey, Famo.
All right.
Hold on.
Miggy,
Hold
calm down,
on.
dude.
Listen, tactic or Themo, whatever. He said that a triangle has two sides and a curved baseline, and he
No, I
said
didn't.
yes. You sure did. We have the YouTube bot in here. I asked you that, and you said yeah, of course.
Oh, sure, right. Okay, it could have that. It's not the definition of a triangle, though. No.
What do you mean it could have that?
Yeah,
Dude, you're fucking talking out both sides of your mouth.
yeah, that's the definition of a triangle. It's 3 straight fucking connecting sides, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. But the word straight, the meaning of the word straight, is not fixed.
now he's gonna
It means
define
different
straight.
things.
No. You're not going to redefine terms.
Don't bring up the word straight
Yeah.
though. We're gonna get.
Yeah,
into
no,
a
you're
whole-
going to redefine. You're going to redefine terms so that things that are already established are now having new meanings. That's
No,
some
it's
horse
not.
shit, dude.
Not a new
Yeah, it
meaning.
is. Yeah, it is. So a straight line. What is a
It's
straight
not
line? to
new
you?
meanings. You just don't understand.
I don't understand.
You don't.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You know. Okay, sure. I mean that.
Oh shit, muted. Rip.
Perfect.
Yeah, rip, dude. Get out of here with those fucking. You guys want to redefine terms and then apply them to some kind of fucking knowledge that you're gonna do something amazing. You're not doing anything amazing. Terms are already established. Either
Are
you
you,
have the
are you
information.
threatened by the concept that someone might know
I'm not
things about?
threatening you, fucking utter moron. Either you
sound
have
it.
the information. Either you have the information to support the claim, or you don't. Quit. Stop, like you and Peter and everybody else. You're bloviating. That's too much words. Either just substantiate the claim, or like shit, or get off the pot, dude.
Miggy,
Like,
you're
don't be
missing
in
the
here fucking-
context, bro.
No, context my ass, dude. Either you have the information to support the claim that the surface of the Earth is curving or not. sir.
Man, these people are violently fucking stupid. It's insane.
No, you know what? You know what's stupid is you sitting in here for 40 minutes fucking talking about nothing. At the end of the day, I asked, is there any measurements of Earth curvature? And you say, no, we're just talking about Euclidean geometry.
Miggy, because
Well,
we
then
had
what
a
the fuck
convo
are you
with
saying?
Jenna.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. I'm talking.
Dude,
So,
if
either
you're this
you-
angry all the time, you'll have heart problems.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Either you have the
should.
information to support the claim or you don't. Shit or get off the fucking pot.
Dude, he's gonna have a stroke. He's gonna have a fucking stroke. Like, chill.
Yeah, who gives a
Bad-
shit about
being
your
angry
fucking
is bad for your
color
health.
commentary? I don't give
Your
a shit.
heart is round.
I don't care.
Nah, your heart's flat. His heart
Alright,
will be
fair
flat
enough.
soon.
This is going to end really, really quickly, guys. So we either get back onto a subject, or I'm just going to end up muting people for not being on subject. So evidence for the.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I don't give a shit. Go.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jedi,
the
excuse
subject,
me.
the
Hey, Jedi,
subject
how's
is
it
for
going?
you guys, you fucking morons. Either you
Hold
have
on.
the evidence that the Earth is curving and you can substantiate it, or you don't. That's the fucking.
here-
That's what's on the
listen,
table.
We were talking about mathematics.
Listen.
Like, just
Hey,
chill out.
Jedi, Jenna asked
For a
us if flat
second.
was a shape. That was the
Dumbasses.
topic.
Just chill.
Stop
Like, we were talking about
talking.
something else.
Stop talking.
Can
Emo,
I-
you're done. You gave up already. You said a triangle has two sides and a curved base.
No, I
So
didn't.
You're
I said
done
it could
with
do.
flat Earth.
I said it could do.
It cannot. A triangle cannot do that.
Okay. So on that premise, if I have one straight line and one curved line, can I measure an angle from that curved line with just those two lines?
Yeah, you could measure two angles at both the points where it meets
That's
the
horseshit.
straight line.
Sorry, say that again. 2 points.
So you're describing one straight line and a curved line which like crosses the straight line at 2 points, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I've got one vertical line which is straight,
Sure.
and a curved line. They
Does
just
it?
meet at one. They just meet at one vertex.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You can. Yeah. You can meet. You can make. You can. You can. You can define an angle
So,
between them. Yes.
okay, so if I get a protractor, put it
Yeah.
on these lines, how would
Yeah.
I measure an angle?
Well, it would have to be a very, very small protractor.
Nah, this is fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
So the thing is, right? Is it
This
in
bullshit.
so in practice,
Dude,
these
shut
you have
the
to.
fuck- No, you can't do it. Just say you can't do it.
Why is he not
Why do
being
you-
Why is he not being
Because you're
muted
not.
for?
You're not being. What do you mean? I'm not being muted. You're the one that needs to be
Why are
fucking
you
muted.
interrupting me?
If
Then?
you're
Why are you
saying, if you're
why are
saying
you
that you can
interrupting
get an angle, you know what? There. Now you can't speak. If you're saying that you can get a 90-degree angle from a fucking curved line, you're fucking moronic, dude. And then if you're here talking about mathematics, you and fucking Peter, you guys are morons, dude. There's no way you can get, and that's what Jedi was pointing out. So you're in here talking about mathematics, and then you're not able to substantiate how you can have an angle from a curved surface. Come on.
I don't know what to tell you. You can. I can I'll give you a diagram and shows you how it works.
Do I need to do anything else? You mentioned something about a point. You remember, I didn't say anything else about drawing any tangents to points or anything like that. It was just these two lines and these two lines only.
Yeah, no, I get you. But this is the thing, right? So if someone says to you, the angle. So someone comes up to you with a diagram, and I'm hoping that this other guy won't interrupt me while I'm explaining this. I'm betting he fucking will, but I'm hoping he won't. If you have those two.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
You need to basically just say what you want to say without the colour commentary and like the last word, like some kind of, I don't know, passive-aggressive bitch. It's not going to work like that, dude. Just stay on point and then you won't get muted.
So, okay, when you have, if you gave me a diagram like that, right? So, because I assume that what you're talking about really is like the surface of the Earth. So, for example, a segment of a circle meeting a straight line, with a vertical straight line coming out of it. If someone says to you, like a mathematician or a scientist or whatever, the angle, they refer to the angle between the vertical line and that curve. What they mean, the meaning of that phrase, is the same as the angle between that vertical line and the tangent to the curve at the point at which that line meets, at which those two lines meet. That's just what it means. The meaning of it.
I posted a picture at 16 minutes after the hour.
Sure.
Give me the angle at that guy's foot.
It's just 16 minutes after the hour. Oh, 7:16. The angle between
give me
what?
the
Between
angle at his foot.
So the angle at his foot, like between what his foot and the ground.
Point's not a line.
That's what Jedi's asking for. That's what Jedi's asking for. He wants to know what that angle is.
No, I know a point's not a line. A point. What I'm saying though is that the angle. So, like for example, if you have a square, right? You go that there are 4 angles in a square, and each of those angles is at the point where the sides of the square meet in each 4 corners.
Right, so we understand what the definition of the angle is, right? The intersection of two straight lines where you can measure the deviation of these two straight lines from the vertex at which they meet. We can also apply this to rule of triangles, right? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can measure and add the interior angles and they will reach 180 degrees.
Yes,
now,
we agree.
Good.
Yeah.
So if you were to curve one of those lines within the triangle, will the interior angles measure to 180 degrees?
No,
Is
and
this
it's not a
wrong?
triangle.
No, of course it won't. Yeah.
Thank you. Good, because
No
you
one
can't
did like
measure an angle from a curved line. You have to do something else.
No,
or
that's not
apply
why. It's
What?
not because you can't measure it. It's because it's different. The angle is still there. It's just a different number now.
So, do I have to do something special now? What else do I have to do? Because I can't measure the angle from the curved line. I have to dictate a point along that curved line.
You can
to then make a straight line to measure an angle from a now created straight line.
You don't. It's not like you have to arbitrarily decide a point. The point is the one at which the two lines that you're measuring an angle between meet.
But an angle is not a point. The point at which they meet. You've got a curved line deviating away from a straight line. An angle is not a point.
An angle is at a point.
The angle is the deviation between two straight lines where at that point they meet, but those two lines straight.
It doesn't have to be straight. I'm sorry. You just keep saying it, but
does because we've got a problem within a triangle if one of those lines is curved.
They
For
don't.
example, for example, you've got to do something else. You can't measure the interior angles of a triangle if one of the lines is curved because two of your angles are fucked, sunshine.
But you claim that, but
I know that.
It's not true. I've explained it many times.
It's the definition of a triangle, and as I keep pointing out, you have to do something else or infer something else. You say at the point at which they meet. A point is not a line.
At the point, so the angle at the point at which they meet is given by the angle between the straight line and the tangent to the curved line at the point at which they meet.
Tangent. So you're now drawing a tangent line, are you?
If you were going to actually measure one, yes, you would have to draw a tangent
Okay,
line.
so you have to draw something else.
Yeah,
this
sure.
word tangent is a straight line because you couldn't measure the angle when one of the lines was curved. You had to say, well, if I draw a straight line, I can measure an angle now.
Yeah. So, but this is what I'm saying, right? Is it so? The meaning, the very meaning of the word, an angle. What? Sorry.
I'm talking about application.
I know. Yeah. But you've got to know. You've got to know the meaning of what you're trying to measure before you measure it, right? So the meaning of an angle between a curved surface or a curved line. What?
I don't think anyone said anything, dude, unless it was my background.
I thought you did.
Oh my.
The angle between like a vertical straight line or something like that, and a
Is he
curved
still
surface.
trying to weasel his way out of this, Jedi?
Yeah.
There's no way to get out of it.
Weaseling seems
Yeah.
unfair.
Well, it's not unfair if you're doing it.
The meaning
which is
of
what
that.
you're trying to do. What is it? And listen, what's
the angle?
Okay, hold on a second. What's the end game here? What do you expect to accomplish when you find out that you can measure an angle from a curved surface, like a curved line? What do you expect to What is the outcome of that?
What if
Do you think the Earth's suddenly gonna be curving in some way, and you can measure the curved surface with this idea?
Bro, it's you guys that constantly fucking say it's impossible.
Yeah, so go ahead and tell me now that you established this idiotic idea of that you can measure from angles.
Oh, I've established it. Yay!
Yeah, let's see if you're able to measure the surface of the Earth. Numbnuts.
No, I'm good, man. That's awesome.
Nah.
I've convinced you. Yay!
No, you didn't convince shit, dude.
But you said
think
I established it.
No, you said that if you think you can establish it, because Jedi's been pointing out how wrong you are, and you think you can actually do this method of seeing how curved surfaces can make angles to the curved surface. I want to see how you're able to measure the surface curving now with your idiotic idea. Is there any way that you can do that?
Nah, dude, I'm done. You said
You're
I
not
got it.
done. That's the beginning. You have to, if you establish that you can measure angles and curved surfaces.
No, I am done.
Yeah. How are you done? You just try to do something in mathematics that, according to Jedi, was telling you
looking for a
you're not
way
able to
out.
do.
So wait,
he needs a way out.
So wait,
He is
do you
done.
still-
He needed
do you
a way
still-
out.
So do you still think it's
That's not the end of the
you think
argument.
it's possible or it's impossible or
You
what?
moron! It's not the end of the
Impossible.
argument. No, it's impossible. But here's the problem.
It is, though.
You think that it can be done,
Mhm.
which is still a problem for you.
No.
So how can you, with your idiotic idea that you can
I'm not
measure
gonna-
angles from curved surfaces, how is it possible that you're measuring the surface of the Earth curving? Huh?
Mate, it's you guys that were saying it was impossible. Not me.
All
You
right.
made the claim.
Are
You made the
gonna-
claim.
I'm just gonna fucking mute you if you're not able to bring forth
Hey,
the
you
evidence.
made the claim, man. You made the claim.
You've demonstrated it's impossible. You had to do something else.
Yeah,
you
you drew a tangent. You drew a tangent line, idiot.
Why is
You
that not
didn't-
allowed?
Because you're doing it from the curved surface, you fucking moron.
Why is that
Not
not
from
allowed?
a tangent line. I already told you. Because Jedi was telling you, can you measure from a curved surface? The curved line.
But what you don't understand is the tangent.
No, we're not going to talk about fucking tangents because that wasn't a part of the argument.
No, it kind of is. It's the demonstration that he had to do something else, thus conceding he couldn't measure from that curved line.
These guys are fucking idiots, man, I swear. That wasn't even a part of what you were saying. You were saying, how is it possible from the curved line to measure an angle? That's what we were saying this whole time. And now he introduced this tangent that nobody talked about. That's what he had to do. But we weren't talking about tangents. We're talking about from the curved surface. And that's exactly what he thought he could get away with. And then he shifted the goalposts to now introduce a tangent line. He didn't do anything new.
Posted it
Idiot.
for him. Asked him what's the angle
He
at his
can't
foot.
speak, he
and
can't
couldn't
defend himself,
answer it.
so whatever
He
you
said
say, it
you
doesn't
need
matter.
a tiny. He said you need a tiny
Yeah,
protractor.
that's
You need
exactly
a
what he
tiny
said.
protractor.
He was trying to do it from the curved line, and you couldn't do it. Now he introduced a tangent because he knows it's impossible. So he's defeated. So now what? He wants to use his idiotic idea of measuring from a curved surface or a curved line. And how is he going to apply that to the Earth? There's no way. Idiot, dude.
It's funny. Got two lines. One of them is curved. Can I measure from that curved line? Can I measure the angle? Yeah. If I draw another line.
and then he said, "Let me use a tiny." The first thing he said was, "Let me use a tiny protractor." A tiny protractor? How the fuck is that going to help you? Jeez.
Funny. Anyway, what we're doing with him, is he staying on mute? Oh, he's off mute now. That's
I
good.
unmuted him for a second to see if he would talk.
Oh yeah, I'll talk. Yeah. About what? I mean, you guys clearly.
The tiny protractor, fuckface.
Yeah. So can I elaborate on what I meant by that? The tiny protractor thing.
Well, you're going to try to now do some mathematics to make it sound like your
Jedi
tiny
wants you to
protractor.
talk to him about the tiny protractor. Go ahead.
Your tiny protractor is going to measure a curved line.
So obviously, right, when you have a protractor has a straight line on the bottom of it. So,
No shit.
Yes.
Dude, chill, man, chill. Like, you got to let me finish the sentences. You just got to do it.
Why? You're a fucking idiot. Why would I?
Well, I suppose you don't literally have to, but it just seems like the fair thing to do, doesn't it?
Well, you're not being fair. How about that?
I feel like I am.
I feel like you're not.
Dude, I'm trying to get through the sentence. Come on.
Who gives a fuck, dude? You're a moron.
Well, what? Ban me, man. Ban me from the chat.
No, you could ban your fuck. I want the trash to take itself out. I don't need to take it out.
Okay, well, I won't.
I want him to explain for the YouTubers what he's going to say so they all can hear what an ass this guy really is.
Yeah, go for it. So, yeah. The protractor, obviously, the way a physical, like, plastic protractor is made, it has a straight line on the bottom of it. So if you're going to measure a curved surface, the angle between, like, a vertical line or, like, a rod or whatever, and the curved surface of the Earth, for example, or a perfectly smooth ball, because obviously the Earth isn't perfectly smooth, but a perfectly smooth ball, you're going to need to approximate that angle, right, with a physical protractor. And the approximation will get better and better and better the smaller the protractor is. Because if you like, you're getting closer and closer to the exact point at which the angle exists, which is the point at which the line and the surface meet.
So two lines meeting, right?
Yeah, one of them is not a straight line, though. I know you're trying to get me on the word line, but...
It's okay. We just did basic fucking geometry, dude.
You can have a curved line, dude. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Dude. If I was to have 45 degree angle, a horizontal line, and the line at a diagonal 45 degrees. Yeah. Now I know how I measure this, right? I put the protractor point along the horizontal line and then measure that elevation angle up from that horizontal line at 45 degrees. If I was to curve that horizontal line now, I can't measure the deviation between those two lines because it keeps getting further and further and further apart.
Okay, so the deviation at the point at which they meet is the same as the deviation, as you like to call it, between the rod and the tangent at that point. It's the same thing. The words mean the same thing.
An angle's not a point, though, is it? Yes, these two lines meet.
At a point. They meet at a point.
Yes, they meet at a point.
So the angle...
The angle isn't described by the point.
No, it isn't.
The angle is described as the degrees of separation of the two lines.
Yeah, so again, at the point at which the rod or the line or what
No,
the
he's
two
just
lines
gonna
meet.
persevere. He's persevering to say what he wants, and he's not adhering to what you said, Jedi.
Well, yeah,
He's
because
already.
you're making
That's
incorrect
enough.
assumptions. I'm
That's
sorry.
enough's enough. Enough's enough. He's already said enough to the YouTube people. They already know he's a fucking moron. Now he can take himself out. Fucking trash needs to just leave now.
Yeah, AV
It's a
man,
trash argument.
you're gonna have a
It's a
stroke
trash
if you
fucking
be this
argument.
angry all the time. You will die of a
No,
stroke. and
shut the
you will.
fuck up. Get the fuck out of here
You will.
already.
You'll get like a
That's
heart
enough
attack.
YouTube content with your dumbass. Get the fuck out of here.
No, honestly, it'll really hurt you to be this angry all the time in your life.
Yeah, whatever. Leave. Just fucking leave.
And there
For you to
have
have
it,
a
folks. Angles.
for you to have a go ahead,
points,
Ryder.
points where a point is an angle without an angle and without lines, but it has two lines. That's all he said was just a bunch of words and said you use a tiny protractor. So you end up with 0. Dude, that's your point is 0.
His idea of an angle is at the point, not the deviation between the two lines that make the angle. That's what he's saying.
He needs the angle though. 2 straight lines. No mention of curvature ever.
Yeah, but he's saying an angle is at the point. That's what he was saying to Jedi. That's what he was trying to tell him. That's an angle when they meet at the point. Not the deviation between the two lines, but at the point.
Yeah, this is where the globe leads you. It's horizontal at a point, and vertical at a point, and an angle at a point. So you just live on a little point.
AO wants to jump in. They're all in the side chat support. I support you. Like they're holding hands now and hugging.
Is it the clown car has arrived? Fucking clowns are gonna be coming out.
Maybe.
Only the other point.
Hey, Radwin, I support you.
Oh, you're giving me a hug.
Well, this the guy who ran off crying about latitude angles earlier.
He's specialized in relativity. I didn't even know that was a specialty in physics, maybe mathematics. I mean, but he's saying he's specialized in the physics of relativity.
There's only so much you can fucking get out of a person like that. And then after that, it's just fucking moronic to even try to reason with someone like that.
Yep. It's painful. You feel the pain, don't you? They're in pain. Right
They're
now.
having a bad day. Remember, he rage quit earlier. Big time.
What was his rage quit about?
I forget. We'd have to go back and listen. It was funny, though.
I think it was I was telling him how latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
Oh, that's right. He pooped himself.
And then he was going on about tangent lines, but we was explaining that tangent lines when using celestial navigation has 2 GPs, and the tangent line won't be a ground position because it's got a line out into space and it's only touching one point of the sphere or circle, but he couldn't get his head around this. And then he ran away.
Yeah, one deck I've really enjoyed hearing you debate these Globers. A lot of them rage quit.
Latitude gets them, mate. As soon as you mention latitude as a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, it freaks them out because they're so used to seeing them latitude circles around the ball. That's just been drummed into them. But when you explain it's an elevation angle to and from Polaris, and it will require a horizontal baseline at sea level, they can't cope with it. It just destroys them. Latitude, flat Earth proof. Latitude from altitude above sea level. every time they try and describe how the globe's measured, they've got to reference horizontal. They've got to use a line, a straight line, tangent line, which doesn't have two GPs on it because it's a line extending out from a circle or a sphere into space, not attached to the ground, only at one point. Or altitude, sea level, elevation, angle, plane, horizon, horizontal. They will use one or nearly all of them terminologies when they're trying to explain how curvature is measured, which it's so funny because it's got nothing to do with curvature. So flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
And when it doesn't give them the ball, they turn to calculations to add on top of it.
Yeah, or they'll just say, well, boats disappear over the horizon. That's all we need to look at. But that's not a measurement. It's just an observation of a boat. Nothing to do with the Earth. It's just a boat disappearing.
Right. Sometimes they don't appear to do that. In fact, in a lot of places, they don't appear to do that. Some users here have said that they've never seen that phenomenon.
I'm going to unmute this guy real quick. Here we go.
Oh,
go ahead,
awesome.
Gravity Man.
What's up? Hey, I'm back. Yay.
Gravity Man.
That's me, Gravity Man.
Yep. Go ahead and prove that objects are pulled together.
Prove that they're pulled together. Well, I mean,
prove that water is pulled down into a cup. How's that?
I mean, I think, you let go of an object, it goes down. Like, it's kind of that simple.
Oh, perfect. So there's water in a cup. It's being pulled down, right?
Yeah.
Not gas, though.
I'm going to debunk you right now. I don't even have to do it. I don't even have to do a presentation. I'm going to put your cup of water in my vacuum chamber, suck the air out, and the water's going to turn into gas and leave the vacuum chamber also. Gravity debunked.
That wouldn't happen though. So well done.
It does happen. I did it in here live. You guys have all seen it. You're done.
Yeah, gas doesn't go down, pal.
So are you sure that what happened isn't that the water boiled?
What, changed temperature? No. The water changed state because of the pressure that was decreasing. When you
that's what it means. That's what it means to boil it.
Yeah. But you have to be very specific with your terms. We're not talking about heat. We're talking about reduction of pressure. And yes, that's what we are talking about. That's what he just demonstrated.
Dude, you have
well, I mean, Themo Pan, you responded right away. That never happens, and then you said, "Are you sure it doesn't boil?" So maybe you're not an expert on gravity. It's no big deal. Like you said, you denied the thing happening, and then you guessed. So I mean, that you're probably not.
I mean, so it
probably not your thing.
So it did boil.
I don't know. I mean, you're just not your thing.
No, air pressure is pushing down on the water. We remove the air pressure, and the water is left too because there's nothing pushing on the surface of it anymore. So that's the end of gravity.
It's not the end of gravity. No, no, it's not because it wouldn't just float up arbitrarily far.
Nuh-uh. What do you mean it wouldn't float up arbitrarily far? What are you talking about?
Sorry, one second. Let me reply to someone in the side chat. Oh, I can reply to you in person. Jenna. You kind of have to study Newtonian gravity first.
You reply to Jedi.
You think I'm easy, huh? You think I'm an easy target? Oh, you.
No, I really don't. You just asked me. You just asked me a question. I'm answering it. You kind of have to study Newtonian.
Yeah, what did Newton say about the behavior of gases and gravity?
I don't know. What did he say about them?
Not much. In fact, not really anything. He said gases, state of matter disperses, whereas like liquids and solids condense.
Sure. He does actually have like an essay about like
gas and gravity.
Changing the subject. Now you're changing the subject.
I'd love to see that citation.
Winding down the road of going to nowhere. You're done, dude. It was air pressure, not gravity.
Yeah,
right, Newton's not going to help you with that.
So the thing is, right, is that the molecules of water have enough energy in them that when they collide with one another, right, you can get. It's very, very easy without the pressure. It becomes easier for the intermolecular collisions to create molecules that have essentially escape velocity, right? That essentially what
Can
I've
you
described there
concede for us, for the audience, so we're all
Like, essen-
clear that
like,
Newton's
essentially
not
what
going to
I've-
help you with gas and gravity?
So essentially, what I've described for you there, though, is
the answer no?
is the effect of boiling.
Wow.
And for those of you who
So
aren't
Newton's not
really-
going to help you, buddy.
What
Yeah.
does water boil at sea level, mate?
What? Sorry.
What does water boil at sea level?
100 degrees.
Yeah, that's our level reference frame, isn't it? Level, sea level.
Yeah, I mean,
what,
but I mean that.
what
But obviously
color is what color is water?
But obviously that.
Here we go. Here we go.
Obviously
We're gonna
that.
lose
So
the
that
point.
100 degrees.
We're gonna lose the point of me debunking this fuckface.
So that 100 degrees number
Right,
also
Gish Gallop.
requires atmospheric pressure.
Pressure.
But in the chamber there is an atmospheric
Yeah,
pressure.
pressure's not weight, right?
No. Pressure
Not
is
the same thing at all.
What
No,
is
it's
pressure?
not.
So
What is
yeah,
pressure?
that's not helping you.
What is pressure?
Pressure is the amount of force felt on an object per unit area in
Cool.
like on a surface or something like that.
Yeah. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, right?
It doesn't have to be on a container, it can just be against any surface.
You need to achieve pressure first, right?
What?
Yes, pressure's on it presses on surfaces, yes, and you
Mhm.
can read the amount of pressure that gas has, but the amount of pressure that gas has is going to depend on the fixed area the gas is within the container.
It doesn't have to be fixed.
So you understand
Per unit area.
You hold tight, my friend. You understand PV equals nRT, right?
Yes.
Cool. So you understand Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, parts of Avogadro's law and Brownian motion, right?
Yeah.
So you understand that when you put gas inside a container, by consequence of this fixed volume, the gas is under pressure, correct?
Yeah.
If you increase the size of the container but keep the amount of gas the same, the pressure will go down, correct?
Repeat that, sorry.
If you increase the size of the container but
Yes.
keep the
Yeah.
amount of gas the same, the gas pressure will go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool, awesome stuff. Every time you keep increasing the size of the container, the gas feels the limitation of that volume, but the gas pressure goes down, doesn't it, by consequence?
Yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. If you remove the size of the container, what happens to the gas?
It equilibrates with the atmosphere and becomes the pressure becomes atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Yeah, as long as there's high pressure inside this area, it will disperse into the lower pressure environment always, right?
Yeah, or vice versa. If it's lower pressure, the environment will flood in. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely correct. So for all of these examples, all we're talking about is pressure and how that pressure is going to vary. Yes, you can change the amount of temperature with that environment. It will go up and down depending on the heat, for example. Right? And so we understand these are very well described and understand that's why we have the formulation of PV equals nRT. Pressure is solved by force over area. Gas pressure is designed as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. And when it is contained, by consequence, it's under pressure. Now, you understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container, right?
You can.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
It can be pressure against any surface, right? So you can have like a tennis ball.
Yeah.
There is pressure on the surface of a tennis ball, even though it doesn't contain the gas.
Yeah. So if we're going to be talking about the environment outside of the tennis ball that the gas is in, how is that under pressure?
When you say how, do you mean like what does that mean, or do you mean what causes it?
Yeah, what causes the pressure that the gas is exerting on the tennis ball?
Intermolecular interactions.
Awesome stuff, but it has to be under pressure, right? It has to be within a fixed volume.
It doesn't have to be within a fixed volume, no.
Dude, we're just talking about arbitrary
You're just claiming that, like you're just saying it. Like
dude, you're just talking about arbitrary things that exist within the gas environment and that are pressure on it and that we can read. I'm talking about the definition of gas pressure, not where you can read it. You understand this, right? The definition of gas pressure is you're going to need a container for the gas to press against within inside a fixed area. Keep increasing the size of this container, the gas will go down, the pressure will go down, but the gas will fill the space. It's quite simple to understand. I'm not talking about fucking tennis balls. I'm asking you how you have gas pressure in a container without a container.
You can have it because there are still intermolecular interactions. They bounce off one another. So
Okay.
any object or surface you have immersed in that gas, even if it's not a container of the gas, will be bombarded by the molecules, right? Which is the force that creates the pressure. And the object, like a tennis ball, has a surface area. So you have if you add up all the force from all the molecules bombarding the tennis ball, and you divide it by the area of the tennis ball, you will have the pressure on the tennis ball. Because that's the definition of pressure, is force per unit area.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the area?
Just the area of the tennis ball.
That's an inside, right?
No, it's
he
like the
needs
area of the
he needs the area for atmosphere in order to pull this trick off. So that's going to be the next question.
No, you don't. You don't need that.
You do.
You don't.
You just said area.
Dude.
The area of the tennis ball.
So what is the area?
So when pressure is on something, right? So if you tell me what the pressure, if you were asking me what's the pressure on the container of the entire atmosphere, I'd go, yeah, that needs a container, doesn't it? Because you're asking me about the pressure on the container. But guess what? There isn't such a thing. But there is still pressure. For example, the pressure on a tennis ball.
Yeah, the problem is when he defined pressure and said, yeah, you guys didn't say no. Because I would have said, well, give me a citation for that, because gas pressure is defined as the amount of energy that the gas particles exert on themselves and the walls of its container.
So you're adding of its container, but you don't need to.
Oh, Jedi said it first already. He already told you the definition.
It's not true. It's not what it means.
I don't want to mute you. It's very simple. We don't have to speak fast. You can speak very chill. Just get a citation for what you're claiming is a definition for pressure.
I mean, what kind of source would you want for a definition of the word pressure? Like, can I just Google the definition?
Use NASA.
Why does it have to be NASA?
You just asked me what source, so
I'm doing it. I'll see if I can find one.
So
I don't know why they would.
Questions, because I'm gonna mute you. It's gonna get annoying. You ask me a question, I get chill, bro.
Fuck it.
If you go up in the chat and you look at 44 minutes past the hour, you'll actually see the stuff from NASA being like, you need a container.
Yeah, so I found. So I can't link pictures. I can't post pictures in the. I don't have the permissions or whatever. But so that
it's not my pictures versus your pictures, dude. It's just this is what it is.
I'm talking about something else. So I've linked this there, and there you go. That's a quote from the.
Read it.
The values and relations of the properties define this. That's a sentence that doesn't need to be there. The pressure P of a gas equals the perpendicular (brackets normal) force exerted by the gas divided by the surface area on which the force is exerted.
Awesome stuff. So you're from the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So you've probably done your GCSEs. You've probably been informed by BBC Bite-Size and something like that.
Sure.
So very quick.
I'm sorry.
Very quick.
I'm sorry, Jedi.
Very quick.
Wait a minute.
I'm just going to read out that definition, but I can't eat.
Hold on. Was that a definition, though, Jedi? Why we keep moving on from he had one job. Like, I don't want to come off mute to point out that what he just gave wasn't a fucking definition.
Yes, it is. Why is it not a definition? I don't understand.
You posted the properties of air from NASA.
Yeah, sure. It has some pressure is one of its properties, and that's how you define pressure.
Fucking Christ.
Billy the Weasel.
Are you what? Have you got nothing to say about that? That's what the word means. Like, I don't. You asked me. You said NASA. I gave you one from NASA.
Air pressure. Was that definition of air pressure?
Well, it's talking about air, but it just says it's defining the air,
So it's
like
not.
the pressure of air.
So it's not a definition of air pressure. You can go to NASA and it actually that's not the definition of air pressure.
Dude, I gave you the quote. I'm sorry. Go read the article. Like
that's air.
Very specific gas. So gases
definition
have
of pressure. The definition doesn't change for each gas.
Try again, buddy. Just try again.
It doesn't change depending on the gas. What are you
Try
talking
again.
about?
That's not a definition. Try again.
Why is it not a definition?
Because it's not the definition of air pressure.
It's not even given. What's the
literally says
word? Show me where it's got the word and then definition and then show it. What do you mean?
The pressure P of a gas equals, right? And equality is defining the thing on the left.
I don't. They could be talking about tacos. Where's the word? Where's the word and then the definition after it?
I put the quote in the chat and I read it out to you.
Yeah, it just says values of what? Values of what? What is it defining? Maybe it's talking about tacos. Just show definition.
Pressure.
Please.
The pressure.
No. You're saying that. Just show me the definition.
Hold on.
I didn't show you. I put it in the chat.
It doesn't say what it's defining.
I'm reading it. I'm going to read it aloud to you
If you
again.
go on a plane,
I will read it aloud to you again if you want me to.
Yeah. No.
You've
chill.
gone off topic so bad.
Yo, hold on. Chill. So, what he posted, right? Let's just read it. Go ahead. The values and relations of the properties define the state of the gas. The pressure P of a gas equals right now it seems to be talking about the state of a gas. Now, this right here that I'm posting, it's very simple because we want to know what the definition of gas pressure is. It's not saying too many words. It's pretty simple. Gas pressure is the force exerted by the gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container. If the volume and temperature of a gas, if a container of a gas are held constant, an increase in the number of gas particles will result in an increase in pressure, and vice versa, which is what Jedi told you. But what you gave isn't a definition that's most definitely contradicting this. First of all, it wasn't a definition of gas pressure. This is a definition of gas pressure. And what you posted, come on, bro. Why does it have to be weird where these guys just like fight to the death about shit that's obviously you're just wrong?
Yeah, typically the words that you're trying to define are not used in the definition.
Why? It wasn't used in my definition at all, so I don't know what you're on about there. But
gas
why
and
is
pressure
it?
are used in your quote, so it's not defining gas and
because
pressure.
it's saying
Anyway, you now have the
pressure is-
definition. Now work with it.
Well, so why? Just really one quick question to Big Daddy. I assume is the name. I can't see all of it.
Big Daddy Flurf.
Why is it you insisted I had to give you a definition from NASA, but you just get to give me this definition from inspiritvr.com, whatever the fuck that is?
He was saying just pick NASA
like some
for all I
website for
care.
children
He was saying
to learn
just pick
physics.
NASA for all I care. We'll use him as a hostile witness.
You
Pick whatever
asked.
you want.
Yeah, you asked.
No, I didn't.
Gave you an answer.
No, I said, where do you want it from? And he said, NASA.
Yeah, you asked.
Listen, you guys' name isn't Elijah, and the guy that talked until you hear my voice answering your question. I don't understand why you have to keep chirping. I don't understand how you guys have conversations in the real world. And it makes sense. So, you asked me a question. Actually, dipshit, if you follow the citation, that actually is from NASA. They just cited NASA.
Oh, okay, cool. Fair enough. Well, it's interesting that NASA have two contradictory definitions, but notice that my definition is actually more general than yours. So your one that you've given there with the container.
Yours is a
ex-
description, not a definition.
is a
You know the difference?
I do precisely know the difference. Yeah.
A description, a definition.
Yeah, so you could describe some. So I mean, strictly speaking, a definition is when you define something if you give necessary and sufficient conditions for that thing.
Dude, you were doing okay for a little while. You were told you would get the definition of gas pressure. You got the definition of a state of gas, right? And obviously, you're only going to believe the definitions that you go find. So, can you go find a definition of gas pressure so you'll believe in it?
Yeah. So you're picking up on the sentence at the beginning, which is not necessary really, because you're floundering. But
It's
what that is
stating what it's
saying,
defining. That's all. This is not even to argue a
so
point.
what
It's
it's
to help you
saying, so
to
yeah, just look at the second
move it
sentence.
along.
What it's saying is one of the things that defines the state of gas is its pressure. The pressure is blah 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 blah, right? That's what this thing says. You keep picking up on, it's talking about a state, not pressure. Defining the pressure is part of defining the state, and it defines what pressure is for you.
It's not a definition because it uses the same words in the description. So it's not a definition of gas pressure. If I tell you gas pressure is gas pressure,
he doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to have a conversation. Just leave, dude. Just leave. You don't want to have the conversation. You don't want to find the definition so people can talk to you. Just leave.
Well,
the thing is, the definition.
I found
Why can't you work with that one?
I found a definition that doesn't suit you. I'm sorry,
it's not a definition. We just told you that.
Found the properties of air.
Yeah, one of those is pressure, and it defines what pressure is.
So it's the So it's definition of properties of air.
One of the properties of air, yes, which is pressure.
So it's not a definition of gas pressure because it's utilizing gas pressure in the description.
Right. So if I said to you,
right. So I am right.
So if I said no,
exactly,
so if I said to you, a vixen is a female fox, have I failed to define vixen just because I used the word vixen?
Obviously is a female vixen.
Obviously not.
No, because it's not saying is. It's not in the description.
Equals is. How the grammar
the
word
works?
equals is the same as equals. It means the same thing.
So it doesn't say gas pressure is. You understand
gas pressure equals. It's the same thing.
It doesn't say that.
Doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
It does matter. It's not the same thing. You can't just assert your point because it's not defining gas pressure. That's the difference.
If two things on either side of an equality, if there's two things, those two things are the same thing. One is the other, and the other is the one. See, look, it killed the conversation, right? Because I gave you a definition which doesn't suit you, and you know fucking nothing about physics, so you can't argue case.
You're repeating yourself. You're just repeating yourself. You're rinsing and repeating yourself. You're saying that it killed the conversation. We just went over this. It is not defining gas pressure.
Yes, it is.
See, you're just repeating yourself. It is not, and we told you.
You say no. You can say no all you want, man, but it is. I'm sorry.
Right,
I don't say to you.
The pressure of a gas equals. That's not defining gas pressure.
Make it stop.
Oh, he's scared now.
Yeah, no, he doesn't understand that the pressure of a gas equals a perpendicular force exerted by the gas.
Clock this kicking in.
It's an equation. Do you understand that? You understand that that's an equation?
You define things with equations, man. You can do that. It's normal. It's possible to do that. Fuck me. You guys are fucking dumb.
Within this one, as I pointed out, and I think you did as well, it's force over area. That area given in feet or meters. It does need a physical boundary. We're not talking about gas pressure on the ball. We're talking about how we achieve pressure in the first place within, this is clear, within an area of volume. Space to fill.
So it does need a surface or whatever you said, but it doesn't. The surface doesn't have to contain it. And I'm sorry if you don't understand that, but you made no argument. You asked me for a definition from a specific source, and I gave you it.
You're defining the state of a gas. You understand that? That's why the first sentence matters.
So it's saying
it's within your own citation that the value of the relation of the properties define the state of a gas. That is what you're defining.
So the state of a gas is defined by not just pressure, but also something like temperature and volume and mass. Right?
You're right. So there's you're describing something completely that
viscosity, gas constant. But it goes through and it defines every single one of those individual terms, right?
It does not define every one of those individual terms.
It does.
There's an assertion that doesn't say gas.
Oh, to be fair, it doesn't define every single one, but it defines some of them later on. So if you look at the actual article, it also defines density.
Yeah, like that Thimu or whatever it is. This is not that this citation helps you, right? We could all still argue from this, right? It's just that we would still have to go back and define the properties and the values that you achieved and how did you achieve them. So we'd still have to go back and get the citation we initially asked you for to have the conversation about this step in the process. So can you just get the initial citation so we can move it forward?
Initial citation of what? This is what you
the
asked.
One that was asked for.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what this is. I don't know how many times I've got to tell you, man. This is what it is. It's defining pressure.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, but I've been sitting here with like over 20 citations with regards to what gas pressure is. Every single one of them works on the lines of gas pressure is defined as the collisions between other gas molecules and the walls of its container 20 times. This is from ChemLibertex. This is from NASA. This is from the University of Rochester. This is from all over the place. Again, BBC Bite Size.
Yeah. So have you considered that what you're looking at might be a description of pressure in a particular case of a particular system of gas?
Yeah.
Not the definition of pressure as such.
Within the laws of nature.
No.
Yes, specifically the second law of thermodynamics.
Allowed by the laws of nature, not required by the laws of nature.
There's a reification fallacy.
Demonstrated with laws of nature. This is what happens.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you said allows, like if it's some entity that can decide to allow or not allow. That's a reification. The laws don't allow things to happen.
Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
It is. It is. You can just admit that it is, because allows is something that persons do. So you're reifying a law. But the question is, what your citation? But the question is that your citation says surface area. So it has to be calculated. That surface area is the containment that we're speaking of.
Nope, never. It doesn't say that anywhere. It can be a container, but
it doesn't have to say that.
It can also be something else.
At the end of the day,
it doesn't have to say that.
At the end of the day, whatever it presses on, it's going to be physical, isn't it?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So you can't have gas pressure without physical pressure. Gas pressing on something, right?
Well, you definitely can't measure gas pressure without gas pressing on something. But yeah. I mean, sure.
Awesome stuff. So how do you have gas pressure without gas pressing on anything?
This gas does press on stuff, like in the atmosphere. On a flat Earth.
Yes. So
every single object.
Yes.
That is immersed within it.
Gas disperses outwardsly, doesn't it?
Except if it's experiencing a directional force.
Awesome stuff. Can you give me a scientific experiment that proves what you're talking about, please?
Maybe. I've never really looked into it. Let's have a little look.
I thought you majored in this. You didn't look into it. That's all right.
I did, but generally speaking, the kinds of stuff that I study, the level of it is way beyond the shit you're talking about right here.
Awesome stuff. Do you understand the scientific method? Do you understand the scientific method?
Yeah, incredibly well.
Awesome stuff. So you know exactly what I'm asking you for then. I don't have to define my terms. I want, according to the scientific method, a scientific experiment that proves what you're talking about. Hopefully we won't have to define terms several times within this conversation.
Yeah, let's come up with a good experiment. I mean, obviously you don't want one that's just like based on gravity, right? Because you'll just deny that it's real.
No, that's kind of what I'm assuming that you're saying.
Well, I was thinking of getting you one that's like...
Unless there are other forces being applied to it.
Yeah. So let's have a look.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So I need experimental validation for that. Your force.
So advanced, he forgot how pressure works.
No, I didn't forget. I know exactly how it works.
Well, we've conceded that you need something physical to press against, right?
Yeah, for pressure to be exerted. Yeah. I mean, obviously, that's just what the definition said.
Awesome.
What the hell?
Yeah, here's one. So I mean, if I understand the abstract correctly, hang on, let me definition the Google definition.
Don't really need the abstract. Just want the hypothesis.
Let me just Google a couple of these words so I know that I'm definitely reading what I think I'm reading.
This is gonna be some advanced shit here.
Yeah, higher level stuff.
Like too high level for us.
Dude, the shit that I normally study definitely is
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
too high level for you guys. It's in like
Oh,
I can
yeah.
tell. I can
Yeah,
tell.
you-
it is.
Yet you don't grasp the basic concepts of physics. That's very interesting. Yeah, and you're still laughing at yourself.
Anyway, we're not going to distract from him searching his words and learning what they mean.
Yeah. So here's an example.
Hypothesis.
So
Nope,
this is
that's
just
not going to work.
So this is just what's not going to work.
What's the hypothesis?
What's what hypothesis? What are you saying to me? Okay.
That I asked you for the hypothesis of the experiment.
So I'll just read what the experiment did. Externally
Not
applied
what he
electric
asked
field
for.
gradients. Externally applied electric field gradients gave rise to lateral concentration gradients in monolayers of certain binary lipid mixtures. So that's doing it to binary lipid mixtures, which is a kind of fluid. It's creating a concentration gradient using an external field. In this case, it's an
Awesome.
electric field, right? Because it's in a lab,
Awesome.
right? But
Awesome.
the effect is analogous to what you might say happens to like fluids in general because of a gravitational field.
Analogous. All right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
this
because
is
it's
where
different. It's different. It's not exactly the same because it's a different force. It's
No,
bigger.
yeah, you're damn right. It's not exactly the same. This is analogous, and I will concede. Yeah, you most definitely can have interactions with magnetic fields depending on the gas and ionization, all of these types of things. Yeah, lovely stuff. We need to be demonstrating. You said force. Don't need analogous. I want scientific experimentation for the thing that you're saying, not something else and saying, well, the thing I'm saying is quite like that.
An electric field generates a force, an electric force.
Yes, that's lovely. I've conceded that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But that's not what you meant when you said force.
Yes, it
You
is.
said you said gravity twice, dude. Come on.
Well, yeah, the gravity is the particular force, but what I actually said, I definitely said at least once.
But this is
that you can
analogous
have
to-
these pressure gradients in response to any kind of externally applied force.
Yeah, that's awesome. But this is analogous to the one that you've given. I want you to prove the one that you're talking about, which would be gravity, correct?
Okay, so you just want me to prove the existence of gravity to you?
Well, this is the force that you're saying is stopping entropy from increasing and gas not filling space. So yes.
Yeah, I mean technically it doesn't stop. It doesn't. So if you mean by entropy loosely, you mean like the kind of there's a natural tendency for gases to spread out. Doesn't actually stop it. Still happens. Really, really slowly.
Really, really slowly. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
really, really slowly. Like you can go out and you can. It's actually relatively easy to calculate how many molecules of because say nitrogen, which makes up most of the atmosphere, per unit time exit Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, according to your gravitational idea, which is what we're trying to prove. So you need to prove gravity, not basing.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, the difficulty is that proving gravity, right? So any particular experiment, you're obviously going to deny its reality. But I would point to things like
through it first.
Huh?
I was very specific. We'd have to go through it first. You can't just say, "Well, you're just going to deny it," which is my creak in the door, so I don't have to answer this question and can fuck off.
Well, I was about to answer it before you interrupted me.
So, and that's fine. You understand my question is very specific, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I would look at something like what's like the original experiment, as it were, for like the Newtonian gravitation and proving that relationship is the calculation of the orbit of Halley's Comet.
Oh my god.
Do you understand? I've asked you for natural science, and you're now talking about calculating orbits.
That's
What is natural science?
Natural science.
Natural. What is natural science, dude?
I don't know if it could be exactly defined, but I'd say, roughly speaking, natural science is the study of nature and things that obey laws of nature and kind of patterns
Yeah.
and things like that.
Cool. So the study of the physical and natural world, right, where we demonstrate cause and effect relationships. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Observing
Whatever.
phenomena, making predictions, and testing those predictions in experimentation.
Did you just say earthly phenomena? Is that what you just said in there?
No,
I didn't.
I said the observation of a phenomenon.
Ah, okay, sure.
Well, here's the problem. In trying to define or give his example, he's getting away from his claim, which you did identify, Jedi.
What is that?
Because the claim is that, well, all of this air, this atmosphere, it is pressing on things. It's pressing on trees. It's pressing on me. It's pressing on you. It's pressing on leaves. It's pressing on cars. It's pressing on bees. Geez, it's pressing on everything, right?
Mhm.
Here's the thing. We're at surface level. There's also air in the sky.
Mhm.
What's it pressing on up there?
It doesn't have to press on anything up there.
Well, you just said that the pressure does need something physical. That's what you conceded to Jedi earlier.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, right. So yeah, if you mean
when we're talking about the sky,
yeah, so if you mean
obviously because gas has a propensity to expand, right? And gas is produced here at surface level, right? Then the direction that it's going, which is away from the surface of the earth, so-called the sphere, if that's what you believe, it's going in an outward direction. Now, you're supposed to be proving that the force of gravity is hindering that, which means you got to give a relationship between gravity and gas, and gravity stopping it from dispersing. That's what we want to see. Seeing is that that's your actual claim.
Sure.
In a scientific setup, please.
In a scientific setup.
Yes.
Well, yeah, because you knew so much about science. And
So what's wrong with my Halley's Comet example then? Sorry, it's got to be something to do with gas, and it's got what? I had to have flown to fucking space and what? Used a barometer? Is that what you want me to have done? Like, genuinely? Is that where you're going with this right now?
It's making it quite personal. No, the scientific
I'm not making it
method.
personal. It's a pathetic response. So
What
genuinely
you
it
do,
is.
now we're going to space, dude. Calm down. We're talking about a cause and effect relationship. You're saying this causes this to happen. This causes gas pressure. Demonstrating cause and effect relationship is right up the path of natural science. That's what it demonstrates. If you've got scientific evidence for this cause and effect relationship, we'd love to see it.
Which cause and effect relationship now? I don't know which, because both of you are saying different. You were asking
Gravity
different from me.
contains gas.
Gravity contains gas.
Yeah, you can have gas pressure without a container. And your
Gravity,
force.
I mean, so gravity exerts. So when I was saying Halley's Comet was a proof, or not proof, it's evidence for the existence of gravity. It's evidence for a particular relationship, which is Newton's theory of Newton's law of universal gravitation, which exerts. So according to which gravity, the gravitational force, is exerted between any two masses, which includes the mass of fluids.
Yeah, that's lovely. If you've got a scientific experiment back.
Yeah. So the predictability of the precession, not the precession, sorry, the orbit of Halley's Comet. There's one.
No, that's not natural science.
Oh my god,
Of course it is.
No, it's not. Do you want? I really hope that I didn't have to do this. But do you want me to go through it again? What natural science is?
No, because you're going to be wrong again. You're going to be wrong again.
No, dude. I can.
I mean, look, your definition was like fine, but like it didn't really say anything. And also, even if insofar as it did, like observing the orbits of comets counts as natural science.
No, it doesn't. And I'm going to explain, dude. I'm going to explain to you why. And again, I've got nearing 15 citations with regards to natural science and the scientific method. And they all say this, so I'll paraphrase for you to keep it short. First step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena, something happening. The effect, we'll call this the dependent variable. You're now going to formulate your hypothesis, your supposition into what caused your phenomena to happen. Your cause will now be called your independent variable. Your hypothesis is if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. You then test this in an experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate your presumed cause, the independent variable, to see if it causes a reaction within the dependent variable, keeping all control variables the same. You then repeat this vigorously.
Okay,
Now that's the natural science
I'm going
method.
to have to call
You
the
can't
conversation
do-
here. I'm going to have to call the conversation here. You're not going to talk about any of the actual examples I've given. You're not going to talk about any actual real definitions. You're going to cite a 12-year-old's definition of the scientific method at me.
No.
Please consult this article. Actually, an article by experts on the history and philosophy of science talking about the nature of the scientific method. It's much more complicated than you seem to think. But you don't want to talk about actual experiments or evidence or observations of anything, so you will use your fucking elementary school definition that you got from some
Not-
elementary school somewhere.
It's not elementary, dude.
It is, unfortunately, it is.
Would you like me to cite them now? And point
Yeah,
out?
I don't care about the citation. I know that. I know for a fact
You
that it's wrong.
don't care that they come from universities. You don't care that these are university definitions.
What universities?
You're just basically going to say, because I know you want to make it stop, and you're going to cast aspersions on me and say that my scientific method is incorrect. You hold a higher standard, and you're going to throw something that throws some mud into the water, so you can escape through that mud of ambiguity.
In a sense, it's a lower standard, but
it's the standard. It's the
No,
highest
it's
standard.
not.
It's the highest standard of empiricism. What are you
not.
talking about? Yes, it is.
It's not.
If you can demonstrate something physically to be true, then you've demonstrated something physically to be true. This is the thing about the scientific method. It removes as much as it can personal bias.
I need to go back to getting some work done, so I'm gonna dip out. Have fun. Read that article that I posted. Genuinely, very interesting read.
Make it stop. Yes, I understand you.
Genuinely very interesting. No, dude, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. Dude, either. You see.
I gotta go now.
Given how even given how long I've been here.
What happened when he was asked to show it?
Even given how long I've been
when he
here.
was asked to show. I thought you were leaving, dude.
Even given how long I
ruined dude, my experiment ruined you.
Yeah, he had no demonstration. That's a shame. I mean, he had no it would have been easy. He could have ended it with his demonstration and been like, "Drop the mic, I'm out." But he decided to do the opposite of that. Said, "I have no demonstration. I can't believe anybody would ask me for one." And then he says, "Because of that, I'm out." That's crazy. Just believe it. Just look and declare. Just look up at this thing and declare that this is it. And he denied your experiment. He said it doesn't even occur. He said that thing doesn't even happen. Water inside a vacuum chamber doesn't turn to water vapor. He denied it happening.
What a shock. Wow. Science deniers. Can't believe it.
Yeah, then he said even if it does happen, even if you did hook your vacuum up to that bucket of water, even if it did happen, the cause wouldn't be the pressure. The cause would be the boiling. That would be the cause of the effect, boiling. Not the pressure change.
So the conversation really dying here? Yes, it did. Okay. Test? Mic test? Fuck, I can't hear you. Gotta log out.
I just tricked him. Too big blower. Can you hear me now, Scott?
Yes. I
Oh, there
logged
you go.
back in. I went out and back in, and now I hear everybody again.
That's what did it, yeah.
Yeah, I got a
Play
call
the
from my wife.
stream back. Make sure you play the stream back so you can see what you missed. So you
Missed
had
what?
Peter in here trying to stop another Glober from talking because he was about to ruin months of Peter's work, which we just booted Peter so that he could ruin months of Peter's work. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, I guess if that's what makes you feel better about your life. Yeah, cool. I mean, it doesn't seem to me it's the way to understand the world, but I mean,
You
if
guys got
that's
to start over. Your
if
team
that's the
has
way
to
you want
start
to,
over.
if that's the way you want to approach the world, I guess that's good for you. Not the way I'd do it, but each to each their own, right? But anyways, I was listening to this last conversation about gas pressure. Have you guys ever figured out what a gas is yet? And how it creates pressure? What about a gas creates pressure?
They're down to Globers are down to asking what is gas.
Well, do you know? It doesn't seem you guys know because you seem to think that gas has this thing where it's like on a spring or something. It's pushing on things. And you say it's pressing on things. Does gas press on something? And if so, how does it press?
This is awesome. You came in to save the day a little bit too late, and you
Well, how
didn't
does it
save
press?
anything.
You
Well,
don't know, do you? You don't know,
you
do
came
you?
in to derail, I should say.
No, the conversation was dead, right? I waited till the conversation stopped. Now I want to ask you guys how it presses. How does a gas press?
How does it press on a globe?
How does a gas press? Come on, guys, you can do this.
That's not a globe-related question. That's not a globe-related question.
Some guy just came in a second ago and accused that
It's
other
not a flat
guy
Earth
of.
related question, is it?
The guy accused the other guy of not understanding basic physics, right? This is basic physics. How does a gas press on things? This is basic physics.
With all this time, you guys could have already Googled it at least.
Okay, I got my cleaning gloves on, so you get one hand dry and an unmute from me for the hour. Now, if you have a gas particle traveling in a particular direction and then it collides with something, say another gas particle, well, no, let's say a surface. If it comes into contact with that surface, at that point, it is pressing on that surface.
Does it press or does it bounce?
I mean, I don't know. Would you argue that something has to press on something to bounce off it?
No, I would say no. I think pressure is a constant force.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue for an hour about that. So,
okay.
Yeah, so pedantry, can you spare us, Scott?
So what we have is basically a bunch of particles bouncing off a wall, right? Right?
Right, you have to press first in order to bounce, right?
No, of course not. That'd be stupid.
So you can bounce without making contact.
Oh,
with
I
thing
can
you're
go on a
bouncing off of?
trampoline, Scott. Scott, I can go on a trampoline, get in the center of it, all calm, and it'll shoot me up in the air without doing anything.
But we're not talking about trampolines. We're talking about gas particles and other
listen to what I just said to
solid
you.
objects.
So
I'd
you
listen
can
to it.
bounce without making contact first?
Didn't say that.
I'm asking you a question, yes or no?
No, you have to make contact. That causes the bounce.
Right, so you have to press first. So the necessary antecedent to bouncing is pressing, correct?
No, bouncing is not pressing. They're
So you're
different.
not being logically consistent. Let's see if you can track again, and then I'll hand the back to Eli. You have to press against the surface first in order to then bounce, correct?
No.
Okay, so you're not being logically consistent. Go ahead, Eli.
But we understand that gas pressure is simply a bunch of particles bouncing off a wall, right?
Gas,
Unless
bounce,
Eli's busy.
whatever.
Eli, you there?
We agree it's just that, right? There's
Can you
nothing
wait?
else.
Can you wait? Can you hear? Can you wait?
He's not unmuting.
Okay.
Eli's
I just wanted
probably
to
busy.
I just wanted to give him some room.
But
So
I'm asking
anyways.
the whole room. Does the whole room understand that gas pressure is nothing more than particles bouncing off a wall or other object?
Well, you. I mean,
Do you
you were
understand
gonna
that you have to
like
make contact and press before you bounce?
Yeah, sure, whatever. But we understand it's
you
nothing more than that, right?
were gonna edify the room though, Scott, on where they gain their momentum from. I guess what gas is and how it starts to.
No,
press.
I would like to just reach a common understanding of what gas is, so we can have a conversation. Because unless we understand what gas is, we can't talk about it, right?
Okay, go ahead then.
So gas is just particles in motion, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing more to it, right? Nothing. That's it.
Yeah, it's just physical collisions of gas molecules with other gas molecules and physical things, yeah.
Okay, so if those gas particles are just particles moving around and bouncing off stuff sometimes when they hit something, sometimes they bounce off themselves,
All right,
other gas particles.
so let's wrap this up in like less than 30 seconds. Yeah, okay, sure. So in that sense, then everything that the other guy was saying is obviously ridiculous because he's the one talking about pressure and defining pressure on, like, say, a tennis ball, things like that. And then the gas pressure, which I guess would be a misnomer from NASA and all the other citations the Jedi has about gas pressure. They're not really saying that gas is pressing on anything. If we're all agreed on that, then this conversation doesn't really have to go that far. I just replace the word with from press to bounce. What are the gas particles in the air bouncing off of? It's the same bullshit. I mean, all right.
Pedantry.
I'll be back
Pedantry.
later.
Okay, so when something hits something, what is it about that object that would impart some force on that other thing?
The matter.
The matter? What is it about the matter that imparts a force?
The hell is that question? I mean, what is it about
Okay,
the matter? The matter is pressing.
I have a particle that hits some other thing,
Gas
or
particles
some
can
object.
penetrate the metal container, so it bounces off of it.
Okay, so, but why would that bouncing create push on that other thing? How would that thing register?
In actuality, like in
isn't
helium
pushing.
leak testers, our actual interior of our helium leak testers get saturated with helium. Even when they're open, they have helium stuck in them. Sometimes we got to leave them open in the air for 24 hours till the helium clears out of the pad. It's bouncing off of.
It sounds like Scott wants to. I mean, I'm not even like mad at you. It just sounds like Scott wants to come up with like a new model, like not like an atomic model or molecular model, but more of like an interaction, imparting some sort of exchange to then create a pressure vector, which we call and infer as a force, but really it's just an exchange, and due to the conservation of energy, it's just a it's like a
conservation
field
of what?
Of energy.
The conservation of what? In energy? What is that energy that's being conserved?
So, I don't know. Maybe like the ether. Is that what you're getting into?
Would it be momentum?
Yeah. Is that what you're getting into these days?
And what's required for momentum?
An exchange.
But what are the two aspects of momentum? There's two components of momentum. What are they?
Vector. Acceleration.
No, vector's not a component. What are the two? What are the two components of momentum?
I don't
it
know.
would
What
be
is
mass and velocity.
Velocity. That's
two components of momentum: mass and velocity, right? And so, if a particle has a momentum that it can exchange with the object it hits, therefore creating a force and a pressure on it, that particle must have a mass, right? Right?
Is there a point to all this?
Yeah.
Gas has
has
a mass.
Yeah. Every gas particle has a mass, right? I'll get there if you just, Maintain yourself a little bit. If you can show a little bit of
I
discipline.
don't need you to exhort me nor admonish me. We need you to get to the point.
I'm getting to the point.
Yeah,
I'll
get
get
there
there.
with haste, not tediously extenuate and multiply scrutinizing questions.
It's how we educate each other, right? We make sure we're on the same page before we move
Just
on.
want the punchline.
So you can immediately ignore it and pretend I never said it.
Get to the point.
Gas has mass. That's the way it makes pressure. Without
Okay,
mass,
thank you
it
for the
has.
truism.
Without mass,
has nothing to do with the issue.
it does.
Thank you for a truism that is not the issue, right? Your conclusion is not the issue in dispute.
Well, so if these gases have a mass and they have a velocity at any given point, they have a pressure whether they hit something else or not, do they not? If the pressure is nothing more than the average momentum of the particles, do those gases have average momentums whether or not they're hitting something?
Dude, what the fuck is this convoluted question?
Yeah, I know. It's confusing.
They run out of the energy. Is that
One
what
that you're not gonna get
No,
away
they
with.
don't. No, they don't run out of energy. They go on forever. No, they don't.
Okay,
They
I'm
don't.
asking you. Give me the options.
That's the nature
They
of
do or
gas.
they don't.
No, they just don't like lose their momentum. That's the thing. Gases conserve momentum, and that's why they have a constant pressure.
All right, well that's not going to help you in the long run. But all right, what else you got?
The only way you can take momentum from them is to make them colder, which is to make them interact with something else with less momentum, and that other thing absorbs some of the other that other particle's momentum and slows that other particle down. But then it just exchanges that momentum with the other thing it just hit. And this is how gases work.
Yep, I know where you're. Yep. And then where does it get colder?
And so you don't need a container to have a pressure. The simple momentum of every particle, the sum of the average momentum is the gas pressure. And so you have pressure wherever you have a gas.
That's going to depend. That's going to depend on the amount of gas, the amount of energy within the system, and the size of the container.
It's literally. No,
Yes, as Jedi stated, the volume of your container.
It's not necessary.
What you just said is analytically
not necessary though. It's not so necessary. Yeah, we can talk about an ideal situation, which is what you're describing, which is fine. I've got no problem with that. And that we can talk about what gas pressure really is the momentum of a gas that has mass colliding with itself. Yeah, but it depends on the amount of distance between these gas molecules, how much energy they've got, but the distance, because you're going to be wanting to talk about the size of the volume that the gas is in and the restriction of that volume, because the gas pressure will be dependent on the size of the container they're in.
No, all we have to do is hold up something. It can be the tennis ball that the guy was talking about. You can measure the number of molecules hitting that tennis ball.
Yeah, that goes back to our point. That's a physical collision. Yes, you need physical collisions. Yes.
Under this ether cosmology theory, Scott, is gravity necessary still, or
gravity is not necessary for gas pressure? No, you can have gas pressure in space.
You can have an amount of gas that is continuing to disperse, and the gas pressure you would read will keep going down.
No, but that's how they come up with the 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Because there is some molecules of hydrogen mostly jetting around in space, and every now and then one will hit an object, and you can measure a pressure.
Every now and then a gas molecule will come along and hit something, and there we go, gas pressure.
Yeah, that's what 10 to the negative.
What's going on?
Where's hydrogen created? That's what I
Where's
thought.
hydrogen created? Yeah, from my understanding, it was at the Big Bang when a bunch of that energy cooled down.
You understand it wrong, then.
Okay. Where did you get your information from?
The byproduct of chemical processes.
Which chemical processes?
Bunch of different ones. Petroleum, making that. A bunch of different ones. I'm not going to pull out my notes for you.
Okay, and what made the petroleum?
And different grades or different colors, all kinds of that. Nothing to do with the sun or explosions in in magical places, nothing like that.
Okay, what made the petroleum?
Wait, but what about the hydrogen that's
Dinosaurs laid down
What
and
made the
died.
dinosaurs? What made the dinosaurs?
Dinosaur maker.
Right.
So the dinosaurs, do you think they were made out of nothing? They just were created ex nihilo?
Here we
No,
Or do you
the
think,
creator
or do you
created
think
everything at
that,
the Big Bang.
oh, okay. There we go.
I knew it. That's where Scott was going.
No, that's not where I was going. I was derailed into that. I followed it.
Everything was created, dude.
No, the point is that gas is nothing more than particles in motion. Gas pressure, nothing more than the average momentum of the
What puts them in
particles
motion? What puts them in
a
motion?
volume. That's beside the point.
Well, I'm just well, no, I don't think it's besides the point. What puts them in motion? I don't think that's
I'm not exactly sure, actually. I can look it up, just like you could. You know, if you really wanted to understand it, you would look it up, just like I would, if I really want to understand it. But if you just want to deny it, I'm sure there's a way you can find out to deny it too. I mean, the choice is yours.
No, I mean, I
right?
think they're put in motion from the energy from the sun, and then the different state changes that we undergo under the ground, pressure, pushing on the ground, or organic material, etc. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny that energy is imparted through the conservation of energy or momentum. I mean, why would I do that?
I don't know.
Also, entropy.
Some people do. I mean, but anyways, and get back to the last point on it. Once we've established that gas must have a mass in order to exert a pressure, whether it's in a container or without a container, then we can take that mass and show that it is also subject to 9.8 meters per second squared.
There we go. I knew it.
There we go. I know.
No, I knew it.
Okay. I'm glad you're aware where it's going. Yes. So you've agreed that you've agreed that it has to have a mass in order to exert pressure. Because
continue to repeat yourself and suppress Jedi's reply. Yeah, continue doing it.
I mean,
you just said I knew it.
Yeah,
so
keep suppressing Jedi's reply.
Yeah, because this is where you've been going for the last 15 minutes. At this point, when you said mass, you invoked a special quality. Now, we can define mass as the amount of substance in a space, right? This is gas, very small amount of substance, or its resistance to inertia, right? Now, where's this other magical
Resistance to
property?
acceleration.
Yeah, sorry, I do apologise, but yeah, thank you very much. Resistance to acceleration. So, where's this magical property? You said it accelerates down to the floor all of a sudden, because that's what solid objects do, not gases.
Gases also accelerate down.
And gases disperse in all directions, don't they?
Yes, you know the difference between velocity and acceleration, right?
Yeah, I got tripped over my bloody words there. I do apologise. I'm cooking at the moment.
No, but something can be moving upwards and still be under an acceleration downwards, right?
We'd have to show it.
Well, it's a basic trajectory diagram, right? Any ballistic thing, you shoot something up in the air.
I understand that. I'm talking about gases, dude.
Okay, but gases are the same thing. If a gas bounces,
dude, you tried to point this out earlier when you described the motion of a gas. It's just going to go in a straight line until it hits something physically. This isn't an arcing bullet that falls back.
No, it is. But it is, though.
Oh, it is. Oh, but it is. Awesome stuff. So
but it is. Itchy Dixon.
You need to show me mass changing the path of a gas.
Need to show you what mass change.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming there.
We can demonstrate a 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration by weighing a gas.
By weighing a gas? That gas? Yeah. What's the direction of gas inside the container you've put the gas in to weigh it?
It's bouncing all over the place.
You've contained it there, so brought this gas down to your weighing device. Okay, cool. And inside the container, the gas is pressing in all directions inside the container. It's pressing upwards and outwards in the container, isn't it?
Well, you're back to this pressing thing again. I think you're now thinking about this wrong. It's bouncing around in the container, right? We agree that.
Pressing against the walls, going in all directions, yes.
It's bouncing around, right?
It's bouncing around in all directions, yes. What's vector? You said that gravity is the vector downwards. You can put it on a scale and it presses down. But that's only with inside the container, and you can use calculations to figure out the mass of the gas inside or the weight. But the gas is moving still, bouncing around. Your vector downwards, as you said, is 9.8 meters per second squared. The gas isn't doing that, though.
It is.
It isn't.
I
It is. And I can explain it if you would let me.
I literally just joined this chat, and I'm just gonna say it is like, and also gravity wouldn't technically be a downward vector; it would be a pull vector, wouldn't it? So it's relative of where you're standing.
Yeah, we've got a scale, Sunshine, so we understand what we're talking about when we say an acceleration downwards. And we all understand it mean inwards towards the point of a ball. We get that. You don't need to clarify that.
Okay, cool. Okay, I thought we were gonna go. Okay.
But if you want to come, hold tight, Scott. You had a white knight. At least invite him if you want to defend your point. He seems to have come with a ballot for you.
I would prefer he doesn't try because they always mess it up.
Yeah,
I know. No, I just came in. And I just heard something that I do not agree with. It's like, okay, that's just a lie, but okay.
All right, well, look in chat. I corrected you in chat, and now Scott and Jedi can move along. There's no such thing as gravitational pull, so your theory's over.
You believe in gravity?
Goodbye.
This is so funny. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus, there's so many people here. Holy shit.
Well, typically, Anvil, they would talk to you, but they're like, Scott, they beat up Scott, so they want to beat up Scott first.
Oh, okay.
Where are we? We're still on the point where Scott is trying to say that the gas is containing itself.
If there's a new guy, he can talk. I'll step aside.
Okay, you didn't have to say that while I was speaking. Stop speaking to me. Thank you.
Scott, put a pin in
are
it,
we
mate.
still on the point where can you stop speaking to me?
Sorry,
because you can't.
that's me.
I'm sorry, that was Scott. I thought that was Scott. Excuse me.
That's all right, man.
Are we still on the point where Scott is trying to argue? Because this is basically his premise without all the pedantic and tedious multiplication of scrutinizing questions and red herrings. He's trying to argue that gas is containing itself. The gas is stopping itself from continuing to expand. So what's the argument?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you didn't say it. That is what you're trying to argue because you only have only so many options. Either it's the gas. It wasn't done. Stop speaking. You only have the gas.
My point wrong.
Stop speaking.
Don't tell me what I'm trying to do.
You stop speaking.
As soon as you stop telling me what I'm trying to do.
Stop speaking.
Stop telling me what I'm trying to do.
Stop speaking.
All right, I'm not going to listen to both of you just go back and forth like that. That's retarded.
It's ridiculous. I wasn't done speaking. So again, he's either going to appeal to the gas to be containing itself or non-gas containing the gas. And if he appeals to non-gas, he's going to appeal to nothing or something. If he appeals to nothing, that's patently idiotic. That's not even worth arguing. If he appeals to something, he's either going to appeal to a solid, a liquid, or a gas. Very simple. So, if you're not appealing to the gas, then what's containing the gas, if not a solid container, so that there's gas pressure in the atmosphere?
Well, plasma is the fourth state of matter, or plasma. He's into the ether now. So.
Yeah. So, Scott, what is containing the gas? If it's not the solid container, then what is containing the gas so that we don't suffocate to death? It's very interesting how when he's given the floor to speak, he doesn't speak, but when someone else is speaking, especially like me, that's somehow his cue to begin speaking. It's really idiotic.
No, I'm not going to answer your question because your question's stupid. I don't agree with the I don't agree with the premise of your question.
Which is what? What is my question? Let's see if you can demonstrate that you're tracking with the dialogue.
I was trying to have a
you don't know what the question is, so you couldn't possibly
have a conversation. I was trying to have a conversation.
For some reason, you had all that room to begin speaking. So go ahead, let's try again. How about you not speak when I'm speaking? Let's try again. What's the question I asked you?
Don't care anymore.
Okay, so you don't even care about the question, so you couldn't possibly know that it's stupid because you don't even care to even know what the question is.
Yeah, you said something about the gas either needs to contain itself or something else needs to contain it, and to contain it itself or nothing containing it makes no sense, and therefore blah, 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 which is nothing
Yeah,
what
that's
I
not
said.
what I said.
So
Yeah, so that's not what I said. So you can stop that now. Yeah, so
pretty much what you said.
So you didn't say what I said. So no, it's not pretty much no. So you didn't say what I said. You deliberately, with uncharitability, distorted what I said, as usual.
Well, you did that to me.
Let's see if you can. Let's try again. See if you can engage in good faith this time, since you demonstrated that you refused to do so in the previous attempt just 30 seconds ago.
Blah, 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 blah,
What is
blah.
containing the gas if not a solid container? So that there's gas pressure so that we don't suffocate to death.
Gravity.
Right. Define gravity.
On Earth, the 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration exerted on all mass.
Acceleration is containing the gas.
Correct.
Acceleration is containing the gas. So the
Correct.
gas that's moving away from the Earth is contained by the acceleration toward the Earth.
Yes.
Now, how is that not metaphysically impossible?
Because every particle will have a velocity at any given time. And if that velocity happens to be going upwards away from the Earth, that particle will be subject to a 9.8 meters per second acceleration at all times, and eventually that acceleration will change the direction of that velocity.
That's entirely irrelevant to what I just asked you.
It's exactly how
entirely irrelevant to what I just asked you. Don't dig in your heels to repeat it. It's not relevant.
It was an explanation
And ask you
exactly
the
what you asked
machinations
for.
of the gas moving.
It's not my
if you
fault.
don't
You don't
realize
understand
that you're trying to suppress the correction of your error. It's not going to work. Stop it. So again, what you just said is ridiculous. Given that you are appealing to something that's not matter to contain the matter. I asked you, what is containing the gas? You appeal to the acceleration of the gas particles moving toward the Earth as they're pressing against the Earth, away from the Earth, expanding in all directions away from the Earth.
They're not pressing.
You don't need to interrupt. I'm not done yet. You don't need to interrupt.
Get it right.
Right? You don't need to interrupt. Okay. What you said is ridiculous. The gas is trying to expand in all directions.
No, it's not.
If it's coming to the Earth, then it's contracting to a focal point, not expanding from a focal point.
Nope.
The acceleration toward a focal point, the acceleration of contracting to a focal point cannot be the container of. Stop interrupting. The acceleration. Stop interrupting.
Get it right.
Stop interrupting. Stop speaking. The acceleration of all gas particles contracting toward a focal point cannot be a container of the gas trying to expand from a focal point. Nothing can move in two opposite directions simultaneously. That is idiotic.
Yep, I know. What you just said is idiotic. I agree.
Yeah, reiterating your pattern of reasoning. Yeah, the reiteration of your pattern of reasoning is not idiotic. Your pattern of reasoning, which I reiterated, is idiotic. Yeah.
Oh, but you didn't reiterate my pattern of reasoning. You just said something idiotic.
It is.
No,
that's what you said to me. It is your pattern of reasoning. I asked you what's containing the gas if not a solid container, and this thing that's containing is supposedly the acceleration of the gas particles contracting to a focal point, that is to say toward the Earth. That's what you appeal to as the container.
I didn't say anything about
contraction toward a focal point cannot be the container of the gas expanding from a focal point. It can't simultaneously move in two different directions simultaneously, nor is moving a container.
That's why I didn't say anything about contracting and expanding. You said that, not me.
Which is distorting what I just said to you.
You used the words contracting and expanding.
You're just distorting what I said to you. You're not engaging the argument. You're just distorting what I said to you. So stop distorting what I said to you. Stop obfuscating. Your appeal was to the acceleration of the gas particles toward the Earth, which implies that they're contracting to a focal point. Hence, it does.
No,
either they're omnidirectionally expanding in all directions or not.
Expanding. There's no expanding or contracting.
So they're not moving.
They're not. Something in movement is not expanding. It's just moving.
Right. Way to distort the point again. Yeah, you're just distorting what's being said to you. That's all you're doing right now. You know how god awful your reply is. All you're doing is distorting. So that's why I have to keep repeating myself until you demonstrate that you can actually say the argument that I am saying to you, not distort it. So
Well,
let's
don't
say
need
if you
to
can
say
engage in
that.
good faith
It's wrong.
this time for the third time.
Yes, there's
You
no
appeal
expanding and
to
contracting.
you appealed to acceleration of the gas particles.
I
The
did.
gas particles around your ball are either expanding away from a focal point in all
Incorrect.
directions or not.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
That's not a false dichotomy. Refute the dichotomy.
There's no expanding. There is
This
no
is ridiculous.
expanding. I
So
know
are they
you are.
moving or not?
Yes.
Yeah, they're moving. They're
How
moving
does something?
away or toward a point. Correct?
They are moving in direction. Yes. In relation to other things, yes.
Right. Right.
That's not
Gas
expanding,
particles,
though.
bodies of gas don't move in one direction, one concentrated direction or another. They expand omnidirectionally.
No, they don't expand. That's what you guys keep getting wrong.
You're
There's no
just being
expansion.
pedantic.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to be
You
clear.
are. If they're not expanding, what are they doing?
They're moving in a direction.
They're moving in a direction. The
Each
gases don't
particle,
move in just one direction. Gases
each
just don't
particle,
move just up or down.
each particle is moving in a single direction. Each particle, and the
Right. So
culmination
now
of
you're being pedantic again. Do you understand
well,
what I'm saying to you? Yes or no?
No, I don't, because you don't make any sense.
Yeah, of course you don't. So stop trying to correct what you don't understand. You need to understand it first before you can identify it to be an error. You're old enough to understand this. Grow up and be a man.
It's unintelligible. Nobody can understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Your failure is your failure.
But
So your
nobody
failure
can
is your
understand.
fault.
Nobody
It's not
can
my
understand
fault.
what you're
Right,
saying.
stop distorting. Stop bickering with me and stop distorting. So
No expanding
you
and
don't even understand
contracting.
what the point is. So you can't tell me what it is or is not doing. So you're refusing to acknowledge that gases expand to fill
they
the
don't.
space. You're
No, they don't.
denying that gases expand to fill the space because you know you only have two options. They're expanding or not. And if
A
not,
gas particle
then
doesn't
they're not
expand.
moving or they're contracting to a focal point. And again, whether you acknowledge this or not, it's irrelevant. Your appeal is to acceleration of gas particles to move toward the Earth.
Correct.
The Earth is supposedly wrapped in gas. So the gas
Correct.
that's wrapped around the ball is moving toward the Earth, which implies that they're contracting to a focal point.
No. Not moving.
Acceleration
No.
is
No.
a type of motion and is not a
It's not.
container. So it can't
It's not.
contain anything. So it's
It's
not
not.
the
It's a
container.
motion.
That's the point.
Acceleration is not a type of motion.
Yes, it is. What are you talking
isn't.
about? We're talking about the gas moving.
It's a measurement of the change of motion. It's not the motion. The motion, it would be velocity.
You're
Velocity and
being
acceleration
pedantic.
are different things.
You're being pedantic. You're being
Not just
pedantic and
be-
distorting the issue, and you're
just
trying to
because you
piss
don't
everyone off
understand it.
because you know full and well that
Yeah,
your point is
Scott.
ridiculous.
Just because you
Posting
can't
in
think
chat for
clearly,
you.
it's not my
Scott,
problem.
You tell me if this is what gas looks like. Gases look like when they
Hold on.
expand out. Do
Let me
they
look.
just? Okay, let me post the actual GIF for you.
Oh yeah, that
So,
one. Yeah, that's
is this
good.
what
Yeah.
is this what gases do?
Yes.
Gases do this right there. Do they do that?
Yes.
Okay, so they expand then.
No, until something will change. See, you can look at any one of those particles, right? Any one
so
of those things.
Yeah, you don't see in that image any of them slowing down and turning around and coming back to the blue dot, do you?
Yeah, that's because there's no gravity. You put gravity in those turns those little dots in
No, I
different
debunk
directions.
your gravity with my cup of water so we can get rid of that.
Yeah, also, Merriam-Webster, the act or process of moving faster or happening more quickly. Yeah, acceleration is a type of motion. So, stop
No, it's not.
contradicting me on this point. You're refuted. Don't try and argue it. You're refuted.
Gary's wrong.
Concede. Be humble. So, it's a type of motion. Acceleration is not a container. So you're trying to substitute the solid container for the gas to press against with acceleration. Acceleration is not a material thing for gas to press against, so it can't contact the gas, so it's not containing the gas.
We don't need it to.
Which is an irrelevant retort. It's not a container. Motion is not a container, nor is acceleration, which is a type of motion, a container. So it cannot be the container.
But
What's it
acceleration
bouncing
won't
off of
change
to
its
change
velocity.
direction? What's it bouncing off of to change
It doesn't
direction?
have to.
You just said all it has to do is change direction.
Yes, an acceleration changes something's direction. That's what acceleration is.
Right, which is a
It
red
changes
herring.
velocity.
Today.
Yeah, which is a red herring.
Acceleration, by definition, changes something's velocity.
Which is
That's
a
what
red
acceleration
herring.
means. Nope.
So stop digging your heels to repeat the red herring. That's your cue to stop repeating the red herring. So you've already been refuted, and you're just replying with red herrings. So we're going to clarify. Your supposed substitute for containing the gas is a non-container, is a type of motion. Motion is not matter. So the gas can't contact motion, any type of motion, so that it's contained. So it's not the container. It cannot be the container. Try again.
Don't have to.
Yeah,
I
Ipsy
already
Dixit,
gave you
don't
the
have
answer.
to.
No, because you don't understand it does not mean it's not right.
Yeah, Ipsy Dixit. Just Ipsy Dixit.
When I throw
Just,
a
it doesn't
baseball,
have to.
when I throw a
You don't need
baseball
a
in the air,
container. You don't
when I
need
throw a
a solid
baseball in the
container for
air,
the gas to press against so that there is gas pressure, says he with no good reason.
when I throw a baseball in the air, it comes back down to me.
When are
That's
you
not a
throwing air?
container.
When are you throwing air up?
That's not a container.
Every particle of air acts exactly like that baseball.
That's not a container. Your
Every
proposition is
particle,
analytically false.
every particle of
lying.
air acts
You're
exactly
lying.
like that
You're
baseball.
lying, and you're going to get
No.
booted for lying.
If you need to boot me, boot me. I mean, you guys got to do what you got to do, but I'm not lying. And
Yeah, you
can-
are lying. You know full and fucking
No.
well that moving
Nope.
is not a container,
Every particle behaves exactly like that baseball.
which is irrelevant. That's not a container.
It changes the direction of the particle, brings it back
Yeah,
to
keep
Earth.
repeating
Pointless
yourself.
when you're drinking like this, you're already slurring your words. You're just going to go nah, 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 like you do every other time.
You just called me a
Yeah,
liar,
just
man.
keep repeating the same shit that we're refuting. That's not a container. Motion is not matter. And if it's not matter, then it can't contain matter. So it can't contain the gas, which is a type of matter. It's not a container.
Changes the direction of the particle.
It's not a container.
Changes the velocity
It's
direction.
not a container. I can be annoying too. So keep it up. Keep repeating the same shit we just refuted. Deductively.
You didn't refute anything, though. You just said
Yeah, keep
not a container.
Keep it up. You keep it up. That's why they haven't muted you yet. I'm busy embarrassing you again.
Okay.
You're not
I'm sure
saying
you
any
think so.
argument with any rule of inference. You're not saying any supporting premises, no specific objective true premises, and any logically valid form of argument with any rule of inference at all. You're just repeating the shit that's being refuted.
The particles act like a baseball.
Yeah, there you go, repeating it again.
It's true.
Yeah, just keep repeating
You should-
yourself over and over again.
You
Keep
should,
it
you
up.
should acknowledge it.
Keep
You should
embarrassing
acknowledge
yourself.
the truth. You should acknowledge the truth.
Yeah, keep embarrassing yourself. You're just
You
going to be
didn't get here
disruptive.
when I deny.
I can be disruptive and annoying just right along with you. Just keep repeating yourself, not
I didn't know that's
engaging
all
in
you
the
can
debate.
be.
Just keep repeating the shit that's being refuted. Keep it up.
But that's all you can be is disruptive and annoying.
Gas
You got no
particles
ethics.
are not solids. They're not like baseballs. They're not solids.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You guys are just wrong. They are.
Gases are not solids, Scott. Gases are
They
not
are.
solids. I'm sorry. They're not.
Every particle behaves like a
Gases.
baseball.
My goodness. You're saying that there is no distinguishment between a gas and a solid?
The particle,
Yeah, we went through this already too. I remember
any
this several
individual
weeks ago,
particle, there is no
several months
distinction.
ago.
Yes.
Yeah, so
There's
now
no
he has to
distinction
obfuscate
between
the
gas-
difference between states of matter. That's what he's doing.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We don't have states of matter then. There's just one state of matter, solid.
The particles are solid.
This is what he's
yes.
reduced to.
Particles are very
He's going to
solid.
educate us about physics, right, T-Wad? But he's going to obfuscate the distinction between the very basic states of matter.
The particles of gas are solid.
Well,
this is basic
what about-
physics.
what about what
the guy
Gregory
was
said?
talking about just a bit ago.
Motion a container.
Is motion a container?
Stop.
No, that'd be stupid.
Exactly.
No,
Thank you for
no
your
one would say
concession.
that. I
Thank
didn't
you
say
for,
motion was a
for your
container.
concession. Thanks. Now, let me say it again, just in case you didn't hear it. Thank you for your concession. So your appeal to a
Blah,
type of
blah,
motion
blah, blah, blah.
is not sufficient to contain the gas because motion and any type of motion is not a container, so it can't contain.
What's required to contain a gas?
A solid.
Why?
Otherwise, the non-solid won't contain the gas.
What does the solid do to the gas particles?
Contain them.
How?
What do you mean, how? So now
Yeah.
we have to digress into what sustains the uniformity of nature.
Does it do anything more than change its direction of any individual particle that hits it?
No, it's not changing anything's direction.
It's exactly what it's doing.
Argument?
That's how gas. That's what a gas is. It's just particles in motion.
Ipsy Dixit?
Dude, if you don't understand
say
it,
so?
you can look it up anytime you want. And you can learn. You can
Thank you
choose to
for irrelevant
learn.
truism. So just Ipsy Dixit. No argument.
You can choose to learn. I'm here to educate you if you want to learn.
Okay,
if
so
you
more
want to
condescension
resist,
and no
resist.
argument.
If you
So
want to resist,
Ipsy
resist.
Dixit and
That's
no
fine.
argument.
You clearly don't want to understand anything.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
Ipsy Dixit and no argument. Irrelevant ass digression.
Blah, blah, blah.
So he's been deductively refuted and he's just replying like a retarded child. So next page. Motion is not
Yeah,
a fucking container.
I'm the one screaming.
This
I'm
shit.
the one screaming like a crazy man. Yep.
You can take your gaslighting and projection somewhere else, Scott.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you that all the particles have to do is change
Oh, I'm
direction,
sorry.
and the acceleration will
Yeah,
change
keep
those
repeating
directions.
yourself. Yeah, keep repeating yourself. And while you keep repeating yourself, I'm going to keep disrupting your irritating and nauseating redundancy. So go ahead.
I know. You can't let the truth get through.
Yeah, keep it up.
Prevent that truth from getting through,
Keep
Gregory.
it up.
You can do it. You can
keep
do
it
it.
up.
Prevent the truth.
Keep it up. Keep repeating yourself unnecessarily. Keep trying to irritate everyone in the voice channel because you're being embarrassed on a very simple issue of physics. While you presume to try and lecture everyone else. You obfuscate the distinction between the states of matter. You categorize non-containers as containers. A type of motion is a container. The gas is stopping itself in the cosmic vacuum. Yeah, you're so wise on physics.
What do you think a gas is, Gregory?
What do you think a gas is?
Particles in motion.
The particles of what?
Matter. Molecules, basically.
What type of matter?
You know what type of matter. How many types of matter are there?
You tell me.
There are molecules which are made up of atoms, which are made up of some kind of subatomic particles.
Those aren't types of matter.
So what types of matter
Those
are
aren't
there?
states of matter.
What do you mean there aren't states of matter?
Those are not states of matter. Those are not phases of matter.
But phases of matter are just arrangements of molecules, right?
Which is beside the point.
You have no idea what you're even trying to ask, do you?
Yeah, would you digress again?
You are so confused right now.
Yeah, so you didn't actually answer the question. Yeah, so you didn't actually answer the question.
What do you think a state of what do you
so you
think a
didn't
state of
actually answer
matter
the
is?
question again. Let's see if you can answer the question again. Go ahead.
What do you think a state of matter is?
Answer the question again. Go ahead. Try to say an answer that's logically relevant to the question I asked you this time.
You said what state of matter is a gas?
Yeah.
It's a gas.
Oh, indeed. So it's not a solid, right?
The gas itself, as a collection of particles, is not a solid. That's why it's a gas. But each particle
So it's not
is
a liquid,
solid.
right?
But each particle is solid.
So it's not a liquid, right?
Liquids are also particles.
It's not a liquid, right?
It is not a liquid, right?
15 minutes. For 15 minutes, it's the same shit over and over and
No, you gotta help Gregory out. He's struggling.
Dude, I think you're struggling. You think air are little baseballs that fly up, that somebody shoots up in the air and then they come down.
Nobody shoots
Something's
them.
wrong with you.
Why?
And how did they get up? How does air get up there if it's not shot up by a cannon?
It has momentum.
Oh, so but then it loses it somewhere?
No.
Oh, so it just flies into space.
Yeah, so it continually expands to fill the space. Hence the second law of thermodynamics, law of entropy.
But it doesn't continue to expand. It goes in a direction until the direction is changed by something.
Also, contradict yourself. Contradict the very answer you just said to Radwin.
Oh my goodness, you're such a spaz, dude.
So it doesn't slow down and then stop and then start going in the other direction.
Yeah, it doesn't stop moving, but then it stops moving.
Yeah, Scott. What impedes its progress, Scott? What's impeding its progress from going forward?
Gravity, just like a baseball.
Yeah, so if you're saying that gravity, can you have a demonstration where gas is being impeded by gravity? Go ahead.
Sure.
One word answer and then no demonstration? You think that's going to suffice?
Yeah, we can demonstrate that by weighing gas in a container. And we know that the gas...
We're not talking about containers here, Scott. The gas itself needs to be impeded by something which you claimed it was gravity. You understand what happened here? You used a container. We're not talking about containers.
Demonstrate it with the container.
By its progress that you say.
Well,
That's pretty disingenuous. And you said it wasn't.
I can explain it if you guys would shut up for 5 seconds.
Scott, here's the thing. If you're saying it's impeded by the container that you need to weigh things on, so we have a container then? Is that what you're saying?
No.
It's a more self-contradiction.
Well, I'd be glad to explain it if you guys would just shut up for a few minutes.
You're not supposed to be using a container to demonstrate it.
Fucking moron.
I can use a container to demonstrate gravity's effect on a gas.
So
no,
you need
to use no container. You need to use no
so you need
container.
the solid container in order to demonstrate that you don't need the solid container?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying, Greg.
I can demonstrate gravity's effect on a gas.
So yes or no? You need the solid container to demonstrate that you don't need the solid container. Yes or no?
No, that's a no.
Remember,
so
Scott,
contradict
this is supposed to be demonstrating that a container isn't necessary, right?
Fucking moron.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, Scott? How you use a container to demonstrate that there is no container? That's weird, right?
No, that's not what I'm doing, though. It would be if that's what I were doing. That's not what I'm doing.
No, in principle, that's what you're doing.
Really?
Giving your line of appeal.
But I know you guys need to funding meet everybody to shut down knowledge.
Using an instance of gas pressure contained by a solid container to demonstrate that you don't need a solid container to have gas pressure.
No,
that's not what I heard from him.
That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, what I heard from Mackie is you guys asked, how can you prove that gravity acts on a gas?
We're not asking for your commentary. We're asking for his answer to the question. How can you have gas pressure without containment? And he instantly put a gas in a container in order to demonstrate that it has weight or gravity is being used as a force. Now, what we're asking for is without a container, go ahead and show us how gas is being affected by gravity. Without a container. Go ahead, Mackie. Once again, try it.
I'm contradicted here because I'm conflicted. I mean, because Kronka's a new guy. Should I let him talk? Because I promised you I would. Maybe
no, I know. Is he brand new?
Yeah.
You know what? I'll grant you that because that's fine. All right. So let the guy.
You're up.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. I don't think Mackie was saying anything contradictory. I don't see what's
okay. So that's fine. That's great. That's great. That's great. Can you steelman his argument? Let's see if you got it down. What he said. Since you agree with
how can I steelman his argument? I just showed up.
Well, then how can you say that what he said? Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying. I don't see from what little I heard. It didn't sound inherently contradictory.
Let me help you. Scott's argument is that you don't need the solid container. Okay, you don't need a solid container to have gas pressure because he believes that he lives on a ball wrapped in water and gas in a cosmic vacuum. He needs something to keep the water and the gas here, or else he'll suffocate to death and die of thirst. Okay? So, how do you reconcile this? Gravity. Now, before I get into the thorough refutation of that, I'm just going to say this. As it concerns his pattern of argumentation, that's what it is. He is trying to argue that you can have gas pressure without the solid container for the gas to press against. That's patently stupid, right? But of course, he's going to dig in his heels to try and defend this untenable position. And his appeal to try and demonstrate that this premise is true is to appeal to the very antithetical circumstance he's trying to deny. He's appealing to an instance of gas being contained by a solid to demonstrate that you don't need a solid container to contain the gas. That's self-defeating.
Are you finished? I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, yeah. Can you see that? Is he saying anything incorrect there? If you're going to shoulder his argument.
Well, again, I'm just asking questions. I'm asking how is it inherently counterintuitive? You didn't ask him.
I'll tell you.
Answered your question.
Can I speak for more than like 4 seconds? Or is it just going to be dogpiling?
You just repeated the question we just answered. Which I just answered it 5 seconds ago.
But I didn't even get to finish my actual full question because I was going to state why I'm confused.
You asked what was wrong.
The question we answered.
Hold on. Are you going to listen to someone before you try to answer their question?
You're not listening to me.
I can't even talk 4 seconds.
You just repeated.
I can't even talk 4 seconds. I didn't even get to finish my statement.
You're not listening to me.
Why do I?
We answered your question.
You're on a Discord.
Hello?
You don't need to raise your voice.
Hello.
Like, come on.
Hello.
What I was saying is hello.
He's just being disruptive. He's not trying to engage in good faith. I obviously answered his question.
You're the one interrupting me.
The question after we answered it. That's what he just did.
3 minutes I've been in here, I've been seeing nothing but disingenuous arguments from both of you.
Yeah, you're just trying to stir the room.
I can't even talk for more than 4 seconds.
Trying to stir the room, so I'm trying to suppress.
You're literally stirring the room.
Stop stirring the room. I
can't
answered
even
your
talk for
question
4 seconds.
conspicuously and thoroughly. And then after
You
I
won't
finished
even hear my
answering the
full question.
You just repeated the question. That's
You won't
what you
even hear my
did.
full question.
That's
You won't
what
even hear
you
my full
did.
question.
That's what you did.
You won't even hear my full
I answered your question, and you just repeated it.
And you won't even let me answer my full question.
Can we try to move on a little bit?
Yeah, he needs to stop repeating himself. Well, what the hell is the point of engaging him? If I said a thorough answer to his question, I'm just going to repeat the question after it's done.
I can't even talk without you interrupting.
Fuck, dude, moderator, let him repeat himself so he can throw himself under the bus, please.
We all go. Was that a go? Okay, dude, lower your voice. But anyway, what I was saying, or what I was trying to say, was that what he was aiming to prove was from what I heard, you asked, can you prove that gas can be enacted on by gravity? That is a different thing to prove than that gas can be acted on by something outside of a container. Now, in order to prove, you can prove separately that gas can be acted upon by gravity within a container. That's something that can be proved separately. And it sounds like to me that's what Mackie was talking about.
Okay, so you are repeating the thing you already said. Don't say it again. We're clarifying now. After I say the clarification, don't repeat yourself. That's not your cue to repeat yourself after I finish this repetition of clarifying the issue. So remember it.
Yourself, but I'm going to repeat myself.
It's ridiculous. So the issue is Scott needs to prove you can have gas pressure without the solid container for the gas to press against. Hence the term gas pressure. Like I already told you, he is appealing to an instance of gas being contained by a solid in the effort to demonstrate that you don't need a solid container to contain the gas so that the gas has gas pressure. That's self-defeating.
Yeah, that should have cooked him right there. He doesn't have a response to that. Crickets.
I have plenty of responses, but no, I didn't fucking leave.
No, you don't.
Hold on, calm down your attitude, man.
He is.
That's why he left. Dude, you could just look at your screen. You probably spent all your time on the computer anyway.
Who cares, dude? Did you have an answer for that? Yes or no?
Do I have an answer for gas pressure? What do you define? What do you define as gas pressure?
All right, listen.
Why does gas pressure need a container? Can you define that? Can you explain that?
No, I need you to define it if you can. Define it and then tell us how it does not need a container. Define gas pressure, sir, because it seems like the lack.
Wait, hold on. What am I arguing here? Why am I being told?
You need to shut.
Yeah,
You
he's
need
just
to
being
shut
disruptive.
up. Yeah, you need to shut up and listen. That's what your problem is. You're not listening. And if you boot scoot or you leave, that's up to you. But here's the thing. You need to demonstrate that you have knowledge about what gas pressure is. So can you define gas pressure? Go ahead.
I don't know if Veritas is a mod or something, but
I am. Now I need you to define gas pressure. Go.
very disrespectful, so I just have him muted.
Yeah, you can't have him muted because that all that.
Yeah, mute him, so I'm gonna prompt you now. Because you can't mute mods. How you gonna know what the fuck's going on?
You have me unmuted now? I need confirmation from you, Kron. He's looking for the door.
Yep, that's a man.
We're always looking for a way out.
Yeah. If you don't
Alright.
unmute me, you're gonna
Whatever you say.
be escorted out. Do you
Kronk,
have me
just-
muted, Kron?
Just for moderation purposes, Kronk, do you still have Alpha Veritas muted?
No, I do not.
Okay, cool. Then you can continue the conversation. If you mute mods in the future, then that's going to be an issue. Just as long as you understand that, that's a no-go. Carry on.
I don't
Alright,
have
then.
anything to add to the discussion.
Kronk.
I was
Yeah, you do. You need to define gas pressure for the room. So we understand you know what it means. What is gas pressure?
I'm not interested in debating here. I was just asking.
Oh, so you don't know what gas pressure is, yet you're in a discussion about a debate which happens to be about gas pressure. And you thought you're going to put your 2 cents in here and maybe add something to the conversation that you thought maybe would have been constructive. But it sounds like because you don't know what gas pressure is, you don't have anything to add. Is that true?
Do you let anyone talk?
Not if you're going to interrupt. No, I'm not. But now that you can, once I'm done talking, I unmute you so you can proceed. Do you have anything constructive to add to the definition of gas pressure? Yes or no?
You can continue with Mackie. I was just.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Kronk. You and the rest of the globalists don't have a way to describe or define what gas pressure is. So you come in here to just distort and disrupt. Either define gas pressure and tell us how you can have gas pressure without a container, or let's move along and let somebody else come and do it.
I was
I'm gonna
asking
unmute you, but-
for your definition.
No, you're not asking for my definition. There's only the definition. I don't have a definition. There is only the definition that exists. Now, if you, by the definition, cannot understand what gas pressure is, then you don't have an argument, sir. Simple as that.
And I wasn't arguing. I was asking a question.
No, you're not
Google
asking a question. You're trying to argue for the case that
Google
gas
what is
pressure
gas
does not. You're trying to argue for the case that gas pressure does not need a container. And you're trying to do this weasel way of saying, I'm only asking questions. No, you're not. You're trying to argue. So I need you to understand or define what gas pressure is per the definition. If you're not able to do so, put yourself on a white mic so that we don't have to hear you. Let somebody else talk.
I'm literally saying move on.
Yeah, it's not up to you. It's up to us. We say move on, not you. We're the moderators of this forum. You're not.
So what, are you going to move on?
No, we're going to do what we want. You're going to either answer the question or put yourself on mute. How about that? You got 2 choices. You don't give us the orders. We give you the orders in this forum.
I'll be a free thinker and take a third option.
Yeah, then take a hike. How about that?
I'll go outside if you go outside.
Anyways, so besides that digression, does anyone else want to try to take up the insurmountable and untenable task of trying to prove that there's gas pressure without a solid container for the gas to press against? If not, then we can move on.
That's what I thought all the globalists are quiet.
Okay, let me appeal to a non-container to show that the container that's not a container is containing. Yeah, great job. Such wisdom.
Get out of your hot micing.
Sorry, man. Thank you.
Let's put gases in a container so that we can define how gas pressure doesn't need a container.
Scott Mackey's best evidence is air is like baseballs. They go up and they fall back down like rain. Like rain going to the center of a ball.
You have a bunch of air BBs flying around everywhere.
I mean, I've never inhaled
towards
baseballs.
the center of a ball. Remember that they're all falling towards the center of a ball.
I've never seen a bird fly through baseballs.
It's funny that they get cheerleaders in here. Whenever the cheerleader steps up, they don't know how to articulate their point. I like that.
And after it's so conspicuously demonstrated that they don't have an argument, not a single reply that demonstrates any sort of virtue of any kind. Like, no reply that conveys, oh shit, I kind of fucked that one up. Well, they do have a point there. Nothing. Just a devotion to condescension. If we want
Then
new
he
people
wanted
in
me.
here,
Yeah, he wanted
I was
me to
gonna say,
redefine gas pressure. It's like, come on, man. You don't even know the definition to gas pressure. So why are you asking me?
all right. I was gonna say if we do want new people, I think it would be most conducive to significantly decrease, not terminate, but significantly decrease the amount of time that they speak in the channel, because they're repulsive. They are repulsive to those who are unfamiliar with the subject and those who are, trying to begin studying the subject and participate in the forum. Such people are repulsive.
Yeah, what it does though is they're conversation starters when there's nobody in the room. Which I agree. Like at some point, Mackie does put it. Well, at least attempts to. If we ask him to, he'll put himself on mute, and then we can talk to the other guy. He actually offered up this time. For us.
Yeah, he did.
Well, actually, kind of a way the other guy wasn't expecting it, but he kind of let him shoulder the argument, which was kind of good.
They tossed with that hot potato.
Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking about, man. I was like, he just got the hot potato. Now he don't know what to do with it. It's burning his hands. Yeah, they don't know. Those new people, they don't know what to expect. Peter was in here earlier, and that other idiot that was in here talking about how you can have, measuring an angle from a curved surface, and then he started to use tangents, and then went back to saying, well, if you had a really small protractor, you can measure an angle on a curved surface.
Hey, did anyone call you about John Ford? Yeah.
What? Jedi, we got any Globers in the chat?
We got a couple of them in the chat.
Yeah, dude, I'm
Oh
here.
yeah, they're spanking it up in the chat.
Yeah, schooling some of your newer buddies.
Speaking of anti-flat Earth types,
Yeah, what's up, Alpha? Y'all
Showing
got a
up at
map
the
yet?
same time today.
Y'all got a map
it's great
yet?
not. It was great not hearing you for a while.
Oh, it's all good, dude.
Should try
So
that
no
again.
map?
What
So
about
no
me,
map?
Alpha? What's up, Alpha? It's been a while, man.
What are you fucking? Did the clown car just show up?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got an oil
God,
change,
dude.
dude. We're here.
Yeah.
No,
I
you
know.
guys got an order to show up here.
It's been like 2.5 months. I got unbanned.
Yeah. No, NASA actually said, "Oh, hey, we need to come shut this down immediately. Get over there.
And you guys
We'll pay you
failed.
double."
Oh, good luck
And
with
you
that.
still failed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's NASA. I think it's the circus.
The circus? No, it's NASA. That's who's on my pay stubs, dude.
No, it's the circus. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, so NASA.
I guess.
Kind of telling that you
Fuck
called
is
your
a
own
what
employers
the fuck
clowns.
is a pay? What the fuck is a pay stub? Have you never been paid before?
Oh no, they definitely pay me. Why do you think I spend like a couple
Well,
hours
you
a
get
week kind of
paper-
coming and messing with flat
You
earthers?
get
dude?
paper
Because they
stubs.
pay me.
They,
Are you telling me you guys don't
they
get paid
give
to
you
come do
paper
this?
stubs.
Y'all just do this on
You
like a
get
Monday
paper
afternoon?
stubs. Sounds like you've never
For
been
free?
paid in your life for anything.
Probably getting paid in Cheetos.
No. They actually pay me in spicy Doritos. But anyway, so no map yet?
Oh, you mean like Google Maps?
Oh, you know that they lower your blood temperature, doofus.
Well, they need another 2,000 years to come up with a map, man. Just
Oh.
give it some
4,000
time.
wasn't long enough?
You're talking about all maps being flat, like as in 2D maps.
Yeah, where is
nice work. Nice work.
Where is
So what map is a globe? What
you
map
find-
is a globe?
can
Every
you find
map
me-
aren't they 2D maps?
Can you find me a
What are
2D
you guys
map
talking
with no depth in a 3D world?
Can you keep telling me the answer that you're asking for?
Yeah.
What direction is Australia from South America?
Australia doesn't exist.
If I'm in Chile, which direction would
That
I
way.
head in order to get to Australia? Shortest distance.
How come you're so worried about traveling that way when you never have left your house?
My guy, I have done more traveling
You just
in
go
like
that
2
way.
years than you probably have in your whole life.
Just go that way.
Or probably ever
Alright,
will,
So
Radwin.
meta conversations, right? That's
I
how
didn't
we're
start
doing
it,
these
dude.
days?
I didn't start it. Your
How
boy
we do it?
started it.
You
Just
literally
meta.
said, are there some flat Earth maps? You literally started.
By
it.
the way, a globe is a map. Use your
Well-
brain, fellas.
Well,
Use your
again,
brain.
asking for a map, Gregory, is not some sort of meta conversation, Gregory.
So way to distort what I just said to you.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you started the conversation explicitly and conspicuously. Yes, you did. You liar.
With you have a map yet, which is a common thing we've been asking for from the flat Earth community. Not how much
Yeah, like
traveling have
Google
you
Maps.
done, dipshit.
Yeah, like Google Maps. Huh?
Yeah. What about Google Maps?
Yeah, like that.
Cool. So we
Yeah,
got
that
roads
flat
and we
Earth
have a
map.
heading, right? Oh, it's a flat Earth map now.
So
you know where the
as all-
continents are in
as
relationship
all
to
maps
each other?
are until
So
you
you know where
project them onto a globe. As all maps are until you project them onto a globe.
So you know which direction the continents
I mean,
are in
the map-
regards to each other, then?
The maps are not the terrain. Why are you so obsessed with that?
So again, I'm going to ask Gregory. So using Google Maps, you know which direction continents are in relationship
Why
to each
obsessed
other,
with
then,
maps?
right, Gregory? Well, because I hear all the time that celestial navigation and other things are usable and only work on a flat Earth map, and using azimuthal projections, you should be able to piece together some sort of map in regards to where continents are in relationship to one another, which doesn't seem to
like
be possible on a
Google
flat Earth.
Maps, like I've already been through. This is the third
Oh yeah,
time you're
so
telling you.
perfect. So this is going to be me asking you yet again, Gregory. Maybe you need to clean the wax out of your ears. If Google Maps works, then you should be able to tell me which direction the continents are in regards to one another, which you still are not doing.
Yeah,
over there.
They are where they are.
Get on it, Gregory. Show me.
They are where they are. They're north
they
and
are
south
where they are.
east and west of one another. Very
There they
simple.
are.
Any
Okay,
other
cool.
questions you want to ask?
Yeah. So if I'm in Chile, which way am I going to face to go to Australia? Shortest
What
distance.
does
Use that
that
Google
have to
Maps.
listen?
Use the Google
what
Maps,
does that have
Gregory.
to do- Okay, that guy's getting hot and bothered. What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth? In any
Everything
way?
to do.
Explain.
You're gonna go east.
Pepsi's conclusion. Go ahead now.
Yeah, so cool. If we can determine distances using maps, and we find that it's impossible to lay out the maps on a flat plane to reflect those distances between each other, then the conclusion there must be that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, thank you for a truism. So the fuck what?
Well, there we go, dude. If the distances don't work out on a flat map, then the
Thank you
map
for your
isn't flat.
hypothetical truism. So the fuck what? If
How'd
it doesn't
you
doesn't work, so what?
how'd you get
So
your
let me-
how'd you get your distance? Sorry.
How'd you get distances? Well, you can measure them out.
Yeah. Okay. How did you measure between Santiago and Sydney?
Santiago and Sydney, simple, dude. I get the ground distance speed of the sun, and I have a fucking stopwatch. I use the sun as my measuring device.
Guy can stop the watch, man.
It's because we all
Anything
because
else?
yeah, we could just go all day, right? Because you know where I'm going with azimuths and celestial navigation. Or we could just go with the ground speed of the sun while it's over Sydney, or I guess over Australia in general. We can get its speed during the course of a winter. I guess it would be y'all's summer, right? So in December, which we also have more fun things coming in December, you can get the ground speed of the sun in December, and then there's no rational reason to believe that the sun would speed up or slow down as it's passing over water. It would have to go at a constant speed in order to match the observations that everybody on the ground makes. So if it's traveling above the ground at a certain speed using its ground positions, you can use that to calculate its ground speed over water and how far the sun is from Australia all the way to Africa. And y'all know
Do
this.
you see the actual position of the sun? Yes or no?
Yeah, probably.
How do you know?
How do we know? Because it's a light source. There's a true position to it.
Just because a light is a light doesn't mean you know where the light
yeah.
actually is.
So, yeah,
you can
so-
have an apparent location or an actual
Yeah,
location.
yeah,
Just
so
that you
there's
see
no
the apparent
reason-
location.
yeah, so
Stop
the
talking
apparent-
to me. Stop
Okay.
talking to me. Stop talking to me.
my
Obviously, it wasn't done.
nuts. I already know where you're
so
going.
you can exercise some patience now. You just said your convoluted, discombobulated paragraph. I can say my clear, concise, with good diction paragraph. Thank you. So, as I was saying before you really interrupted me, you can see the apparent location or the actual location. Your supporting premise to demonstrate that you see the actual location is to appeal to the truism that the light is a light. Appealing to the light being a light is not informative of you seeing the light where it actually is. Try again.
Yeah, so you just spent like a whole 30 seconds saying nothing again, Gregory. Nothing new from you, because at the end of the
Even
day,
though I did say something, so that
hey,
means
I'm
it's
speaking.
false.
You're
No, no,
listening
no,
now.
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
speaking.
no, no,
You're
no, no,
listening.
no.
I'll just
No,
do
I
this,
obviously
Gregory.
said
There we go.
something, so that
So like
premise
I was
is
trying
false.
to.
So try again. You just said nothing. That's all you have to say to me. I said nothing, even though I just said something.
Yeah, so you're not going to interrupt me, and then I get muted while you interrupt me. So I'm just going to ignore what you said.
Even though
I'm
it
going to
just
keep
happened.
going.
Beta.
Yeah, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to continue. So whenever we have, regard.
It's what's gonna happen.
Here's what's gonna happen.
The position was false also.
You're gonna listen and respond properly instead of acting like a teenage child. Jesus Christ, he did actually
You just
give you
spent 30 seconds
nice
saying
answer.
nothing.
I'm just saying, he's like acting like you didn't even answer what he did. I guess he couldn't interpret what you were saying. I'll let him try again.
That guy's such a diva, isn't he?
Who is this
Yeah,
retard
Kubernetes,
down
are you
here?
speed running the mute button right now? Really?
Who's this Aether Grass guy? Why is he matter to me?
Spent 30 seconds. He spent 30
Anyway.
seconds.
You have the attention span of a fruit fly. Focus.
The
Focus.
reason why I matter is because I don't have any patience at all, and the very fact that you're here is just because other people want you to be, not because I want you here. You're actually quite boring to me.
He said nothing. And then
Anyways, like I was trying to say, Gregory,
Great argument. Don't you love
regardless
it?
of,
You just said
regardless of,
all, I just said all that, and his reply was, "You just said nothing."
yeah, well, you didn't say
he said-
anything of substance,
he
is what I'm
said-
trying to say.
What he said was, "You just said nothing."
Yeah, so you said nothing of real substance. You think you said something? Because at the end of the day, whether it's a true position
I
or
think
an
I said
apparent,
something.
or an
So me
apparent
speaking was
position,
just illusory.
okay, yes, it is just illusory.
Parent
right?
position.
Yeah, much like how Gar's on here, he schizo babbles for like hours, and nobody really like understands or listens to him. But like I was trying to say, whenever we have
For
like,
Baboon.
Yeah, you didn't say nothing. You didn't say it. You said nothing.
Voice
You
is still
think you said something, but
changing.
it's really illusory.
The guy that says nothing.
I think he forgets where he's at most of the times he's in there. It'd be different if listen. I'll say like this to the room. If it was somebody brand new, it would be a little bit different. But since it's this guy, I mean, yeah, we pull him out of the box whenever you need him, and then shove him back in.
He's cooked.
And
Let's try again. Let's try one more time. See what he says.
Why was he muted? I'm just kidding.
Gregory, that was worse than the Glovers when they say word solid. Yeah. They admit that you said something incoherent words that are just attached together, not forming any coherent sentences. But he said that you said nothing.
I did not speak. When I spoke, I did not speak.
Yeah,
well, yeah, words definitely came out of your mouth, Gregory, but they meant really nothing, right? Because at the end of the day, if you have a true position or an apparent position, neither of those two facts matter, because at the end of the day, for one observer, the sun is moving at a constant speed across the sky, right? And then remember, we're talking about ground. We are talking about ground position. Right? We're talking about. Hey, shut up! I'm speaking right now.
If you've got
you're talking about. You're talking about. You are talking about. Hey,
if you've got two observers,
oh my God! Why is there always like little dogs like you barking in the background while I'm trying to make a point?
You've got two observers of the sun. Do those lines intersect?
Anyways, like I was trying to say, when you have an observer, okay, why do I have to stop mid fucking point to answer your question?
Because you're an idiot.
Yeah, you're a pompous ass that just thinks you're just going to lecture us and not engage any scrutinizing questions or retorts that we say directly to what you say. I said something directly apropos to what you said, and your reply was, you did not speak. You said nothing. Or they meant nothing. That's your reply. Not anything of informative substance. And then when Timbo asks you a scrutinizing question that's directly relevant to the heart of the matter, you just whistle right past the question. Why the fuck should we listen to you, bitch?
Damn. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch. But he's saying that the sun moves at the same degree per hour through the sky. But see, the problem is, that's not correct. He keeps saying that over and over again, like that's true. It's not true. He doesn't know that, or maybe he does, and he's not saying it. But that's not true.
He needs a sidekick that whines when he gets muted.
Anyways, so
the sun has to speed up and slow down in your paradigm because the Earth is in an elliptical orbit.
In our elliptical orbit, what does that have to do with the Earth rotating, dipshit?
That has a lot to do with it because
no, it
if it's an elliptical orbit around the sun, it has to speed up and slow down, or it wouldn't be an ellipse, for crying out loud.
So you think that in one day we're doing a whole elliptical orbit, Numpty? Didn't think so. Shut up.
Did I
Sit
say
back.
that?
Yes.
Screw you, buddy. You need to be put on mute again because you're just spreading a bunch of crap here.
No, you're bringing up elliptical orbits as if that has to.
Anything anyone else has to say besides him is just irrelevant,
you are lying.
For the attention.
Earth. Hey, bro, this is all meaningless. Just like what this guy said up here, man. You see text chat? Yeah, it's all fucking meaningless. Flat earthers don't exist. Y'all are fucking fake. You're AI.
That guy? Hey, all right.
Are you an NPC?
Who the fuck is that guy?
So you're an NPC. You're an NPC.
Hold on.
Right?
Hey, sir, 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you gonna let us ask you a question?
Yeah. Go ahead, Buster. Yo, go ahead, Buster. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, do you think that the Earth is a globe, sir?
I think your brain is a globe.
Okay. Somebody's a schizo.
Okay.
No, I'm telling this guy what I feel like, bro. Come on now, dude.
Okay, something's wrong with that one. He's a broken toy.
Maybe
we need to talk to somebody we need to talk to somebody that's got at least some kind of sense.
I want
got to have at least 3 screws tightened.
NGUBU is pretty smart.
The Earth is wrong.
For an ass.
All right. Anybody else?
It's good to have some sort of mental breakdown.
The Earth is round, like my balls.
Well, that didn't work. That was another spaz.
A spherical crumbloid.
Yeah, the way you're speaking right now, it sounds like you also don't have any type of coherent sentences to say anything. So, can I ask you a question? Maybe before you spiral?
Spheroid cryoid.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
The disappointment.
Yeah, that just
Oh, never
deflated.
mind.
That deflated my everything that I felt like we had a little bit of hope. It just diminished with that sentence.
What's your counter argument about my theory?
I think
Yeah,
they
you
got
can't
shell
count.
shock.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I think they got shell shock.
I went to University of Idiocy.
You can't make this shit up, man. These guys, you really can't.
I don't understand.
Yeah, your whole life you don't. I got it.
You don't know me, so fuck you.
Well, it's true. I mean, you guys come in here and you're just saying incoherent babble. There's no points that you make. That's just the mindset of a globalist. We know why you're like that. All right, let's see if you can handle an intelligent conversation for like 5 minutes, sir. Can you do that? Is it possible? Prove me wrong at least for 5 minutes.
Not if I'm on drugs. I can't.
Oh my god. Whatever, dude. Just put yourself on mute.
You know what? You know what? You know what I have to just accept? I think I might have changed my mind. No, I guess it changed. I guess my mind is changing as the channel's changing. What I'm saying is, I just have to accept that some days this channel is just expose the scientist idiots. An expose of the scientist idiots.
Then tell me how do you bend water? Tell me.
I guess I just have to accept that.
Tell me.
Because that's what they reduce the channel to the majority of the time they come in here. Waiting for an informative, substantive, edifying, insightful discourse about this issue.
Waiting for the answer.
None of that.
I hear a lot of gibberish here.
Yeah, we're not gonna have none of that. We're just gonna be as obnoxious as possible. Because we don't like that people don't believe scientism.
What do you mean? You'll have to tell me, how do you bend water?
All these people in here, ain't nobody else speaking. 40 users. Well, 39 users, really. Can't count YouTube.
This guy doesn't know the word if it's flat, man. Gregory, you stupid.
You sound like an intelligent young man. Why do you keep asking how you bend water?
Because Bruce Lee told me. Be water, my friend.
That's all he wants to do is troll, and a really weak troll.
I mean, it's not even, what he's saying is not even intelligible. What did he just say?
Bruce Lee told him water curves.
Be the water.
Oh, Bruce Lee?
Yeah. I want to
Be
see
water,
this.
my friend.
I've been waiting for ages for someone to show me this 15-degree measurement of the sun. No one can show me.
There was
That's what I'm saying, man.
appeal.
No one can show me.
What was that one appeal that?
Not you, man. You're not showing anything.
Yeah, definitely not you.
You're not who we're looking for.
You rejected him like a woman. Definitely not you.
Yeah. Of course. I'm the smartest here in the room.
Yeah. You got it.
You guys eat your own feces, so.
Wow.
He
Okay.
might not even be human. How does a human
Right.
just persist to say some series of words that are not intelligible, not very audible? Like, how do you just persist to just keep talking back
He
with
has
nothing?
friends that talk the same way. They just don't really say much. They look at each other and say, balloons, cake, bicycle tire. And the other guy says some other words and they think they're having a conversation.
I've
15 degrees.
never understood that.
Hey, Alpha, are you there? Is Alpha there?
Thing
Yeah,
is,
I'm here.
when we ask
Bye.
questions, you don't.
I want to
You
get your
don't say
opinion on
shit.
something.
All right, what's up, Brayden?
If in fact the Earth is flat, where do you think all these globe images came from? It seemed like we would be inundated with flat images, don't you think?
We
The
are.
pictures are made up
We are,
Well, let
Brayden.
the alpha answer.
with a
What? Is there
computer.
another person in here besides me answering? Is there another Alpha Veritas in here? My God,
The pictures are made with
what
a
is wrong with
computer.
this, dude? Put yourself on mute already. We don't want to red mic everybody.
Don't
Just put
care.
yourself on mute.
Kick me then. Here.
Can you do that? Can you at least do that?
No.
All right. So, Raiden, go ahead.
Okay, I was wondering if the Earth is in fact flat, where do you think all these globe images came from? Because it would seem like if it was flat, we'd be inundated with flat images. Don't you think?
Yeah, but what do you mean? Like the NASA images from like space, or are you talking about
NASA images
what?
are fake
Which?
as fuck.
What, oh my God! I'm just gonna remove you if you keep talking. You really don't add to like humanity at all. So not even this conversation, just humanity in general. Just go away, dude. Are you talking about NASA images, Raiden, or like what type of images here?
Just in general, you know, where do you think all these ball spherical images came from? If the Earth is flat,
It came from images.
Yeah, but I don't know what that. What exactly does that mean? Like, where are they coming from? You want me to tell you what organization is putting them out?
no, I was just wondering
Or
what your
why?
opinion was.
I think
Why
you're
is it a
asking
circle
why.
instead of some other shape?
Yeah, you're asking. It should be a why question, right?
Okay, we can say why.
Like, why are the images shown to us that look like they're a spherical Earth?
Yeah, why do you think that it's like that?
Well, that's so that people can get on board with the idea that the Earth is a globe. So that's why those images are
Okay.
being put forward. So otherwise, why would somebody put an image out of the Earth being that, and then for them not to have an agenda for them, the people to think that the Earth isn't like that? So it's obviously so that you can think that the Earth is a globe. But then,
Okay, fair enough. I was just wondering what your opinion.
well, the opinion is more of a like the information being told to you, right? So it's obviously being told to you that way, so you can perceive it in that manner, so that you think you live on an Earth that's a globe. But that's obviously the truth. I mean, that's why they're showing them to you. They're not going to be showing them to you so you don't think that, like, so that you can just so that you can think that Earth is a globe. But that's the part where we're asking to the public, like even such as yourself, do you have anything to compare those images to, Raiden? So in your primary experience, and I'm not talking about comparing them to other images. What I mean to say is when you go out into the field, right? When you just nature, you walk outside. Can you compare that image to anything you see outside?
No.
Right, and that's the problem. Because if the Earth is that thing that they show you in an image, then it should be represented in the way that you can actually understand this is where you live, right? On top of that thing. But you never see that, or you're never able to measure consistently any type of curvature on the surface to equate to the Earth being that thing that they're showing you. So there's the error, right? Misinformation. They're showing you some information that has nothing to do with the Earth being like what it really is. So it doesn't matter.
that's
They can
interesting.
show you. Huh? What?
So you think they just picked like an arbitrary shape instead of like a pyramid, or you think they picked a circle for a reason, or you think it was just random?
Yeah.
No,
Philosophical,
well,
man.
yeah, it goes all the way back to the people that talking about esoteric teachings and perfect spheres being like what everything is in nature, like the Pythagoreans. And if you just look at what their teachings were about, where they're thinking that perfect spheres are in nature. That's what nature tends towards.
That's the perfect shape is a sphere, is where it comes from. It's a philosophical argument. It's
esoteric teachings in the past, so that's where it comes from, the root of it, and that's why it's propagated forward into intellectual science. So it's like it's a mixed bag of that. So, and then because of that, you being a person that's a layman can't discern whether or not it comes from intellectual science or it's just some old ancient teachings. You don't know that right now. In your state of mind. Yeah, in your state of mind right now, you think that it's a discovery of intellectual proportions. Does that make sense? Like at least.
No, you answered my question. It does kind of make sense. I was curious because I asked different people the same question, and surprisingly, I get different answers. I want to ask you one more thing real quick. If you're wrong about something, would you want to know?
Yes.
100%.
Okay. That's fair enough. Thanks.
Hey, I'll ask you something, Raiden. Where do we have spheres in nature?
Raindrops?
They're not spheres.
They're not
drops.
spheres.
No, not spheres.
Yeah, they're not spheres.
What about hail?
Not spheres.
They're not spheres.
Not spheres. Have you ever looked at a hailstone up close?
I got some images
They look
of
around when I
hailstones
see them.
up close. Do you want to see them?
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Well, there's some fruit
Yeah,
that
go
Would it surprise you that you got different
Well, like
images,
oranges and
different
cherries and-
answers from different people to your question?
I mean, there's some fruit out there that's spherical in shape.
No.
Did I come through?
That's incorrect. Yeah, you did, but he does not. He's I guess not wanting to answer what you said, Greg.
Did you hear what I said to you, Ready?
No, I did. I know other people were talking. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I said, why would it surprise you that you got different answers from different persons when you asked them the question about where did the ball Earth images come from?
Well, it didn't necessarily surprise me, but I do find it interesting that you can ask different people the same question and get different answers.
Okay. Why did you say that?
Isn't that what science should be like as well? All looking for different answers and coming up with something else.
I guess it depends on the question. I mean, if I ask 5 people what 2 + 2 is, I wouldn't expect to get different answers. But so I guess it depends on the context.
That's not science. That's an agreed upon value.
Okay. Well, I'm just using that as an example. Some things you don't expect to get different answers on, I would imagine.
So you think
Why would you expect to get the same?
You think that this is all all worked out and everyone's got it all worked out 100%? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't believe that at all. I think there's a lot of things that we just don't.
So wouldn't different answers be good?
Depending on what it is you're talking about, yeah. If you're talking about a homicide,
you asked a philosophical question. So can you get different answers through philosophical questions?
I guess you could say yes and no. I mean, I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're asking why are these images being brought to us to inundate us with the idea that the Earth is a globe? And I told you that's so that you can consider the fact. Yes, you can consider the fact that the Earth is a spheroid, but it's not. There's nothing true about it. It's just so that your consideration would be, well, I'm being brought this information to me with this organization, and because I don't see any difference from intellectual science, that I would say that this is true. There's nothing in your mind that gives you the discernment to know that it's not the case. So you think it is.
Is a mathematical question analogous to inquiring about motive?
Is that for me?
Raiden?
Say that again, please?
Is a mathematical question analogous to inquiring about motive?
No.
Absolutely, it is.
A mathematical question? You
Who said
I don't know.
that?
That's kind of confusing.
Yeah, you said 2 + 2 = 4. Remember? That's what you said.
Yeah, you kind of like insinuated
Oh yeah,
this
I was telling him I
analogy
wouldn't expect to
between,
get
well, when I
different
ask people
answers
2
about
+ 2
that.
= 4, is that you usually don't get various answers. When I
I
inquire
wouldn't
about the
expect to.
motive as to why they made the ball Earth images, I get various answers. Is there an analogy between the two types of questions, or what?
Well, all I was just simply saying is that some questions you don't expect to get different answers on from different people. That's why I brought up 2 + 2. I would expect to get different answers about that if I asked different people.
Why would you not expect to get different answers when you ask, why did this
Because
people make the ball Earth images?
because he already made
Let me hear him.
He already made up an imaginary answer in his mind. So
Let me hear Raiden. Let me read it. Hang on.
Can you say it again,
Why would
Greg?
you not expect to get various answers when asking that question about why did these people make the ball Earth images?
Well, I don't
They,
like to
they
try
like to offend flat earthers.
Why does everyone keep answering for Raiden?
Because they ran out of Adderall. Yeah, America's having an Adderall shortage at the moment, so it's showing on Discord at the moment.
Raiden, let's try it again. Go ahead.
Okay. What was your question?
So why would you not expect to receive a variety of answers when you ask, why did this people make the globe Earth images?
I didn't necessarily have an expectation. I just, like I said, I just found it interesting. That's all.
I know. That's what I'm asking you. Why didn't you expect that? Why didn't you expect that you would get a variety of answers when asking that question?
Well, it wasn't any one thing. Well, one reason is because I don't, when I ask someone a question like that, I don't want to try and guess what they're going to say. So that would be one reason. I just wait for the answer. So
okay, so you didn't expect to get a variety of answers because you don't want a variety of answers.
Well, I didn't care what the answer was going to be. I was just curious what it would be. So if you can understand that.
I think he wants it to be something like where he was making the analogy to 2 + 2 = 4. He wants everybody in unison to say the same exact thing when it concerns to the why would they give us all these images of the Earth being, or inundate us with these images of the Earth being a globe. So he wants to have a basic like 2 + 2 = 4 answer to that. So we all need to verbatim say the exact same things when it comes to that specific question that he's asking, which would be a consistency in his mind to then make it say like, well, that's pretty sound. Everybody's saying the same thing. That's what he wants.
You said you don't want, as you said, you don't care what the answer is, but you also said you don't want the answer to be variegated.
Well, he's taking a survey.
More or less. That's
but isn't that the problem though? So because you get the same answer from the globe side, then you want the same answers from the flat Earth side, and then you think that we're all in agreement with each other, and you can come up with an argument against the flat Earth side because science is settled on your side, right?
No.
No. So why do the globers have all the same answer if science isn't settled?
I don't know. I don't think any two people who believe the Earth is a globe will give you the same answer.
Well, they have to give the same answer because you're given information. You don't come across information. You're given information.
Oh.
You know what, Timbo? That's important. I think that doesn't get stated too much is the fact that they cannot deviate from the answers that they should be giving. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, Raiden is kind of saying something that should be stated from the globe side anyway, that their answers should be consistent because there's a specific narrative that they have to abide by, whereas we don't, because we're not making this globe paradigm something we're adhering to. They have to, but see, they can make up their own cosmology or take parts that they like and discard the ones that they don't. I think that's what he was talking about. Some of the guys you speak to that are globalists will do that. But the thing that we charge them with is that they're being inconsistent with the narrative. So we're not arguing the fact that you can't make something up as far as a globe paradigm and solar systems and all kinds of stuff. Like, we're not saying you can't do that. We're saying that you're not sticking to the narrative that you should be. When you say that you see Earth curvature from the ground or from the airplane window or whatever, that's not what the narrative of the people that believe the Earth is a globe would say. The scientific communicators would state that you can't see Earth curvature until you get really far above the Earth's surface. And you guys are very inconsistent when it comes to that. So at least to that respect, I can understand that you're trying to get consistency, but in no way do globers even stay consistent to the narrative. Now, we don't have a narrative because all we're saying is that nobody knows the entirety of the realm that we exist in to then give you a definition of like what it actually is. So how can we, stick to a reason why people are being misled in the information as to why the Earth is a globe? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to tell you from everyone's perspective. Like, everyone's going to be able to tell you, like, this is what I see is happening. I just told you why I say what I said. So
It's ridiculous for theists and especially Christians to have a doctrine that they consider to be orthodoxy, but not for the scientists. Irony.
And the worst is they don't agree. They don't stick to the narrative. Like, obviously when they say that, well, science doesn't work like that. Well, really, whenever the theory, they don't adhere to that either. So it's like there's no cohesion when it comes to like how they're articulating their point about the narrative of the Earth being a globe and the paradigm of a solar system and things like that. Like, they're not. I don't know. It's just like trying to hit a moving target because you never know. They're redefining terms. Oh, what's your definition for level? Like they can never like say, well, this is what this means and that's how we understand it. Like, there's always room to negate that and say, well, no, that's not what level means. And you know what I mean? They just move around a lot because they feel like they're, because that's where the paradigm exists. Yep.
Just like the devil, as it concerns any and all things, especially philosophical things, including the cosmos, because we're talking about geodesy, which is concerning the Earth, and the Earth is part of the cosmos is part of cosmology, and cosmology is a concern of metaphysics, and metaphysics is a subcategory of philosophy. So, as with everything else, you just multiply falsehood. You just do anything and everything except let your yes be yes and your no be no, and affirm and defend and adhere to the truth whatsoever. Just like the devil.
Confusion. It's like okay. Here's a question, Raiden. If curved is curved and level is curved, then what is flat? Flat curved.
Flat? I would say flat in the strictest sense would be horizontal.
So is horizontal flat and level?
180 degrees.
Is that level?
I don't know. I don't think it'll be level if you tilted it.
So how can you have a horizontal without a level?
That's interesting. If you tilted a straight line, would it still be level?
Oh,
no.
If you tilted a level line, it would not be level.
Okay.
Here's the conundrum. If curved is curved and level is curved, what is flat?
Like I said, in the strictest sense, I would define flat as 180 degrees.
Of straight.
I don't think you can get any straighter.
Okay, so is that level?
I don't know.
Interesting.
The reason why I say that is because years ago, someone asked me the same question about water in a glass. How water supposedly seeks its level versus seeking to equalize gravitational pressure. So if you have water in a glass and you tilt the glass, is the water still seeking its level or no?
Yes.
Okay, even though it's not flat.
It's not flat. What do you mean? You've just tilted the glass. You haven't tilted the water.
So if I tilt a glass of water 30 degrees, would the water level be considered flat or no?
Yeah, the glass will be tilted 30 degrees and the
Yeah.
water will be flat.
Water holds
Sorry, level. Yeah.
Try again, Alpha. Try again, Alpha. You're roboting. Try again.
Yeah, I think I'm in a dead zone. I was gonna tell him water holds rigidity in space.
But that was an interesting
Dragon
question.
friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's how we use building materials. Yeah, so if you were at a water level and you were to tilt it, the water still lays level. That's how we get level. So
Thanks
you're
for
just
that.
moving. Yeah.
Dragon friend. I see you typing in the chat. Do you know the Earth is a ball?
To the extent that knowledge is normative, yes.
What is that supposed to mean?
Speak up, son. It's kind of like what we talked about yesterday. Of do I think I can know something? I think I can know something if we both accept that reality is real. But
Oh
yeah,
my God.
if reality is real, then I know the Earth is a globe.
So if I deny the reality of reality, then you can't know anything?
He just said basically, if the Earth is not a globe, we live in a simulation.
I didn't.
Well, look, watch. So if I deny reality is reality, then you can't know anything?
I didn't say that.
But you just
Yeah,
said
you did.
if
You
we
said you have to agree.
that reality is real, then I can have knowledge. So if I don't affirm that, then you can't know anything?
Whether or not you believe reality is real is not material.
Oh, okay.
You
So it
need to
doesn't
take
matter
your
whether we
statement back
agree
then.
about what the matter is. Okay, so forget that part. So, do you know the Earth is a ball?
Normatively, yes.
What is that supposed to mean?
I just
What is
explained
normative
it.
knowledge is
I
supposed to
just
knowledge?
explained it.
Say again?
I said I just explained it.
Not
Yeah,
too
the thing
well.
we just refuted and discarded. You're going to appeal to that again?
You can say you refuted it and discarded it, but I don't think you did.
I mean, you conceded. I mean, you just said
No.
it's me
Yeah,
conceding
you said
to reality being
you said
real is
it.
immaterial to you getting knowledge. You just said
Yeah,
that.
you said it.
Now you're
We
appealing to it
need
again.
to agree. Yeah, you said if we both agree that reality is reality, then the Earth is a ball.
I mean, so
That's what you
I mean,
said.
which one
What
is
I
it? Do you
said
affirm that
was,
premise or do you
if we
deny that
both
premise?
agree, I said if we both agree that reality is real, then I can have, or I can
I
say
heard that
I have.
part.
Okay.
I heard that. So you just conceded after
They-
saying that. You conceded. Me agreeing with you that reality is real is immaterial to you knowing the proposition is true. So which one is it?
Bro, you're a faggot ass nigger, dude. Stay away from kids.
So which one is it?
Wow.
Okay. Reality is real, and yes, I know the Earth is a ball.
Okay, how do you know that?
Yeah, well, you got to get out of here.
How do
So
I know that? Well, because I've been in the northern hemisphere and I've been in the southern hemisphere. I've seen how the
Right.
face of the moon corresponds to my.
Did you direct
mods, can we
any
ban this guy,
curve?
please? Mods, can we get this guy out of here?
Stop.
All
Did
right.
you directly measure any curvature in the north and the
I've
south?
seen the stars rotate counterclockwise, and I've seen them rotate clockwise, and that correspond to my place on the
Okay.
Earth.
Can
All
you
right.
match that with the Earth being a ball? Go ahead.
Yeah, your perspective on the ball determines the
perspective is a
orientation
ball.
you would see the sky rotate in.
Orientation is not curvature.
Do you see the arguments I tagged you in the open chat? Can't miss them.
Okay.
So
Sure.
your position is that the Earth is a ball. You're in a dilemma.
How?
Let me explain. So you have these two very simple deductive arguments. The first one being a modus ponens, the second one being a natural deduction. Very simple issue, just to clarify the issue to get to the heart of the matter. So if the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Next, every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The Earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved, therefore the surface of the oceans and the Earth are level. Here's the dilemma for you, since you believe the Earth is a ball. The first horn is, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. If you insist on it saying that it is, then you're impaled on the second horn. If the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. And then the videos all are empirical verification of the surface of the earth and oceans being level and not curved, and the falsification of the horizon being the summit of water curve and the supposed radius, 3959 miles.
Okay, so what do you think about? Well, I'm assuming. Have you seen Folding Ideas video on this?
Don't recognize that by name.
Okay, his YouTube channel. He's done this test personally, where he sets up the cameras and he shows how the horizon is not just a illusion. How things disappear over the horizon, and it's not just something you can zoom in to see past. I've seen plenty of videos that demonstrate this. I haven't done the experiment personally, but I don't think I have to do every experiment personally. So, do I accept the videos you've shown as empirical evidence? Yeah, sure, they're evidence, but they don't outweigh the scientific accepted standard that the Earth is a globe. So, I've seen plenty of other people do experiments, and I am convinced, and I haven't even had the time to look at your videos. I haven't even had the time to look at your videos.
Hang on.
So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, you didn't specify anything. You just said that someone else refuted it. You didn't specify how exactly. And you reaffirmed that you believe the Earth is a ball, even though you haven't said any specific argument to refute anything I've said.
I'll link you the video. Since you linked a video, I'll link a video.
Okay, I mean, you're just going to post a video, or are you going to say an argument to refute what I said?
I already said the argument, but I'll post the video and then I'll summarize.
You didn't really say an argument. You just said someone else refuted it. You didn't specify how, and then you said, "I believe the Earth is a ball still," and what you said didn't refute what I believe. That's all you said.
Did he say that the horizon is not optical? That it means that the horizon is physical?
That stuck out to me too. And then he said it as a false dichotomy. Like, if you can't zoom in past the horizon, I mean, that's how it would be defined as an optical limit. Then the Earth is a globe. Two things, Necros, that I heard. Yeah.
Oh, then the guy knows where the horizon actually is.
Okay, so the experiment that is done is on Lake Minnewaca, which is, as claimed in the video, long enough to display the curvature of the Earth. And then he takes a high-powered camera and he points it at the horizon, and you see boats disappear over the horizon from the bottom up. You see trees disappear over the horizon from the bottom up, and zooming in doesn't affect that. So here's the link to the video. It's in
What
chat.
was the water temperature that day and the air temperature?
Yeah, we can make it even more simpler than that. Your argument is fallacious. You're just appealing to the instance of not seeing the entirety of the object in the distance, and then inferring from that that's indicative of the Earth being a ball, obstructing the thing bottom up. Bottom up disappearance does not necessarily indicate, nor even sufficiently indicate that they're being obstructed by a ball. You can have bottom up disappearance on a horizontal surface.
When something disappears beyond my ability to perceive it on a flat plane, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it is no longer visible. When something goes beyond the curvature of a horizon, disappearing from the bottom up, that is evidence that it's going beyond a curved surface.
Dragon, you can have that on either surface. Like we already established in the listen. We already established in the natural deduction, the second deductive argument, the natural deduction, every solid liquid has a surface, and every surface is either curved or level. So you can see the object becomes smaller as it gets further away from you on either surface. Bottom up disappearance nor angular size change is not indicative of either of the two. It's a weak appeal. You can have bottom-up disappearance and or angular size change on a curved surface or level surface. It's a weak argument.
Can you explain again how you get bottom-up disappearance on a flat surface?
The same
Excuse
way.
me, hold on a second. Gregory, he's reversing the burden. Friend, you need to show us that that is the geometric tangent point that we can measure to, because I've seen that video. So that obstruction that you're claiming must be at a physical location. So can you tell me where that physical location is and see if it's coherent with the globe claim?
And says who? You know that he doesn't know about the change of the position of the horizon.
You feel all the spit in my ear. And
It's fine. It's fine. Don't eat your microphone, dude. It's blasting us.
I'm sorry. So he talks about things hiding behind the horizon being obstructed bottom up, and he just keep on that point because he doesn't know that the horizon moves dependent to the weather conditions. So he doesn't know that we can see horizon farther and shorter distance dependent to the.
Right, that's fine. I just want him, since this is his claim, he's saying that things are disappearing because of physical Earth curvature. I want him to show me the distance to the tangent point that he's claiming so that we can see if it's coherent with the curvature of the Earth. Do you have the physical location of that tangent point that's blocking the trees in the distance?
No. It's claimed in the video to be Lake Minnewaca, and that's where I assume it is on the Earth, since that's what he says.
Right. I need you to tell me where that physical tangent point is so that we can see if that is indeed the curvature of the Earth. Because that's the first step in all of this. I need to know where that obstruction begins to occur. Otherwise, you're affirming the consequent in this scenario.
Or invalid modus ponens and a weak inductive argument. It's one of the three. A weak inductive argument, an invalid modus ponens, or affirming the consequent.
Well, to be fair, you assumed that the Earth was a flat plane in your argument. You said
No, we didn't assume anything. Nobody assumed anything.
Read the argument again. No, I didn't.
Well, you go watch the video. No, I didn't.
I've seen the video. I've seen it.
Circles. We've been seeing it, so it's not going circles again.
Yeah. The guy with the camera on the little tripod that he raises up, that little counterbalanced, camera apparatus. I've seen it. Yeah, so all we need to know, otherwise it's just kind of another, white swan scenario here. But we could go ahead and debunk that with the black swan if you would like.
Which I already did. It's one of the links that I sent you.
Right.
9.41 habitat.
All right, so this link is 10 minutes long. This one is how long here? This one is 50 minutes long. So how am I supposed to respond to over an hour of content that you linked me in like the minute that's gone by? How am I supposed to do
No
that?
worries. You can go ahead and watch it and then come back. I don't want to impose anything on your schedule. Or I could just give you this.
That's logically impossible. Go ahead.
Yeah, you gave me two things. You said they're arguments, and then you said, okay, respond to these, and I haven't been able to. So you know what I'll do? I will go watch them.
Hang on. Just,
I'll go
can you
watch
stop
them,
distorting
and then
what's
I'll
being
come back.
said? It defeats the whole purpose of us speaking for ourselves. Right? What we said so far is those three deductive arguments, especially the dilemma. Then we gave you plenty of empirical evidence for you to critically consider and study at your pleasure. We never said study it now and then reply. Never said that.
Well, you were asking for a reply, and I'm saying I'll go read it, I'll go watch it, and then I'll come back.
No worries.
You can go do that if you
Thank
want.
you.
Yeah, I mean the proof of the globe. The proof of the globe is like this is how you know the Earth is a globe is because if you were to hold a ball in front of you, if I put something behind the ball, you can never zoom in and see it. You can never see it past a specific distance. You can only right. So if so that would be the proof of the globe. But if you were able to zoom it in or get be able to see it in a different way at a different distance, then I guess it wouldn't be proof of the globe. It would be proof of something else. I don't know what, but that would be proof of the globe if that was the scenario in the video you showed.
Gregory's argument is pretty trivial to refute.
Okay, refute it.
The first premise is false.
In which argument?
Yeah, That's not what level means.
In which argument? Hello? Can you identify the argument? Said 3 of them.
Hold on, I muted her because we're not just gonna. She's derailing. She's trying to save this other guy. Other guy, what we would need, the best positive proof for you would be a physical tangent point at the same place all the time. That'd be awesome. That's what we're looking for. But we haven't been presented with any physical tangent points. So basically, we're just dealing with black swans everywhere, with globe debunkings everywhere. Even that lake with the camera apparatus and the water that blocks the trees, that's another black swan. You don't even know it yet, but it is. So we need tangency to measure to. That's all we need.
So just to explain it to you in simple words, it doesn't. When you see things hiding bottom up or being obstructed by that horizon, that doesn't mean that the horizon is physical, a physical line or physical obstruction. No. When you see that physical obstruction always, all the time, at the same distance, that moment you can say that that line, that horizon is physical. It's not optical phenomenon that we can see, and it depends. The distance to that thing depends to the weather conditions and the many elements. So when you come up with the proof that that line is always where you see it, it never moves farther or shorter distance, that moment you can prove that it's physical. But that was debunked really times ago.
That's the proof of the globe, though, is that we can only see so far because the Earth's a globe. So the thing that's on the surface, right, like a basketball, if on the surface of a basketball, if I spin the basketball away from me, I'm not going to be able to zoom in or see it. And if it, behind the basketball, I can't get up a little higher and see it either. Right? So that's the proof of the globe. You can only see so far, and it's a set distance. You can see less than that if it's foggy or raining or something like that, but you can't see further.
Yeah, if we don't see forever, or if we have limits to the extent of our field of view, then the Earth is a ball. We have limits to our extent of field of view, therefore the Earth is a ball. It's an invalid modus ponens, a weak inductive argument. And if you reverse premise 2 and 3, it's affirming the consequence.
It's excluding any other possible reason why something would appear the way it does.
I mean, that would be the rebuttal as well. It's like single cause fallacy.
I still don't like the level fallacy. Level's supposed to be curved, but it's supposed to be a level thing you go buy from the store that's a horizontal fucking line. You can get different distances or lengths of a level. You can get a 4 foot, 8 foot, 10 foot, 3 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, keychain one. You get all kinds of levels. And they're all horizontal.
Yeah, that appeal is just analytically false, and the pattern of argumentation is just the definite fallacy.
Right. I'm showing that with the actual utensil we use that's not arcing to give you level. But yeah, that's it.
The very thing, level, is the very antithesis of level. It's analytically false, and so when they attempt to do that, that's them just trying to redefine the word so that the Earth is a ball by definition, no matter what. Right? It's just a definite fallacy.
Right. And then when you ask them to level something, they're going to break out a horizontal level. And then when you put it on the ball, it's going to be unlevel or unbalanced until you have to balance it out like a teeter-totter. So how the fuck can a ball be level when it's unbalanced? It's unlevel. This doesn't make no sense to me, man.
In fact, you know what? I'm gonna say the alternative term when you look on logicallyfallacious.com, the redefinition fallacy. That would be more conspicuous to those who aren't familiar with that moniker for that fallacy. But yeah, the redefinition fallacy. They have to redefine level so that the globe is there.
Right. They want to turn their globe horizontal. They don't want airplanes to dip. They don't want to find the curve. They can't measure it. They can't touch it. They can't see it. It doesn't exist anywhere. They can calculate it just like Superman's farts, but they can't touch it. So they want you to believe that a horizontal curve. I don't even know where to go with this, brother. We couldn't write this shit.
Yeah, it's just patently absurd. Like there is no tenability to it. It's analytically false and a definite fallacy. So, away with that.
I wonder what the physicists say. Like if we're sitting there, Gregory, we're sitting there, we're like, hey, man, we need you guys to go tell them that this ball is horizontal, but it's curved, but it's level, but it's flat, but it's curved, but it's a ball. Go get out there and get them, Tiger. What the fuck? I'd be like, I quit. I quit this globe job right now. I quit.
It sounds like something you say to the new guy who shows up to the job site.
Yeah, go give me that horizontal arc, curved ball, level.
Yeah, go give me the headlight fluid in that curved level.
Yeah, while you're there,
Jenna, it's like something like go get me the level stretcher. It's always a stretcher, the wood stretcher, the paint stretcher. It's always a stretcher.
Oh yeah, the stretcher's a good one.
Yeah. While you're there, give me a bucket of steam and a left-handed screwdriver.
And the skyhook.
And the thing is, before they try to mention the nuance as though it's going to save them, you can talk about level. Kind of awkward to use it in that sense, but you can't say level in the sense of equidistant, which is what they're trying to do. Every point along the surface of the ball is supposed to be equidistant, which of course is contrary to their previous claim about this oblate spheroid geoid thing. So that's a self-contradiction of the dialectical tension. But even when they say that, we're talking about the surface, the orientation of the surface. Sea level is not referring to equidistant points along the surface. It's talking about the orientation of the surface.
I still want to know how the Grand Canyon and the tallest mountain are nothing to a globe. If they say they rub their fingers on that globe, they say they don't feel the canyon, they don't feel the ocean, they don't feel a mountain. It's all smooth. How in the fuck?
Listen, they already got every flat earther's concession by defining the 10 degrees parallel and 40 degrees parallel. Circles are parallel. So they already got you all. They got us all. We're done.
3 hula hoops stacked on top of each other. What the fuck? Or 3 hula hoops on the same floor. Equal altitude of elevation. I put 3 hula hoops in my room. There's 3 equal altitude of elevation circles.
What's the average frequency of the top 10 radio stations?
"103, 105, 109, 92.
It doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
But it sounds like it does, if you have no idea what you're talking about.
That's why I hate degrees and distances. They point out there and say a degree, then an arc, and then this degree, and this degree equals this far in space, but you bring and a degree equals this. But then there's nothing from those points anywhere other than just a fucking imaginary frame of reference. It's always an unless it's right here physical, it's an imaginary frame of reference for distances and all that shit. And that's why I don't like the idea of a degree. How the fuck do you have a space degree, a horizon degree, a degree on your paper, a degree in your pencil, a degree for fucking like a degree of what? Like, I don't even know. Like, every degree is an endless amount of degrees the last time I checked.
Right.
And every
actual
degree
distances could be arbitrary. Like when talking about space, you got 1 astronomical unit. Well, I mean,
right.
If they change a distance to the sun, it's still 1 astronomical unit, and the ratio applies.
Right. It still all adds up. Like, how the fuck you just changed that by half? Like, how the fuck does it still add up? And if you're calculating for curvature, which is stupid, you should be measuring the fucking curvature. You shouldn't be calculating for shit. I don't even know what the point of calculating is. We're not seeing how many Christmas presents we want next year.
But yeah, just a mere calculation is not empirical.
We can calculate the calculation to calculate. A calculation for you, so it's calculated. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and there's not a doubt in my mind that NASA hires some of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world.
Yeah, to math you right back into a circle.
Doesn't mean they have common sense. Doesn't mean they understand empiricism.
Matthew Lawrence.
All right, so what do we got? Are these circles, right? When you got a heading, you got east, you got east and north, south, east, west, and you want to go east. Is that a 90-degree angle from north? Is that a curved baseline? These east and west?
No.
Yeah, if you're on a ball, then it only holds true in your location, right?
It holds true from north. From north, it's a circle, but on a map, it's a little plus sign. Isn't that weird?
How do you measure a curvature on a flat Earth?
Oh, I can't even hear that.
Lasers.
I didn't hear you either. How do you measure curvature? What?
That was weird. If that's what you said.
Unless he means topology, right? You got like a mountain or a valley.
Yeah, I like measuring curvature.
Cliffs and hills. Yeah. Okay, I got you. I thought he meant, where's the globe curve on flat Earth or some dumb weird shit. I'm like, no. Water's horizontal, brother. Yeah, we got topography of dirt. You're right there. Yep, we agree.
Yeah,
with that.
no chance he's that dumb.
No, listen, people do ask it. I don't know. Is it Zindia or is it somebody else who asked? Maybe it was a ghost. It's a ghost.
And then we're going to measure mountains and valleys and everything in respect to what? Sea level. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for the curve at the top of that mountain, and then right next to it we got the canyon, and then over there past the canyon we got a cliff. I'm just wondering where the fuck this curve starts at between the mountain and the cliff and a Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I mean everything is measured from flat, right, 0, and then you measure up from it, and then you carry along that 0 line, that straight line, that 0. You carry it over a distance, and you keep measuring up and down from it to see if something's curving or not curving. So I mean 0. If you want to say flat, like 0, what is 0? That's level. It's horizontal. Like start at 0 and then start measuring up from there or down.
And every coast in the world is at what? Sea level.
Yeah. It's really not. I don't know. Like it is. The cog disc part of it is kind of like really interesting, like psychologically interesting. There's somewhat like people think it's crazy that if they want to go, if you're like, listen, I'm going to meet you on the beach at like, the lifeguards stand 4, like number 4. And we say, well, I'm at 43. You just keep coming down here, and meet me at 4. It's just, you're going to go straight down, follow the water and get there. Just point in a straight line to number 4. That's where you want to go, to the lifeguard stand number 4. And they think that's crazy. They go, you flat earthers are crazy. You would never just point in a straight line to get where you want to go. That's nuts. But that they're so disconnected that's nuts. But that's what they do every single time is interesting.
A while back, I was talking, and Bev and his crew were, in the conversation, and I was trying to explain to them how if you took toothpicks and put them on top of a level, and let's make this level imaginary, a mile-long level, if you want to give it that, and you put toothpicks end to end, right? You put them on top of the level, that those toothpicks will never start to curve and touch each other at a point again. They won't touch from left to right, ever, if they're on top of a level. And then Bev and his crew were talking shit and like, oh, this guy's talking about toothpicks, the flat earth, and talking all their crap. But it just seemed like they didn't understand what I was saying. And I think
I don't know if it's necessary.
anybody visually, if you could just picture a level.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to give that one to people when you work in construction. Most people don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, you're just saying level is parallel to another level, right? Like a level on top of a level, like on top of toothpicks.
Well, yeah. If you take a level, because it's horizontal, and you lay down toothpicks touching point to point, those the points will never circle back to hit each other if it's on a level, because level goes just straight out continuously. That's the way it works. It's horizontal. And so when someone says, oh, but level's curved, well, no, not in reality. And just like Radwin said, he's like, yeah, if you're not in construction, you might not understand what I'm saying. But I think most people will get it,
I could get my level, put toothpicks on it, and make a bow. Make it bow from one side to the other on top, and then I'm going to say those toothpicks are level horizontally, but they curve in my y-axis.
My father is on construction and needs to bend the concrete to the shape of the earth.
As the ghost is returned.
Did you just say he bends the concrete?
He's a troll. Yeah, he's a troll.
How do you bend? You mean you form the concrete?
No, he's a troll.
Makes sense.
He's been timed out, left, and now he's back to get timed out again.
Yeah, how's Bev doing? Does he still have a crew? I think it was just him and listen. I was friends with Cleary and DP, but I don't know. Like, who's his crew now?
I don't remember all their names, but there's like 4. He's got his little groupies, and they always travel together from server to server.
Mic check. Can I get a mic check?
Yeah. 1 2 1 2.
Thank you.
Checking your levels.
It's not working. 100%.
It's just really weird. Like, a lot of people, they just don't get what we're trying to say. Maybe because in our brains and our minds, like, we could like visualize it, we see it, we know what we're talking about, we get it. Like like how they say, like, sometimes you just gotta wait till it clicks, and then you're like, eureka, and then things that are being heard and transferred, said, and shared, like, then things start making sense from our position. But I think when you have those Glober glasses on, and those Glober earmuffs to shield you from the truth, they just don't get it. Like, something's not clicking, and it's kind of weird. But I don't know.
It's simple. The flat Earth. Well, like, there's nothing. It's not that complicated. Maybe like when you get to certain stages, like, why is the sun moving in the sky? I mean, I guess that's complicated, But
No, it's complicated because it has to travel so much a distance. Like if you're standing out there and you're like, "Yeah, Democ, look right now, the sun's over my head," and I'm like, "It's still nighttime for me." He's like, "Yeah, but just wait a second, it's gonna be coming your way horizontally. I know it." I say, "Oh, look, I see the light. I don't see the sun. I see the light coming. Then I see the sun, rising, whatever, coming up, coming my way, not up, not rising vertically, just coming towards me from you to me."
I mean, the mechanism that powers the movement. That's
Right. Well, yeah. That's always going to be speculated. It's just the medium we're in, and like superconduction, so far as we can ever fucking figure out. But it's going to be coming on a horizontal line from you to me for a long time. So if I think the thing is fucking dropping down, why would it not drop down at your head when I'm looking at it coming towards me? Why wouldn't it drop down there, way that way? If you're seeing it drop down, why wouldn't I fucking see it drop down? Why wouldn't we both see it drop down? If it's in the center where we're at. But we don't.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
And then
The same
your
thing.
friend, yeah, he sees it go past. I'm sorry, like you wake your buddy up after it's already about almost nighttime. Sun's on the horizon. You wake him up, look at the sun. He'll say, "Oh, that's going down below the curve." You're like, "What?" No, that motherfucker just went horizontally between all of us, right? We also like it didn't drop. So
It's observation.
Yeah. Well, I agree with most of that, but the same thing with the you got the north, south, east, west, right? So now I got north, and then I want to make an angle. I want to, go deadheading of east.
We really don't got all that. We really
right.
we
The
only
same thing
got
with the sun. How could the sun move horizontally in the sky?
hey, sun ain't got to do shit. It ain't got to go horizontally. Like I'm not saying okay on a horizontal plane in a way, yeah. Plane of reference, yes. Not going around down in the rounded ball, correct. Now the sun doesn't have to do any certain pattern. It can do a fucking spring leaf butter chicken pattern above us. I don't care. You know what I mean? Long as it gets back to where it's going, why would it matter? As long as it continues its cycle, it can make a leaf. It can make a paw, a Blue's Clues paw in the sky and come back every time. It doesn't matter, right? What it does, it's going to continue doing. And the direction we have doesn't really matter either because that's a fucking lie too. We don't have north, south, east, and west as a given statement. We have it as an imagination, right? And we're given an area, like say your bed, right, or your room or your backyard, just a big area. You're given an area. Then your compass, here's where you are, nowhere, no direction, and your compass points to north. So all you know is you're not fucking north. So where are you at right now? Which direction are you? You're not north. You're not east. You're not west. You're not south. You're not fucking north either. But all you know is you're not north. Because north points that way. So until you get to north, the only direction you're given as a reference, that's your fucking direction. Your only reference. Sorry, Bullseye Bob. Not our problem. Not our fault. Just saying, like we only have. You're not going north, but that's the direction you're given to attribute and acculate yourself according. You get north. North is a fucking arrow pointing that way. Okay, cool. It's like you go to Bugs Bunny and say, which way the bad guy go? And he points both arrows both ways, that away. There's a lot we don't know about the orientation of the fucking north, south, east, and west. I love talking about that shit. How many ways are there in Antarctica? Always seems like there's one. Like before you get to a house, there's only one way to get there. Like if Bobby's house is directly in front of you, the only way to get there is go directly in front of you, right? Now you can take a right and go out of your way and go a long arc on the flat dirt and get there, but the fastest way you want to get there would be straight. But now once you get to Bobby's house and you're close to that spot and you're like, and that's the area, like you're close to it, then you can walk around Bobby's house. But until you get to Bobby's house, there's only one fucking direction to get to Bobby's house. So I find it weird that they think we can go backwards that way away from Bobby's house, or your grandma's house is that way. Go directly not to your grandma's house to get there. Then how the fuck would that work? Ever?
It would work the same way that it works right here in a room. Like the
up close and personal. Yeah. But no. If your grandma's house 10,000 miles ahead of you that way, you're not going to go the opposite direction to get there, brother.
These universals, like there's things called universals and laws of logic. That means they apply everywhere at all times, at all places, right? So, like logically, 90 degrees would be 90 degrees at all places. These universals would apply. So there's some people, they would work the same way it works right here in this room. Is it 90 degrees would be 90 degrees. The shortest distance between the 2 points, on the walls would be a straight line in the perpendicular orientation. A straight line wouldn't bend.
Y'all got a charger?
Distance. These are universals.
Correct.
Do you have what? A phone charger?
I need a charger for my phone.
Yeah. It would work the same way as it works here. You go get it at Walmart and plug it into your wall at your house. No, there's no difference. There's no contradiction.
I don't even got money for that.
Greetings, Highpool. Are you here to contribute to the conversation?
I just need a phone charger.
I'm bored already.
One thing that confuses me about flat Earth is the idea of containerized, the atmosphere being containerized, right? Just because,
like that.
Because all pressurized gases have a container or whatever. That's kind of weird to me because it seems like the higher in altitude you go, the less pressure there will be. And like maybe at some point, it seems like at some point the pressure will be equal to zero, right? Is that safe to assume, or like?
No.
That's a bit of an assumption, but
no, it's not safe
that way, right?
No, it's not safe to assume that. You can't reach zero in a vacuum.
Well, if there's zero pressure, it would be a vacuum, right?
No, you can't make a vacuum reach zero. You, humanly, with a container yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, it'd be close to zero. It would approach zero.
No, it wouldn't.
What do you mean? You're saying there's no gradient?
What do you mean? I'm telling you, it's never going to approach zero. Zero would be nothing in the container. Zero would be the container collapsing in on itself.
When I say approach, I just mean the value seems to be heading towards zero. Maybe it never is equal zero, but it's heading towards zero.
The value of what? Potential would increase. It wouldn't go down, it would go up. The amount to do work increases. You understand that? In a vacuum chamber, it's a reactor. You're causing a reaction. You increase the potential. It's not getting decreased. It's not a zero thing. You're thinking 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? You can't even reach fucking zero. Perfect zero.
Dude, it's very simple. We're not applying any work. I'm just observing the pressure as you increase in altitude. It has nothing to do with creating your own vacuum.
There's not.
You have to supply work because there's a pressure difference.
There's not
right, when you create a vacuum. I thought you just said there was. There's a little bit. There's no zero pressure in a vacuum. There's a little bit of molecules or whatever.
I'm saying there's always a medium. There's always a medium in there. All you're doing is increasing the ability and the amount of work that you're doing with that fucking chamber. On the inside, you're creating more potential.
Sure. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is that if the pressure is decreasing as you go up, what is the point of a container anyway? If there's almost zero pressure at the very top where there would be a wall or something.
Decreasing.
Well,
What?
the argument is to get any pressure, you need the containment is the antecedent, the thing that's required to get any pressure, and then you can introduce like sun or temperature outside of the container to get a differential of pressure.
Yeah, we've got temperature all around us. We live in a
The
medium.
pressure- Would you agree that the pressure created by the container is because
By the medium.
the molecules are bouncing off the container?
The temperature and the medium, yes. The container would be the medium and the temperature together. And then you've got dirt. Everything comes from the ground and then goes that way. It's not the opposite. And then you're trying to create a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr on Earth that we can see stuff orbit and stuff be made and little balls form in it, which will never happen because you can't have liquid in a vacuum, man. Not even a puny
I get,
you can make.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That like the thing that gets you about flat Earth is you don't get outer space the way you want to get outer space. That holds a lot of people back from it. They want outer space. They want it.
Yeah, they want a void of nothing, which is crazy because how the fuck do you have all the stuff out there if it's a void?
What do you think a vacuum is? Let me ask you that.
I wish you could demonstrate what the vacuum of space is and how it makes orbits and all that. Why do we got to think? Shouldn't you know?
No, I'm just asking you what you think of
Shouldn't Globers know? Shouldn't the people that brought you the idea of a vacuum in your book, shouldn't someone know and be the authority on this? I'm just asking you. Don't you think someone should be the authority, the people that you learned that from? Don't you think that would be your first source?
It feels like you're dodging the question a little bit.
No. I'm trying to enlighten you, brother. It feels like listen, I can give you an answer, but I really need you to take this in. The people that gave you the information of all that dog shit was not me. You understand that, right?
So I asked you a pretty simple question.
Neil deGrasse, Spore, all the dudes.
Just answer the question, Penny.
Shut your fucking mouth and listen to my answer. My answer is your cockamamie trash doctors and religious gurus can't fucking tell you. So now you want to know from a flat earther, right? Now you need to know.
I just want an
You need
answer
to know
to
how
my question
reality
that I
works
asked
from
you.
a flat earther, right?
Do you
'Cause
find
your
it odd
gurus
that
don't
you're
have the
so unwilling to answer like a very simple question?
Listen, I'm going to answer your question, but I just want to point out who you're coming to for information. The source you're coming to is not your gurus, is it? It's a flat earther named Democ with a fucking penny. Correct?
I'm
Why are you stalling, dude? Just answer it. Oh my goodness.
I'm not coming to you for answers. I just want to. I want to
so
like
what do you
test
wanna
your
know now?
knowledge.
He wants to know what a vacuum is.
Yeah, what's a vacuum?
Where you make it doesn't exist unless you make one.
What?
Why don't we test your
It
knowledge instead?
doesn't exist. A vacuum doesn't exist unless you create a chamber, put a fucking electric pump on there, and suck that shit out. Or
Okay,
unless you use
I'm not
water.
asking you that. I'm asking you, do you know what it is?
Water in an open space. You can make what's called a gravity bong. Even though I don't agree with gravity, you can take water and take a bucket.
You're still
and put it
not
down in
answering the
water.
fucking question. It's really simple question.
It's all about resistance and suction. What are you asking
Jesus
about?
fucking
vacuums?
Christ.
Brother,
Hey,
can you
if-
fucking
listen,
hear?
No,
Vacuums
if I was if I was this scared to like
Vacuums
answer a
don't
fucking
exist.
question,
Are you
I would be
afraid of
like embarrassed
understanding?
with myself.
Why are you afraid of understanding? Vacuums don't exist unless you can fucking make one. Do you comprehend what I told you?
It's like saying you can't. Cakes don't exist unless you make one. Like what? What even is it? Just answer the question.
Go drive to a vacuum in nature that nature made in the jungle or outside. Right the fuck now, you two. Go find a vacuum for me right now that nature's working. That you can observe in nature, you stupid fucks.
I'm not asking you if it exists.
I don't
in nature.
care
I'm
what
just
you're
asking
asking.
you what it is.
We're all going to find out the truth. We're not going to guess. We're not going to be religious. Where is our vacuum at that I can go to with you guys? No guesses.
What's wrong with
Reality.
making one?
Well,
if we can
first,
define it, what's wrong with that?
Wait, Denmark.
That means it's
I
not
want to do
made,
this.
it
I want to
doesn't exist.
think for you.
It's a man-made thing. Do you not
Okay,
comprehend?
there's plenty of man-made things that exist. What's your point?
Space isn't a man-made thing. Is it?
Denmark.
Did you make space?
Denmark, I want to go find this thing for you. I want to go find this thing for you, but first you have
Want
to
to
like.
find what? A soda bottle and a pump?
No, I want to find
How about your mouth and a straw?
Yeah, dude, you do not shut the fuck up, do you? You can
Suck
never
the
like
fucking
shut the
liquid out
fuck
of your
up.
soda right now.
Define what we're looking for, though. Just define it.
Define what? What you're asking about that doesn't exist. How can
You're
I
saying
do that?
it doesn't exist. What doesn't exist?
You fucking
Can you define the thing that doesn't
Narnia.
exist?
Narnia doesn't exist unless you make it.
All right. Nice
Why are we
memes.
going around in circles here?
Because
There is
Yeah,
no
can you address what I originally said about the containerized
You're
atmosphere?
not addressing that you don't have a vacuum in nature, retard. Retardo. You fucking retard. There is no vacuum.
Okay.
Why is this so hard?
Can you define what's not there?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't be stupid. There's no such thing as nothing. There is no such thing as nothing.
Okay. I want you to explain what a vacuum is. Can you do that for me?
They don't exist. That's your fucking made up magic religion. Vacuums.
Okay, so you don't think vacuums exist at
I have
all,
never
so
seen you make one. I don't see one in nature. What is a vacuum? Religious vacuum bringer.
You don't see a freaking cake in nature, dude. What is a cake? Can you answer the question?
There's plenty of things that don't exist in nature.
So I wouldn't ask you about how cakes work in space, would I, dumb fucks? Because they're clearly
It doesn't matter. Just you know what a cake is. Just answer that.
What does it matter?
What's a
Reality
cake?
matters
What
a lot.
does it matter, dude?
Wait, Democ, what is a cake? Can you explain to me what a cake is?
Oh my god, dude! They are ingredients that a human puts together.
No. That doesn't exist in nature. Okay, like humans.
Yeah,
don't exist
dude,
in
it doesn't
nature.
exist in nature.
There's an outer
Explain
space
to me what a
vacuum.
cake
What he's
is.
talking about.
Yeah, cakes. Many cakes are flat and round, and they go on flat round tables.
I never told you guys that to tell me where a cake is in nature. I never asked. You guys never asked about a cake.
It's called
A
an
fucking
analogy.
vacuum that doesn't exist.
I'm just asking you what a vacuum is.
You're
Can you
asking me
define
about
a
a
vacuum?
non-existent thing.
You don't think cakes exist because they're not in nature?
No, you
They're
said
man-made, genius.
Okay, so you said a vacuum is man-made. Doesn't matter.
Man-made things.
Wait, but he said.
So if they're man-made, they don't exist.
I just I want to follow this.
They're man-made. That means nature didn't make them. They're not in nature. That means you
They're
have
not
to
real.
be alive to make them.
So you realize
That's not what that means, Carter.
Yeah, Democ,
Why
you
are you
realize
guys
that
so
cakes don't
bored?
exist. You realize that
All
cakes
right,
don't exist.
real quick. Cakes were made by someone, right? And they exist. The thing that you're asking about outer space, that was invented.
I'm not asking you about outer
We
space.
never even said it
Hello?
occurred in nature. That's the whole point. We just asked you to
But
define
I
it.
just want to say the vacuum of outer space that was invented, right? Invented, not discovered.
I'm not asking you about outer space. I'm literally just
Why
asking
don't you
him
just
to
demonstrate
define.
your fucking vacuum,
Democ.
Define the vacuum. So you're asking about vacuums. Go ahead. Define the vacuum.
word
Whoever is
vacuum.
asking about
Why is
vacuum,
it so
you're
hard?
a liar. Bird, describe what you're talking about. Say what you're talking about. Go ahead.
You guys are talking about.
No,
vacuums.
you're talking. You want to know about vacuums.
I just
Go ahead.
want
Go
you
ahead.
to define
What is it?
a vacuum.
What is it, Bird? What is it? Tell me. What
do
is
you
it?
mean? What is? That's what I'm asking you to define. I asked you to define it
you
like 10 million times. I asked Democ to define it like 10 million times.
Right? So you
No,
have
I know what a vacuum is.
Could have the
What is
least clue or idea what a vacuum is. You
Wait.
guys have no fucking clue,
So
right?
after not answering
You answered
for a
my
good like
question.
10, 15 minutes now, you're
So you
now
don't know
like
what vacuum
turning the
is.
question on me and now asking me to answer it. Why can't
Well,
you answer my question?
You
I
have
asked
to answer it. Yeah, it's your stupidity.
Just say what a vacuum is. What is it?
What is it?
Yeah, Democ, go ahead. What is a vacuum?
No.
You gotta tell us.
Wait, I asked him what a vacuum was.
It's
I want to know what you think it is right now.
Stupid.
But I asked him.
Tell
I
us.
asked him what it was.
I couldn't tell you what.
I want to know what you think it is right now. I'm curious.
I'm not inside your mind, brother.
But I asked him what a vacuum was, and he refused to
get
answer.
Oh shit! You're not gonna tell us what you think it is. How
No,
can you know what a
I
vacuum
asked
is?
him what it is.
You don't know what a vacuum is? Damn.
I know what a vacuum is. I'm just
Tell me
asking
what it is.
him what is a vacuum.
Hey, I don't know what it is. Can you tell me, Bird?
It's so crazy.
Bird, don't hold the knowledge. Hey, Bird, don't hold the knowledge.
Minutes, you're now like, oh.
No, nobody
you want to talk about
that? Listen, you're the one saying oh. So go ahead and tell me what a vacuum is. Go ahead, since you brought it up. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I didn't bring it up.
Okay, so no is not the answer. No is not the answer. Listen. No is not the answer to my question. You want to know what a vacuum is? And you say that you know. So you're asking that question. So I want to know. So can you tell me what a vacuum is? Go ahead.
Well, I asked him what a vacuum is, right?
Hello, Bird? Can you tell me what a vacuum is?
Yes, I can. But I asked him what a vacuum is.
Mic check.
Yes, hello. Maybe you should get an ear check.
Do they have a vacuum by any chance? Ask them.
Do I have a vacuum?
Whoever yelled in the background. Ask them if we
that wasn't on my end. Demok, can you
Vacuum
define
cleaner.
what a vacuum is? Can you just please?
Not
do
in
this
your
for me?
mind.
What is that? Not
What
in
is
my
it in your mind? That's what we want to know.
I can't define what you're imagining, dude. Stop asking me.
Then
why do you say it doesn't exist?
Listen. Bird said that he knows what a vacuum is. Can you answer the question, Bird? What is it?
Well, I know. I already. I do know what a vacuum is. I just
What's
answered
wrong
the
with
question
Bird?
for you.
I don't hear him. Oh, I haven't.
I don't know why you can't hear me.
Muted him.
Everybody.
Can you
everybody else
prove that you know what a vacuum is?
Oh, the volume. The volume.
Dude, you should probably turn your volume up. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it was the volume. Your volume.
Oh yeah, you should probably turn me up. Can you
I
just
did.
answer? Wait, can we just get Demok to answer what a vacuum is?
You said you know what it is. You said you know
I
what
do
it
know
is.
what it is.
Elias gonna have to go. Go ahead, Elias. Go ahead. Elias gonna go. Go ahead.
Wait, I asked Demok what a vacuum is, like 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Shoot.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Why are you asking the question?
You're gonna wait too. Okay. So Denmark actually already gave you the answer, right? So just from Oxford, a space entirely devoid of matter, an area where nothing is there. I mean, this was all this point. This point was already. What the fuck is the problem?
So why'd you have to define it on his behalf again?
Because you don't listen to
By the way,
conversation
Denmark
and
didn't
you
say
don't
that.
follow along.
I just wanted you guys to know that Demok never said that.
Oh yeah, I did. I said it's a void where nothing exists. So how the fuck do you have all the stars and planets out there? Was my exact sentence, wasn't it?
Oh, I can give you that example.
Also, you don't remember me saying that exact sentence, liar?
You're saying a lot of stuff, man.
You fucking liar!
So-
you know I said that sentence.
No, you didn't. But
Yeah, I
I can give you an explanation for that, right? Because gravity.
And we're live. You can go back and listen, but go ahead.
Sure, that's great. Gravity exists, and gravity pulls air around objects. So while the stars exist somewhere else, not on Earth, right? They still have gravity around them, and there wouldn't exist a vacuum around those places.
You have a vivid imagination. I wish you could demonstrate any of that cockamamie garbage.
Sure. I mean, you could go out there and look for yourself.
I can go out
Well,
for
maybe-
you to
maybe not
demonstrate. For you to demonstrate with no hands, I can go look at stuff. That's how you're going to demonstrate stuff with no hands, huh? Holy fuck, dude. I don't want you driving me around town.
What the fuck did you just say? Did you just have like a big?
How are you going to demonstrate stuff by another human going to do it? Are you slow, brother? You really don't pay a fucking attention.
You can go out to the world and see these things.
No, I didn't say how can we look at rainbows. I said, how the fuck can you demonstrate in a lab any of the cockamamie garbage you just spewed?
Why do I need to demonstrate it in a lab?
Well, I don't know, Narnia religious boy, because it's a religion
Narnia
until you demonstrate it, stupid. Your religious
You
belief.
realize that Narnia is like not even close to like.
Yeah, everything you're talking about's Narnia.
Science, right?
Can you bring it to the lab close? If you can't bring it close, it's like not.
Why do I have to prove it through a lab? Do you think that we proved
it's your
everything in a lab
imagination.
before we believed it was
Because
true?
it's your imagination, yes, you fucking idiot. But for us to believe you're Narnia, cockamamie comic book story religion, you have to demonstrate it.
I don't know why. I don't know why you're so aggro and like why you like believe so much that.
I don't believe.
everything needs
I'm
to
not a
be done in
religious
lab.
believer of your story. I don't believe your religious story, stupid.
Yeah, you're missing the point. You're missing the point, Bird. You're the one that's believing.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, the pennies are really angry. Dude, it's crazy, bro.
Benny, here's a question. So if you have a pressurized gas, you must have a container, right?
Pressurized by what?
I'm just asking a question, bro. Just say yes, please.
I want to know what it's pressurized by.
If there's a
And can you
pressurized
demonstrate
gas,
what's pressurizing it?
here's the argument for Flat Earth, right? If there's a pressurized gas, then there's a container for that gas.
Pressurizing it in a
Okay,
lab.
is that fair?
No, I don't know what you're saying unless you demonstrate gas holding a spherical shape, stupid.
Dude, please listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying if there's a pressurized gas, then there's a container. Is that fair?
What
This seems like one of you. This is
Show
a
me
premise.
the container you're working with.
Please.
Why are you laughing?
Because you're not listening.
I don't
I'm
know
just
what
saying.
container you're using.
Wait, that is a flat. That is a.
I'm giving you a premise. I'm giving you a flat Earth premise, and I'm just asking if you agree with it.
You're
That's all I'm
giving me a
doing.
flat Earth premise.
Yes. This as to why there would be no space, no outer space. I'm saying if there is a pressurized gas, such as the atmosphere, there would be a container for it. Therefore, there wouldn't be a vacuum. You would agree with that, right?
So the antecedent to gas pressure will be the container.
No,
'cause
the
pressure
gas.
is the gas.
The pressure. This is my point.
Pressure is the force that gases exert on the walls of its container, right? That's the pressure. So to have the pressure, you need the container as an antecedent because pressure is caused by the force that gases exert on the walls of its container.
No, the implication
no.
is.
Did you just
let me
say no to
explain.
the law? Did you just say no?
The container is
to
not the
action?
antecedent. No, it can't be. The antecedent is the pressurized gas. It has to be, right? That would be logical.
No, listen.
If there's pressurized gas,
Citation.
then there's a container.
I'm gonna bring citation.
You don't agree with
Citation
that?
that says citations to what you're saying that there is no container required to have gas pressure. Go ahead and cite.
I never said that. I simply gave you the correct premise.
Pressurized gas, pressurizing.
No,
pressurized
you're not
gas.
listening. I said if pressurized gas, then there's a container for that pressurized gas. That's all I said. You're not listening. The antecedent would not be the container.
Let's go to the references. Let's go to the definitions, right? Let's go to the definitions. So,
That's a fucking idiot.
so the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exert on the walls of its container, right?
Sure.
And then listen. You're acting about the cost, right? You're asking about the cost. So look, observations about pressure. Listen, hello. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid molecules and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. You see that important word? Causes pressure.
The problem is, how is the atmosphere pressurized if there's no container? We can't observe the container.
That's your claim, and you're going to have to demonstrate
so therefore, that doesn't make
sense.
sense. It's not the correct premise.
So you're saying that reality doesn't make sense for you because you're trying to promote.
That implication wouldn't explain why the atmosphere is pressurized.
You're trying to say what you're trying to say that doesn't make sense is that I live on a globe, right? That's what you're saying. I live on a globe. And I know when I look at the cartoons of the globe, there's no container around that globe. Therefore, since we have gas pressure, there is no container because I looked at the cartoon globe and there's no container around it. That's your problem, dude.
Just a big vacuum and nothing around the globe.
Okay, here's your implication. If if air molecules
This is
bounce off
not
the
my
side of a
implications.
container,
This is the laws. This is
I'm
the
just
laws.
repeating it.
This is
Please,
the
I'm just repeating
laws
it.
of thermodynamics. This is the laws of nature. It's not
Sure.
mine. I didn't make this up. It's not me. It's not I.
Please,
Okay?
just let me finish. The implication is if air molecules bounce off the wall, then the air is going to pressurize, right? In a container.
Okay, let's read. I'm gonna put the definitions. Go ahead.
I
Read
can
the
write it
definitions so you
down.
can make so you can be
I'm just asking a
informed.
question.
Hello. So you need to be informed, and then maybe you can formulate the questions based on the actual observation, the test that has been made, the actual experience of the thing happening, right? And then you look at that, and then you can maybe come to a logical conclusion about what's happening.
What's your definition of air pressure? Just cite a definition of air pressure.
No,
Gas
I just want you to engage with what I'm
No,
saying.
he just said, listen, bro, you just said no. Earlier, I read the definition of gas pressure, and you
I know
said
what
no
the
right
definition
after
of
it.
gas pressure
So
is.
either you're wrong or the laws of nature are wrong. Which one is it?
I know what the laws of nature. I know what gas pressure is. I just want you to engage with
So
what
what
I'm
is it?
saying.
Okay, so what is gas pressure? Tell us. What is
You
gas
already
pressure?
told me. It's when air molecules
Okay.
bounce off the side of some container, creating that pressure. But I just want to know.
Bounce is one thing. Is
Hey, dude.
the force? Listen, is the force that the gas exert on the walls of its container. You see?
The same thing. Okay. So my point is, if you're going to say air molecules bouncing off the side of a container, then pressurized gas, you can't say the atmosphere has pressurized gas, therefore they're bouncing off a container. That's affirming the consequent, invalid argument.
If there's nothing for the gas, if there's nothing for the particles to collide with and bounce off of, is there any pressure?
I don't know.
No.
You don't know that. So that's the point. It's ambiguous.
You know why you don't know? Because you didn't read the definitions that I gave you. If you were to read those definitions, you would know what's happening. But since you haven't,
So if you
don't
have a
know.
release, you think the word release means fucking buildup, right? Right? We open the container, you think that's gonna fucking build up pressure rather than keeping it sealed, filling it with the gas. You think release is what you're looking for pressure to exist. And it's the fucking opposite.
The main point I was just making is that you shouldn't say the container is the antecedent because then it leads to an invalid
You shouldn't say a release
implication,
is
right?
going to be the
You should say if pressurized gas, then there's a container for it. That's what you should say.
Let me bring it up. Let me
You better
make it
tell all the
clear.
encyclopedias to redefine it then.
How does that
Yeah,
not
you're
make
gonna have
sense?
to redefine gas pressure. But listen, there's another definition. Pressure is caused. You see the word? Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container, which a smaller volume, right? With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and the pressure increases. You see, pressure is caused.
That's another issue I have. That's another issue I have. If the atmosphere is containerized, what molecules are going to be hitting the edge of this container, creating that pressure? Because there is an atmospheric pressure gradient, meaning when you get closer and closer to the supposed container, there will be almost no pressure. So what is actually pressurizing the atmosphere if there's nothing hitting the container?
Listen, pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. What part you don't get about that?
Did you not hear what I just said? Please, can someone respond to what I just said?
Yeah, where are the walls of your vacuum?
Yes, it's a response to a claim that there's a sky vacuum. The globe claims that there's a sky vacuum, and they say that no, that's not possible because it will need containment. That is the response.
Yeah, I'm saying if there's containment.
If you want to rephrase it as a flat Earth proof, that is not what people are saying. You're misunderstanding the whole conversation. The conversation is against a sky vacuum. No, the conversation is there's a sky vacuum. That the air, if there is a sky vacuum, then the air will spread to fill that available volume. It is the law of
necessarily.
No,
Oh
it is
yeah, show us
necessarily
where that doesn't
true
happen.
because it
Can you
happens
just can
always.
somebody address what I originally said though?
No, we
I
don't
am
have
addressing
to
what you
address
originally
No one
said.
said anything about what I said.
I said originally you're saying that there's some type of circular argument that we're making because we're trying to prove the flat Earth with air pressure or gas pressure.
No,
Right?
I'm
That
saying
is what you're trying to
if
do.
if there's an atmospheric gradient.
No,
Hello.
we're not
We're
doing
not
that.
talking. Listen, this is a category error that you just mentioned. This is not proving the shape or the surface of anything. Hello. We're talking about the way gas pressure behaves and the way it's demonstrated, utilized on a day-to-day basis in reality in this world, right? You're talking about the laws of nature, the way we perceive them, observe them, and utilize them, right? And then you're
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, how does this prove the shape of the Earth?" We're not talking about shapes of the Earth. This is not geometry right now. We're talking about something
I agree.
else.
I agree. We're not talking about the geometry. I was specifically talking about how would a container of the atmosphere make any sense when there's an atmospheric gradient?
This is a
Because the
problem that you're
pressure is
having.
dropping. The pressure is dropping as it increases in altitude.
You have gases constant. Where are gases being produced? You know the gas cycle. You know in the ground.
Sure, they're produced near the
Yeah?
surface, but that's an
So
issue.
there you go.
That's an issue because they're not colliding with the container that's containing them, supposedly creating the pressure. It's not. It's not interacting with the container.
The problem that you're having is if the claim that you're having, the globe claim, was the case, the pressure that you breathe in air, it wouldn't be there. It will be flowing towards the lower volume, right? And you wouldn't be able to breathe air. But in reality, you are breathing air. And for gas to be pressurized, the antecedent to that is containment. So in the globe, and on the globe, there is no containment. So that's your problem with the globe claim or baseless
you got to
assertion.
demonstrate a vacuum holding pressure.
Can you
like you're
again
fucking saying, dude?
explain
What do you
why
mean
we need a container? What actually is necessary?
Because we have gas pressure, right?
He's trying to
What does the
reverse the
container
burden of
do?
proof.
What does the
He's trying to
container do?
reverse the
Because you
burden
have
of
the
proof.
high pressure 14.7 psi, air pressure, gas pressure next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That high differential of, a high pressure moving to low pressure, hot to cold, and entropy increasing, it would fill the available space of that vacuum.
Sure, that's why that's not the difference you see. It approaches zero. So it's not going to be that incredible difference in pressure creating the movement of gas.
Oh my fucking god! Then your globe's dead, stupid. Are you
No,
okay?
it's a well and live because you're not addressing the atmospheric
Because you can't
gradient
demonstrate a vacuum
at
doing
all.
what you're saying. You can't demonstrate a vacuum holding the air.
Listen, the pressure or the container will be delta, and the gas pressure or the pressure gradient will be delta X, right? So you need one first, the containment, and then you get the other one, the pressure, right? Delta and delta X. You see?
Sure.
Yeah,
I don't know why we need a container when it's useless. It's not doing anything. What is the container doing?
Bro, you're breathing air. The words that you're saying right now will be impossible on the
how
globe.
the container of the atmosphere is doing anything.
If outer space was a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, then you would need a container. Unless you're saying that outer space is not a vacuum, then maybe you're onto something.
So fast.
Dude,
are you telling us
the only reason
a vacuum?
The only reason there would be an issue is because there's a pressure difference. There's a pressure difference, right?
No, we don't.
That's a pressure gradient. That's
the pressure difference would create the movement of gas, right? Entropy.
You need a container to get a pressure gradient. You need a container to get a pressurized system, pressure gradient.
No,
you need a
dude.
container for
Okay,
that?
here's a question. If two things are really close in temperature, will there really be any movement in terms of molecules or energy? I mean,
what's really close?
Will there really be any movement if the temperatures are really close?
Listen, there's
No,
differential pressure in temperature in the freezer than in the refrigerator, right? And that's a contained environment, right? And you have different temperatures, right?
And they're in a room. that's got a different temperature around them. Yeah.
Listen, you can go to a commercial. You can go to a commercial freezer. You can go to a commercial refrigerator, a commercial like a huge one, like a building-sized one, and you're gonna go to the top of it, and you're gonna measure a different temperature than at the bottom of it, or from different parts of it.
Yes.
So we could even apply this to, we could get rid of the gas and all of that. We could apply this to just temperature, right? Let's just say that the vacuum does exist and it has a certain temperature, right? It's like probably colder because there's not much material or energy.
Temperature is one of the variables of the environment, right? It's not the one variable, it's one of the variables, right?
I know. I'm just trying to help you visualize why there wouldn't be any movement if there was an atmospheric gradient without a container and a vacuum.
Then you will be right, and the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of nature will be wrong. And I don't know, man. I think that can't be the case.
Why would they be wrong? Why would they be wrong? What did I say? It was wrong.
You're saying that you can have the pressurized system next to the vacuum of space, like next to the globe, that there's no container right there.
You're not addressing that it's a freaking pressure gradient.
You're saying that you're saying the temperature is containing the gases. Temperature is containing the gases. That's what you're saying.
No, I was just making an analogy that you could think of as pressure as temperature, right? And there could be like a temperature gradient with the vacuum of space. We don't have to look at gas, we can look at temperature, right? The Earth is emanating temperature, it's emanating energy, right? Entropy.
Show us your vacuum.
You don't agree with that, really? No, okay, yeah, it's just to help you visualize.
Get a big vacuum chamber, a real big one, big as a room, and then put a little heater in there and show us what the fuck you're talking about, stupid.
Dude, I don't need to show you. I'm
entropy, right? And entropy is one of the variables that is causing the molecules to do what they do, right? The gas molecules, and they're pressing against the walls of the container, right? Because remember, like I told you yesterday, both things can be happening. They're not like mutually exclusive, right? Both things can be happening in the same environment. The gases are behaving a certain way, and they're colliding and pressing against the walls of the container, causing pressure. You see? That's why the other guy told you that if there was no container, there will be no pressure because the molecules will be going towards the lower available volume.
My point is they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
He's saying they wouldn't. He's saying that the high pressure wouldn't go to the low.
The only reason there's a vacuum is because the gradient approaches a certain pressure that's people agree is a vacuum, essentially. That's the only reason there is a vacuum, is because the pressure decreases. It continues to decrease as you increase in altitude.
Show us your vacuum chamber, fucking vacuum wizard.
But like with temperature, as gas becomes less and less abundant, pressure goes down. There's no need for a container to containerize almost no pressure. Doesn't make any sense. There's not going to be any interaction with the wall of the container and the gas.
Right, there's a problem with what you're saying as well. So, what's the lowest recorded pressure?
-6.
Not in a vacuum chamber, in the atmosphere.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is it?
I don't know. How do you know it goes to where you say it goes?
I said it approaches a vacuum.
Yeah, okay. Have you got a reading of that?
A reading of a very low pressure in the atmosphere, probably.
Yeah.
Vacuum.
What's the lowest recorded? Not calculated, recorded.
I mean, I don't see what the point is. I'm sure they could calculate it, and they could give an answer.
You need a baseline. You need to get somewhere. You say it goes 10 to the -17 tall, but there's no readings of that. So how do you know it gets to that reading?
He wouldn't know.
You think that
800 what the limit is,
would be considered a vacuum?
No, we know what the number is.
Do you think 870 millibars would be considered a vacuum?
If it's a really low pressure, it's irrelevant to how low what the lowest pressure it has is.
Why is it irrelevant?
I don't see what the point is. It's
you know why
decreasing.
it's not irrelevant. Listen. You know why it's not irrelevant, right? What he asked you.
I can't.
When there is a change of pressure like that, it's very relevant to whoever is next to it or whatever is next to it, because high pressure is gonna flow towards low pressure violently, and if you're in the middle of that, it's gonna be trouble for your body. Pressurized body.
That's what a storm is. Like there's a storm coming now. Was it Debbie or something like that? That's what a hurricane is, or a storm is. It's high to low pressure. It's violent. It rips your shed apart. It rips your cabana in half. Yeah, it's violent. It's immediate.
Listen, just check high pressure to low pressure chambers accidents and that kind of stuff. You're gonna see how violent it gets
I understand.
When there's people between those 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at gas.
I don't know the exact magnitudes. The lowest recorded atmospheric pressure. I don't know that.
You can't make a claim that it gets close to a vacuum, can you?
I might have told you, 870 millibars is the lowest atmospheric pressure ever recorded, and it was done so in 1979 as Typhoon Tip moved over top of Guam. So there you go.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean they read the barometric pressure change drops when you're about to have a hurricane, I mean, or a pretty big storm in your area. That's a drop in pressure, I mean to give it like some kind of concreteness, to reify, it's trying to equalize. Yeah.
Is that reading? Is that your vacuum? Is that what you're claiming is a vacuum?
No, I mean it depends on what we consider as space. Okay,
no, right? Because the problem is you've got no.
A vacuum is a specific pressure.
Hang on, dude. You've got no reading of anything lower than that, so you can't make a claim to a vacuum.
Why?
Because you've got no reading of pressure lower than that.
Because what you have is numbers. Listen, that when you talk about the globe and the vacuum space next to it and the pressurized system on it without the container in the way, all you got is numbers on a piece of paper. You're just making a story that's reality, right? And you're going against the laws of thermodynamics and claiming the opposite of the laws of nature. And that's, I mean, bro, you have a big problem here. Hopefully you get it.
That minimum pressure that was mentioned ago, that's surface pressure, right? That's not a pressure at altitude.
Okay, what's the lowest read? What's the lowest measured pressure at altitude?
I think most of those weather balloons get down to a few millibars, like 10 or 15, something like that.
Okay, so is that a vacuum? Is that the vacuum?
It's getting close. Getting close.
How close?
It's only 10 millibars away from a vacuum.
Okay, cool. So how do you know it goes to 10 to the negative 17 tall?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell, right? The trend is there. The overall.
Yeah, you have to invent it. You have to invent it because space, that vacuum of space, was invented. Like, hello. This is the point that I brought up earlier, and Timbo is pointing it out. The pressure that he didn't read, he just making it up on paper. That was invented on paper, not discovered. It was invented. So that's an important point.
Yeah.
Do you get it? Because that's your claim. What was it, Bird?
Okay,
no,
wait.
Bird anymore.
Here's another thing.
Cater. No, let's not move on from this. Listen. That point that you're saying. So that point that you're claiming, Timbo brought it up. That reading that you're claiming, it's not there. You don't have that reading. All you got is a claim on, or a baseless assertion on a piece of paper. Oh, at a certain point, this pressure goes to a vacuum, right? That's what you're bringing up. That eventually it's gonna get there, but you don't have the actual reading. It was just made up.
Yeah, it approaches the vacuum, the pressure.
Well, in order to approach, it would have to get there, and you'd have to know it gets there. So it's not approaching anything. All as it is approaching the reading that you've got in the.
Do you know what a limit is?
Yeah, you do not know what a limit is. Come on.
Okay, what's the limit, and how did you get that limit?
Well, first tell me, do
It's
you
just a
understand what the limit
concept.
is? What's the limit
is
and
a
how does
defined
it get
point that you can't go past, yeah? Yeah.
That's actually not really true.
Okay.
When we're
so
talking
where
about a
did you get the
mathematical,
limit?
we're talking about where it's approaching. What
Okay,
is
so
one?
where did
What is
you get?
one divided by point
Okay,
zero zero zero
where
zero
did
one?
you get? Where did you get the limit? And how did you get that limit?
You could do math to extrapolate it. Do you know what a
So
limit
in
is? Why
order
are you
to
not asking? Why are you
confirm
not
You can do
answering the
numbers
question?
on a piece of paper. You can just
Yeah,
write it down on
exactly.
a piece of paper and
You
make
don't
it
know how to
true.
calculate a limit clearly if you're asking this question.
Okay, you don't have a
Knowing
reading
what
of a
limit
limit.
is,
You
knowing
can't
what a
know that
limit
the
is,
ladder
answers
goes
Wait,
to
that
a
question
limit.
for you.
Grandpa, you're out of context. You don't even know what we're talking about right now.
Well, I was hearing you say, "How do you know what approach is at?" But you don't.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
what
if you
are
knew
we
what the limit was, you would
talking
know
about?
what we're talking about.
You know
No, but
what
you
gas
don't,
pressure
do you?
is?
Say it again. There's
Okay.
three people talking.
Go ahead. So because we're waiting for a reply and a concession from Cater, and maybe you can
There's a
bring
lot
up
of
your
people say
question
cater. That's so
after him.
funny. Okay, here's another thing. I'm not going to concede because there's another
Not
thing.
another thing. Not another
There's
thing. Wrap those
there's
up.
something called the Kármán line, and this is about the container, right?
No, it's an
There's something
imaginary
called.
line. Sorry,
No,
dude. It's not a place.
Sure, yeah.
Common line
let's
is not
address
a
the
place.
point that Timbo
I
brought
will
up.
address your. I will address your point. I will address your point. Just hold on. There's a line, right? We can
Imaginary
measure. We can
line,
find out. It's an altitude actually.
No,
That
it's not. You can't get altitude. The only way you get altitude is from
99.999.7%
pressure readings.
of the atmosphere
You
is
don't
below
have
this line.
altitude. You don't have
Okay.
altitude.
I don't have altitude.
No, because it's
Why?
a pressure reading based on a mathematical equation.
So if someone recorded the pressure at the Kármán line, would
There
you?
isn't a Kármán line. A Kármán line is a designated zone.
Okay.
Right? It's not a line. It's not a physical line.
It's a political border. You know when politicians get together and they say, "Look, we make a line here."
No, it's the border between space and the atmosphere, essentially.
There's no border, dude.
You know why he thinks it's a
In my
line? Because
model,
he
there
thought,
is.
remember
And you can
when he
find
makes
it by finding the altitude.
you think physically of it as a line because when you drew the globe on a piece of paper and you color it and you make that line the Kármán line, it's a line that you drew with a pen or a pencil.
It's
Yeah,
just
look,
the
it's
name,
that
dude. Just
line,
be quiet. It's the name. It doesn't matter. It's not an actual line.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's not an actual real.
Sure, I'm just giving you the name. It's called Kármán line.
From where you can get a reading from and make a claim about. You see?
You guys understand when we're talking about space, it doesn't. The pressure in space doesn't have to be the pressure of a vacuum, right? That's not possible.
The Kármán line.
An
was
absolute
invented so
vacuum
that
is
you could-
impossible.
You could go.
Right?
They were saying, "Oh, we can go past a place and not be governed by international law." That's the Kármán line.
It's also accepted to be where space begins. In reality,
It's not a line, so it just stops.
It doesn't matter. That's what it's called. What is wrong with you guys? Just accept that it's called the Kármán line and move on. My point is though that they're
moving away. You're moving away from the question at hand. You're moving away
of
from
the
the question
atmosphere.
at hand.
Okay, I'll answer your question. Sorry, because you're gonna keep interrupting me and not letting me get a point out.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
but it's
you're
not a
avoiding
line.
the
It's not a
question.
line,
What was the
though. It's not a
issue?
line.
Yeah. Okay. So, how do you know that the pressure gets to 10 to the negative 17 torque?
He drew it on a piece of paper.
I just told you it's impossible for it to actually reach that. I would think.
But that's the claim of the Globetard.
Those are the facts you've been given by your globe authorities.
And you know
But,
it's
I mean, we can-
impossible. You know in reality that's impossible. It hasn't been done. It was invented, made up, a story, right?
We don't have to say that space is a vacuum, okay? We can just say space is very close to a vacuum.
Say
I think
anything,
that's what
right?
everyone agrees on, right?
You have to say it's
No.
a vacuum because that's the paradigm. The paradigm is
No.
it's a vacuum at 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's
Can you
the
cite that?
paradigm that you need to live in.
Can you cite that?
He doesn't agree. So he's got his own globe model along with the
No, I
other 8
don't.
billion
I just want you to
globers that
cite
we
what you're
talk.
saying.
They've got
You
their
said
own
it was
globe thing.
impossible. and you're correct. It is impossible because
Yes,
the globe
it's
is
impossible to have
impossible.
a
It's
vacuum.
nonsense.
The
Just
thing
said
you're
so.
trying to prove doesn't exist.
Back up what you're saying. You said
No,
the
you're
space is
not
a
backing up
vacuum.
what you're
It's
saying, dummy.
negative 17 torr. 10 to
That's
the
what
negative
you got to
17
find.
torr.
Yeah, that's what you got to find, Glober, to
I
prove
don't
your
think
globe.
anyone agrees with that.
Who the fuck are you? Nobody cares what you agree with.
Wait,
That's
do you think this is again? Hello, bro. Again, you're in a category error. That's a category error. You said you disagree. You disagree with reality. This is
I
not an
said most
idea or
people probably
disagree.
disagree with that.
Most people disagree with reality. This is
Meaning
not an
globe
agree or
earthers disagree, meaning what you said is false.
Maybe globe earth
You mischaracterized the globe
believers
earth model.
believe in Fantasyland. Yes, we know that.
You mischaracterized the model. That's all I said. Cite where they actually say space is always negative 10 to negative 17 torr. Cite that.
Listen, think about it, bro. You have no gas pressure without a container, right? You don't have that. Do you concede to that?
No, I don't. That's the
You don't
whole thing I'm
concede
trying to
that.
explain.
So what is contained in the gas pressure?
You're begging the question with saying contain.
Okay. So all right. So you have no curvature, no gas pressure without containment, right? So what do you actually have? Are you just
as I was
putting
saying
the globe on a table and say, "Hey, we live on a globe because I bought it at Walmart and it's a globe on a table," or something? What is your actual claim about? Yeah, we live on a globe.
As I was saying, we obviously observe gas pressure, right? The atmosphere. But as you increase in altitude, please, if you interrupt me, you're not going to listen and you're not going to understand.
Okay. Let me listen. Let me listen to you. Okay, go ahead.
We have pressurized gas, and as we increase in altitude, this pressure goes down. It decreases. It seems to approach a very small value. It doesn't have to be.
You have that reading.
Do you not agree with that?
Yeah, we made it to that
agree
point.
with a
hold on. Can you demonstrate how you build a pressure gradient without a container?
Can you just like let me finish my point first? Please. So as you increase in altitude, it seems like the pressure is decreasing. And if we can agree that the reason why we need a container to pressurize gas in the first place is because they have walls that contain the gas, meaning the molecules with energy are not going to be bouncing off away. They're going to be constrained by the container's walls, right? Can we agree to that?
Yeah. Well, I got a question on this very point. Like, let's suppose proto-Earth is just this lifeless rock in space, and the sun, I don't know, beams down on it and releases the first gas molecule. What happens to that?
I don't know. It doesn't go anywhere, really.
It doesn't go anywhere?
Why would it go anywhere?
Why doesn't it go anywhere? Well, there's the whole vastness of space, and gas molecules in their natures to disperse to fill a void.
Sure, Isaac Newton's first law then. I don't know where it's going.
Well, no. Well, Newton really didn't describe gas behavior in the context of gravitation, did he?
No, but he talked about forces, right?
Well, yeah, but how does that apply, right? So what force?
I don't know. It depends on the scenario.
Yeah,
so I don't know where
that
it
is
would
the
go.
scenario. The outer space cosmology, Earth was created, I don't know, out of the accretion disk of the sun, right? Just this big rock, right? Proto-Earth. And you're now considering the first gas molecule that was released, by way of, I guess, some energy that was imparted by the sun. What happens to the first few gas molecules? Do they fuck off into the outer space somewhere? Or do they stay attached to this ball that is spinning and orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour?
According to gravity, they should attract if they're going the same relative speed, right? You're saying that the object is like moving. You're saying the object's moving in a very like fast rate or whatever, trying to emphasize that, but you don't even know what the initial velocity of the gas particle is. If it's not going in a direction, I don't know. It might fuck
so
off. It might
doesn't
be
have a
attracted to the
velocity at
gravity of
all?
the object.
Okay, so in your cosmology, right? It's gravity.
It's also its initial
We've been
velocity. There's so many things.
suss that out of you for the past hour, and you've avoided it for some reason. I don't know why.
Because I'm just trying to hint at the idea of gravity without actually saying it.
So
I'm
so
saying
that
you
is
have-
your claim.
I'm saying there is no.
He was being dishonest.
You're being
When I say
dishonest.
gravity, it goes in a whole other direction. You don't understand.
Okay, can we talk to someone who's not going to be a dishonest fuckstick?
Where's Grandpa? Grandpa, you're up. Go ahead, Grandpa.
What's up? I stepped away for a bit, but I heard my name. What's up?
Do you have any questions about the VC topic? You want to?
About flat Earth? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you guys are kind of crazy. Not gonna lie.
You're fucking crazy, dude.
Okay, tell me why I'm crazy.
I don't know. You think you're moving when you're standing still? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because you're claiming nonsense. That's why.
I think I'm moving when I'm standing still. What do you mean by that?
Maybe you don't. Maybe you're a geocentrist. That's good. They're halfway there, I guess.
What do you mean by that? Do you not? Do you think I
Like when
should
you
feel like
see-
I'm moving? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say. I said
If
think.
the Earth was
I didn't say
spinning?
feel. Yeah, like so when you see the sun, like I don't know. You maybe I don't want to ascribe these ideas to you. Some people though are fucking crazy. When they see the sun go away, right? They're like, oh look, it's me spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound, so that it gives the appearance of the sun going behind a hump. It's craziness. I'm like, dude, the sun is just moving over there, and I can't see it anymore. Now it's night because the light doesn't reach me. But they got this crazy other theory, these crazy theories.
So you think the sun is rotating around the Earth? Is that your belief?
I see the sun moving. Yeah, I see it.
As
So do
observably
you
so.
believe
As
everything that
observed.
you see? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't hear what.
So you believe, from your perspective, that to be true, no matter what?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
are we- why are
I
we
say that we are
explaining
given the
Have you ever been on an
faculties
airplane?
to perceive.
Why
I
are
believe that
we
we are given the
explaining it?
faculties to perceive the world in the way in which it is. Yeah, the
Why
actual
are
world.
we
What we see
explaining
is not an
why are
illusion. Would
we
be my
explaining
would
what
be my
everyone
understanding.
sees? Why
Yeah,
are we
why are we
explaining what
what?
everyone sees? Why are we
Listen,
explaining what everyone
listen,
sees?
Timbo, bro. Like he's just taking his piece, and eventually we can just bring something else, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it sounds to me like you're saying if you perceive it to be true, it is true. That's not how I
Okay.
live my life. I mean, that's literally what you said. You just said it's crazy to think that
That's
the
literally
sun...
not what I said. Right? But yeah.
So what do you believe? I'm asking you.
Well, again, it's not about what I believe. It's what I can show to be the case.
Do you
right? And
believe
these
the
objective
Earth
truths-
rotates around the sun?
Hey,
Do you believe that?
Grandpa, settle down. Why are you so crazy, dude?
Believe
I'm not
Earth.
crazy. It's just how I talk. I talk crazy. I
You
guess.
talk in the middle of other people talking. That's
I
that's what you
guess
do.
so. I guess so.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're a dickhead. Is that literally what you just said?
If
You're a
that's how
dickhead?
you interpret me
Right.
being, then yeah. If everything you interpret is
No,
true,
you didn't
then yes.
literally just say you're a dickhead, dude. That's all I'm pointing
Let's
out.
bring it to the topic. Let's
Yeah.
address the actual topic.
All right, yeah. So there's some crazy things that people believe is the case, right? But when what they perceive, they would say, "Well, that's actually an inversion. Everything is upside down. It's an inversion." Right? And that sounds crazy to me. If you say that that's evidence that what you see to be the case is not the case, it's the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the evidence for that. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, sure. Have you ever flown in a plane?
Yeah.
You have, right? Does
Yep,
it
yep, yep.
feel like you're going 700-800 miles an hour?
Well, it's not. Again, I never said feel. Right?
Okay,
I
no,
mean,
I'm asking you though. I'm asking you. Does it feel that way?
Yeah, I definitely feel taking off. I feel when we settle
That's
down.
different.
I would feel. Yeah, if I stick
Okay.
my hand out a car window, I feel it. Those are things I feel. Yeah.
Okay, but do you know why you would feel it only if you stick your hand out the window?
I don't know why. Why do you think I'd feel it?
Because if you stick your hand out the window, now you're feeling the difference of speed between you and the plane versus the air in the outside world. You're
Okay, so now-
feeling
so
a
now I know-
relative
I know-
difference.
All right, that's cool. So I knew I was on an airplane because I could feel the change in acceleration when lifting off. I had to buckle in for safety. You're right. I could feel the movement. Any kind of change in speed, I could feel it when we went to go get back down on the ground. I could feel that. What is that a proof
Okay.
of? That I know I'm on
Okay,
an
so
airplane?
I'm sure
Now
you
what?
would feel that you're on a spinning Earth if you were there when it started spinning and you were there when it stopped spinning.
So you're saying the reason that the proof is that we don't feel it. That's the proof that we don't know it.
I mean, it's not the proof.
The lack of evidence is the evidence.
I got it. All right, Graham. Back in my
don't
day,
exist, and the feeling that you have on an airplane doesn't exist, and relativity doesn't exist. Is that
they got a speedometer on an airplane?
Hang on, guys. That's a false.
Go ahead.
Guys, hang on a sec. Hang on. That's a false equivalency. The motion of your Earth in your heliocentric model requires it to be accelerating all the time. When you claim that you can go into a plane and not feel it when you've leveled out and you're moving at 500 miles an hour, that is a false equivalency. That is not the same thing. That plane is no longer accelerating. You only feel the plane when it accelerates up and down. You don't feel it when you're flying around. Yeah, I get that. But your Earth is in constant acceleration.
Yeah, that's a good
I mean,
point.
who says it's an acceleration? I mean, what are you talking about? It's near
definition of acceleration. Let's get the definition of acceleration.
You're the one making the claim that the Earth is accelerating, right? So expand upon that.
Acceleration is a change in velocity or direction. And you are constantly changing direction.
So that's what I'm getting at. How much do you think we're changing?
Hey, dickhead, he was talking.
Okay, this is a conversation. This is a conversation. I heard what he said, and I'm responding.
Stop talking.
Yeah, but there's more people in the VC, and we also trying to hear what everybody's being, everything that is being said from both sides.
You did it. You just did it again.
Yes. No. We're talking to you, Grandpa. No, don't get it wrong. We're talking to you, but someone is gonna try to have a follow-up with you back and forward, and let them finish their point, listen, and then reply. Not in the middle of their sentence.
A spinning globe is changing direction all the time for it to be spinning on its axis. Therefore, it is in constant acceleration. And it is also not only spinning on its axis, it's also moving around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour in another vector. And that's in an elliptical orbit. So that's a changing acceleration model that you got there that accelerates and slows down for it to be elliptical. And then that whole thing is chasing the sun through the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour. So again, acceleration. And it's there everywhere. And for you to say, well, you don't feel that on a plane is just wrong, dude.
Okay. Am I allowed to speak now? What is this, a monologue? What's with the 10-minute dialogues? So I understand what you're saying.
I've explained you now.
Okay, yeah, I understood what you said the first time, and then you guys started crying at me that it didn't understand. I know what you're saying. So here's the thing. The time frame in which the acceleration or the change occurs is way too long for you to notice. You would notice.
No, that's crap.
Okay.
That's crap. You're going to say that we only turn once a day. Yeah, we only turn once a day. It's really slow.
The speed in which we turn change
over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator that you're traveling.
You're not understanding what I'm saying at all. But I'm the one who's interrupting and not understanding. The change in speed takes hundreds or at the very least thousands of years to change. So look up what the Earth's speed is. Look up what the
Earth's in a circle, dude. You're constantly accelerating.
Yeah, it's not accelerating though. It's a near constant speed. You keep saying accelerating like we're taking off.
Accelerating. You would feel it. Do you notice it when you ever play cars?
Literally, look it up. Look up what the Earth's speed is. Nobody says it's accelerating.
It's over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator in a circular motion. That is constant acceleration.
Come on, Bob. I think I was mistaken earlier. I thought that what you were referencing, like even Grandpa, when he's saying, well, listen, when you get in an airplane and you level off and you're not, so therefore you're not changing vector or direction, so you're not accelerating, you don't feel that. That would be true on a flat Earth, but on a globe, it's curved, so you'd be changing and having to accelerate around a curved surface. Therefore, you feel it.
What are you Are you guys misunderstanding what accelerate means? You're thinking of acceleration, maybe? I don't know.
If you change direction, if you change direction, you are accelerating by definition.
Circular uniform motion is constant acceleration. And if you have non-uniform circular motion, that's constant acceleration and deceleration. It's like physics for high schoolers, kids.
Yep, such as an elliptical orbit.
God damn.
You have a change in magnitude, you also have a change in direction, right?
So
yeah,
what
do you think acceleration is? What do you think acceleration is?
The change in speed over time, which is what the definition of acceleration is.
Mm-hmm. So you got uniform circular motion, ideally, right? You're constantly changing vector, and you're maintaining one speed. So you're accelerating.
Okay. The speed. Okay. So here's the thing. Even if the plane that's going 800 miles per hour, you think if that veers east by 1 degree, 2 degrees, you're going to feel that? You're not going to feel that change.
Well, you can measure it.
That would be the centripetal, right?
Yeah, just like you could measure our speed.
We've got avionics equipment that measures that.
Yeah, just like you can measure Earth's speed.
Yeah.
Hey, isn't the airplane like a container that is designed to
no response to that,
in a motionless?
Well, Grant, your reasons have been, I mean, like this, maybe this wasn't
He just said we can measure what we could do in an airplane.
That is a concession from you kids.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so far your reason was that we don't accelerate, we don't change speed, we just fly at, once we level off, we maintain one speed, therefore debunking the need for a change in acceleration over a curved surface that would be required. So that is out the window then, I guess the curve. I'm guessing.
So what kind of work energy goes into Earth to maintain one speed as it's accelerating constantly?
Nonsense, because it's not
the whole outer space mythos is full of shit, guys.
Yes, I would say the people who think that that's the case, that the tools in the airplane or whatever, like they are able to account for, they should be able to account for it, but they're not there. But somehow something magical is automatically accounting for it. I say these people are like not crazy, but they believe in things that aren't there. They just believe.
It's the most ironic thing I've ever heard.
It is ironic.
Yeah, because you believe in nonsense as it makes sense, but it doesn't.
Okay. I genuinely can't tell if you guys are serious or not, honestly.
Oh, we're serious, mate. We're serious.
Okay, talk to Jedi. Go ahead. Go, Jedi.
No, honestly, this is a waste of time, to be honest.
Is that an argument?
I'm not trying to argue. I'm stating a fact that this is a waste of time.
Okay, then you can go then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you guys called on me. I was just listening.
Yeah,
okay.
so even if
yourself back on mute and shut up, I guess.
Yeah, so even he confessed, I guess, to this situation that it's not really about feeling, it's about well, I think there should be a measurement in this case, and then you go check for like pitch data on the airplane to see if they're nosing down, see if they're changing accelerations to stay with the curve of the Earth, see if they're changing acceleration when they change latitudes due to the rotation of the Earth, and none of these things are found, and that lack of evidence would be the evidence. But that's what I would expect to happen if the Earth wasn't moving and a level line was a straight line, no change in acceleration. That's what I would expect, of course, and that's what you would measure. Would be zero, right? Like on a flat Earth. But that coincidentally, that somehow proves a spinning globe Earth. I don't know.
That you're not moving. Right, it's weird, right? So everything that you're not doing on a globe proves a globe. Isn't that weird? Everything that you're not doing proves a globe. Everything that you can't demonstrate proves a fucking globe.
Yeah, like with the airplane, there's a container, right? So like it's like you're in the airplane, capsule or whatever you want to call it. You're in the container. In the car, I don't feel the wind hitting my face because it's hitting the windshield. It's the dynamics of air is going around the car. But if I stick my hand out, I'll feel it. Like on the Earth, that's not moving, right? I would expect, if I'm standing still and it's not a windy day, it's not a lot of, pressure changes or a storm coming, I would expect to not really feel that, on a globe.
Well, you got to dodge the Earth. When you're in the airplane, you know how the apple's sitting there till the Earth comes up and hits it. you know, in the globe model, Einstein said it's all relative. So it's the Earth coming up, not the apple coming down. It was an illusion of gravity. It's just an effect of an attribute of just what we see in action in nature, you know, if you will, right? Just an action.
Yeah, but they make that. Yeah, they make that crazy shit.
Right.
They call it the equivalence principle. They make that crazy shit that when I jump, you know, it's really the
Earth
Earth.
coming up.
Yeah, they make that crazy
So
shit
now
sound
the
like that's
airplane.
normal shit.
Now we got to tell them we're running from the Earth in the airplane. So the reference frame of the Earth and the inertial reference of the Earth, and there we got to run from the Earth. We got to keep rising like a helium balloon to even keep our altitude in the Einsteinian model. But in the other model, in the Newtonian model, we're stuck like Chuck.
So we already touched a few topics with Carter. Go ahead, Carter. What do you think about this topic? Do you got anything else? Because besides not having the vacuum of space, because you know you couldn't demonstrate it. Carter, you changed your name or something?
Is Grandpa really dropping out?
He did. He dropped out.
I thought he's just like saying that. He's really going to drop out.
No, he said, make the Earth stop moving. We're like, okay, welcome to Flat Earth. He was like, no.
I mean, nothing changed, Grandpa. It's still the same Earth like when you woke up this morning. It's not different.
Yeah, everything's the same as what you see in reality. I mean, it's all the actions and attributes of reality still are here. It's just you're not on a ball and it's not surrounded by space and not by a vacuum.
Wonderful story ever since you were a little boy, like all of us, except those that were girls.
I hope none of you little boys were girls. I don't know. I'm just being stupid.
Yeah, Jemsy, what you said you wanted to touch on something else?
No, I was addressing Carter that he was the one with the questions earlier, and the conversation started with him and Dimok and other people. So, but then he didn't want to talk about what he was trying to say. He was trying to take us there or something. But then Grandpa had questions, but then he left. So back to Carter, but I think Carter left too. So yeah, they both left.
They have like these memes, Grandpa. Like people make them like even like when you said like crazy, like they say this is crazy and this is a conspiracy. Like one of the memes is like I think it's like a picture of like just the ocean, right? And you just look at the horizon and it looks like, you know, horizontal like the horizon. And then they show you a picture of like a beach ball Earth, like of the horizon, like somebody sitting on the beach. And they say that's reality, and they call these people who see the horizon as horizontal crazy. I mean, it's kind of trying to point out that why do you guys think why would you think that's crazy?
Grandpa asked, "Do you believe that the sun moves?"
Hell yeah. So does my sundial.
Bro, I just saw it doing that. Is that like a belief? The sun moved, bro. Yes. I mean, I saw it.
No,
Is that like a belief?
No, yes, that's a belief, silly. That's not you flying around by the flowers. That's not the bumblebee flying around. It's you. When you see stuff moving, Jimsy, you know that's just you moving around. It's not the bumblebee. It's sitting still. Don't be so silly. Man, I wish.
If you guys believe that the sun is moving across the sky, I mean, I think you guys. I don't know if you guys are serious. Like he left. Oh, Grandpa, you're back. You asked us if we believe that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that what you don't observe that happening actually with your eyes? Like you go outside and you observe the sun moving across the sky, Grandpa? Do you think that's like a belief when you see that? Grandpa is
if you
ignoring me.
Grandpa's like no more of this, kids. No more of this. He's gonna go eat a Werther's and just chill out for a second. You know,
have a cup of tea and eat a Werther's.
I don't believe the sun moves across the sky because Grandpa told me.
Yeah, if you don't make the original observation of the sun moving in the sky, you can't then transform that dynamic equivalence to get your globe. So you have to first observe the sun moving, and you have to say it with all together. I see the sun moving 15 degrees per hour. Amish,
And then-
15 degrees per hour.
And then you do a reference of that with the ground in a motionless horizontal plane, right? The ground is not moving. The sun is moving. That makes a lot of sense.
Right, just like the birds when they're flying over your head and flying around. They're moving, but you're not. I mean, it's simple. Just crazy to think that if you see a stunt pilot flying around and doing loop-de-loops, it's just crazy to think that he's sitting still and you're the one doing the loop-de-loops.
Hey, when you're in a car and you see the trees flying past you, are the trees moving?
My car is. The trees are sitting still.
Oh, why is that? I see them flying past me. Why are you saying they're sitting still?
The tree was sitting still next to me when the car drove past.
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm seeing them though. They're flying by. They're obviously moving.
Yeah, I know because you're driving in a car.
No. I'm still in my car.
He said no. You're not driving in the car, but you are driving in the car.
I see them, dude. You're misunderstanding me.
You're moving.
Is there lying to me?
Sit still. You pass them up, they stay where they were at.
My eyes are lying to me? I see them flying past me.
No, Grandpa. Before you use your eyes to observe that, before you made it to that point, you use you use your mind, your brain, your legs. You walk to the car.
That doesn't matter.
You turn it on. You turn it on, and you know that before it was moving, you knew it wasn't moving because you, as the operator of the vehicle, you have mental faculties.
I'm not driving. I woke up in it.
That you're gonna be able to operate in both.
I'm not gonna use my brain.
When you're not
using yours. I'm gonna use my eyes.
You know, listen. Trust yourself.
I see the trees flying past me. What don't you guys get?
Relax, Grandpa.
My eyes lying to me.
Listen. When you're not moving,
my eyes are lying to me.
And then when you get in the car and start moving, you know that
you guys are crazy. How could I be moving if the trees are moving? The trees are clearly moving. You guys are insane.
Over the hills, you feel it in your belly, and then when you run out of gas, your car's gonna fucking stop.
No, you guys are insane, dude. I see the trees move past me. What don't you get?
Is that a claim?
It's not a claim. It's a fact. The trees are moving. I literally see them.
All right, Grandpa, let's sit down. Let's sit down.
You guys are crazy, dude. You're gonna tell me that I'm not seeing the trees fly past
the Earth is flat, nigga. Like,
listen.
Sorry, nigga. Like, you're fucking retarded.
Okay, just sit down.
Grandpa, imagine that you grabbed onto one of those trees, like while riding a bike, right? Like you and your friends are riding bicycles, and you had this idea that the trees are moving, and you grabbed onto one of the trees. And everybody's like, "What are you doing, Grandpa?" You're like, "I'm fucking riding the tree." like you're moving. I can picture this. This is crazy. Yeah. You look funny.
I mean, I could do it. That would work because I see the trees flying past.
Take you to Grandma's house, right? The big redwood.
Are you guys saying my eyes are lying? I don't get it.
Just grab one of the trees.
I just don't get it.
Just ride that thing.
That's why we're trying to bring you back to your Grandpa. We're trying to bring you back to your senses. When you observe, remember when you asked earlier, "Do you guys believe the sun is moving?"
Yeah.
You use your eyes, your visual sensory system to observe that.
Just like I observed the trees moving past me. I believe now. No, I'm with you guys. I believe the sun is moving around us, just like the trees are moving next to me when I'm in the car. What don't you get? You converted me.
Why have you got to pull this down into ridicule? You've already pointed out that there's
no. I'm telling you, you converted me. Dude, I realized I see the trees fly past me, and I realized that you guys are right.
Shut up, man. And if you don't have a conversation, you just want to talk through somebody trying to get on your side and help you, then I don't know what to do for you, bro.
I don't need
is on your side,
I'm already converted. You guys already converted me. I don't need a conversation anymore.
No. Talk to Jedi. It's okay. Talk to Jedi. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What we're trying to point out, my friend, is the observation. Things are moving. It could be you moving like you pointed out with the tree. You'd have to demonstrate this observation. This is what relativity is about. This is what got brought up earlier. You now have to prove whether it's that moving or you're moving, don't you?
No. Well, I was laughed at for saying that we are moving around the sun because we see the sun move. I was laughed at by this whole room. And now you guys are laughing at me for some reason. I don't get it. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I don't get it. Why are you guys laughing at me now? Just because I believe you guys now? Because the trees
Nobody's laughing. Do you hear anybody laughing? No one is laughing.
I heard some laughs in there. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I heard some laughs.
Listen, Grandpa, Jedi just spoke cohesive English to you, and you're talking about something else.
No, but he's trying to convert me. I'm already converted. I believe you guys.
No,
I'm already converted.
Try to convert you, Sunshine.
I'm already converted. You don't need to try. I'm already converted.
Institution, mate. You haven't walked into a religious institution. We're not ministering to you. We're just pointing something.
I just had a religious experience, even though you didn't try to. I believe now.
Okay, dude. Do you want to go to bed? It's probably past.
Nah, I got a couple more hours in me.
He's a clown, Jedi.
Okay, not in this room. You don't, mate.
Not in this what? I don't.
Not in this room. You don't.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. You could kick me if that's what you're trying to threaten me with.
No, I'm just trying to point. No, you're just going to keep talking, aren't you? Okay, no problem. If you're not going to engage in conversation, you're going to keep with this troll. You've converted me. Then there's no point talking to you anymore. It's there, so you might as well shut up.
Well, I was in the other room. I heard you guys kept saying.
Shut up.
It's been like this all day, huh?
Yeah, it has, yeah. He's now decided to descend the conversation. Brilliant. Well done, you.
That's all they got.
I mean, I riled him up because I did laugh at you, Grandpa. I thought it was funny. Like if you were to start to believe that idea, and you jumped onto the tree, and you just hung on the tree, and you screamed to everybody else, like like the tree was moving. That'd be crazy.
Bro, we don't need.
That'd be really funny to witness. I thought it'd be funny too.
Yeah, but nobody. He's just trolling. That's all he's doing. No intellectual conversation being had by him. Maybe. No, there's no maybe here. He's trolling.
Well, he could end the troll. I'm not sure. He has that ability. I think he does.
Fucking hell. Is that all we got? Just pointless conversations with trolls and...
Yeah, we got Daza here in chat who's affirming the consequent again and again to cover up for his non sequiturs. Good lord, dude. Trying to, ridicule this notion of outer space gravity, and he's like, I can measure gas pressure in a vacuum with this. Like, okay.
Yeah, we've got another retard in the chat trying to claim that sidereal rotation is Earth rotation.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since we did the whole
correct,
unbanning Jubilee, we've had a whole bunch of train wreck of short buses.
Is Grandpa still here? Let me see. Yeah, you made the mistake earlier, Grandpa. Just to correct you on it earlier, you said somebody was laughing at you because the Earth moving around the sun. You confuse the Earth spin with the Earth moving around the sun. Like the sun setting is Earth spin, not the yearly around the sun elliptical orbit. So, just so you have those two worked out for later on, which is sidereal, right?
Well, yeah, but of course they don't get it. They have to conflate the motion of the stars with the motion of the Earth in order to quote unquote prove Earth's rotation, which of course there's no reason to do other than if you already have that worldview.
Knocking.Thought's not going to speak.
No. He's content with just affirming the consequent in chat, I think.
Ah. Ray, well done.
Grandpa, are you okay with affirming the consequence, committing that fallacy? Are you okay with that or not?
Yeah, I understand, Grandpa. Like if you're listening, right? It's like kind of like a prideful thing, like an ego, like for a man to come in. Like we all learn the same thing. How do these dickheads, like us here, know any more than you? We went to the same school. Nobody's saying they know more than you, right? Maybe it's just a different outlook on it. So I understand like the ego coming in, like you guys must be crazy. You guys are calling me an idiot or something like that. But then it just maybe you just drop that for like a little bit, and then just ask like, how did we come up with this idea or this?
Okay, I'm going to say this one more time. Please just stop talking to me. I'm cleaning my house right now.
All right.
I want to listen to this in the background, but I honestly don't want to waste my breath. So please stop talking to me, and I'm just going to listen.
Okay, I'll stop talking to you.
He isn't very friendly.
What is that guy? Some kind of a snowflake?
Yeah, kind of. He came in. First he says, "You guys must be crazy," and then he said, "Well, this is like I don't know, like this is what the globe would dictate. This would sound crazy, right?" He said. Then he snowflaked out and said, "I don't want to talk to you guys. I'm gonna grab onto a tree. You're all retarded."
Yeah,
but he does want to. He doesn't want to be in the convo. He wants to hear. He wants to hear it. That's fine.
I wonder if he's riding a tree in his house to clean it.
Hey, stop with Grandpa. Leave him alone. He's cleaning the house, doing a productive task, and he cannot pay attention and speak to you guys. So just move on.
I just want to buy one of the moving trees. That's it.
Yeah, Grandpa claims that the trees are moving.
Hey, drop it, Jamsy, drop it.
I dropped the ball. That's what I was trying to talk about, the non-ball reality. But yeah, we came up with that conversation with them.
You guys, I dropped it a couple of times. You see, you know that guy Destiny. I think he got famous on this, not famous or whatever you want to call it. He got big here on the politics and the PNR discords, and he stepped it up to YouTube. He had a few interviews, I guess you call it interviews, with Jordan Peterson. So he's like making a little name for himself. He's definitely a lefty, but him and Witzik kind of had a little go at a political topic, and he stood that. Then I'm not saying who won or lost. The guy, Destiny is pretty informed, I guess you'd say, on the political stage. On the things that he believes to be the case. Right, he's informed himself as far as he can with liars, but. So then at the end, he just wanted to ad hom. He wanted to kind of poison the well, and just, at the end of it, just say, well, aren't you one of those guys who doesn't believe in gravity anyway? So it kind of got to a point where Witsit challenged him to a debate on flat Earth, and it seemed like he declined it. But it would be it would be like a decent sized stage if he were to debate that topic. Anybody catch that?
I've heard the character speaking in Destiny as well, but I want to talk to Grandpa. Just kidding. Grandpa, do you have a globe in the house? Are you cleaning the house? Are you gonna like put the globe on a table, like a round one, motionless table that doesn't move? And are you going to do that or throw the globe on the trash because you don't want to decorate the house with globes anymore? Which one is it? You know, you should know that if you call yourself grandpa, you're gonna have children trying to talk to you and ask you questions because you know you are the grandpa. Even adults will ask you questions because you know, grandpa.
I feel bad I couldn't answer all the imaginary questions that they were throwing at me earlier. They were like, how much does Superman weigh? What's he feel like? I was like, man, I don't know.
Grandpa, do you or do you not have a globe at the house that you're cleaning? And if you do, can you take a photographic evidence of it and post it in the chat so we can see the globe and believe in it? I'm gonna watch that short that you posted. No thanks.
Yeah, it's more like I've been dropping it, trying to bait a little bit. That's a little clip from it though.
Wait, Destiny, like if it was another topic, people will say, hey, let's debate about this, let's debate about that. Destiny will say, hell yeah, let's do it, or something. But why not talk to Wizard about that topic? Or
yeah, on the most
Why not?
The most known, easiest. You could Google the answers and beat them. Like, why not? It should be the easiest debate to win. Everybody's known the Earth is a
Google the
globe.
stuff, bring the globe pictures or images, and just show it to him. Simple. Hey, Grandpa, I think Destiny needs help. Can you take a photograph of the globe in the house if you didn't throw it away already? Where's Grandpa? He's cleaning the house, and before he throws the globe away, just he has no more space maybe for it. Why not? Why Destiny doesn't debate the topic proposed to him? Because no, why?
And that was like his third little swipe he took at him. I can't remember the other ones he took. He took like a little swipe, and he was like, "Oh, you know, don't you? Hey, by the way, I just wanted to sneak it in here. Was it? You would say the Earth's a sphere, right? Or some shit like that." He said something. Then that one was. Then he said something about gravity, like a little swipe at it. And then that third one right there, he's just like, "Oh yeah, but since you're, you know, because he brought up the guns, I guess, in the political debate." He said, "Oh yeah, since you're a big gun guy, why does the bullet fall down then when you shoot it?" Yeah, that was his like last attempt at it. So then Witsit was like, "All right, let's just do it. You want to debate?" He's like, "No, never mind, no."
That's kind of weird. Do you want to talk about this? Do you want to talk about it? No, not really.
What he wanted to do was use, listen, don't believe anything he's saying on this other topic because he's a flat earther. And then he says, okay, well then let's just debate flat Earth. He goes, no.
It sounds like he doesn't want to break a rule or something. He can't talk about it. No, I don't want to talk about it. It's like, or maybe he can talk about it. That might be a possibility. That's probably why he can't have a public debate about it. It's maybe one of his rules.
Well, everybody's got like I feel like Wes has been kind of like following that rule too. He's been like, let me go into these other accepted topics so I can get this topic out there. He tries to go in there, and dude keeps on tempting him with flat Earth talk. It's like, it's like it looked like I tried to step away from flat Earth for just this little, conversation about something else. We'll have a debate about something else, and here comes Destiny, throwing it back in my face. It's one of the nice, relaxing, soothing political debate.
He can just do the debate, debunk the other guy, and bring audience to his platform. Because he engaged in a conversation. Well, it might be a good thing to do. Talk to someone about whichever topics they pick to talk about.
I mean, that's why I enjoy the flat Earth talk, right? Because it's conclusive, right? Like, it really is, like it truly is. Whether these proponents of the globe want to say, well, it's just subjective, it's not. It's not subjective. It's not up. It's really you can reach conclusions, 100%. It's not about like politics where somebody's lying and what's their opinion on it. These are things that you can experiment on, prove geometry. You can show it to be the case. You can show it mathematically. You can show it geometrically. You can prove these things. It's conclusive. So that's what I like about it. There's no mystery to it.
Yet it does involve liars and deniers.
Yeah, and that's the ironic part is that still, even though you have conclusive evidence, like I can just hold out a water level, I can measure the distance, show the verticals, measure the distance, show it to them. They'll still say somebody, not just they all, some people will still say no. I don't know what they're saying no to, but they'll just say it. But it's still objectively the case. It's right there in front of them.
Where's the new people? You can ask any questions to No Thanks.
Yeah, I know all things pretty much. So whatever you got.
How the fog works on the flat Earth?
Can you repeat that, please?
How the fog works on the flat Earth?
How the
Well,
fuck's it work on the flat Earth?
you get a mommy and a daddy, and then they get babies. That's how it works.
What the hell is
Okay.
going on?
Thank you.
The fog, the fog,
Yeah,
Oh,
fog.
fog.
Yeah.
the air that we breathe.
Because we can have that only on the spherical Earth. You cannot have that on flat Earth. How that is working on flat Earth? Nobody's answering. You don't know. Of course.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah. How does fog work on Earth? Is when the cool air mixes with the hot air, you get this fog.
Wow.
This
Amazing.
happens on Earth.
But you can't have hot and cold on flat Earth. It doesn't exist.
You cannot have cold and hot air above the flat surface. Are you crazy?
Mm.
Yenzi versus Thrall.
I think it's a language barrier.
It is for sure.
Yeah, I heard you going at it in Italian with the other guy this morning, and I was like, you know what, let it go, because nobody ever understands Sasha. Like nobody, I was hoping nobody would be like, speak English, asshole.
What do you mean? A bunch of people comprehend Italian.
I said that level, that means livello. Look how it's different. Level, livello. Level, sea level, livello di mare, mare, sea. I only told him what that mean in Italian, for God's sake. And he started
Livello.
To speak.
Livello is like a verb. It's like you actually did something, and you this thing that you did, this livello, it's like a verb that you did. You made that level with the sea level. It's like an action.
See, it's Latin. It's even coming from that level, from that word, from livello, or because it's the same in Spanish. It's almost the same in Portuguese. Yeah.
But when you do a livello, you're not talking about a drawing on a piece of paper and talking about that drawing. You're actually doing the livello with the actual water, you level with that. You're actually doing it. It's a real thing in Italian.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's called livello di mare, sea level.
Exactly, livello di mare.
See, yep.
It's a verb.
Yeah.
You're doing something. You're establishing the livello to the mare.
Somebody's hot micing their domestic violence. Please go on mute.
It's Neil.
He said, "You want the money or not?" Either it's a drug deal or a movie. Somebody, there you go.
Livello de mare.
Yep. What is elevation?
Elevación.
Yeah, elevazione.
How you can have the elevation if you don't have a sea? Your country. If your country has no sea, how you can have elevation? For example, Austria. Which sea Austria is using for sea level? Adriatic, Mediterranean, or Pacific Ocean? Which curve it's using?
Primero, livello. Segundo, curvatero. Curvatura.
La curva.
La curva.
Yeah. And do you know what mean curva in Croatian?
No livello.
Curva.
Yeah. It's prostitute.
Because those have a lot of curvatura.
Where is your model?
Don't ask for nonsense. Just concentrate on the realism level and what it was designed to be and what we're supposed to be doing.
What is real is
acknowledging the design of the creator and working with it.
Is it real is level?
Instead of denying it and asking other people to talk about nonsense.
Jesse, is it real is leveled?
Well, that's one of the things, but it's not all of it, because all of it would be more things than the thing that you're asking about.
Yeah, we are not speaking about levels, passing levels in the games. We are speaking about levels like a flat surface.
El livello es describido como una flatness, descrito, descriptive.
Perché?
El livello, the level, it's what you establish, right? The level of the sea, you establish it with you establish that with the sea level, right?
Anche in spagnolo.
And then the description of that as a flat, that is a description of that. It's something. What is it? Is it a verb or is it like an adjective? Is it an adjective? Because to establish the level is an action.
Yeah, you're describing the something. You in this case the sea, and saying how the sea looks like, and you are saying il livello di mare. It's sea level. You're describing how the sea look like.
But to establish, to build the structure, the building, and you establish the level, you have to do an action and establish that to put the first brick.
Yeah. If you have spiraling earth, you will call spirala a sea.
That sounds like ice cream that I don't want to eat.
You know waves. That's spirala surface. Because it's waving.
But when you see waves, it's mostly curved. Not waves, the whole surface. Because you cannot see. Mostly the curvature you cannot see. That's how you can prove it. If you see the curvature, you will debunk the curvature.
What curvature?
Yeah, that one. What you don't see.
The curvature blocking things from the bottom up.
Yeah, if you go away from them.
That magical hump on the ground perspective at 0 degrees.
Yeah.
Tell him. Tell him about the curvature. He's been asking for it. Tell him, Fresh.
You just have to go down to the 0 degree level. And then you'll see it. It's magical.
I guess that's what it is, Sasha. It's magic. So now you got it?
Yeah, I know. When you see the flat surface, in reality, don't call it that flat. Ever. Because you are thinking that you are seeing something what is flat. If you want to see something what is flat, you must observe something curved in reality.
So you see the table, you see the wood, or you see the field, you see the trees, you see the hills, the valleys, the lakes, and you see that stuff, right?
I see.
That's what
Yeah,
you
I
see.
see.
And then you see the sky, and then you describe it, or what is it? Do you see the flat, or do you see which one is it?
Can you show curvature on the X and Z axis at the same time?
Curvature? What's
I
that?
know what I don't see, Jamesy. I know what I see, but I know also what I don't see.
I see the round flat table, but it's not made out of round and flat, right? It's made out of other stuff.
If you see the oil rigs on 10 miles, that's not the oil rig, that's a projection of the oil rigs what is on 1.2 miles.
No, that's nonsense. The oil rigs are there. Everybody knows this. Don't say that stuff.
Man, the oil rig is on 1.2 miles, but because of optics and temperature and humidity, you see the oil rigs on 10 miles.
If the oil rigs are there, that means that the horizon is behind them, right?
No, the water cannot be behind the oil rig. It is impossible.
No, so right where the base of the oil rigs are, that's where the curvature starts.
Yeah.
What
curvature? All three of them, or all two of them?
Only that, how to say, direct in the right direction, not left and right, because that's not.
For all of them at the same time, though? That's where the curvature starts? Or which one? The closer one or the one further away?
It depends on humidity.
All of them. All of them.
All of them are curvature.
All of them, huh?
Yeah, we took average.
There's 3 horizons. This is a quote from, who was it? Talon. There's three horizons in the Black Swan.
Yeah.
If you have more, apparently, if you have more telescopic capabilities, then you can just create more horizons. Every single time you zoom in, you just get another horizon.
No, listen. If you have a Samsung S10, then you have a Samsung S22. You have different horizons.
There you go. There's multiple horizons. Samsung proved it.
But on Black Swan examples, neither of that 3 it's on 1.2 miles. You can have 6 of them, but only missing that one what you cannot see. That one is the real one.
So do you think it's physically moving, or is it just apparently moving?
It's moving between humidity and temperature.
You think so it's physically moving is what you're claiming?
Me? No, I'm not claiming anything.
Well, you just said it's moving.
What is moving?
The horizon. Is it physically moving or apparently moving?
No, the real horizon is not moving. It's there, but you cannot see. All others horizon are moving.
It's there, but you can't see. But you're claiming that it has a distance, even though you can't see it.
Yeah, of course.
That's unique.
Because
how do you do that? How do you claim the distance to something you can't see in order to get a geometric size?
I have a model for that.
What does the model have to do with reality when you're trying to confirm it and you can't see something?
Oh man,
He married the model. He married her.
do you
And
ever
she
was in
told
the
him.
States? Do you believe in NASA?
You just appeal to the model makers?
Of course.
The model maker was a model herself, and he married her.
We have iPhones, man, 2024. You only don't understand. That's your problem. That's simple, basic geometry.
Yeah, there is an obstruction of your view based on the radius, the observer height, and distance to the Sagittar. You just can't see it, and it's not actually obstructing anything from view.
Basic geometry doesn't involve spherical geometry.
That doesn't exist.
Spherical geometry or basic? Which one?
Well, if you have a sphere, that's its geometry.
A sphere is geometry?
Yeah, it's a shape, and you can measure it. You can use geometry to how to say, to realize if it's sphere or if it's not sphere. If you have pyramid, for example, you can use geometry and find out if it's pyramid there. You don't need spherical geometry. You use normal geometry.
So what's your equation in geometry for finding curvature?
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
That's not a formula. That sounds like an answer.
Yeah, that's the answer. That's the.
How do you? What's the formula though? Like, how do you find it? If I wanted, let's say I wanted to do it like a different size sphere. How do I do that?
Figure it out.
Different size. You have a C equal 2 times P times radius.
And that's what you use when you like do surveying?
Yeah, I was going to the center of the earth. I drew the line, and then I measured the radius.
No, surveyors don't do curves and shit like that. They just measure straight lines.
The geologists do. Geologists rather than do. Did you hear today?
But geologists don't measure anything, and they don't make maps or anything like that, do they?
That's right, they don't. So we can't use geologists anymore. They're done.
Damn.
Oh, a geologist measuring the from the center of the earth elevation.
No, they dig up dinosaur bones.
Sasha, what the fuck, Sasha?
Fuck, the guy said that today. Oh my god, I'm only.
This guy doesn't know. You're talking about something that was 12 hours ago.
Okay, it's today. It's not 1 month ago. And I like that approximately parallel. That's profound.
So why don't the surveyors use that?
The Earth's flat.
Damn.
Yeah. I want to know who in which field accounting for the curvature or rotation.
Nobody. That's what's funny. That's actually what we want to know.
Yeah, that would be great to know.
That would be a great answer to find out who's accounting for the curvature, because it doesn't look like anybody is. Everybody, you can just ignore it.
Apart astrophysicists and NASA and blah blah blah.
No, they say you don't need it either. They use a magic. plane
Yeah, that's
inside the
correct.
celestial sphere.
Yeah, even NASA claiming. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
so everybody uses a flat plane. How about that?
That's not good.
Not good for you.
No. Well, military, they should to account for sure. Who was in military? Does anybody know?
Well, don't the military use the surveyed information?
Yeah, I know. I was in
Yeah,
military.
that's,
Yeah,
that's like
not account.
it's
We
kind of
never
like
accounted.
yeah, process process of error. Just knock that off the list. So there, that one's gone. What else?
One logical question. What do you think one anti-aircraft, should that guy account a character? Anti-aircrafter.
Yeah, you have any proof showing that anything accounts for curvature? You just said a second ago that nobody accounts for it, and then now you're saying that something accounts for
No,
it.
I'm
You seem
asking.
conflicted.
I'm asking like a logical question. Should if Earth is rotating,
No,
should then
anti-aircraft requires line of sight.
yeah,
So there's no
but
curvature involved with that.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Linear line of sight. Line of sight, not curve of
Yeah.
sight. Yeah.
You was in military.
Where?
Do you know that from military, from your experience, or you know that because somebody told you?
Well, you can't lock in on something you can't see.
But maybe there are weapons which are accounting on curvature.
Maybe there's unicorns out there that have a pussy.
But they are saying that sniper is accounting on curvature, on rotation.
Oh my.
What about refraction?
Fraction.
Yeah.
What about it?
And that,
That's a angular linear changes of light. So can you explain why that has anything to do with the curved surface?
I don't know. Every time that is happening, that every time it's flat surface when it's happening that phenomena. There is no example with the refraction on a curved surface. Yeah,
No, you're right. There isn't.
but they like that word. It sounds like I got them. You people will never convince me. That's my. Where is the edge? Why would they lie? What about eclipses? What about sunset?
How about when have they not?
What about seasons?
How can you have a horizon on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that also. That's not possible. You can have only air.
everything what is impossible, they took and make it, how to say, sentence from that. The level is curved. This you cannot have horizon on the globe, but they turn it out. You cannot have horizon on the flat Earth. You cannot have sea level on the sphere, but now you
I
cannot
like
have
that.
sea level.
I like that too, Sasha. If curved is curved and level is curved, then what is straight?
Yeah, what is flat? Yeah.
Yeah, what is flat?
Yeah, I want to know because flat must be something. Now you need to describe me because level is curved. Okay, curved is curved. Now what the fuck is flat? I want to know how that look like.
How do you measure that? Because if you're measuring it with a level, then the level's curved, so you can't measure flat. So is there flat surfaces on a ball? Or?
This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. What people discussing in 2024? What is the angle? Can you define the angle? My God.
Yeah. Well, the
No,
sun
wait,
moves
wait.
50 per hour.
You cannot
Therefore, it's a
define the
ball.
angle if you at least didn't finish the I don't know which university, because at least you need 5 years of studies to understand what the angle is. Elevation angle. Wow, that's nuclear science.
Yeah, you just got to change the definition of a baseline to a tangent. Tangent to what? The horizon that keeps on moving? Or level?
Now, do you know what they need? They need to take a car with someone where is the highway near to sea, because the elevation will change, from that one point to another point. Beautiful 100 kilometers near to sea, and all the time that elevation will be 200 meters, 1 kilometer, 5 meters. They will go up and down because elevation change. But the sea will be all the time flat because it's sea level there. Take an example of Chile, from the north to the south. Changing elevation, but also need to curve from there, from north to the south, like, oh my God, half of sphere. Almost. That's why, till you don't have a model, I don't want to believe that that sea level is level. When you make me a map with all continents inside, with all that I know, where is north, south, everything with the whole ice wall, whatever you want, then I will say, okay, this is maybe flat Earth. But before that, no.
Oh, even that is then a maybe.
Yeah, and plus they must say on mainstream in every news that there was wrong, it was bad measurement, something like.
May I ask when you were born? What year?
71. 71.
Okay. It baffles me that actually, where are you from? You are from America, I guess?
No.
UK?
I'm from Europe.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Europe is
I'm from
a
Croatia.
different matter, but yeah, if you have been born 50 years prior to that, either in the UK or America or some parts of Europe, then your grandma and father actually should know and have teach you, or even your mother and father, that the Earth is flat. Even then, the schools were teaching that.
Oh, it was, but it was ridiculous in the school, in socialistic school.
Yeah, I know, because we evolved.
It was put in that picture with I cannot remember, with turtles or with elephants, and that image was put in for us like, look how that could be the Earth, because some animals bring in the Earth, and that was like a stupid idea, and that idea, like a real idea, not like a symbol, but we were thinking that that idea cannot exist because it's stupid. Like, and that was the only thing. And I think I don't know how it was in the West, but I think that all this idea about flat Earth was programmed to be most stupid idea in the world. That means if you want to say something stupid, it's flat Earth, man. You cannot think that that's flat. You can say everything else stupid, but flat Earth, that it's something most stupid that you can even imagine. But
Yeah,
that's why
well,
people
you know,
that's why
something that was once believed to be right and then twisted or not even spoken about because that was all it was done. They never spoke about it and they just changed the rules and imposed the new model upon everyone. So every new generation who came after that, of course, plainly believed because
especially
because
with
either
50s
the
and with the rockets with NASA with stuff, because before they thought people was not in the space, they could not prove anything, ancient, blah blah blah. Now we have technology, we goes in space, we show that it's a sphere, and that's it.
yeah, and we still only see pictures.
Yeah.
Almighty picture. Oh, how
But
old are you?
for me it's so powerful that I cannot explain, because look at to myself, like how you could not look into this so simple, like a sea level, that stuff, like we are speaking now, but why you didn't realize that 20 years ago? Because of that good programmed shit, that is, if somebody told you, you didn't think about that, of course. Why you should to think about Flutter? Because it was cancelled from any, how to say, it was not cancelled, it was there, but that idea, like for you, it was like, if you start to think, oh my god, that's stupid, I don't want to think.
I mean, what if I told you if they went into the school and told someone you can turn lead and copper, mix them together and say, now you have gold. And now you have something that is very similar to gold, but does not have actually the properties of gold. But still, it looks like gold, but would you then still believe it is gold?
No, but I'm saying what people will believe,
I mean, this is all it is. It's a mind game and a manipulation.
Yeah.
So if you took ice cream in there and it matched what they said gold was, would you say that then it's gold now? Like if I had another chemical structure that matched what gold was, but it's not gold, but it matched, does that mean it's gold now too? No.
Of course not. I mean, of course, yes, because if it has the same structure, it would behave just like gold.
So ice cream gold more.
But you implement that it has a different behavior or structure overall. So it does not look like gold, has about the same structure, so it doesn't add up.
It doesn't have to add up. There's always exceptions to stuff that don't add up. That's exactly what an exception does.
Yeah, I mean,
do what you want it to.
no.
Yes.
The
Exception
chemical
to the rule.
structure of something or the atomic structure of something determines how things look and behave.
Yeah, and if you have something that matches that atomic structure, what would that
then
mean?
It would be gold.
No, it wouldn't. We just said it could be ice cream. If I can make ice cream put off the same reading as gold, that doesn't make fucking ice cream gold. That'd be stupid as hell to say.
Yeah, well, good luck eating that ice cream then.
Well, no, it's like everything that you have that's any metal and known to man that they tell you put in your ice cream nuclear conductor mixer, and it can all be gold, any fucking element with enough electricity, ice cream. So, I mean, you tell me, good luck with that. Good luck with your AU, whatever the hell that is.
AU? Don't know what you're talking about.
AU, gold. atomic unit, astronomical unit. What the fuck is an AU? Can I go get a handful of AU? No.
Yeah, that's the term that they use on the what is it? The chemical table, periodical table, whatever the hell it is. AU. There's a lot of there's a lot of gold stocks. There's a lot of gold stocks that use the name AU.
Yeah, that's weird, right? What is AU? What's it stand for? Can I get a handful of it? Or is it just another magical stuff that you just make up anytime you want when you're the chemical guys? Have you ever seen 100% gold? Not 99.9. Have you ever seen 100% gold, the thing you would need to say that that was gold and something else wasn't? Isn't that what you would need? You would need something to be 100% equivalent to what gold is, and gold's not even that. So I think we have a problem. Gold's not even pure gold. It's only 90. What do you mean no? You got 100% gold? Show me.
If you find a way to filter the impurity out, then of course it would be still 100% gold.
Yeah, cool story. So you got 100% of anything besides like natural stuff in nature, like fruits and vegetables and humans and stuff. Like you got like 100% gas or element. I don't think they exist. Everything is made from other shit. So how could you have 100% of any fucking thing? That means that everything gives off the attribute of other stuff. You just didn't know it. It's like the word mass and matter. If everything is mass and everything is matter, you can just clump everything into a ball, whether it's gold or air or dirt or a fart. It's all mass and matter, right? Or no? It's not. Not all electron, proton, ice cream. Damn, I must be mistaken. I must be stupid. But I'm learning. You're going to teach me. You know what I mean? I'll learn. You know what I mean? One of these days. Shit, if mercury eats gold, how does mercury have a different content than gold if that's what it digests? So isn't mercury gold also?
Does it technically eat it though? I mean, I've seen the guys in mines use it to bring it all together in a bucket full of the concentrate, basically, when they sluice all day and then they get it down to like a let's say 5 gallons of like concentrated dirt mud. It's like got all the gold in it, and then they drop like, I don't know, like a half gram of the stuff in there, and then they stomp it in with their feet. And apparently these guys aren't in too good of health like years later, but yeah, it makes all the little flakes ball up into a solid piece. So I don't know if you could say it eats it. Like
coagulates it.
Yeah, that would be a good word. Brings it together. Brings it kind of. I guess in a way it kind of liquefies it for a second. Kind of liquefies it to make it all stick together.
So if you pour the mercury from a container, does the gold go with it, or does it ball up and sit back?
Well, all I can tell you is I've seen them stomp it in. They just like throw it in, not in any specific area, and the guys just stomp.
Why are you throwing gold and mercury if it's already gold? What the fuck?
Well, you put the mercury in because the gold's all like kind of like throughout the mud and the water and the whatever they're stomping it through.
Oh, okay.
And it brings it all together.
The mercury acts like a gold magnet.
Yeah, it's a shortcut, kind of.
So I wonder if you can make a mercury needle and it just point to where the gold's at everywhere.
Yeah, that's kind of like could you just like find a really rich area and just to dump a bunch of mercury in it, as long as you've got it in some kind of a container, will it all come to the bottom? I don't know, but there's obviously there's like a zillion reasons why governments don't want you using the mercury. They don't want it going in the water. They don't want it. They don't want. These people are getting it up in their. Obviously, goes through people's skin. And they're stomping this stuff barefooted. So.
Yeah, but I haven't met them after they do that. But I'm saying, why was Newton the only guy that got to freebase and play with mercury and smoke it and ingest it? Like, how come he got to do that? Nobody else could. I mean, isn't that weird? And then he's the one that came up with our theory of a ball. So I mean, what? So did Mercury give him the great insight of, Newtonian physics and Newtonian,
I don't know. Did he have a?
Yeah, it smoked his.
Did he have a beaver hat? Because he had one of his beaver hats where they.
No, he had a lot of glass pipes. He had a lot of glass pipes.
Did you see?
They were like, "What are you doing here? You can't be making crystal meth." He said, "These are beakers. I'm doing science and chemistry."
Have you heard the Mad Hatter story from Mind Unveiled, where he talks about the story goes
isn't that Newton?
They use urine. They use urine to make the they would use cow urine and human urine to make the beaver pelts supple, like more like softer. I guess the ammonia or whatever in the urea. I don't know what the hell it is in urine that breaks it down. Well, the story goes, this one guy, Bob had really good freaking magical urine. It made the beaver pelts softer than ever. And come to find out, he had chlamydia or whatever, gonorrhea. I don't know what it was, and they inject mercury up inside you. Mercury up inside you to cure the whatever. He's been messing with the hose too much. And then he was peeing it out into a bucket, and then they put the beaver pelts in it. So then they found out that it wasn't Bob's magical piss. It was it was the what the local I don't know what you call him, a doctor at that time was giving him injections.
Mercury. Did he die?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously they're going to do terrible.
Stepping on it
wouldn't be good. But I wouldn't say injected, but I don't know if it was they just like pushed it up in you like backwards. Well, because you would have it all. I guess it would. I think it must have been like the clap or something. It was like a cure for the clap, something like that. I don't know. You guys should watch Mind Unveiled. It's really funny. But supposedly, that's the story. And then all the guys are wearing the hats, and that's where the Mad Hatter thing comes from, because of all the mercury that they started treating the pelts with. Once they found out it was it worked way better than just cow urine or human urine or whatever. It's just so funny just to think of really? Like, come on. You noticed how soft the pelts were after Magical Piss Bob freaking was whizzing, whatever. Like, they would pay for urine was used for lots of stuff. So Apparently that was like it was a big business back then. You know, like,
The pee with the poop and the pee with the pee. Both peas were used for a lot of things back in the day, and a lot of people don't know. Like pee was used for a lot of crazy shit. There was supposed to be
they
pee
say
elixir for life.
yeah, and you see, remember in
It's also fuel.
Remember Gladiator? They show him washing his hands in the rose, like with flour water. Some they say they would wash like other like really bad if their hands were scarred from lots of lots of cuts and nicks from battle, they would soak their hands in urine. I don't know, dude. Like,
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's disinfectant.
yeah, probably. You know, they notice certain things. It's the same. I don't know. It's interesting, that's for sure. You know, urine was big business in the 1880s and 1900s. Apparently, I guess you probably invented a really ingenious way to collect it from your cows. You know, hang a little bucket off their tail, tie a bucket to their tail, or how the hell you would only get urine, but I don't know. Either you follow them around or who knows, man. I've seen documentaries on kids. Just they use it for washing in certain places in Africa. They use it for all kinds of stuff. Probably not a good topic for the Flat Earth server though. So I always, dude, if you get me in here with slack time, I'll start rambling off about some nonsense every time.
If dung beetles didn't eat dung, would they be so pretty? Would they be all gold and silver and ruby looking and emerald and red. Don't they make fake diamonds that you can't even really tell with the diamond tester anymore? Test them as real. Isn't that crazy?
Do any flat earthers go over to Gem Pandas anymore?
And
No, Nate, don't come to us.
I was just seeing if anyone still goes over to Gem Pandas.
No, I don't think they've ever even. I don't think they've ever really done debates. Really,
Yeah,
they've all.
Jin CBR still goes over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just goes over there to tell them about reality. I think they always just try to prove flat Earth. I mean, that's all they ever do over there. We already know it's flat, so really no need to go over there.
Yeah. A pretty close-minded server.
Yeah, when they make servers that like we want to prove a tree is a tree, it's like I don't need to go there. I agree. There's nothing. There's no reason.
Yeah, because nobody told you otherwise, you know?
Right.
But if there would be opposition, then even that would be then be put in question, and the same would go on like here.
Yeah, and then I'd be like, "What the hell do you mean that the tree is a tree? It can't be." No, it's fine. I hate the dictionary. Sometimes. And then
Why?
sometimes I like it.
Yeah, you cannot choose, bro. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I didn't make those damn words in that son of a buck. I didn't even put up the etymology for it.
You know, the real crux of the matter is the newer the books get, the more comfortable you get yourself with the new definitions, you know? But if you go back in time, then it's a different story to some degree.
I don't see how any of them got away with this back in the past. Convincing people reality's not real, but something else is. That to me, it's just that's mind blowing. That's some psychological warfare for your ass, really.
Well, 1984 did talk about it, them removing words and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, it's not new. I mean, it happened in every era. 50, 100, 150, it goes on and on. Whoever has the most power in the world or gains power of some new land, you know, and they try to destroy history from them. I mean, it's
That's
obvious, you
true.
know. I mean, the only reason why someone would do this if those people would have still all the records. Even though they destroy a civilization so that they don't have anything anymore to learn from or something like that, but those people who did, they somehow have still, and they know the truth, what happened. The only thing they have left to do is to eliminate basically the last generations so that the new generations don't know anything about this anymore.
No.